Jiang Wan is an undeniable enchantress, beautiful, cunning, and adept at manipulating hearts with ease. With a single glass of strong liquor, she made Pei, the aloof patriarch of the Pei family, break his vow of chastity. That cold, indifferent man whispered in her ear daily, "Wan Wan, do not look at them, look at me." Through a meticulously crafted scheme, she incited the passionate and flirtatious third young master Ji to rage, yet he lowered his proud head for her. "If I pursue you, will you allow it?" An unexpected twist left the powerful Yundu mogul equally infatuated, driven to the brink of madness for her. Jealousy surged among onlookers, who shouted, "Jiang Wan is intentionally baiting you. She merely toys with you like dogs." The moguls, battered yet amused, retorted, "Laughable, who wouldn't want to be your dog?" As night deepened, a flash of lightning illuminated the lavish 88th-floor presidential suite. Jiang Wan found herself pressed against the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, waves crashing endlessly outside, as if time itself had ceased. In a haze of consciousness, she was turned in the embrace of another. The heat radiating from behind her was intense, and a low, husky voice whispered in her ear, laced with a mocking laugh, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "You dare to climb in my bed? Quite bold of you." Another bolt of lightning struck, and Jiang Wan lifted her gaze to see her own disheveled reflection and trembling shoulders in the glass. "How shameless," she mused. Lowering her eyelids, she replied with a light laugh, "Mr. Pei, your skills are commendable. I have not lost out, have I?" "Huh." His response was a cryptic chuckle, tinged with mockery. The man's dominance intensified, and Jiang Wan let out a muffled sound as the remnants of her dignity shattered alongside her voice. The following day dawned bright and clear. After completing her morning routine and dressing impeccably, Jiang Wan stood before the full-length mirror, adjusting her collar. Behind her, a long, bony hand reached out, gently brushing aside the loose strands of hair from her ear. The mirror reflected the face of a man, one with striking bone structure, sharp brows, and thin lips curved slightly upwards. His dark, penetrating eyes held a mix of languor and ferocity. Tall and imposing, his every movement exuded the weightiness of someone accustomed to power. Truly, he was the head of the Pei family in Yundu. Jiang Wan anticipated the inevitable and fearsome revenge for her calculated move against him last night. Yet, it mattered little. Her objective had been achieved. They say Mr. Pei's word is his bond. "So, I await your good news," Jiang Wan said with a sweet smile, tilting her head to gaze at the man behind her. If one overlooked the tension in the air, they might have appeared as a pair of intimate lovers. "You truly are unafraid of death." Pei Jin raised his hand to grasp Jiang Wan's chin, narrowing his eyes as his voice turned cold and dangerous. "You dare to scheme against me and still make demands?" Feeling the tightening grip, Jiang Wan maintained her composure, smiling brightly as she replied, "What a harsh word scheme. It was simply Mr. Pei's overwhelming charm that drew me in." "Huh." Pei Jin's lips curled into a colder smile. Yet, at her words, a certain memory from the previous night flickered in his mind, and an inscrutable light glimmered in his eyes as his grip slackened. Even so, Jiang Wan's skin flushed, leaving an imprint of his fingers. Pei Jin observed the mark, his gaze darkening. "Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Pei." With nimble steps, Jiang Wan slipped from his grasp, striding away in her high heels. Only when she had safely exited the hotel did she glance back, relieved to find no one following her. The tension in her back eased, and her smile faded. Standing by the roadside, she hailed a taxi. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, her dossier was laid before the man in the hotel suite. Pei Jin, dressed impeccably, glanced casually at the documents and scoffed. "So clean, are you certain you've uncovered everything?" His assistant, ever dutiful, replied, "Yes, Mr. Pei. Everything we found is here." Miss Jiang's background is indeed quite simple. A simple background does not guarantee simplicity of character. Pei Jin adjusted his cuff, the image of Jiang Wan's smiling face etched in his mind. He could not deny her beauty. Her bright eyes and enchanting smile were like those of a fairy. Regrettably, her intentions were impure, and she would resort to any means to ascend the social ladder. Merely a woman of superficial cunning. Pei Jin rose, his gaze casually sweeping the room, landing on the disheveled bed. A stark, bright red stain on the snow-white sheets was more vibrant than any flower. "Mr. Pei?" Noticing Pei Jin's distraction, the assistant hesitantly inquired again. "As for the conditions proposed by Miss Jiang, we can easily refuse, and in addition." Before he could finish, Pei Jin furrowed his brow, silencing him instantly. "Agree to her conditions, Pei Jin's voice was cold as he strode towards the door, leaving behind only the words, "I am not one to break my word to a woman." The assistant quickly followed, respectfully responding, "Yes, Mr. Pei." Jiang Wan stepped out of the taxi, clutching a bouquet of flowers as she faced the cold, damp wind, entering a charred villa that had once been beautiful. The once warm and inviting courtyard now lay in shambles. With each step closer, she could almost see the flames that had once engulfed it. Pushing open the rusted door, she bent down to place the flowers on the broken dining table, softly saying, "Mom, I'm back." Dust floated around her, and silence enveloped her. Jiang Wan closed her eyes. At that moment, her phone rang. "Hello?" She answered. The voice on the other end was urgent and exasperated. "Why are you getting close to Pei Jin? You know full well he has ties to the Ji family. If you expose yourself, it could be dangerous." "Jiang Wan, please wait. We have never given up on investigating the events of that year. It's only a matter of time." "There's no time left," Jiang Wan interrupted. "This is my last chance." This villa had once echoed with laughter, but now only ashes and dust remained. Here, lay her home. Her family was shattered. The true culprit behind it all thrived in wealth and fame, celebrated as a great philanthropist. How ironic. Jiang Wan spoke each word coldly. The Ji family will wash their hands of this within 6 months. By then, all evidence will vanish, and no one will be able to hold them accountable. Those who suffered will have no opportunity for justice. My sister is still in the hospital. She took that knife from me. I cannot forget my mother's death. And my father. I must know his whereabouts. At the very least, I want to find his body. Jiang Wan slowly stood, tears welling in her eyes, but resolutely pushed back, leaving only determination. No one can stop me on this path. With that, she hung up the phone. As she turned, a gust of wind swept past, like gentle hands caressing her face. Jiang Wan strode away, never looking back. Upon getting into the car, her phone chimed with a new message. The sender adopted a businesslike tone. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Pei has agreed to your conditions. As you wished, Saturday at 8, the grand finale at Yuan." Jiang Wan lowered her gaze. It seemed her prior investigations had not been in vain. Although Pei Jin was inscrutable, he was a man of his word. Even after she had seduced him with a glass of liquor, causing the usually aloof Mr. Pei to falter, he still honored his commitment and accepted her terms. Yuan, one of the lesser-known properties of the Pei family, was ironically the most refined venue in Yundu. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a stage. She exerted great effort, all for a splendid performance. Saturday. The lively music outside resonated with fervor. The show at Yuan was about to commence. Jiang Wan sat before the vanity mirror, meticulously shaping her eyebrows. Her eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance, captivating all with every subtle smile and frown. "Prepare to go on stage," a staff member called out. Before her entrance, Jiang Wan glanced at her phone, which displayed a new message. "Target has appeared." A faint smile graced Jiang Wan's lips, but the moment she stepped onto the stage, her demeanor transformed dramatically. The play was the classic Butterfly Lovers, with Jiang Wan portraying Zhu Yingtai. Draped in a vivid red bridal gown, as bright as fire, Zhu Yingtai, who yearned for freedom, was branded as rebellious. Powerless against the prevailing feudal customs, she was helplessly sent away in a bridal sedan, her heart like ashes. The backstage crew and her fellow performers were somewhat taken aback. They had speculated about Jiang Wan's sudden appearance as Zhu Yingtai. Yet when she began to sing, her vocal prowess astonished everyone. The iconic scenes of forced marriage, the wedding procession, and finally, the transformation into butterflies brought the performance to its conclusion. Before the curtain fell, Jiang Wan casually glanced towards the VIP area. There sat a young gentleman, clad in luxurious attire, with a watch on his wrist worth millions. He was intently observing the stage, specifically Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's lips curled slightly, only to suddenly realize that another pair of dangerous, heated eyes were fixated upon her, an almost palpable presence that was impossible to ignore. A quick glance revealed it was Pei Jin. Unbeknownst to her, he had arrived at Yuan, casually leaning against the second-floor railing, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of discerning her very soul. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if Pei Jin could see through her intentions. Jiang Wan, feeling overwhelmed by his stare, quickly exited the stage. Upon returning backstage, she removed her headpiece and makeup, preparing to change out of her costume when a bodyguard entered, holding a bouquet of vibrant roses. He addressed Jiang Wan. "Hello, Miss Jiang. This is a gift from young Master Ji-san. I hope you like it." Nestled among the fiery blooms was a business card and a hotel room key. The card bore a single name, Ji Yao. The Ji family in Yundu held considerable power thus. With his reputation, young Master Ji enjoyed great success in his pursuits. However, his approach was rather brazen, arriving with a room key right off the bat. Jiang Wan's gaze deepened as she pushed the flowers aside, politely declining, "I'm sorry, but I do not like roses." With that, she entered the changing room and locked the door. The bodyguard, taken aback by her rejection, could only retreat with the flowers in hand. In the front hall, young Master Ji-san lounged against the chair, his phone incessantly buzzing with notifications, WeChat messages popping up one after another. He casually tapped one, and a sultry voice chimed in. "Young Master San, which sister are you pursuing again? It's been so long since you last visited her." Under normal circumstances, Ji Yao would have teased a few remarks. Yet today, his thoughts were consumed by the mesmerizing glimpse he had caught of the new actress on stage. Her face, her waist, her half-hidden expressions, each smile and frown made her seem like an enchanting spirit from a painting. Ji Yao had come to Li Yuan to accompany his elder, yet he was oblivious to the performance's content, and when his elder departed, he had spent the entire evening captivated by the new flower actress. As the play concluded, he snapped back to reality and promptly instructed the bodyguard to send a room key. This beauty was a must-have for him. Ji Yao casually replied, "We'll visit you another day. Don't miss me too much, darling." Just then, the bodyguard returned, and while typing, Ji Yao inquired, "Did she accept the flowers?" "No," the bodyguard replied, bracing himself. "Miss Jiang said she does not like roses." Was it the roses she disliked, or the one who sent them? Ji Yao finally looked up from his chat, noticing the untouched bouquet returned to him, disbelief washing over his face. "You didn't inform her who I am?" "I did, but Miss Jiang did not seem to care," the bodyguard reported honestly. "Excellent," Ji Yao exclaimed. She knew who he was and yet remained indifferent. This was a first. Ji Yao stood, his hands shoved deep into his trousers pockets, brushing past the bodyguard as he strode towards the backstage. The busy staff greeted him politely, "Young Master San." Ji Yao ignored them, exuding an intimidating presence as he headed backstage, only to be informed that Jiang Wan had already left after changing. Ji Yao, all right. Frustration bubbled within him, and he seized the staff member, demanding, "Which direction did she go?" The staff member, trembling, pointed that way. Ji Yao maintained a stern expression as he hurried after her. Li Yuan was situated at the heart of the riverside, surrounded by water, exuding elegance. Apart from a straight road for vehicles, there was a winding arch bridge for pedestrians to exit. Jiang Wan chose to walk across this bridge. Typically, the lights atop the bridge shone brightly. However, for some unknown reason, several were extinguished today, casting the entire bridge in shadow, with swaying plants creating ghostly silhouettes. In the darkness, a malicious intent lurked. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Wan proceeded onto the bridge. As she anticipated, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind someone attempted to push her into the water. Quick to react, Jiang Wan grasped the assailant's shoulder. As long as she held on, she would not be pushed off. Yet in that moment, she caught sight of young Master Ji San approaching. Thus, Jiang Wan released her grip. With a splash, her body plummeted into the icy river. She could not swim, and the water rushed into her ears, submerging her mouth and nose. In the distance, a silhouette near a pavilion seemed to want to approach, but was halted by Jiang Wan's gesture. When Ji Yao arrived, he heard intermittent cries for help. Someone was drowning, and that person was precisely the one he intended to confront. Instantly, all his anger dissipated, and he felt a twinge of excitement. Was fate truly aiding him? This time, he would play the hero, and the beauty would undoubtedly fall hopelessly in love with him. With a splash, Ji Yao leaped in, swiftly reaching Jiang Wan and pulling her to safety. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Her waist was incredibly slim and soft. Cough, cough, cough. Once on the shore, Jiang Wan coughed for quite a while. Once she regained her composure, she gazed intently at the person before her. "Thank you." Ji Yao ran a hand through his hair, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Jiang Wan. Having seen her perform, she had dazzled everyone with her captivating appearance and enchanting voice, leaving a lasting impression. Now, without any makeup, her fair and delicate face still radiated allure, embodying a blend of innocence and desire. Perhaps it was the shock from her recent plunge or the droplets cascading from her hair, resembling tears. Ji Yao's mind went blank. All the charming lines he had prepared vanished, as if fireworks exploded in his mind, making his heart race uncontrollably. "And no need to thank me," young Master Ji San suddenly stammered. Chapter 3. Stealing the Spotlight. Jiang Wan shivered slightly. It was a transition between spring and summer, and the river water was frigid. The damp fabric clung to her skin, and the wind intensified the chill. Ji Yao regained his composure and immediately offered his coat. Jiang Wan accepted it, draping it over her shoulders, and expressed her gratitude. After a moment, she added, "I'll return it to you after washing it tomorrow." Ji Yao initially intended to decline, as he had plenty of clothes. But he changed his mind at the last moment and graciously replied, "All right, well, it's getting late. Let me drive you home." With that, he stood up and extended his hand towards Jiang Wan. She declined his offer to hold hands and stood up on her own. At that moment, Ji Yao's bodyguard arrived in a car. The gentlemanly Ji Yao opened the rear door for Jiang Wan, who pretended to hesitate before finally entering the vehicle. Ji Yao waved for the bodyguard to step aside and took the driver's seat himself to escort the beauty home. The luxurious car glided smoothly, merging into the flow of traffic. Meanwhile, this scene unfolding on the arch bridge was observed by another pair of eyes. Pei Jin stood on the second-floor terrace of the garden, idly toying with a lighter. The flickering flame cast shadows across his handsome features, deepening the mystery in his profound eyes. A few raindrops began to fall from the sky, yet Pei Jin remained motionless, his tall and upright figure resembling a statue against the night. President Pei, his assistant, timidly opened an umbrella and spoke. "We received news from the old residents about a family banquet. They insist you must return tomorrow evening." After a lengthy pause without a response, the assistant assumed Pei Jin hadn't heard. Just as he was about to repeat himself, Pei Jin gazed intently in the direction of the arch bridge and scoffed meaningfully. "After such a roundabout way, it turns out she wishes to climb the Ji family tree." "Who?" the assistant asked, perplexed. Pei Jin leisurely extinguished the lighter's flame and replied lightly, "A woman, cunning and insatiable." The assistant remained baffled, unable to decipher his boss's thoughts. A good assistant should know their boss's mind, after all. Before he could ponder further, Pei Jin had already left the terrace. His silhouette was solitary and indifferent, exuding an air of aloofness. The luxury car wound through the streets and finally halted at the entrance of an alley. Jiang Wan softly remarked, "This is it. Thank you, young Master Ji, for driving me home." Ji Yao glanced around. He had never been in such a dilapidated area, surrounded by 3- or 4-story buildings that appeared aged and worn. The walls were plastered with numerous hastily painted advertisements for appliance repairs and plumbing services, creating a disheveled and grimy atmosphere. This place starkly contrasted with Ji Yao's extravagant lifestyle, resembling 2 separate worlds divided by an invisible wall. Ji Yao had already decided that once he tired of Jiang Wan, he would generously provide her with a parting gift. With that thought in mind, Ji Yao teased, "Aren't you going to invite me up for a cup of tea?" "It's too late. I can't entertain young Master Ji. Goodbye." Jiang Wan smiled gently, as if casting a hook to lure him in. However, before Ji Yao could become enamored, she turned away without a trace of reluctance and walked towards the flickering streetlight at the alley's mouth. Ji Yao clicked his tongue, realizing she was clearly playing a game of feigned indifference. Nevertheless, he found it amusing. As Ji Yao drove away contentedly, he was unaware that the moment Jiang Wan turned, her smile vanished, replaced by a cold, restrained intent for vengeance. The Ji family. Huh. Jiang Wan entered a modest building, leisurely ascended to the 3rd floor, unlocked the door, and switched on a light. The room illuminated like daylight, clearly revealing everything within. The walls were plastered with numerous photos, all surreptitiously taken from various angles, featuring both men and women, all with the surname Ji. At the center was a crumpled newspaper clipping that read, "Ji Group celebrates its 10th anniversary. Philanthropist Ji donates 30 million, accompanied by a photograph." What philanthropist? Jiang Wan picked up a nearby compass and stabbed it into the face of this philanthropist, leaving countless tiny holes as evidence of repeated assaults. Withdrawing her hand, her icy gaze fell upon a photograph on the wall, none other than Ji Yao. To approach Ji Yao and infiltrate the Ji family was the only way to uncover those hidden sins. "It all begins with you, young Master Ji." The following day, when Jiang Wan returned to Li Garden, her colleagues, who had previously ignored her, greeted her with newfound enthusiasm. They had harbored no ill will. They merely feared she would tarnish Li Garden's reputation. However, Jiang Wan proved her worth. Wherever she went, diligent and beautiful individuals were always well received. Moreover, with her sincere and approachable smiles, she garnered even more goodwill. Jiang Wan, here is tonight's program. There are some changes, so familiarize yourself with it. All right, Jiang Wan, your costumes have arrived. I'll do your makeup shortly. Okay. Jiang Wan expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile. With over 2 hours until the first performance of the evening, the spacious and chaotic backstage was bustling, the atmosphere light and orderly. Jiang Wan sat down at the makeup mirror, ready to style her hair. Suddenly, the backstage door was kicked open with a resounding bang. The noise startled her busy colleagues. They looked up in shock. Upon recognizing the intruder, they exclaimed, "Xia Tong, what are you doing here? Didn't you take sick leave? How are you feeling now?" Xia Tong stormed in, her demeanor fierce. Ignoring the concerned inquiries, she coldly sneered, "If I don't return soon, someone might just take my place and feel perfectly justified in doing so." As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Jiang Wan, her intent unmistakable. How could she not be furious? Xia Tong was the star of Li Garden. She had only taken a single leave of absence, yet someone had usurped her position. Initially, Xia Tong had dismissed the newcomer, believing there was no way an unknown could surpass her. Perhaps, she thought, the comparison would only highlight her own irreplaceability. Yet, the seemingly inconsequential newcomer had won thunderous applause and overnight acclaim, stealing the spotlight. How could she endure this? Xia Tong coldly laughed and, loud enough for everyone to hear, spat out 2 words, "Shameless wretch." The atmosphere grew tense, silence falling so thick that one could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged pause, someone tentatively suggested, "Xia Tong, don't be like this. You took a leave, but Li Garden had to proceed with the show. Even if it's not Jiang Wan, there would be others to step in." Xia Tong glared at everyone around her, incredulous. Wow, just 1 day, and you've all been bought off by her? No one dared to respond. Xia Tong took a deep breath, pointing at Jiang Wan, "Get out. Right now." Jiang Wan maintained her smile, responding gently, "No. Why don't you demonstrate first?" "You." Xia Tong raised her hand to strike. Jiang Wan didn't even blink, effortlessly capturing Xia Tong's wrist. Xia Tong struggled. Realizing Jiang Wan's strength was surprisingly formidable, she couldn't break free. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance as someone burst in, excitement radiating from their face. Shouting, "President Pei! President Pei is here!" Chapter 4. I prefer others to seek me out. The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of polished shoes striking the wooden floor echoing slowly, like a pendulum resonating in everyone's hearts. All held their breath and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, a tall and slender figure appeared at the doorway. The man, backlit, wore a tailored suit that accentuated his fit physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, a striking figure, not to mention the captivating face that rendered one unable to look away. Even Jiang Wan's gaze lingered for a moment on his waist before she shifted her attention elsewhere. "President Pei." "Hello, President Pei." A few scattered greetings rang out. Pei Jin's gaze swept past everyone, landing squarely on Jiang Wan, and he chuckled meaningfully. Everyone instinctively shrank back, feeling the chilling aura emanating from him, the inescapable pressure filling the entire backstage area. Only Jiang Wan understood the unspoken implication. "Wish you good luck." He would not assist her. In truth, she had not expected his help, Jiang Wan thought. The silent undercurrents between them were entirely shrouded beneath the elegance of their attire, leaving anyone oblivious to the absurd encounter they had shared days prior. Jiang Wan maintained her composure, turning her gaze away first, feigning unfamiliarity. Alongside Pei Jin entered the head of the Li Yuan troupe. Upon witnessing the scene, the head was taken aback and admonished, "What is all this commotion? Get back to work. The stage awaits." The crowd swiftly dispersed, pretending to be busy. Xia Tong approached Jiang Wan and whispered, "President Pei is here, and he's on my side. Do you believe it?" "I do. Why wouldn't I?" Jiang Wan replied, aware that everyone in Li Yuan knew that Pei Jin was Xia Tong's ally. With her eyes lowered, she listened as Xia Tong complained, "President Pei, I was supposed to perform today. What qualifications does this interloper have to stand here? Can we not remove her?" Pei Jin remained indifferent, appearing disinterested, until he heard the term interloper, at which point he lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at Jiang Wan, seemingly assessing the weight of the word. Perhaps recognizing a flower among the crowd, a ghost of a smile tugged at his lips as he casually remarked, "I have no involvement in Li Yuan's affairs." Li Yuan was merely a trivial enterprise under the Pei family's name, not even deserving of the title enterprise. It was merely a lively venue. Pei Jin frequented the place, Yet he seldom intervened in its management, leaving everything to the troop leader. Besides, while he had agreed to Jiang Wan's terms allowing her to perform at Yuan, whether she could establish herself or withstand pressure from others would depend on her own capabilities. Not receiving the desired response, Xia Tong bit her lip, feeling somewhat resentful. The troop leader, pushed into a corner, could only gauge Pei Jin's mood in a manner reminiscent of his usual defense of Xia Tong. The troop leader cleared his throat and declared, "Tonight, Xia Tong will still take the stage." Xia Tong was elated, shoving Jiang Wan aside to occupy the makeup mirror, summoning others to fuss over her appearance. Jiang Wan was relegated to the sidelines. Then, she heard a deep, magnetic chuckle close behind her. Each word from Pei Jin's lips drilling into her ear. "If you were to plead with me, I might consider it." Pei Jin's presence enveloped Jiang Wan, and that intimate whisper was reminiscent of lovers, evoking memories of a stormy night, even more passionate than the present moment. Their closeness brought forth flashes of wild, burning images. Pei Jin's gaze fell upon the delicate, porcelain-like nape of Jiang Wan's neck, her skin so fair that the slightest touch would cause it to blush. Even now, a mark remained, a testament to his kiss. Pei Jin's eyes darkened, yet Jiang Wan seemed to sense his intent. The moment his fingers were about to descend, she swiftly dodged. Fortunately, no one was looking their way. "President Pei, I do not enjoy soliciting assistance." Jiang Wan smiled lightly, returning his tone with equal hauteur. "I prefer others to seek my favor." No sooner had she spoken than a throng of individuals entered, carrying an array of floral arrangements. Some bouquets towered higher than the people themselves, quickly filling the space with their fragrant aroma. Not only the backstage, but the entire courtyard was awash with flowers. Each bouquet bore Jiang Wan's name. This was a peculiar custom set forth by the troop leader. When someone booked a performer, they would sponsor all the flowers, and the designated performer would take the stage. Naturally, the flowers could only be purchased from Yuan, and their prices were exorbitant, making those who gifted them rare. While those who booked performers were even rarer, Jiang Wan was the chosen performer. Such a display had not been seen at Yuan for some time. The grand spectacle captured everyone's attention. My goodness, so many flowers. These bouquets cost thousands, it's at least 6 figures. And they booked Jiang Wan to perform. Look at the card. Who is the benefactor? It's Ji Sanshao. Spending lavishly was indeed something Ji Yao could do. Congratulations. You've achieved your heart's desire. Pei Jin retracted his hand, his expression neutral, but to Jiang Wan's ears, his words carried an undercurrent of mockery. Surprised, she glanced over, only to see Pei Jin had already turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xia Tong, halfway through her makeup, seethed with jealousy. Clenching her fists, she scoffed. "Did you all see? Our newcomer is no ordinary talent. She has captivated Ji Sanshao after just one performance." Jiang Wan, Xia Tong called loudly, ensuring everyone could hear. "Was it Ji Sanshao who took you home last night? How many times did you sleep together?" The moment those words left her lips, the gazes surrounding Jiang Wan shifted, laden with suspicion. Even Pei Jin paused momentarily, a hint of cold derision flickering in his eyes. Without halting, his tall figure melded into the night, his cold lips barely visible. At the center of the storm, Jiang Wan averted her gaze. A smile graced her lips, warm and gentle, yet every word was sharp as a blade. "I can tolerate many things, but slander is not one of them. You'd best apologize sincerely. Otherwise, should you be responsible for my fall into the water last night, I could accuse you of attempted murder." The incident of Jiang Wan falling into the water had not spread widely, but in a place as bustling as Yuan, whispers were inevitable. Xia Tong's expression faltered as she retorted, "You're slandering me. When did I push you into the water?" Jiang Wan shook her head, regarding her with a look of disbelief. "You don't honestly think surveillance cameras are mere decoration, do you? Fool." The last 2 words were spoken in a hushed tone, audible only to the 2 of them. Xia Tong was infuriated, yet none of her colleagues came to her aid. While a heated argument was one thing, threatening someone else's life was another. Fearing the cameras might have indeed captured her actions, Xia Tong's anxiety grew. If Jiang Wan clung to this, she could find herself unjustly tainted. In a moment of doubt, Xia Tong reluctantly took a step back. I didn't mean it. It was an accident. I'm sorry. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Wan shook her head. "Not sufficient. I can't feel your sincerity." "I'm sorry," Xia Tong shouted. "I should have spoken carelessly or defamed you. Is that sincere enough?" "Barely acceptable, I suppose," Jiang Wan shrugged. What can I say? I'm just too kind. Xiaotong nearly spat blood in anger. Just wait and see. She glared at Jiang Wan, pushing past the tightly packed flowers in her fury. After the commotion, no one had the mind for idle chatter, each returning to their tasks until the performance began. Jiang Wan delivered a steady performance, utterly unfazed by external distractions. Once on stage, her captivating voice and stunning appearance ensnared the audience's attention. Jiao watched from below, utterly enthralled. He had no understanding of the performance, but was captivated by every gesture and smile from the performer. Ji Yao found it curious. Although he had seen many beauties, the initial astonishment faded with time. Yet Jiang Wan was different. She possessed an innate air of mystery. The closer one got, the more one craved her presence. Such a trait was truly singular. As the performance concluded, Ji Yao eagerly rushed backstage to take credit, implying that the flowers were his generous gift to support Jiang Wan. Was she not thrilled? Did she not feel honored? Surely now she could accept his room key? Chapter 5. Unappreciative. As Jiang Wan returned the clean coat, she proactively added Ji Yao on WeChat. Ji Yao's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Worth it. Those flowers were worth every penny. Yet in the next moment his smile faltered. Jiang Wan had just transferred money to him. The flowers from Li Yuan counted as tips. The troupe members took a 20% cut, another 20% went to the house, and I take 60%, leaving me with 60,000, which I'm sending to you. What do you mean by this? Ji Yao could hardly believe his eyes, his handsome face flushed with anger. He relished spending lavishly on women, and they reciprocated by eagerly accepting his offerings, purchasing handbags, cars, and houses. The more extravagant, the better. Yet there was Jiang Wan, utterly oblivious to his affections. Despite his fondness and patience for her, his temper flared at this moment. I can indulge in romantic playfulness with you, and you may feign reluctance, but cross that line, and you become utterly unappealing. Do you understand? According to his usual courting methods, she should have succumbed last night. Instead, he found himself extending yet another wave of flattery today, convinced she would relent. But this woman continued to maintain her pretentious facade. What arrogance! Ji Yao's face hardened as he contemplated that if Jiang Wan softened her stance now, he would still be inclined to forgive her transgressions, if only for the sake of her beauty. To his surprise, Jiang Wan burst into laughter. Only when her laughter threatened to provoke his ire did she compose herself and speak slowly. Third young Master Ji, I am different from you. I'm a traditional person who takes emotions seriously and does not indulge in frivolity. Moreover, you are enamored only with my appearance, not with who I am. There are many beautiful faces. You will find others you prefer. Jiang Wan's words were akin to handing him a rejection card. Ji Yao had never been a lovesick fool, and her words stripped him of all dignity, leaving him with a face as dark as thunder as he stormed off. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back, finding Jiang Wan standing resolutely in the same spot. The dim corridor cast shadows around her slender figure standing upright at the juncture of light and dark, akin to a sword's edge, embodying a blend of softness and unyielding spirit. She resembled not a rose, but the moon in the sky, so near yet so unattainable. Cursing under his breath, Ji Yao abruptly turned back, his fierce demeanor suggesting he might lash out at Jiang Wan. The few colleagues who dared linger nearby braced themselves for a potential altercation. In a fit of frustration, Ji Yao lowered his head and asked, "What if I pursue you? Will you permit me to?" Having traversed through countless romantic entanglements, this was his first instance of humbling himself, of actively seeking her affection. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a smile, as if she were petting a dog, akin to bestowing a favor. "Let us see how you perform." Even that simple phrase ignited a spark in Ji Yao, his eyes shining with renewed vigor. The onlookers were left in awe. My goodness, what else could this be but the workings of infatuation? Previously, remarks from Xiaotong had suggested Jiang Wan was trying to ensnare Ji Yao. Now, it appeared the roles were reversed. Did Jiang Wan pursue him? Not at all. Did Ji Yao take the bait? Absolutely. Third young master, Ji, clung stubbornly, willingly seeking Jiang Wan to toss him a line. He was ready to bite. The performance had concluded, and most colleagues had left the dimly lit venue, leaving only Jiang Wan, who had yet to change after removing her makeup. Ji Yao, displaying a remarkable understanding, stood vigil at the dressing room door without needing to be told. His intentions were unmistakable. He would escort Jiang Wan home after she changed. Such attentiveness was unprecedented. Yet, once again, Jiang Wan declined. You may leave first. No explanations. No reasons. She simply dismissed him. Jiao was about to retort when he met Jiang Wan's unusually calm gaze, causing him to startle, recalling her words. Let us see how you perform. He sprang from his seat, as if jolted by an electric shock. He couldn't resist, adding with bravado, if you leave, I shall return tomorrow. Jiang Wan took her time changing. By the time she emerged, the venue was empty. She switched off the last light and departed through the back garden's arching bridge. Halfway through her walk, she received a phone call from someone whose tone was laden with exasperation. Still daring to cross that bridge? Have you forgotten how you fell yesterday? You can't swim, yet you gamble with your safety. I'm torn between admiring your bravery and questioning your memory. Jiang Wan chuckled, her gaze drifting towards a nearby high-rise, where she discerned a vague silhouette by the window. Isn't someone there? What do I have to fear? Wait. I can't handle this charm. Though aware that Jiang Wan was merely jesting, the unfiltered sweetness of her words made one's scalp prickle. The caller coughed violently, his face turning crimson as he hastily cleared his throat to return to business. Ahem, I've made progress on the inquiry you requested. Jiang Wan paused, her feet rooted to the spot. Most of the paintings taken from your home years ago were destroyed, but some of your mother Meng Wenjin's works remain. One titled Moon Viewing Pavilion is currently held by an auction house. I've confirmed they will hold an auction at the end of the month. However, this auction house is quite exclusive, inviting only select VIPs. The security is stringent, and no one else can enter, much less participate in the bidding. The voice on the other end hesitated before continuing. Jiang Wan, are you certain the item your mother left you is within that painting? Not sure, but I must try. Jiang Wan kicked a pebble by the roadside, and as she lifted her head again, she declared, All right, brother Changzhong, you need not concern yourself with the rest. I will find a way. With that, she ended the call and strode forward. In the distant high-rise, Changzhong listened to the dial tone after the call was cut off, his brow furrowed, only to witness the girl wave her hand without looking back. That delicate figure stepped into the night, slowly engulfed by the surrounding shadows, resolute yet solitary. Cheng Zhang's thoughts drifted back 5 years. Chapter 6, wanted to slap him, yet fearing it would bring him joy. 5 years prior, Yundu had been the scene of a sensational news event. Renowned painter Meng Wenjin had hanged herself at home, leaving behind a letter accusing her husband Jiang Weiman of infidelity, negligence, and fabricating various falsehoods, slandering the head of the Ji family, Ji Yong. The news reverberated throughout the city. Why? Because the figures involved were exceedingly prominent. Ji Yong, the legendary patriarch of the Ji family who rose from humble beginnings, a well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist. Meng Wenjin, once hailed as the youngest and most talented painter, whose works were masterpieces in composition and meaning. Yet, all this paled in comparison to the explosive content of that letter. For Jiang Weiman was a prominent journalist, armed with his pen as a sword. He dared to speak and write, even facing assassination attempts due to his audacity. He had championed the cause of countless individuals seeking justice, from workers owed wages to others in need. If there was no evidence, he would dig deeper. He would disguise himself, infiltrate the underbelly of society, unearthing the truth. Such a man had, at one time, become an idol and hero in the eyes of many. Yet, this time, the idol's shine had tarnished. The hero was revealed to be motivated by greed. It turned out that his previous articles were all fabrications. In a single night, Jiang Weiman transformed from a figure of adoration to one of disdain. Perhaps he was aware of his sullied reputation and vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. Rumors circulated that he absconded with money and a new lover, now living a life of luxury. At first, Cheng Zheng shared a similar sentiment, and thus the case was swiftly closed, with few seeking answers thereafter. Until one day, on his way home from work, he was confronted by a girl barely 18, strikingly beautiful, her face a canvas of defiance. With a trembling yet resolute voice, she stated, My mother did not commit suicide. She was murdered. The letter was forged. It is not her handwriting. My father did not run away with another woman or abscond with money. He is dead, killed by the Ji family, and only the killer knows where his body lies. That was the 18-year-old Jiang Wan. Naive, innocent, and easily shattered. Cheng Zheng recalled how he had remained silent for a considerable time before responding. But you have no evidence. At that moment, Jiang Wan gazed steadily at him, devoid of the breakdown and hysteria Cheng Zheng had anticipated. She did not plead for his assistance as a victim's family member to investigate the case further. She merely stated, "I will find the evidence." After saying that, she turned and left, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Cheng Jing's eyelid twitched, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped her arm, asking, "What are you going to do?" The 18-year-old Jiang Wan slowly extricated herself from his grip, tears welling in her eyes, yet never falling. Instead, bursting into laughter as if swearing an oath, "I will find the evidence, I promise." Afterward, he learned that Jiang Wan had gone abroad. Cheng Jing thought that with time, the pain would fade, or perhaps the young girl would come to terms with reality. However, Jiang Wan's words echoed incessantly in his mind. On another sleepless night, he sat in silence for a long while before ultimately reaching out to reopen the dust-covered case file. Regrettably, 5 years had passed, and he had achieved nothing. Cheng Jing smiled bitterly as he rubbed his face and lit another cigarette. The ground at his feet was littered with cigarette butts. Upon returning home, Jiang Wan immediately searched for information about the auction house online, and indeed, rumors were circulating. Yet, as Cheng Jing had indicated, this auction house was exceedingly exclusive, inviting only select individuals. Others had no hope of gaining entry, not to mention the exorbitant starting bid. It was clearly a game for the affluent elite. Jiang Wan stared intently at a blurry, clandestinely taken photograph on the webpage, recognizing instantly that it was her mother's painting. Moon viewing platform. Outsiders often speculated about the profound meanings behind the artwork, but in truth, that painting held little significance. Jiang Wan shut down her computer and entered the bathroom. 5 years ago, Meng Wenjin had left behind one final message in this world, aside from a forged suicide note. There was something hidden meant for Jiang Wan. Unfortunately, a certain philanthropist surnamed Ji had sent people to invade their home, stealing most of their valuables and leaving the house completely burned. Given Jiang Wan's understanding of her mother, that hidden item was likely concealed within her paintings. Thus, she had to attend this auction. She must reclaim that painting. Jiang Wan exhaled deeply and sank into the prepared bathtub. The steam enveloped her, loosening every pore. As the fatigue of the day gradually dissipated, with her eyes closed, she unknowingly drifted into a dream of her childhood. It was an unremarkable night, neither a holiday nor an anniversary, yet the moon was bright and full. At that time, they had not yet adopted her younger sister, Jiang Xing. The three of them sat together, huddled around a small stove, brewing tea and roasting chestnuts. Jiang Weiman had a unique skill. With a handful of tea leaves and a cup of milk, he could concoct the most delicious milk tea. Young Jiang Wan, who adored milk tea, would gaze at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. "Wow, Dad, you are amazing." Until one day, Jiang Weiman sneakingly poured store-bought milk tea into the small pot, only to be caught red-handed by Jiang Wan. It was then she realized she had been deceived for years. "Dad, you big liar." At that moment, Jiang Weiman burst into laughter, hoisting young Jiang Wan onto his shoulder and running beneath the moonlight, exclaiming, "Little moon, hold on tight. Daddy will take you to pick stars. All right?" Jiang Wan promptly forgot about the milk tea incident and sweetly replied, Okay. The father and daughter played joyously, jumping around and sweating profusely. Meng Wenjin watched them with a smile, thinking they were two little monkeys. Upon hearing her, the big monkey halted, and the little monkey exchanged a glance with him, grinning widely. They then united in an assault on Meng Wenjin, shouting, "Watch out, dear wife. Mom, look at me." By the end of the evening, both father and daughter had received a slap on the wrist. Jiang Weiman, still rubbing his forehead, remarked, "Delicious." Meng Wenjin almost dealt him another slap, but feared it would only please him. In the end, she carried her sweet, soft daughter away, punishing him to sleep in the study. As they entered the room, little Jiang Wan pressed her face against her mother's, recalling a fairy tale she had recently finished. Pointing at the round moon and asking, "Mom, is there really a Chang'e on the moon?" Meng Wenjin smiled and countered, "My dear, what do you think?" Jiang Wan shook her head like a little adult, declaring, "I think not. She is just a character in a story." Meng Wenjin said nothing, but a few days later, a painting appeared at the foot of Jiang Wan's bed. It depicted the moon from that night, along with a lonely and ethereal Chang'e deep within the moon. Young Jiang Wan earnestly named the painting Moon Viewing Platform. The water in the bathtub had turned cold, piercingly cold. Jiang Wan did not rise. She allowed her body to gradually slip beneath the surface, without even a hint of struggle. "I miss you all so much. I miss you all so much." Countless times, She had contemplated abandoning everything, surrendering to the void, waiting to reunite with her parents. She longed to return to that time, to see her father's silly grin, to gaze into her mother's gentle, love-filled eyes. But she could not go back. With her eyes closed, she listened as water filled her ears, isolating her from the surrounding sounds until a loud banging began to grow more insistent. With a resounding crash, Jiang Wan rose from the bathtub. This time, she could hear it clearly. Someone was banging on the door. Chapter 7. Together in Madness. The house she rented in this alley was far from secure. Night after night, drunken ruffians would deliberately cause trouble. Jiang Wan dressed with a blank expression and pulled a knife from beneath the sofa. She then opened the door directly. The person outside, who had been banging, paused momentarily before revealing an apologetic smile, tinged with a sense of urgency. It was Mr. Lin, the assistant to Pei Jean. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, discreetly putting the knife away. "Is there something you need at this late hour?" Mr. Lin nodded hurriedly. "Miss Jiang, could you come with me to see President Pei? He is not in a good state, and I truly had no other option but to seek your help." 2 hours earlier, the Pei family's dinner party was proceeding as usual. The servants were bustling about, ensuring every corner was immaculate. The 8 private chefs, hired at a high salary, showcased their culinary skills to perfection. Pei Jean was always the last to arrive. He pulled out his chair and sat down, lifting his eyelids to glance at the empty seat across from him, scoffing. "What kind of family banquet is this? There are only 3 of us here. Old man, could you please refrain from organizing these affairs in the future?" Pei's grandfather shot him a glare, silently warning him to behave. Pei Jean pretended not to notice. The large dining table felt cold and desolate, occupied only by Pei's grandfather and a newly seated Pei Jean, along with a middle-aged man who had a decent face but was slightly overweight. Pei Jin's biological father, Pei Wan. 3 individuals, 2 pairs of fathers and sons. Even a single glance felt tedious. A servant standing at a distance, unaware of the Pei family's intricacies, tugged at the sleeve of another and whispered, "Hey, did you see? The madam isn't here again. Are they divorced? Don't spread rumors. That's not true. Then why does the madam never show up? Shoo, stop discussing the family's matters." The atmosphere at the dining table was rather tense. Pei's grandfather tossed aside the napkin he had been using and shot a sidelong glance at Pei Wan, asking, "Is Ruoxian still unwilling to come?" "Dad, you know Su Ruoxian's temperament. She won't even meet me, let alone join us for dinner." Pei Wan shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Good. I don't want to see her cold face either." In earlier years, they had put on a facade of harmony in public, but now they lived separately, no longer bothering to maintain appearances. Old Master Pei glanced outside and sighed. "All right, let us eat." The meal proceeded without a hint of tranquility. During the dinner, Pei Wan's phone rang several times, each call marked by a woman's name. He chose not to answer, but after the meal, he exchanged pleasantries with the old man and hurriedly departed. Just before leaving, as if recalling something, Pei Wan paused and said to Pei Jean, "If you visit your mother, please bring her my regards." Pei Jean scoffed, too apathetic to respond. The untouched dishes were cleared away, and a servant placed an item into Pei Jean's car, a carefully balanced wooden pot. The old man remarked, "I had the chef prepare some soup. Please deliver it to your mother." Pei Jean remained unmoved. The old man sighed again, urging, "Go on." Seated in the car, Pei Jean leaned back and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Perhaps it was the strong drink he had just consumed or the chill of the wind he had braved earlier, but a dull ache began to throb in his head. "Where to, Mr. Pei?" "To you, Jing." Remembering the old man's instructions, Pei Jean furrowed his brow in irritation. "Let us first stop by Zhu Shanju." "Understood." Assistant Lin slowly started the vehicle. Yu Jing was Pei Jin's private residence, the villa where he often stayed, located in the affluent area of Yundu, surrounded by vibrant scenery. Zhu Shanju, on the other hand, was where his mother, Su Ruoxian, resided, a courtyard situated in the suburbs. Su Ruoxian had lived there alone for several years, showing no intention of moving out. Assistant Lin, glancing through the rearview mirror, looked at Pei Jean with concern, hoping that today's encounter would be less dramatic and avoid any unpleasantness. Upon arrival, the door was closed. After knocking twice, someone finally opened it. "The young master has arrived. Please come in." The servant stepped aside respectfully, stating, "Madam is in the courtyard." Pei Jean, tall and long-limbed, quickly maneuvered past the verdant bamboo grove and spotted a woman seated quietly on a mat. Su Ruoxian, though no longer young, had aged gracefully. Her delicate bone structure remained evident despite the signs of time. Bathed in soft light, she exuded a serene gentleness. Before Pei Jean could utter mother, he met her gaze cold, cutting, and dismissive, shattering any semblance of warmth. Clenching his hands at his sides, he swallowed the words he could not voice and said coolly, "The old man asked me to bring this soup. Since I've delivered it, I shall take my leave." As he took a couple of steps away, a loud thud echoed behind him. The wooden pot, along with its insulated bag, was hurled into the trash bin. The air was thick with the rich aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall, a delicacy that had simmered for over 20 hours. Su Ruoxian, wiping her hands, spoke calmly, "Do not come again. I do not wish to see you." Under the dim light, Pei Jean's tall figure cast a long shadow. Lost in thought, he suddenly smiled, his deep, melodious voice resonating with a haunting calmness. "But what can I do? You have only me as your son. When you pass, it will be my burden to bury you." A loud crash erupted as a table was overturned. Immediately, a teacup was hurled at Pei Jean's back. He remained still, allowing the cup to fall and shatter at his feet. "I have another son, Pei Zhe. He is more obedient, more accomplished, and more caring than you." Su Ruoxian raged like a deranged lunatic, screaming, "Why wasn't he at you who died? Pei Jean, why was it not you who perished back then? Get out! Get out!" Her furious roar echoed under the dark night sky. Indeed, it was not he who had died, and for that, she was disappointed. Pei Jean chuckled bitterly, not glancing back as he strode away. Assistant Lin trailed behind, too anxious to breathe. "To the hotel, not back to you, Jing." In the back seat, Pei Jean closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. Assistant Lin nodded, changing direction. This was Pei Jin's habit. When he was in a foul mood, he would not return to his private residence. 20 minutes later, Assistant Lin reminded, "Mr. Pei, we have arrived." Pei Jean exited the car, his tall frame swaying slightly. Assistant Lin rushed to assist him, but Pei Jean steadied himself. Assistant Lin hurriedly pressed the elevator button. As the elevator ascended rapidly, Pei Jean's forehead pulsed with veins, and even the color of his pupils seemed to shift. Assistant Lin gasped, quickly pulling out his phone to call for help. "Mr. Pei's migraine is acting up again. Bring the medical kit and painkillers quickly." Pei Jean declined. Once his migraine struck, painkillers were ineffective. Even doctors could do nothing to alleviate it. He simply had to endure. "You may leave work now." Pei Jean settled on the large bed in the presidential suite, waving his hand to dismiss Assistant Lin. Concerned, Assistant Lin hesitated but did not leave. He called again, urging, "Hurry with the painkillers and injections." Chapter 8. This was delivered to you. The voice on the other end sounded anxious. "Lin, I'm downstairs. The elevator requires a key card to access. Come down and let me in." "On my way." Assistant Lin hung up and hurried downstairs, oblivious to the shadowy figure lurking nearby. Dressed in a black dress that hugged her curves, Xiaodong was undeniably alluring. After leaving Li Yuan, she had not returned, unable to tolerate Jiang Wan, whose very presence irritated her to no end. Thus, she had invited a close friend for shopping and dining, intending to vent her frustrations about Jiang Wan. They had lingered longer than expected, and as they approached the hotel, she spotted Pei Jin's car entering. Compelled by some unseen force, Xiaodong abandoned her friend and stealthily followed him to the top floor of the hotel. Did Mr. Pei reside here? Could this mean Xiaodong's heart raced at the thought? She bit her lip and, noticing no one around, boldly rang the doorbell. The chime echoed, but no one answered. Inside, she could faintly hear sounds of commotion. Tentatively, she pushed the door and discovered it was unlocked. What serendipity! Summoning her courage, Xiaodong stepped inside, forcing a radiant smile on her face. Mr. Pei, in the next moment, her smile froze. The presidential suite was in utter disarray. Expensive decorations lay shattered across the floor. Amidst the chaos, Pei Jin's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging at his temples, exuding an aura of wrath and terror, as if he were a tyrant. Just a glance from him sent a wave of paralyzing fear coursing through Xiaodong, rendering her immobile and icy. "Get out!" A six-figure porcelain vase crashed at her feet. Startled, Xiaodong gasped, her face paling in terror. She fled without a second thought. Inside the room, Pei Jin pressed his hands against his temples, veins bulging, each joint cracking with the pressure. Waves of pain surged through him, sharp and relentless, as if someone were chiseling into his skull with a tool. His eyes glowed with rage as he grasped a shard of glass, crimson blood oozing from his palm. When Assistant Lin rushed back with the medical kit, he nearly fainted. Mr. Pei Jin's hands were stained with blood, dripping steadily, yet he laughed, a wild, unhinged laugh. What? You're the boss. I wouldn't dare speak. Assistant Lin quickly opened the kit, retrieving the painkillers. Pei Jin showed no intention of using them. Over the years, such medications had ceased to offer him relief. A glass of strong liquor is far more gratifying. Pei Jin opened the liquor cabinet and retrieved a bottle of the exquisite drink he had last savored. Its flavor was indeed delightful, smooth, rich, and intoxicating. He leaned unsteadily against the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, half closing his eyes as he gazed at the bustling traffic below. As his thoughts wandered, the anguished cries of Su Ruoxian echoed in his ears, conjuring memories of a face that bore a striking resemblance to his own, as well as the dark, suffocating basement. Scenes from the past flashed before him, ultimately crystallizing into the image of a radiant, enchanting smile. Gradually, Pei Jin's body relaxed, but an onslaught of a migraine surged forth, causing his glass to slip from his grasp and shatter on the floor as he too crumpled down. Assistant Lin returned with a cup of honey water just in time to overhear Pei Jin muttering that name. Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan. Lin paused for a moment, his ears perking up in realization. The cryptic words Pei Jin had spoken on the terrace of Li Garden the previous night suddenly coalesced with this name. Acting swiftly, Assistant Lin retrieved the information he had previously gathered on Jiang Wan and dialed her number, but after 3 attempts, there was no answer. Goodness, what could she be doing? Please pick up the phone. Lin paced anxiously, eventually deciding to follow the address he had on hand. He knocked vigorously on the iron gate, waiting impatiently until footsteps finally approached. The door opened, revealing Jiang Wan, her hair still damp. Miss Jiang, Mr. Pei is in a very poor state. I urge you to come take a look. Poor state? You should go to the hospital. I'm not a doctor. Jiang Wan remained unmoved, attempting to close the door. Hey, Miss Jiang, Assistant Lin exclaimed, nearly getting his fingers caught as the door abruptly swung open again. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Wan had composed herself, a hint of a smile replacing her earlier indifference. Since you've come all this way, I can't just ignore it. Let's go check on Mr. Pei. Huh? Lin was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Oh, thank you, Miss Jiang. As they settled into the car, Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, contemplating that no matter how high the threshold of the auction, Pei Jin would undoubtedly be on their guest list. Well then, Mr. Pei, it seems you have come to me yourself. Soon, they arrived at the luxurious 7-star hotel, a property owned by Pei Jin, with the entire top floor, the 88th, designated as his private domain. Jiang Wan was already familiar with this upon her first visit. Navigating without assistance, she arrived at the presidential suite door with ease. Gently turning the doorknob, she stepped inside. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows lurked a trembling figure, covering their mouth as they watched her retreating silhouette, eyes filled with fear and jealousy. The figure pressed the shutter, quietly capturing a photograph. Inside the room, darkness enveloped her. The lights were off. Taking another step forward, Jiang Wan stumbled over something on the floor. Before she could discern what it was, a searing presence approached from behind, and a large hand clamped around her neck, forcefully pinning her against the wall. Ouch! The impact sent pain radiating through her back, and she let out a muffled groan. Before she could react, the grip on her neck tightened like a vice. Struggling to breathe, she managed to utter Pei Jin. The hand hesitated for a moment, and the raging figure experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. The lights flickered on. Pei Jin released her, rubbing her sore neck. Jiang Wan let out a sigh of relief as Pei Jin merely glanced at her before turning away, his voice hoarse and frigid. Get out. Okay, Jiang Wan replied. But as she walked past him, she suddenly smirked and, without hesitation, raised her foot and delivered a forceful kick. Pei Jin, caught off guard, toppled onto the grand bed. In the next instant, Jiang Wan straddled his back, adopting a position of control. Looking down at him, behave and don't move. Pei Jin was nearly brought to laughter by her audacity. He never anticipated that this woman would be so bold as to kick him. With just her little strength, he could easily flip her over. Yet, inexplicably, he remained still. In those 2 suspended seconds, Jiang Wan bent forward, her damp hair brushing against his face, bringing a slight tickle. So, it seems even Mr. Pei can find himself in such a predicament. Chapter 9, What Innocence? As the lights illuminated the room, Jiang Wan beheld the chaos within and the crimson hue of Pei Jin's eyes. His expression darkened. Yet, in the next moment, a warm, gentle fingertip pressed against his temple, applying a gentle yet deliberate pressure. Pei Jin's body stiffened. The vulnerability of such a sensitive area triggered a conditioned reflex, causing his muscles to tense as though he might throw her out, but he restrained himself. Jiang Wan's fingers were deft, applying just the right amount of pressure with remarkable patience. Pei Jin closed his eyes, his frayed nerves gradually unwinding. "Is this comfortable?" Jiang Wan inquired. Pei Jin maintained a stern expression. "Not comfortable." "Ah," Jiang Wan responded, a hint of surprise in her tone, then nodded endure it. Her voice was devoid of emotion, lacking even the pretense of concern. Pei Jin found himself amused. Then Jiang Wan's voice rang out again. "Let us distract you. Would you like to hear a tune, Mr. Pei?" Pei Jin smirked slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Jiang Wan, undeterred, continued on her own. A melodious, gentle tune began to rise, akin to the enchanting breeze of the mountains, unexpectedly enveloping him. Pei Jin was taken aback. He had anticipated that Jiang Wan would play a song from the speaker, but instead, she began to hum softly herself. The elongated melody, combined with her pleasant voice, was captivating. This was a lullaby. Pei Jin opened his eyes. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the brilliance in Jiang Wan's eyes, which sparkled with light, lending her an astonishing softness. "What is the name of this song?" he inquired. "It has no name. I just made it up," she replied. "Very beautiful." Pei Jin nodded, but in the next moment, his tone shifted, the oppressive undertone re-emerging. "Jiang Wan." He pronounced her name with a hint of mockery. "Are you trying to curry favor with me?" "Ah, I've been discovered." Jiang Wan blinked innocently, her demeanor shifting to one of cunning amusement, her smile sly as a fox. In a tone that suggested she was laying her cards on the table, she stated calmly, "There is an auction at the end of the month. I'd like to attend. Mr. Pei, you'll be free. One to you?" Pei Jin narrowed his eyes, his dark gaze laden with threatening implications and evident disdain. What a charming way to phrase it. You merely want to gain something. This woman, so enamored with vanity, who relentlessly sought more. Pei Jin scoffed, gripping Jiang Wan's chin, their positions reversed as he pressed her beneath him. "What you desire, I can provide. However, to think you would want more after just this simple song is quite presumptuous." Jiang Wan was utterly baffled. "I merely wish for you to show your face, so I can gain entry to the auction. What more could I want?" Gradually, she began to grasp Pei Jin's insinuations, her eyes widening in realization. "If Mr. Pei is unavailable, I shall have to approach young Master Ji. I believe he would be quite willing." As her words fell, the grip Pei Jin had on her chin tightened significantly. His rough fingertip grazed her lips, seemingly intrigued, as he pressed down several more times. Jiang Wan's lips reddened from his touch, resembling a tempting shade of rouge. Pei Jin's eyes darkened, his expression grim. At that moment, Jiang Wan's phone chimed, a series of WeChat notifications lighting up the screen. The sender was Ji Yao, whose contact she had just added today. He had inundated her with messages, inquiring whether she had arrived home and why she had not responded. Finally, he added, "Can I miss you?" The phone lay within reach, visible to both Jiang Wan and Pei Jin, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Pei Jin nearly applauded. "Can I miss you?" How innocent and naïve. He was unsure which nerve had been struck within him, but as Jiang Wan turned her head to avoid him, he let out a cold laugh, capturing her chin and kissing her forcefully. The kiss was abrupt, devoid of finesse, driven solely by primal instinct and possessiveness. They had shared more intimate moments before, the memories of that stormy night lingering in the room. The windowsill, the floor, the bathroom, all bore the marks of that night. Pei Jin smiled darkly. "Let me help you recall. So you know whose bed you are currently in?" Jiang Wan took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Mr. Pei, didn't you despise me? What do you wish to accomplish now? To express your hatred? Indeed, I loathe you." Jiang Wan's lips twitched, and just as she prepared to kick him again, Pei Jin groaned, likely feeling another wave of pain, loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free and decisively turned to retrieve her coat, heading for the door. At the entrance, she inadvertently kicked over a fruit bowl. Miss Jiang, hearing the commotion, Assistant Lin approached the door, ready to inquire, but Jiang Wan interrupted with a smile. "I believe Mr. Pei's headache isn't as severe as it seems." "Ah." Assistant Lin was perplexed. Jiang Wan had already bypassed him, making her exit. Assistant Lin pondered briefly before deciding to check on the situation inside. The suite was still in disarray, yet the oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe had dissipated. Pei Jin stood by the windowsill, his demeanor unchanged, exuding an air of nonchalance. As dawn broke, the sun's rays were dazzling, casting Pei Jin's tall, slender form in a golden hue, almost divine in its elegance. "Mr. Pei, are you feeling better?" Assistant Lin exhaled in relief, but just as he began to celebrate, he caught Pei Jin's gaze, who smiled slightly. Assistant Lin's heart sank. He knew what was coming. "Could you explain why Jiang Wan is here?" "Oh heavens! Distinguish truth from deception." Assistant Lin nearly choked on his own frustration, regretting not having recorded a video the previous night to confront his boss with undeniable proof. Yet, he had no evidence. Maintaining his professionalism, he replied with a smile, "Mr. Pei, you called out Miss Zhang's name last night, which is why I brought her here." "That's impossible." Pei Jin dismissed him without a second thought, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. "I merely had a headache, not a fit. How could I have called her name?" Assistant Lin struggled to defend himself. "You did, truly. You must have misheard." If he had misheard, it was not entirely out of the question. Assistant Lin found himself lost in thought, doubting his own recollection. Pei Jin's voice had been too soft, too indistinct. Perhaps he had not called Jiang Wan, but rather mentioned something from the night. It was feasible to confuse the two. However, something felt off. Before he could ponder further, Pei Jin interrupted, "I'll give you a 3-day paid leave. You may leave now." "Thank you, Mr. Pei." Assistant Lin bowed slightly, abandoning his thoughts and exiting. The surroundings fell silent. Pei Jin glanced at his phone, tapping twice, and a melody emerged from a saved recording. A gentle, lilting tune sung by a girl, though regrettably brief at only 30 seconds. He could vividly recall the soft, nostalgic expression on Jiang Wan's face as she sang that nursery rhyme. It was evident she had enjoyed a carefree childhood, a happy and loving family. Yet, her parents had evidently failed in their guidance. Jiang Wan was ambitious and scrupulous and disloyal, playing both sides. Pei Jin smirked as he messaged another assistant. "Postpone the itinerary for the end of the month and add the auction event." Jiang Wan slept deeply, oblivious to the passage of time. When she finally awoke, it was past 3 in the afternoon. Checking her phone, she found dozens of WeChat messages from Ji Yao, none of which she read before promptly muting him. She then opened a text from an unknown number. A single punctuation mark, a period. Jiang Wan chuckled, instinctively knowing it was Pei Jin who sent it, and that it was indeed from him. It signified his acquiescence to her conditions. She savored the veiled frustration behind that simple symbol, unable to suppress her laughter for quite some time. Once she had laughed enough, she rose to wash up and change, timing her departure to coincide with her scheduled check-in at Liyuan. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Wan hesitated. A sleek silver sports car was parked outside, its metallic sheen glinting in the sunlight. Ji Yao, clad in designer attire with an expensive watch, looked immaculate, as though he could step onto a runway at any moment. He leaned against the car door, grinning charmingly. It was no wonder he was successful in his pursuits. His looks and physique were undeniably appealing. Jiang Wan paused, feigning ignorance. "What brings you here?" Ji Yao brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, stepping closer. "Since you weren't responding, I thought I'd wait for you downstairs." He chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. "And look, here I am. How long did you wait?" "An hour and a half." Ji Yao leaned in, his voice low. "Are you even a little touched?" He stood at the bottom of the steps, while Jiang Wan remained above, their eyes aligning perfectly. However, to Ji Yao's dismay, Jiang Wan's gaze remained steady, devoid of any reaction. Wasn't this enough to move her? Ji Yao felt inexplicably vexed, as if cold water had been poured over him. Jiang Wan averted her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows over her fleeting expression of coldness. It wasn't sufficient. She needed to infiltrate the power center of the Ji family, to uncover the truth behind Jiang Weiman's death, and the secrets and sins that had been concealed by the Ji family. She sought justice for her sister, Jiang Xing, who lay in a hospital bed, a mere shell of her former self. She needed to identify the murderer of her mother, Meng Wenjin. But the Ji family was notoriously suspicious, especially the philanthropic Ji Yang, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to approach. To gain entry into the Ji family, she required Ji Yao as a shield. It appeared that her first step had succeeded. Ji Yao was interested in her, but it was merely interest. Bridging the gap to access the Ji family secrets would take significantly more effort. Jiang Wan's thoughts whirled as she exhaled deeply. Remaining still, she lifted her chin, signaling to Ji Yao, "You may leave now." "Are you sending me away again?" Ji Yao could hardly bear the words, nearly losing his composure. Enduring the turmoil, he maintained his composure and uttered, "It is neither feasible to sleep with you nor to pursue you. What precisely must I do? If this is your method of pursuit, it will merely cause me trouble and disrupt my normal life." Jiang Wan glanced at him and replied coldly, "I am quite averse to it." Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, a throng of eager onlookers had gathered, their eyes nearly glued to the luxury sports car. This aging residential area, perceived as a slum by the wealthy, was unfamiliar to its residents, who had never encountered such an extravagant vehicle. Similarly, no affluent heir would demean themselves by visiting such a place. In a fleeting moment, countless eyes turned towards the spectacle, some filled with envy, others with greed. Such attention would inevitably lead to complications. Ji Yao, belatedly aware of the situation, dismissed it with a wave of his hand, suggesting, "I can simply buy you a new apartment. Come with me." He reached for Jiang Wan's hand with a grip that felt somewhat harsh. "Let go," she protested, struggling futilely against his hold. Ji Yao nearly dragged her forward, and just before she was forcibly shoved into the car, she delivered a sharp slap. Enunciating, "I said, let go." The sound of the slap resonated in the still air, and Ji Yao's expression turned ominous. He had never been known for his patience, possessing all the temperaments typical of a wealthy heir. In his elevated social standing, he was accustomed to being revered. Yet today, he found himself struck by a woman. With a cold smirk, he conceded that he was inexplicably drawn to Jiang Wan's visage. Perhaps his recent forbearance had led her to misinterpret his intentions. "Do you believe you can summon me at will? Am I a mere dog? Or do you think I am utterly devoted to you?" "Jiang Wan, heed my words. If I walk away today, do not come crying to me tomorrow." With that, Ji Yao stormed into the sports car, revving the engine loudly, startling the onlookers into retreat. Jiang Wan remained unfazed, merely rubbing her sore wrist. Whether he was likened to a dog was irrelevant. She had set him straight. Chapter 11. President Pei's affections. Jiang Wan paid no heed to Ji Yao's departure. Proceeding to Lee Garden as usual, having just changed into her costume, she heard a mocking laugh behind her. Turning around, she encountered the slightly contorted face of Xia Tong. "Still daring to provoke me?" Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, but before she could respond, Xia Tong interjected, "Do not intimidate me. That night on the arch bridge. Even if I push you, so what? I have already verified that the surveillance footage was conveniently overwritten. You have no evidence." "Ah, so you've acquired some sense?" Jiang Wan remarked, slightly surprised, glancing at Xia Tong. What did she do overnight to gain such wisdom? What learning? Xia Tong, initially baffled, soon understood that Jiang Wan was insinuating her lack of intelligence. "You." Xia Tong was furious, but quickly composed herself, retorting, "What use is your sharp tongue? Young Master Ji is absent today, and you lack the qualification to perform. In the absence of a private sponsorship, who took the stage was entirely at the discretion of the owner of the garden." Given Xia Tong's haughty demeanor, it seemed Jiang Wan's turn to perform would not come soon. However, Jiang Wan was unperturbed. She was not in need of money, and her purpose for being at Lee Garden was not solely to sing on stage. She would not remain there for long. With a serene smile, she replied, "Perfect. I could take a break." Xia Tong was momentarily silenced. She was determined to uncover Jiang Wan's weaknesses. Folding her arms, she revealed her jealousy, questioning in an accusatory tone. "I ask you, where were you last night?" Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, yet she remained silent, patiently awaiting Xia Tong's next words. "Indeed, I saw it. I witnessed you entering President Pei's room at the hotel last night." Xia Tong sneered. "You may have entangled yourself with young Master Ji, but how dare you pursue President Pei? Are you not aware that he is already fond of someone? How shameless are you, Jiang Wan?" In a cramped dressing room, Xia Tong's arrogant inquiries echoed. Jiang Wan paused, responding casually, "The person you claim to have his affections for, it wouldn't happen to be you, would it, Miss Xia?" Xia Tong was taken aback. Irate, "What concern is it of yours? Even if it's not me, it certainly wouldn't be you. He has someone he loves." "All right, understood." Jiang Wan nodded, uninterested in further dispute. "Stop right there." Xia Tong erupted in fury, pointing at Jiang Wan's retreating figure. But Jiang Wan did not look back, continuing to dismantle her hairpin as she walked away. Xia Tong, in a fit of rage, yelled, "Let me tell you the truth. The person President Pei favors is my cousin. You must know her name. She is Fong Shunning, the currently popular actress. All her resources are provided by President Pei, who has been supporting her since her debut. Their relationship is quite strong. Jiang Wan, you might as well give up. This was the first Jiang Wan had heard of it. So that was the reason Xia Tong wielded such influence at Lee Garden, with everyone flattering and adoring her. It became clear that President Pei's affection extended to those he cared about. Jiang Wan paused, but did not linger. The performance at Lee Garden was scheduled for 7:30 in the evening, and Xia Tong had already donned her elaborate attire, the sounds of music drifting from afar. As Jiang Wan crossed the arched bridge towards the roadside, she casually looked up at a massive billboard on the opposite building. The actress on the billboard exuded charm and beauty, presenting a delightful smile. The name of the spokesperson was displayed beside her, Fong Shunning. Upon turning back, Jiang Wan realized the billboard faced Lee Garden directly, where anyone standing on the terrace would easily see it. Jiang Wan blinked, retracting her gaze just as her shoulder was brushed against by two young women who were engrossed in their phones. Upon realizing they had bumped into someone, they quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "No problem." Jiang Wan picked up her fallen bag, just in time to overhear one of the girls exclaim, "Oh my gosh, look at the trending news. It's your idol." Fong Shunning was injured on set, falling from the wires, and is now being rushed to the hospital. "What?" The other girl gasped, anxiously clutching her phone. "I'm so worried about my baby. I hope she isn't seriously hurt." Jiang Wan had already hailed a taxi. The subsequent conversation faded into the distance, unclear to her. The taxi driver, activating the passenger sign, asked where to. Jiang Wan was about to provide the address when her phone rang. It was Aunt Tong from the hospital. Over the years, Aunt Tong had only called her 3 times at night, each time delivering bad news. Jiang Wan's heart sank as she swiftly answered. "Hello, Wan Wan, it's bad. Your sister Jiang Xing has experienced abnormal heart rate fluctuations and has been convulsing for several minutes. She has just been taken to the emergency room." Jiang Wan's hand trembled around the phone. "I'm on my way." She directed the driver to the first hospital. Perhaps sensing Jiang Wan's distress, the taxi driver accelerated, reaching the hospital in under 10 minutes, even offering a kind, "Take care, young lady." "Thank you." Jiang Wan pressed a 100 yuan bill into his hand, refusing change, and hurried into the hospital. The emergency room was crowded. As she rushed in, she collided with a group pushing a stretcher into the elevator. The woman lying on the stretcher had her eyes tightly shut, a strand of long hair cascading down, revealing much of her strikingly beautiful face. If she was not mistaken, it was Fong Shunning, the actress she had just seen on the billboard. Jiang Wan was in no mood for gossip, swiftly pressing the button for the elevator across from her. After a brief wait of about 20 seconds, the elevator finally arrived. She pressed the button for her floor, and the doors began to close. Just then, a hand reached in, stopping the elevator door. The person outside flashed an apologetic smile before turning to the man waiting outside the elevator, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Pei, please." Jiang Wan was taken aback. In the next moment, Pei Jin stepped into the elevator with his long, straight legs. Unlike the chaotic evening when she had suffered from a migraine, he exuded an air of refined elegance. His demeanor relaxed yet commanding. The piercing gaze he cast over the elevator was both sharp and frigid. Jiang Wan had already lowered the brim of her hat to obscure her face before he glanced her way. The reason she did not turn her back was that the elevator's mirrored walls reflected her from all angles. Fortunately, Pei Jin seemed entirely oblivious to her presence. Jiang Wan was preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Xing, her heart racing with anxiety, wishing she could kick both of them out of the elevator. As it ascended, she overheard Pei Jin inquire, "Has the overseas medical team arrived?" "Rest assured, Mr. Pei, they're already on the plane. They will rush over to examine Miss Fong as soon as they land," the assistant replied with utmost respect. Pei Jin merely grunted in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Before long, the elevator reached their floor. Jiang Wan tugged at her hat, but felt Pei Jin's gaze linger on her for a moment, likely not recognizing her. She breathed a sigh of relief. They returned to the familiar resuscitation room. Aunt Tong was waiting at the door, tearfully telling Jiang Wan, "The doctor said to prepare ourselves." "Wan Wan, you must brace for this." Chapter 12. I only have you. Jiang Xing had been in a vegetative state for 5 years. During this time, she had undergone numerous resuscitations, each narrowly escaping death. The doctor stated that for someone with Jiang Xing's injuries to survive was a miracle in itself, and the chances of her awakening were almost non-existent. Moreover, with increasing complications arising, even with meticulous care, time was no longer on their side. The most helpless thing in the world was life itself. Jiang Wan swayed slightly, a buzzing tinnitus filling her ears, rendering everything unclear. Aunt Tong, feeling her pain, gently rubbed Jiang Wan's back. Just as she was about to offer some comforting words, Jiang Wan's voice, as light as a feather, broke the silence. The year my father found Jiang Xing, it was winter. She didn't even have shoes on, shivering from the cold. My parents took off their coats to wrap her up, but she was so frightened that she kept hiding and struggling, yet she didn't cry. I reached out to her, saying, "Don't be afraid, we will protect you." At that moment, she suddenly cried, and I was utterly helpless, not knowing how to comfort her. Later, my parents adopted her and named her Jiang Xing. No matter where we were, Xiao Xing was always close to me. She was actually quite timid. Every night, she would have nightmares, coming to my room in tears. At school, she was quiet and often bullied by classmates, and I was the one who stood up for her. But this timid girl stood in front of me when those people burst into our home with knives. It has been 5 years. She has been trapped in her nightmares. How terrified she must be. Jiang Wan leaned against the wall, gazing at the brightly lit resuscitation room, her eyes reddening. "You're my only family now. I only have you. Jiang Xing, stay alive. I will find those who hurt you and take my revenge. Just wait for me. Please wait." After another 2 hours, the lights in the resuscitation room finally dimmed. The doctor emerged, removing his mask and smiling. "The patient's will to live is strong. She is temporarily out of danger." Jiang Wan stood up, leaning against the wall, only then realizing her legs felt weak. By the time Jiang Xing was wheeled back to her previous rehabilitation room, it was already 1 in the morning. The doctor had given a multitude of instructions before leaving. Aunt Tong brought in a basin of warm water, expertly washing Jiang Xing's face and cheerfully saying, "It's all right now. Let's wipe your face and hope for safety from now on." Jiang Wan managed a faint smile. The emotional roller coaster of the night had left her feeling utterly exhausted. As it was already late, Aunt Tong could hardly keep her eyes open and set up a small bed for Jiang Wan to rest. Jiang Wan shook her head. "I'm not tired. Aunt Tong, you should sleep." Aunt Tong yawned. After all, she was older and could not endure the night. She lay down and quickly fell asleep. Jiang Wan sat beside the hospital bed, watching Jiang Xing's sleeping face, gently tucking her blanket. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Jiang Xing's eyelids fluttered, as if she were about to open her eyes. Jiang Wan felt a surge of excitement, holding her breath, softly calling, "Xiao Xing?" The figure on the bed remained still. Had she seen it wrong? Jiang Wan sighed and returned to her seat, leaning against the wall, her body weary yet devoid of sleepiness. Her chest felt heavy, filled with countless resentments. She sat there for a long while until her phone vibrated twice. "Boss, I've got the goods. When can I pick them up?" Jiang Wan finally moved, replying, "Tonight? I'm coming now." 20 minutes later, Jiang Wan arrived at the entrance of a bar named Wildfire. The establishment had made waves 3 years ago, quickly capturing the attention of the wealthy youngsters of Yundu, becoming a sensation. The bar's manager, a woman in her 30s named Chun Yinling, was both stunning and adept at navigating social situations, charming everyone she met. Guests called her manager Chun, but she would wave her hands, saying she was merely the manager, not the owner. Over time, curiosity grew about the elusive owner who never revealed themselves. Jiang Wan exited the taxi and entered the bar through the back door. As soon as she stepped inside, the heavy metal music blared in her ears, every beat and rhythm igniting her blood. The dazzling lights above were blinding, and the vibrant dancers on stage dazzled the crowd. The atmosphere was electric. Jiang Wan turned a corner, not venturing further into the bar, but navigating a long corridor with familiarity until she reached a closed lounge. She entered after unlocking the code. The lounge was soundproof. Once the door closed, the thumping music outside was inaudible. Jiang Wan sat down on the sofa, casually picking up the open ledger on the table. The expenses at Wildfire were substantial, given the large staff and lavish employee benefits that set it apart from other bars. However, the profits had been steadily declining in recent months. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the door opened and closed again, and Chun Yinling entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, she dropped her professional demeanor, transforming into a chatterbox. "Oh my goodness, those rich kids outside are impossible to deal with. Especially that Ji Sanxiao. I don't know who offended him, but he insists on harassing our waiter, forcing him to change his name, claiming he despises anyone with the surname Jiang, particularly those who can sing. Unbelievable." Chun Yinling rolled her eyes dramatically, continuing, I just want to tell him that my boss is named Jiang and can indeed sing. Let's see how he reacts. Jiang Wan. So Ji Yao is here too. What a coincidence. As Chun Yinling rambled on, she finally realized something. She stared at Jiang Wan and burst into laughter. Boss. That Ji Xiao you mentioned, it wouldn't be you, would it? Jiang Wan, uninterested in her banter, extended her hand, urging, where's the stuff? Give it to me. Oh. Disappointed at not getting any gossip, Chun Yinling quickly retrieved a safe from under the table. Inside was neither a pile of cash nor any treasures, but merely a small ring. The design of the ring was exquisite, resembling a vividly lifelike butterfly. Its form was so realistic that even the colors on the butterfly's wings were crafted with remarkable precision. Jiang Wan gently nudged it and then slipped the ring onto her finger. Having retrieved the item, Jiang Wan prepared to leave without even sipping her coffee. But Chun Yinling quickly stopped her, pleading, Good boss, I beg you stay and lend a hand. What kind of help? Jiang Wan inquired. Our wildfire business is flourishing, but other bars are sabotaging us daily, causing us to lose many customers. If we want to attract patrons, we need a trump card. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. So, I want you to take the stage and lead a dance. Chun Yinling winked, her hands clasped in earnest supplication. Please, boss. This is your own establishment. You can't refuse for the sake of money, right? Jiang Wan smiled. I decline. In a booth at the bar, Ji Yao had already consumed several drinks. He was accompanied by a short-haired girl who playfully chided him. Ji Xiao, you've just had someone else's drink. Mine is still untouched. Is that so? Ye ipsilona teased, taking her glass and gulping it down before kissing her by pinching her chin. Chapter 13. Jiang Wan. I regretted the liquor flowed down as the kiss remained fervent. The short-haired girl, breathless, playfully shoved Ji Yao. You are truly infuriating. Ji Yao laughed heartily. After receiving a slap from Jiang Wan earlier that evening, Ji Yao had come to the bar, gathering a group of friends to form a model party. Now surrounding him were stunning models, each more alluring than the last. A notorious playboy, he had briefly reigned in his escapades, mesmerized by a captivating enchantress. However, upon reflection, that enchantress was nothing extraordinary, cold, proud, and difficult to please. Epsilona, his eyes hazy from the drink, found the models around him eager to please, each employing their charms to win him over. No one dared to refuse his whims, nor did anyone dare to slap him again. Ji Yao waved his hand, ordering several bottles of the most expensive liquor, declaring, drink to your heart's content. Tonight, I shall foot the bill. The surrounding female companions cheered, providing ample emotional value. Epsilonao chuckled, but his gaze suddenly darkened as he spotted a server with a name tag, his expression turning grim. Damn it, you dare to come back? Jiang, get out. Leave. The server trembled in fear, hastily setting down the expensive drink and fleeing, likely swearing never to return. His friends, witnessing the scene, chuckled. Third master, what has the Jiang girl done to offend you? Ji Yao maintained a stoic silence. His friends had long been aware of his frequent visits to Li Yuan, where he had been absent from their sight, and thus they teased him. Third master, we heard you've been fervently pursuing an actress. It's been days. Have you not succeeded yet? Another friend, feigning surprise, added, is that true? No wonder you're drinking a bit recklessly today. Did that actress reject you? Laughter erupted around them. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji Yao exploded with anger. Nonsense. I was the one who ended it, not her. His friends were taken aback by his intense reaction. They exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Oh, so you really were the one who got dumped? When has our third master ever faced such a setback? Ji Yao, fuming, shouted, get lost. I said it was my decision, not hers. Someone, emboldened by alcohol, nudged Ji Yao's arm, inquiring, third master, do tell, is that actress beautiful? Ji Yao took another swig, the image of her breathtaking face flashing in his mind, stirring feelings within him. Even the thought of her ignited fireworks in his heart, accelerating his pulse. He craved to conquer, to possess, to cherish every expression of hers, every emotion, all for himself. Yet, this woman was impervious, unyielding, like a stone that refused to warm. Did he truly have no temper? Ji Yao's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he growled, she's just average. After uttering this, he was met with a long silence. Even the laughter that had filled the air had vanished. The once raucous bar had unexpectedly fallen silent. The vibrant lights on stage shifted colors, the pulsating music halted, and all eyes were fixated on a single direction. Were they all fools? Ji Yao scoffed. taking a sip from his drink, and then raised his gaze to follow the crowd's attention. A fleeting glance was all it took for Ji Yao's glass to crash back onto the table. At the center of the stage, a spotlight illuminated 8 dancers clad in red, their long hair cascading like waterfalls as they appeared before the audience, their bodies graceful and supple, moving in perfect harmony with the beat. The fluidity of their dance, accentuated by their flowing sleeves, captivated everyone in attendance. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Before anyone could fully comprehend the spectacle, the gentle rhythm shifted dramatically. A powerful gouging melody surged forth, prompting the dancers to transition their steps seamlessly. The music's ebbs and flows painted vivid images before the audience's eyes, evoking the grandeur of an era long past. As the performance concluded, the audience remained entranced, unable to shake off the experience. The dancers exited the stage, but one remained, the young girl who had just played the gouging. Her slender figure and delicate fingers plucked the strings, gently finishing the final note. Ji Yao's gaze fixated on her, his eyes unblinking until they grew dry, and he blinked, thinking he must be mistaken. No, it couldn't be a mistake. It was Jiang Wan, bathed in dazzling light. Jiang Wan's flawless face was exposed to all, and she seemed momentarily surprised by the spotlight. Quickly, she stood, gathering her gouging to exit. However, a drunken patron blocked her path, grinning. "Where are you going? Stay and play with me." As he spoke, he reached out with an inappropriate hand. Furious, Ji Yao smashed his glass and leapt to his feet, ready to intervene. Yet, Jiang Wan was swifter. As the man extended his hand, her expression remained unchanged as she kicked out, sending him crashing to the ground. Jiang Wan propped the gouging upright, placing one foot on the man's chest, glaring down coldly. "Go play with your father." With that, she delivered another kick, ignoring the astonished or excited gazes around her, and turned to leave the bar. Ji Yao stood momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. How could someone like Jiang Wan exist? Even kicking someone was done with such decisiveness. Her disdainful glance, akin to looking at an insect, and her blunt insult pierced his heart. Ji Yao could distinctly hear the rapid beat of his own heart. All those suppressed desires and emotions erupted forth, surging uncontrollably. By the time Ji Yao regained his senses, he was already in pursuit. His friends, witnessing the unfolding drama, exchanged glances, playfully pushing each other before following suit, laughter trailing behind them. One, named Zhao Weiwu, managed to intercept Jiang Wan before Ji Yao could, grinning, "Beautiful lady, may I have your contact information?" Jiang Wan fixed her gaze upon him, her pupils subtly shifting before she concealed it. "Your name is Zhao Weiwu?" Jiang Wan queried, though her tone was more declarative than interrogative. Zhao Weiwu, surprised, responded, "Oh, you know me?" "Certainly." Jiang Wan gently touched the butterfly ring on her finger, her smile failing to reach her eyes. When she commissioned this unique piece, Chun Yinling had curiously inquired about its purpose. Jiang Wan chose to remain silent. It was a secret, one that only the deceased could comprehend. For reasons unknown, Zhao Weiwu, who obstructed Jiang Wan's path, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Summer was approaching, yet the air remained unnaturally cold. He shrugged off the discomfort and pulled out his phone to add her as a friend. Before Jiang Wan could respond, Ji Yao's cold voice interjected, "No friend requests. Leave." Chapter 14, Love at First Sight. Zhao Weiwu teased Ji Yao. "I say, third young Master Ji, are you going to compete with me again? I've let you win so many times. Can't you give me this one?" Ji Yao's expression darkened, though the onlookers assumed it was merely his irritation at the previous encounter. A sycophantic follower chimed in. "Third young master must be upset because of that actress from Li Yuan. What was her name? Jiang something?" He said he never wants to deal with anyone named Jiang again. Zhao Weiwu turned his gaze towards Jiang Wan and asked casually, "What is your name?" Jiang Wan replied languidly, "How unfortunate. My surname is Jiang. I am Jiang Wan." The atmosphere grew tense as realization dawned upon everyone present. Even those with slower wits gasped. So, she was the actress from Li Yuan? The second-generation elites exchanged glances between Jiang Wan and Ji Yao, finally resting on Jiang Wan's visage. It was no wonder Ji Yao frequented Li Yuan, exerting tremendous effort in his pursuits. Who could resist such a lure? Zhao Weiwu nearly choked, forcing out a laugh. Just kidding, haha. Even among a group of second-generation elites, a hierarchy existed. Their combined family influence paled in comparison to the Ji families. Usually, They could joke and jest together, but who would dare to genuinely offend Ji Yao? Zhao Weiwu recoiled, silencing himself. Ji Yao, unable to contain his fury any longer, barked, "You all can leave." Seeing Ji Yao's genuine rage, the others hastily concocted excuses to depart, leaving only the two of them in the quiet alley. Jiang Wan, as indifferent as ever, turned and walked away. Ji Yao hastened to catch up, instinctively grasping her wrist. "Release me." Her tone mirrored that of the previous evening, cold, detached, and forbidding. Ji Yao clenched his jaw, unwilling to let go. He refused to believe Jiang Wan would slap him again. Indeed, she did not move. Instead, she offered a smirk laced with derision and disdain before delivering a remark that drained Ji Yao's color. "You are quite filthy." After a night of revelry, his pristine white jacket bore numerous wrinkles, stains from alcohol, and several vivid lipstick marks, remnants of their previous playful encounters. In his merriment, he had shared kisses and drinks with female companions, lost in a haze of indulgence. Ji Yao yearned to retort, but was interrupted by Jiang Wan. "Do you recall what I said before?" "How could I forget?" Ji Yao recalled her words. She disliked frivolous games. Infuriated, he had declared his intent to pursue her sincerely. But mere days later, their dynamic had devolved into this. His remaining words lodged in his throat. The effects of alcohol had faded, and as he gazed into Jiang Wan's calm yet distant eyes, his heart felt ensnared by an invisible grip. Jiang Wan shook her head, freeing herself from his hold, conveying a message. "You are out." Ji Yao stiffened, and by the time he regained his senses, Jiang Wan had already walked a considerable distance. He rushed after her, yet hesitated to grasp her hand again. For the first time, he experienced the torment of regret. "Don't go, grant me another chance, Jiang Wan." He would rather face her previous rejections than sever their connection entirely. "I was wrong, truly wrong. From now on, whatever you say goes. If you say go south, I shall not venture north. Jiang Wan, my feelings for you are genuine, I swear." Ji Yao's eyes brimmed with emotion. "What must I do for you to trust me?" Jiang Wan, he had never felt so humbled. Love was love, and there was no shame in it. He had fallen for Jiang Wan at first sight. Only now did he grasp that all his pride was trivial in the face of affection. Ji Yao lamented, wishing he could rewind to the previous evening when Jiang Wan had slapped him. He would have eagerly offered his other cheek, just to see her smile. Ji Yao pursued her relentlessly, his thoughts consumed with her until they reached her doorstep. As she fumbled with her keys to enter, he stood outside like a forsaken dog, longing to be let in. With a resounding slam, she closed the door. Morning had already dawned. Jiang Wan had endured a sleepless night, fatigue washing over her as she hastily washed up and retreated to bed. As for Ji Yao waiting at her door, he could remain there. Jiang Wan slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon. Awoken by hunger, she ordered takeout. 20 minutes later, the delivery boy, panting, ascended to the 3rd floor, startled to find a despondent figure squatting like a dog at the door. "Hey man, are you here to collect a debt?" Ji Yao didn't lift his head, remaining curled in the corner. When Jiang Wan opened the door to receive her delivery, he immediately raised his head, his red eyes betraying a flicker of hope as he gazed at her. Jiang Wan didn't even glance his way, treating him as if he were invisible. Ji Yao's heart ached, his voice hoarse and pitiful as he called out Wan Wan. Jiang Wan accepted the food, offering a polite smile to the delivery boy. "Thank you," before shutting the door. Ji Yao's gaze dimmed, his head drooping once more. The entire day passed without Jiang Wan stepping outside. Li Yuan had no roles for her, and her manager messaged that she would not be assigned a performance until next month. Unbothered, Jiang Wan drafted her resignation letter. Previously, she had been directly hired through Peijing, completing the onboarding process on her first day. It was only fitting to conclude it properly. After sending her resignation, she stretched lazily. It was already 11 at night. "I wonder if 3rd young Master Ji is still waiting at the door?" Jiang Wan ambled into the kitchen, rummaging through the fridge for a wilted bunch of greens, slicing a piece of rice cake to toss into a pot of boiling water. As the cold water gradually simmered, bubbling merrily, she savored her bowl of vegetable rice cake soup. After tidying the kitchen, she grabbed a bag of garbage to dispose of. When she opened the door, the dimly lit corridor illuminated the figure huddled in the corner. A torrential downpour had descended, temperatures plummeting. The night was bitterly cold. Ji Yao was on the verge of freezing, yet he remained steadfast. Hearing the door creak open, he cast a woeful glance at Jiang Wan. The once pristine white jacket was discarded, and the lipstick marks around his neck had been scrubbed clean, nearly scraping away skin. Spotting the garbage bag in Jiang Wan's hand, He quickly reached for it, saying, "Let me take that for you." "No need," Jiang Wan replied, refusing to relinquish her grip. Their tug-of-war ensued, resulting in a loud rip as the garbage bag burst, scattering its contents everywhere. Ji Yao froze, hesitant to meet Jiang Wan's gaze, instinctively kneeling to gather the mess. As a pampered young master accustomed to luxury, he had never engaged in such menial tasks. Yet today, he used his hands to pick up trash. Chapter 15. The Pathetic Little Wolf Dog. Jiang Wan turned and fetched a broom and dustpan, efficiently cleaning the mess before descending to the ground floor to dispose of it. Upon returning, she found Ji Yao still standing there, his tall frame resembling a statue. Silence, pity, and a hint of grievance enveloped Jiang Wan as she cast a fleeting glance at him before retreating to wash her hands. Ji Yao abruptly lifted his head, as if he had just received a decree of clemency, his eyes suddenly ablaze with an astonishing brilliance. This was his inaugural visit to Jiang Wan's home. Contrary to his expectations, the house was modest, a two-bedroom abode with sparse furnishings and a lack of warmth in its decor. Instead, it emanated a chilling emptiness, giving the impression that its owner could depart at any moment. Ji Yao curiously surveyed the surroundings and casually inquired, "Do you live here alone? What about your parents?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere. Had he uttered something inappropriate? Jiang Wan, who was pouring water, paused momentarily, fixing Ji Yao with a penetrating gaze before gesturing towards the direction of the restroom. Ji Yao promptly complied, his obedient demeanor likely to astonish anyone who might witness it. Was this truly the aloof, third young master of the Ji family? The sound of running water echoed from the restroom as Jiang Wan gripped the cup in her hand, her pink nails turning pale from the pressure. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the rising tide of murderous intent within her. Inside the restroom, after washing his hands, Ji Yao casually glanced at the mirror, only to realize he was smiling uncontrollably, his lips curving upwards in a wild ascent. The mere thought of being in Jiang Wan's home sent his heart racing. He cleared his throat, attempting to rein in his errant thoughts. Yet, the more he tried to control himself, the more his mind flooded with chaotic impulses, prompting him to splash cold water on his face in a bid for composure. Calm, calm. He steadied his heartbeat and glanced at the mirror once more. Though exhausted and somewhat disheveled from a sleepless night, his countenance remained undeniably handsome. Emerging from the restroom, Ji Yao cast a nervous glance at Jiang Wan and cautiously stated, "It's raining outside. It's quite heavy. May I stay a little longer?" Jiang Wan retorted, "What if I say you cannot?" "Then I shall leave at once," he replied, lowering his head as he traversed the cramped living room, resembling someone being expelled. Indeed, he had been sent away. The door was gently closed behind him. As Ji Yao stepped into the corridor, the sound of pouring rain assaulted his ears, accompanied by the chill of an unexpected cold snap that promised to drench him thoroughly, surely leading to a cold. The coat he had hastily discarded at the bar yesterday now felt like a hot potato, leaving him without any means to shield himself from the rain. With a resigned sigh, Ji Yao prepared to plunge into the downpour. Just then, Jiang Wan's voice reached him from behind. Upon turning around, he saw an object hurtling towards him, which he instinctively caught. It was an umbrella. Ji Yao's heart softened at once, a wave of emotion washing over him. "Wan Wan," he croaked, his tone intimate yet tinged with a hint of hope. "Could you grant me another chance? I beg you." Outside, the rain fell in torrents, and a cold wind swept through the corridor, where the overhead sensor light flickered, casting erratic shadows. Jiang Wan stood on the steps, looking down from her elevated position. Though they were not far apart, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Silence was tantamount to refusal. Ji Yao's heart plummeted, but then he noticed Jiang Wan's eyes crinkling in a smile, her beautiful pupils seemingly harboring starlight, rendering the world around them dim in comparison. "I plan to go hiking tomorrow morning," Jiang Wan remarked lightly, glancing skyward. "If it doesn't rain, I'll grant you another chance." Ji Yao was momentarily dazzled by her smile, but when he regained his senses, Jiang Wan had already ascended the stairs, her soft voice echoing in his ears like a gentle hook, slowly plucking at his heartstrings. Ji Yao could only respond with a palpable reaction. Yet, as he turned to face the darkened sky, the unrelenting rain appeared to have no end in sight, causing him to involuntarily gasp, "Oh heavens, please, let not rain tomorrow." Alone in the empty living room, Jiang Wan sat for a while before returning to her bedroom and opening the wardrobe. Behind several coats was a small hidden compartment. Unlocking it, she sifted through a pile of documents, extracting one that bore a photograph of a man with a buzz cut and a defiant expression, none other than Zhao Weiwu, the son of the real estate magnate Zhao Dalong, known as a lapdog of the Ji family. 5 years ago, he was among the group that stormed into the Jiang household, injuring Jiang Xing and setting the place ablaze. It seems you have all forgotten, Jiang Wan said slowly, tearing the information about Zhao Dalong and Zhao Weiwu in half, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Fear not. I shall make you remember. A silver-gray sports car burst through the rain, speeding towards the expansive villa district of the Ji family. The Ji family was affluent, their villas sprawling over much of the mountain, equipped with extensive surveillance and no blind spots. Additionally, a rotating team of bodyguards patrolled day and night. Even the entrance was constructed with great grandeur, not to mention the opulent villas resembling palaces. Ji Yao exited the sports car, his clothes nearly drenched, clinging to his frame and revealing a lean yet sturdy chest. The housekeeper, taken aback, remarked, "Young master, how did you get so soaked? You'll catch a cold. I'll summon the family doctor to prescribe some medicine." "No need," Ji Yao replied, shaking his head as he retrieved an umbrella from the car, appearing surprisingly in good spirits as he strode into the villa, leaving a trail of wet footprints behind him. The housekeeper promptly instructed the servants to prepare ginger tea, only to see Ji Yao suddenly turn back and ask, "Uncle Xiang, will it rain tomorrow?" Uncle Xiang paused, momentarily perplexed by Ji Yao's line of questioning, and instinctively replied, "It likely will. Given how heavy today's rain is, tomorrow probably won't be clear." Ji Yao's expression instantly soured, clearly not the response he had hoped for. Uncle Xiang, bemused, thought to himself that he should have said something more agreeable to placate the young master. Watching Ji Yao retreat to his room, Uncle Xiang shook his head and instructed the servants to deliver the ginger tea once it was prepared. He then turned and knocked on the door of Ji Yahong's study. "Sir, come in," came a deep and authoritative voice. Upon receiving permission, Uncle Xiang entered, bowing slightly as he reported, "Sir, the young master has returned." After hearing the bodyguard's report that the young master had been frequenting Liyuan recently, apparently enamored with an actress there, Ji Yang lifted his gaze from the pile of documents sprawled before him. His face, often seen in newspapers and financial magazines, was composed and approachable, exuding warmth. Twirling a string of prayer beads in his hand, he remarked nonchalantly, "Just an actress. If he likes her, let him pursue her. He won't be interested for long. Anyway." At this, Ji Yang chuckled lightly, scolding, "That rascal has never been consistent. He loses interest in everything within a few days. He refuses to join the family business or pursue further studies. Infuriating." Uncle Xiang jested. "Isn't that simply a result of your indulgence, sir?" Yehok left conceding the point. After their light banter, Ji Yehong's demeanor shifted abruptly as he tossed an embossed invitation onto the table. His eyelids remained still, yet a fleeting glimmer of menace flickered in his gaze. Uncle Xiang picked up the invitation, recognizing it as an invitation to an auction at the month's end. Ji Yang rarely exhibited anger, but such a change in his demeanor was invariably tied to a particular matter or person. The once lauded savior of journalism, Jiang Weiman. Chapter 16. You Shall Be Mine. That journalist nearly brought Ji Yang to ruin with his singular influence, just narrowly avoiding disaster. At the upcoming auction, there was a painting titled Moon Gazing Terrace. "Arrange for someone to attend and acquire this painting for me," Ji Yang instructed. "Understood, sir." Uncle Xiang bowed, contemplating whether to inquire further, "Sir, what is your intention in acquiring this painting?" Had anyone else dared ask such a question, they would surely not see the light of day again. Yet Uncle Xiang was an exception. He serves as the steward of the Ji family and is the most trusted confidant of Ji Yang. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang let out an enigmatic chuckle, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, cold, somber, and sinister. "That is the painting of Jiang Weiman's wife. Since that is the case, we must certainly show it to the esteemed journalist Jiang. Wouldn't you agree?" Uncle Xiang nodded, sharing in the laughter, then slightly bent his waist, submitting to his master's command. In a room just a few walls away, Ji Yao took a large gulp of ginger tea, his eyes fixated on the window. He was eager to see when the rain would cease. The servant delivering the ginger soup observed him, hesitated several times before finally speaking up. "Young master, do you think there exists something called a weather forecast?" Ji Yao sputtered, choking and slapping his forehead. "Surely, It was the excess alcohol from the previous night clouding his mind. How could he have forgotten such a trivial detail? Jiao promptly retrieved his phone to check tomorrow's weather. For words appeared, cloudy turning clear. Good heavens! Jiao's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny. He erupted in laughter, spinning around with his phone, casually tossing a wristwatch from the table to the servant. Here, take it. It's yours now. The servant was nearly knocked senseless by this unexpected stroke of fortune. Jiao's watch was worth enough to purchase a house. Thank you, third young master. Thank you. The servant expressed his gratitude, excitement radiating from his face as he exited. Ecstatic, Jiao began crafting a list of essentials for their outing. The mountain could be cold, so warm clothing was a must. He just wasn't sure what color code Jiang Wan preferred. Perhaps a blue one would suffice, as it was a safe choice. If they planned to camp, they would also need a tent and ample provisions. Oh, and mosquito repellent, for his dear Wan Wan had delicate, fair skin that would surely attract those pesky insects. Jiao's smile was almost irrepressible. After sending the list to his bodyguard, he could no longer withstand the fatigue of the past few days, and with an uncontrollable grin, he drifted into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiao opened his eyes, memories flooding back, and he sprang from his bed to look out the window. The rain had ceased, and rays of brilliant light pierced through the clouds. If he waited just a little longer, the sky would surely clear completely. Ha ha ha! Jiao laughed with unrestrained joy. After grooming himself to perfection, he seized the car keys and kissed them, whispering, Jiang Wan, you shall be mine. At exactly 10 o'clock, Jiang Wan descended from the upper floors and immediately spotted Jiao, leaning against his SUV with a dazzling smile, exuding confidence. With the rain ceased and the sun shining, he felt invincible. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. Jiao rushed forward, eyes wide with eagerness. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? I wouldn't, Jiang Wan replied with a smile. Jiao sighed in relief, but before he could fully relax, Jiang Wan added, we're your good friends. Call them over. Jiao nearly leaped in shock. It wasn't that he disagreed with Jiang Wan. Rather, a wave of intense unease washed over him. He recalled how, just a couple of nights ago at the bar's back door, Jiang Wan had been indifferent to everyone except for Zhao Weiwu, whom she had regarded with unusual interest. Jiao had felt a prickle of jealousy at the time, and the memory now gnawed at him even more. Before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed Jiang Wan tilting her head, lightly asking, is that not permissible? Help! She is too adorable. Jiao found himself unable to refuse and surrendered. Fine. I'll call them right now. Within about half an hour, those whom Jiang Wan had met the previous night, including Zhao Weiwu, all arrived. They were reluctant to come. But when Jiao commanded, no one dared to decline. Jiang Wan took the wheel of Jiao's SUV, twirling a uniquely designed butterfly ring on her finger. A subtle smile playing on her lips as she declared, let us set off. Jiao slowly started the vehicle, his heart soaring in delight at the thought of Jiang Wan is in my car, a manic grin spreading across his face. Zhao Weiwu and a couple of other friends exchanged glances before each climbed into their cars, trailing behind. The area where Jiang Wan resided was filled with old buildings, the alley narrow enough to accommodate only 2 vehicles. However, as they drove further, the space opened up dramatically. Zhao Weiwu casually glanced out and was taken aback by a charred, unrecognizable villa at the end of the road. He slammed on the brakes, startling his companions, who were still fastening their seat belts, their heads colliding with the windshield or the backrest. What on earth? Zhao Weiwu, what's wrong? Why the sudden stop? Wang Rui in the passenger seat exclaimed, clutching his head where he had bumped it, wincing in pain. But even after his outburst, Zhao Weiwu remained unresponsive, his face pale as he stared ahead as if he had seen a ghost. What's the matter? Wang Rui waved a hand in front of him. Zhao Weiwu, however, remained transfixed, his gaze locked onto the disfigured villa ahead. It was the home of the Jiang family, the residence of the renowned journalist Jiang Weimin. The familiar location and structure transported Zhao Weiwu back 5 years in an instant. At that time, his father, Zhao Dalong, had plunged into the real estate business but lacked the foresight, ending up in severe debt while others thrived. In his moment of desperation, it was Ji Yang, the head of the Ji family, who extended a helping hand, aiding him through that crisis. Consequently, Zhao Dalong earned a new moniker, not just as a real estate mogul, but also as Ji's lapdog. Naturally, as a lapdog, he had to perform actions that would gain Ji Yang's favor and trust. Coincidentally that year, A journalist named Jiang Wan had a fit of madness, leveraging his influence to publicly enumerate several accusations against Jiang. Unfortunately for him, the journalist's allegations were baseless, lacking any evidence, mere fabrications. Ultimately, he fell victim to public backlash, vanishing with his new lover abroad, leaving behind his wife and children. The betrayal drove his wife to despair, leading her to leave a suicide note before taking her own life. Under Ji Yehong's subtle encouragement, Zhao Dalong prepared to eliminate all traces of this situation. At that time, Zhao Weiwu, a brash 24-year-old, insisted on tagging along. Along with them was Ji Yeping, Ji Yong's younger brother. That fateful night, they stormed into the home of the journalist Jiang Wan. Chapter 17, Rooting Out the Weeds. To this day, Zhao Weiwu vividly remembers that modest but warmly decorated villa. The calligraphy on the walls, the ornaments on the table, the flowers on the balcony, and a pair of dance shoes hanging there, and a petite young girl with shoulder-length hair. She was beautiful and radiant, standing defiantly in front of the innermost bedroom. She glared with her round, dark eyes, fiercely declaring, "What are you doing in my home? Get out." Zhao Dalong inquired, "Are you Jiang Wan's daughter?" The girl, with her face set in defiance, replied, "Yes. I am Jiang Xing, the only daughter of the Jiang family." "That is good, that is right," they muttered, as this was indeed the target they intended to eradicate. Just before Zhao Dalong could take matters into his own hands, Zhao Weiwu intervened, stammering and unable to articulate a reason. Knowing his son well, Zhao Dalong slapped him, barking, "Hurry up." Zhao Weiwu, usually reckless, was exhilarated, dragging the girl into the room. Throughout this process, Ji Yeping made no attempt to intervene. The reason was simple. The actions of the Zhao father and son today were a form of submission, a pledge of allegiance to the Ji family. The more outrageous their actions, the more qualified this lackey became. Zhao Weiwu could never forget how Jiang Xing, whom he held down, resisted fiercely, struggling desperately until her voice was hoarse, crying out again and again, "Dad, save me, please, father." No one could rescue her. After Zhao Weiwu descended, Ji Yeping, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, stepped forward. This usually taciturn second master of the Ji family discarded his cigarette and, disregarding the girl's terrified and shocked gaze, raised his knife nonchalantly, saying, "Don't blame me. It's your fault for having such a good father." And then, with a swift motion, he slashed her throat. Following this, Ji Yeping left, not a drop of blood staining him, appearing utterly clean as if he had not just taken a life. Zhao Dalong's subordinates, ever greedy for money, caught sight of the valuable possessions in the Jiang household and felt an insatiable itch. After all, they intended to burn everything to ashes anyway. They might as well take the valuables with them. Their brothers needed to make a living and support their families. I heard Jiang Wan's wife is an artist. With her death, these paintings have become even more valuable. The subordinates seized anything they could find, while Zhao Dalong turned a blind eye, allowing them to proceed. Once the valuables were thoroughly looted, they would sell them in the underground market, passing through several hands, ensuring no one would trace their origin. Once everything was cleared out, gasoline was poured over the remnants. Zhao Weiwu himself ignited the fire. Just before leaving, perhaps out of sense of nostalgia, he audaciously took a photograph in front of the burning Jiang home. That photograph remains in his album to this day, but his perspective has shifted dramatically since then. Occasionally, in the dead of night, he finds himself haunted by the vengeful gaze of that girl, fearing that a ghost might come seeking retribution. 5 years have passed. The Jiang family's villa still stands, yet it has fallen into disrepair, overrun with weeds, and the side wall, charred black, is now cloaked in creeping vines, allowing no light to penetrate. It is eerily reminiscent of a haunted house from a midnight horror film. A shiver ran down Zhao Weiwu's spine as he turned back. Suddenly aware, cold sweat breaking out on his back, feeling a sense of dread, he realized that the old building where Jiang Wan resided, when standing on the upper floors, offered a direct view of the Jiang family's ghostly house. From this perspective, it was facing directly toward it. Zhao Weiwu felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and abruptly grasped Wang Rui's hand, inquiring, "The actress that third young master fancies. Her surname is also Jiang. Isn't it? What is her full name?" "Jiang Wan, why? Then it's nothing to worry about." Zhao Weiwu let out a significant sigh of relief. That prominent journalist, Jiang Wan, had but one daughter, named Jiangxing. There are countless people with the surname Jiang in the world. It is merely a coincidence, and he need not frighten himself unnecessarily. Furthermore, given the circumstances of that year, the Jiang family had nearly been wiped out, posing no threat whatsoever. Jiang Wan was simply Jiang Wan, an actress unconnected to the Jiang family. Zhao Weiwu came to this realization, his face returning to its usual arrogant demeanor, still oblivious to those around him, still maddeningly arrogant. He thought, who could possibly hold him accountable for his acts of murder and arson? Observing Zhao Weiwu's shifting expressions, Wang Rui quipped irritably, "If you're possessed, just say so. I'll sprinkle some virgin boy's urine on you to wake you up. Get lost." Zhao Weiwu shot him a disdainful glare. It wasn't until they were halfway through their journey that Zhao Weiwu remembered the purpose of their outing, perplexed. Are we really going mountain climbing? Isn't that tiring? Which mountain are we climbing? Wang Rui, who had already fastened his seatbelt, shook his phone, revealing a group chat. 5 minutes ago, Jiao had sent them a location. It wasn't a scenic mountain, but rather a modestly renowned wild hill. He had heard it was yet to be developed, but due to its picturesque views, many people flocked there to take pictures. Oh, Zhao Weiwu nodded. Perhaps it was because he and T slept well the night before, or because he had just recalled events from 5 years prior. But he felt an ominous premonition lingering in his heart, even his eyelids twitching several times. Wang Rui, however, was somewhat excited and continued. "Third young master said we're camping on a mountain tonight. I heard there's a meteor shower." The small follower in the back, who had been hesitant to speak, seized the opportunity to chime in, flattering. "Third young master is really going all out to pursue someone. I bet he won't stay interested for more than half a month." The ever-fickle third young master, taking advantage of a red light, unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Jiang Wan. She accepted it, took a small sip, and then said, "Watch the road, don't look at me." By the time they reached the foot of the wild hill, it was already noon. A heavy rain had fallen just yesterday, and today the sun shone brightly, with pleasant temperatures making it an ideal time for hiking. Jiao exited the vehicle and opened the trunk of his SUV, which was filled to the brim, thoroughly prepared. "Here, everyone take one bag," Jiao insisted, distributing the large backpacks to Zhao Weiwu and his companions, while he stood empty-handed, charmingly beside Jiang Wan. Initially, he had found these light bulbs bothersome, but now he saw their utility. At the very least, they could serve as laborers. After Jiao finished speaking, he flashed a smile at Jiang Wan, seeking her approval. Jiang Wan leaned closer, and Jiao's pupils dilated, both surprised and delighted, his heart racing, almost leaping out his throat. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wan extended her hand and plucked a small leaf from his head. Then, she bypassed him and began her ascent up the mountain. His joy was premature. Jiao rubbed his nose and hurried to catch up with Jiang Wan, leaving behind the group burdened with heavy packs, wearing expressions of resentment. Jiang Wan's pace up the mountain was steady, clearly demonstrating her excellent stamina. She reached halfway without breaking a sweat or even pausing. Jiao initially sauntered along, but soon began to feel exhausted. Yet he was too proud to show it, forcing himself to appear at ease, ultimately exhausting himself completely. The other followers, burdened with their bags, were even more vocal in their complaints. After a series of stops and starts, they finally reached the summit by 4 in the afternoon. The campsite had been chosen by Jiang Wan, boasting an excellent view. Aside from Jiao, the other second-generation rich kids and 2 followers set about enjoying themselves, quickly erecting tents and setting up tables. Jiao had brought an abundance of supplies, including games and ample food, with 2 bottles of red wine at the bottom. The group of second-generation rich kids truly came alive, shedding the fatigue from their hike and soon reveling in joy. Time passed swiftly in such a setting, especially on the mountain. As soon as the sun set, darkness enveloped them. With nightfall, the only illumination came from their camp, creating an eerie sensation as if they were surrounded by the gaping jaws of wild beasts, poised to swallow them into the abyss of darkness. Wang Yihui, unable to sit still and always brimming with ideas, was the most adventurous among the second-generation rich kids. While everyone sat together, Wang Rui excitedly proposed, "How about we play a game?" Jiao, disinterested, was busy attending to Jiang Wan, dutifully producing a bottle of mosquito repellent. His concerns proved valid. There were indeed many mosquitoes on the mountain, and Jiang Wan attracted them particularly well. The others watched in astonishment. Was third young master really turning over a new leaf? Showing such care for a woman was unprecedented. Wang Rui, seeing that no one responded, cleared his throat and reiterated, "Come on, let's play a big game. Otherwise, it'll all be too boring, right? Spit it out." Zhao Weiwu snapped back. "Quit teasing us. Just tell us what game you have in mind." "Hee hee, it's a game of truth or dare." "But wait, the penalties for this truth or dare are quite terrifying." Wang Rui winked. "Those who refuse to speak the truth will be cursed and will never escape this mountain." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into excitement, with several second-generation rich kids exclaiming, "Haha, thrilling. Must one always speak the truth? If so, I shall not hold back. I will inquire of our young master Wang Rui about the position he assumed during his first intimate encounter." Haha. The other young heirs erupted into laughter, playfully teasing Wang Rui with questions that were both sharp and awkward. Wang Rui tossed a deck of cards onto the table, freshly retrieved from one of his backpacks. The cards contained a variety of questions and daring challenges. The game was simple: spin the bottle, and whoever the bottle pointed to must draw a card and answer the question or face the challenge. Wang Rui, grinning widely, asked, "Is everyone ready?" The other young heirs eagerly agreed. Zhao Weiwu scoffed at the childishness of it all, yet remained seated, choosing to participate. Ji Yao was at a loss for words. Bemused by their antics, did they not realize how bothersome it was to be a third wheel? Were they completely oblivious? Fearing that Jiang Wan might disapprove, he was about to intervene when he noticed her resting her chin on her hand, clearly intrigued. After reaching the mountain peak, Jiang Wan had spoken little, though she was usually quiet. This moment of engagement was rare. "Do you enjoy this, Wan Wan?" Ypsilona wondered, surprised. Did this signify that he was getting to know her better? The truth-teller will never escape this mountain. Jiang Wan's smile deepened, laden with meaning. Yet the dim light obscured her expression. "This punishment is quite amusing, isn't it?" Ji Yao nodded. He cared not for the game itself, but rather for Jiang Wan's happiness. As the game's initiator, Wang Rui placed an empty wine bottle on the table and spun it with vigor. The bottle whirled and eventually stopped, its opening directed squarely at the young heir who had just teased Wang Rui. Wang Rui laughed heartily. "Lu Zijian, go on and draw a card. I am eager to see what question you receive." With a defiant attitude, Lu Zijian drew a card and tossed it onto the table. Wang Rui eagerly flipped it over and read aloud. "When was the last time you went to bed?" The question was simple, yet Lu Zijian's face flushed crimson. After a prolonged silence, he conceded with a stubborn neck, "At 12. "Go ahead and laugh, it will kill you." The group erupted in laughter, particularly Wang Rui, who clutched his stomach in glee. The atmosphere of the game became lively, as all participants were game for a good time, willing to share their past indiscretions. Wang Rui spun the bottle with increasing enthusiasm. One by one, the other young heirs were selected. Ji Yao and Jiang Wan, however, were fortunate, perhaps due to their advantageous seating, as they remained untouched. This time, the bottle pointed to Zhao Weiwu. With a nonchalant smile, he selected a card, declaring, "I choose truth. This one will do." Wang Rui flipped it over and read aloud. "Have you ever committed murder or arson? Please answer truthfully. If you lie, a curse will befall you." This was perhaps the easiest question to answer. The young heirs were accustomed to arrogance and entitlement, often using their power to intimidate others. Yet, to accuse them of murder and arson seemed far-fetched. Zhao Weiwu's pupils dilated, his heart racing. The unsavory deeds of his family were hardly something to be publicly acknowledged. Moreover, the Zhao family had finally allied with the Ji family, gaining entry into high society. How could he allow them to know of his past misdeeds? "No." Zhao Weiwu tightened his grip, forcing a smile. "How could I possibly do such a thing, right?" The others remained oblivious to his unease, and the question was soon brushed aside. After a day filled with revelry, the meteor shower had yet to arrive. Night had fallen, shrouding the mountaintop in mist and a chill in the air. The group, exhausted from their antics, gradually retreated to their tents. Before leaving, Wang Rui shot Ji Yao a suggestive glance, implying he had set the stage for him. Ypsilono. Although they had brought ample supplies, there were only 4 tents. With 6 individuals present, Wang Rui and Lu Zijian occupied one, Zhao Weiwu and his sidekick shared another, and the remaining 2 young heirs claimed a third. This left Ji Yao and Jiang Wan with the last tent. Ji Yao cautiously glanced at Jiang Wan and pretended to suggest, Perhaps I should share with Zhao Weiwu? Jiang Wan rose from her seat, looking down at Ji Yao, then poked his forehead, saying, "It's late. Let us rest." With that, she bent down and entered the final tent. Ji Yao touched his forehead, where the warmth of her finger lingered, accompanied by a faint fragrance in the air. He chuckled for a while before clearing his throat, adopting a dignified demeanor as he followed her inside. The interior was snug, accommodating just two, and with sleeping bags, there was no chance of contact. In this confined space, Ji Yao's thoughts wandered. He had anticipated being too exhilarated to sleep, yet somehow he succumbed to fatigue and soon drifted off. In the darkness, Jiang Wan silently opened her eyes. Chapter 19. Do not fear. I am here. A dense fog had enveloped the mountain, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Upon looking up, only the towering trees could be discerned, appearing ghostly within the haze. Zhao Weiwu was not sleeping soundly. In the latter half of the night, he was awakened by his sidekick's incessant noise. Annoyed, he kicked him, grumbling, "Shut up." The sidekick, half asleep, rolled over and promptly fell back into slumber. His intermittent snores resumed, a quality of sleep that was enviable. Frustrated, Zhao Weiwu yanked open the tent flap, intending to step outside for a smoke. However, the moment he parted the flap, he froze in place. Directly before him, amidst the thick fog, stood a figure, motionless, resembling a statue. The surroundings were dim, save for the glint of something cold in the person's hand. Morning broke, the first rays of sunlight warming the earth. He Tianjia, Zhao Weiwu's tentmate, awoke, stretched, and sluggishly exited the tent. The mountain air was fresh, imbued with the fragrance of damp foliage. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, when his gaze suddenly froze. His pupils dilated, and he unleashed a blood-curdling scream. The birds in the forest took flight, awakening others in their tents. What happened? Why the early morning commotion? Wang Rui was the first to emerge, and upon seeing the scene before him, he staggered back in shock, stepping on Lu Zijian's expensive shoes. Lu Zijian's scalp prickled as he pointed, asking, "Is that Zhao Weiwu?" No one answered him. The last to arrive were Ji Yao and Jiang Wan. Upon witnessing the situation, Ji Yao instinctively covered Jiang Wan's eyes and turned her away, whispering, "Do not fear. I am here. Return to the tent. I will investigate." Jiang Wan's eyelashes fluttered as they brushed against Ji Yao's palm. "It's fine. I'm not afraid." She removed his hand and gazed toward the scene. Before them, in the clearest part of the camp, Zhao Weiwu stood with wide eyes, his body rigid, resembling a corpse that could not find peace. On the tree beside him, for words were carved deeply, "I lied." This scene evoked one thought alone, the game they played last night. Those who lied would be cursed, forever unable to leave this mountain. Wang Rui collapsed onto the ground, shaken, exclaiming, "Could it be that the curse of this absurd game has come to fruition?" Ji Yao cast a lingering glance at Jiang Wan, noting her lack of fear, before he released her and strode purposefully towards Zhao Weiwu's lifeless body. He reached out, checking for a pulse, and whispered, "He is dead. Let us call the Zhao family," Ji Yao said as he straightened up, surveying his surroundings before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "Call the police. The sudden death of a living person can only be attributed to foul play. There is no such thing as a curse." Jiang Wan nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on Ji Yao with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. While the other young masters were paralyzed with fear, Ji Yao remained composed and articulate, impressing those around him. It was evident that the calmness characteristic of the Ji family was evident in his demeanor. After the call was made, Zhao Dalong arrived shortly thereafter. Upon witnessing the horrific scene of his son's demise, Zhao Dalong's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed, Who did this?" His furious shout echoed through the valley. Jiang Wan closed her eyes for a moment. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug on her hand. It was Ji Yao, his eyes silently inquiring, "What's wrong?" Jiang Wan replied, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit guilty. If it weren't for my suggestion to go hiking, perhaps this wouldn't have happened." Ji Yao squeezed her fingers lightly, inadvertently brushing against the delicate butterfly ring she wore. It was exquisite, complimenting her fair and beautiful hands. He gestured for silence and remarked, "Who said it was your idea to climb the mountain?" "It was I who proposed it." With Zhao Weiwu deceased, regardless of the cause, Zhao Dalong would lash out at everyone. If he learned that the idea to hike originated from Jiang Wan, even if the investigation cleared her of any wrongdoing, he might still seek revenge out of misplaced anger. However, If the person in question was Ji Yao, the situation would be different. Zhao Dalong would think twice before confronting the heir of the Ji family, unless he was courting death. Understanding Ji Yao's implication, Jiang Wan hesitated and then averted her gaze, saying nothing. As expected, Zhao Dalong had lost his mind. He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Who suggested we climb this mountain?" His usual follower, He Tianjia, trembled in fear and remained silent. Zhao Dalong seized him by the collar and demanded again, "Speak." He Tianjia was on the verge of tears. Just as Jiang Wan was about to speak, Ji Yao anticipated her move and interjected, "It was I." Jiang Wan stared at Ji Yao's back, her emotions swirling. At that moment, Zhao Dalong kicked He Tianjia aside and stumbled toward Ji Yao, pressing for answers. "Third young master, do you know who killed my son? Please tell me. At least let me understand what happened." Before Ji Yao could respond, Wang Rui chimed in. "He was playing a game and lied. He was cursed, right?" "Yes. It must be that. Utter nonsense." Zhao Dalong was infuriated, his hefty frame wobbling. Ji Yao steadied him, speaking gravely, "Uncle Zhao, we've already called the police. The inspectors will arrive shortly. If the murderer is among us, they will not escape. You have my word." Zhao Dalong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. Once he found the person responsible for his son's death, he would ensure their suffering was unimaginable. Soon, the inspectors arrived, sealing off the area. They conducted a preliminary examination of Zhao Weiwu's body and searched the vicinity for any signs of intruders. Unsurprisingly, nothing was found. No signs of struggle, no valuable clues or footprints. Most critically, Zhao Weiwu bore no injuries. It was as though he had been scared to death. Nonsense. My son was not easily frightened. What could have scared him to death? If you can't find anything, it's sheer incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. Zhao Dalong raged. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the forest. A figure approached at a leisurely pace, polished shoes crunching on the dry leaves. The inspectors parted to make way, respectfully announcing, "Inspector Shun." The newcomer was Shun Siyu, the newly appointed chief inspector of the Yundu Inspection Bureau. Rumor had it that Shun Siyu's origins were enigmatic, seemingly intertwined with the reclusive Shun family. Some speculated that he was a direct descendant, possessing a formidable background that commanded respect. Jiang Wan lifted her eyelids to glance at Shun Siyu, her expression inscrutable. When Jiang Weiman had faced his downfall, he had bore the brunt of public scorn. Following Meng Wenjin's alleged suicide, the case had been hastily closed. Although it wasn't Shun Siyu who concluded the Jiang family's case, it was no different in essence. No one had provided justice for the Jiangs. Jiang Wan averted her gaze after a fleeting glance, but to her surprise, Shun Siyu was perceptive enough to catch her eye. She feigned indifference and turned away. Fortunately, Shun Siyu didn't linger on anyone in particular. He strode over to Zhao Weiwu's body, removed his black leather gloves, and examined the corpse. Time of death, between 3 and 4 o'clock last night, he stated flatly, and the inspectors hastily took notes. Cause of death, after inspecting further. He found no signs of external injury or struggle, confirming that Zhao Weiwu had indeed been scared to death. Zhao Dalong struggled to accept this conclusion. Before he could voice his objections, Shin Siyu methodically donned his gloves again, casting a glance at Jiang Wan before scanning Ji Yao and Wang Rui's faces. "The murderer is among you." Silence enveloped the crowd, the sun shining down, devoid of warmth. Among those accused, Lu Zijian was the first to lose composure, exclaiming, "What? You're saying we're the killers? What motive could we possibly have?" This group, led by Ji Yao, consisted of scions from prestigious families, who spent their days in revelry with Zhao Weiwu. They shared a bond devoid of conflict or entanglement, making any notion of a murderous motive implausible. Even Zhao Dalong himself found it hard to believe they could be responsible. Yet amidst them stood an outsider, Jiang Wan. Under the sunlight, she stood tall, her expression calm and collected, showing no signs of fear or guilt. Zhao Dalong's furious gaze locked onto her. "Is it you?" he demanded, advancing toward her like a rabid dog. Jiang Wan remained silent for a moment before responding. "Mr. Zhao, I empathize with your feelings given the circumstances, but I'm not involved." "Not involved?" Zhao Dalong sneered. "I've seen women like you before. Perhaps you seduced my son, leading him to his demise." Jiang Wan retorted, "You certainly think highly of yourself and your son." "You." Zhao Dalong trembled with rage. Jiang Wan appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, my apologies. Given the gravity of the situation, I didn't mean to offend. please forgive me. Zhao Dalong was on the brink of eruption when Ji Yao stepped protectively in front of Jiang Wan. This time, he addressed him without the usual honorifics, his expression darkening. Enough, Zhao Dalong. Mind your words. Out of respect for Zhao Weiwu, I won't hold this against you. But should I hear another filthy remark, I will not be so forgiving. Zhao Dalong's lips quivered, and he finally regained his composure, falling silent. Meanwhile, the inspectors pointed to some words carved into a tree, inquiring, what does this mean? I know. Wang Rui exclaimed, recounting the card game from the previous night. The bottle landed on Zhao Weiwu. He drew a card that asked, have you ever killed or set fire? He said no, and that night he died. It now appears that he has lied. Subsequently, the curse of the cards has come to fruition. Wang Rui felt increasingly uneasy, his mind racing with the horrifying realization that Zhao Weiwu was indeed a perpetrator of heinous acts. Just look at the inscription on that tree. It is unequivocally Zhao Weiwu's own handwriting. Wang Rui pointed at the trunk where the words I have lied were inscribed, clear and conspicuous. The investigators exchanged glances and, upon examining Zhao Weiwu's fingernails, discovered traces of ash. Following this clue, the investigators retrieved a sharp stone, intending to take it back for analysis to ascertain whose fingerprints it bore. The investigators promptly placed the stone into a bag. Shen Siyu exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate, who immediately inquired, Mr. Zhao, could you please verify whether this is your son's handwriting? Zhao Dalong nodded sorrowfully, affirming it to be true. Under what circumstances could Zhao Weiwu have inscribed such words before his demise? Was he coerced or threatened? Why did he not struggle or resist? Even momentarily, the investigators took the cards from Wang Rui, and externally, they resembled any ordinary deck. The inquiries inscribed upon them were also commonplace, save for one ominous statement. Whoever lies will be cursed, never to leave this mountain. And now, it was evident that Zhao Weiwu would indeed not leave this mountain. He would have to be carried away. The investigators turned to Wang Rui and asked, are you certain this is a game card? Such a thing does not exist in the market. Where did you acquire it? I took it from my backpack. There were other items too, like a flying chess set, but I grew weary of those and left them behind. Wang Rui gestured behind him, indicating those bags were all prepared by Ji San. I only brought myself, nothing else. All eyes suddenly turned to Ji Yao. Ji Yao's lips twitched slightly, and he retorted, the items were purchased by my family's bodyguard and packed by the servants. However, he furrowed his brow. The investigators pressed, however, what? This deck of game cards is not on my list, Ji Yao replied. He had prepared the list the night before and sent it to the bodyguard. He was certain it did not include this game card. Wang Rui scoffed and instinctively remarked, could it be that the bodyguard mistakenly included it? Lu Zijian rolled his eyes and interjected, if that's the case, the servants from the Ji family also handled it. If the bodyguard made an error, it could have been the servants or even someone else who slipped it in along the way. How can you prove otherwise? Indeed, the origins of this card had become muddled. The question had come full circle, returning to its origin. Zhao Dalong, filled with pent-up rage, finally shouted at the investigators, did you not say the murderer is among us? Then apprehend them and deliver justice for my son. Let the murderer pay for my son's life. Moved, Jiang Wan observed coldly, finding it laughable. Justice? Zhao Dalong should have heard such words countless times before. Each time he committed his misdeeds, the lives he had ruthlessly extinguished were filled with desperate cries for justice. Who would grant them that justice? The investigators remained silent, awaiting Shen Siyu, the supervising officer, to make a decision. In the ensuing silence, Shen Siyu suddenly spoke, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere, cold and incisive. Who among you suggested coming to this mountain? As he spoke, Shen Siyu's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Jiang Wan for 2 additional seconds. Ye Ypsilonao, maintaining a composed demeanor. Was about to speak when Jiang Wan interjected. This is something that cannot be concealed, she stated plainly. It was I. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dalong's bloodshot eyes darted between Jiao and Jiang Wan, filled with fury. Third young master, when I inquired about who wished to climb the mountain, you claimed it was you. Now it is her. Are you shielding her, providing this girl with a cover? Zhao Dalong's eyes widened in rage. Wishing to tear Jiang Wan apart, he vehemently accused, it was you. You are the one who killed my son. Shen Siyu's gaze shifted towards her, his tone enigmatic. Miss Jiang, do you have anything to explain? Ji Yao, exasperated, retorted, "She was with me the entire night. Is that not a sufficient alibi?" Shen Siyu disregarded him, focusing solely on Jiang Wan, awaiting her response. Jiang Wan blinked, seemingly amused by the question, retorting, "Do you truly believe I possess such capability?" The other investigators momentarily appeared bewildered, then realized the implications. Zhao Weiwu stood at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique. Even 2 robust adult men would require considerable effort to subdue him. How could a slender girl like Jiang Wan possibly achieve this? Shen Siyu scrutinized Jiang Wan deeply, then turned to Zhao Dalong, stating, "Once the autopsy results confirm the cause of death, we will promptly inform you, Mr. Zhao." What could Zhao Dalong say? He feared Shen Siyu's authority and dared not overstep. He was even more wary of the Ji family, refraining from expressing any grievances towards Ji Yao. The other young gentlemen, such as Wang Rui and Lu Zijian, had familial connections and complex interests intertwined with Zhao Dalong's family. Given his understanding of these individuals, he knew they could not be the ones responsible for his son's death. Thus, there remained but one suspect. As Zhao Dalong prepared to leave, he cast one last glance at Jiang Wan, his eyes aflame with rage, before descending the mountain. Once out of sight, Zhao Dalong's expression darkened as he instructed his subordinate, "Investigate that girl thoroughly. I wish to know her origins and whether she has any connections to my enemies. The more details, the better." After Zhao Dalong departed, Shen Siyu quickly followed suit. Before leaving, he handed Jiang Wan a business card, a half-smile gracing his lips. "Miss Jiang, should you recall anything, do not hesitate to call me." Jiang Wan accepted the card, responding in kind, "I will." The investigators departed in a grand procession. On their way down the mountain, one subordinate, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked, "Director Shun, do you suspect that girl named Jiang? That seems implausible. She hardly appears capable." "It is not suspicion, merely intuition," Shen Siyu replied nonchalantly. "Investigate her identity, background, and interpersonal relationships." "Understood," the subordinate nodded. Upon arriving at the scene, they had registered all individuals present, possessing only the most basic information about Jiang Wan. The remainder would require deeper investigation. The incident involving Zhao Weiwu quickly spread, prompting both the Wang and Lu families to dispatch individuals to escort Wang Rui and Lu Zijian away. The other 2 lackeys followed the investigators down the mountain. The Ji family also sent bodyguards. Ji Yao was reluctant to leave. The bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitating. "Third young master, this is the family head's order. We must insist that you return with us." Ji Yao glared at them in frustration, then turned to Jiang Wan, "Come, I will see you home." Jiang Wan smiled at him, shaking her head. "You go ahead. There are vehicles at the foot of the mountain. I can return on my own." Just as Ji Yao was about to respond, he received another urgent call from Ji Yaong, his father, who had even expressed anger, demanding he return immediately. With no alternative, Ji Yao relented, knowing it was daytime and that some investigators remained on the mountain, thus not worrying for Jiang Wan's safety. He departed. Jiang Wan sat quietly for a while, waiting until Ji Yao's figure disappeared from view before rising from the stone and making her way down the mountain. If one were to observe closely, they would notice her right foot was swollen. Thus, she limped step by step down the mountain, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as the sharp pain in her right foot gradually intensified. Unfortunately, the nearby vehicles had just left, leaving her in solitude. Jiang Wan hobbled to a bench to sit down, taking out her phone to summon a ride, only to discover the battery was nearly depleted. As Jiang Wan was about to put away her phone, the screen suddenly lit up with an incoming call from an unmarked yet familiar number. It was Pei Jin. She answered hello. On the other end, Pei Jin's voice resonated with a low, magnetic timbre, laced with a casual languor, as he pronounced her name, Jiang Wan. Without any pleasantries, he chided her. "You dare to resign without a word? Do you think Liyuan is a place you can come and go as you please? It seems you've forgotten how you pleaded with me back in bed." Jiang Wan rubbed her ears, realizing he had come to settle a score. "Go ahead and scold me." She replied nonchalantly, "It won't last long anyway. My phone is about to die, and my ride hasn't arrived yet." Just as she spoke, the countdown to her phone's shutdown echoed in her ear, accompanied by Pei Jin's inquiry. "Where are you?" She casually provided her address, ready to tease him about his unexpected kindness. Was he coming to pick her up? However, before she could utter the words, the phone completely shut down. Resting her chin on her hand, she sighed. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Dusk had nearly fallen when she finally spotted a bus. As Jiang Wan stood up, limping towards it, a beam of headlights suddenly illuminated the area, blinding her momentarily. Instinctively, she glanced over. The sun had set, leaving the last vestiges of twilight to slip beneath the horizon, and in the dim light, she locked eyes with Pei Jean, whose dark gaze pierced through the windshield. Chapter 22. So, have you become close with him? Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. The bus driver urged her, "Miss, are you getting on or not?" "Aye." She began to respond, but before she could finish, a force from behind yanked her down from the bus steps. The moment her right foot hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to stumble directly into Pei Jin's embrace. The bus had already sped away, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Pei Jin's voice, tinged with amusement, broke the stillness. "In such a hurry to fall into my arms?" Jiang Wan, unable to stand due to the pain, remained nestled against him, defiantly retorting, "That pales in comparison to your journey, Pei Jin. It takes 2.5 hours to drive from Yundu to here." Pei Jin smirked. "You thought I came here to settle scores? I just went to Li Yuan and found out you had handed in your resignation, claiming you wouldn't work anymore." How naive. He gripped the back of her neck, forcing her to meet his gaze. His tone, heavy with authority, was almost oppressive as he queried, "So, you and Ji Yao are an item now? Planning to become the third young lady of the Ji family?" Jiang Wan remained silent, and Pei Jin mistook her quietness for acquiescence. His expression darkened, teeth clenched, but then he noticed her pallor. "What's wrong?" he asked, brushing her hair aside to reveal her ashen face, slick with cold sweat, her usually rosy lips devoid of color. "It hurts," Jiang Wan finally spoke, her delicate frame trembling slightly. "I think I twisted my ankle. It might be a fracture." Pei Jin glanced down at her ankle, now swollen and red, illuminated by the fading light. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" he chastised, noticing her attempt to smile through the pain. "Haven't you had your fill of scolding yet? How could I dare to speak up?" She replied, her tone laced with sarcasm. Pei Jin, exasperated, scooped her up effortlessly and placed her in the spacious passenger seat. His expression stern. "Buckle up yourself." Jiang Wan, lying comfortably, merely closed her eyes, too fatigued to even lift a finger. "It hurts. I lack the strength." Pei Jin chuckled in disbelief, recalling her earlier bravado. Observing her still pale complexion, he leaned closer to fasten her seatbelt. The proximity allowed him to take in the slight furrow of her brow and the delicate flutter of her long lashes, not to mention her soft lips. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wan finally opened her eyes and queried, "Why aren't we driving?" She met Pei Jin's dark, intense gaze, his fingers gently gripping her chin. A teasing smile playing on his lips. "You dare to command me? Quite bold of you." Jiang Wan blinked, responding with a teasing lilt. "Isn't that something you've always known about me, Pei Jin?" "Indeed," he replied, his tone grave. "It's time you learn a lesson. I have a remarkable memory, for example." "Your impressive endurance," she responded playfully, inching closer to him. In that moment, their breaths intertwined, thick with unspoken tension. "And let us not forget," she added, playfully resting her uninjured foot on him, arching an eyebrow, "your reactions are quite exaggerated." Pei Jin found her audacity amusing, yet he couldn't deny his growing intrigue. His gaze deepened, a predatory glint igniting within as he contemplated his next move. Just then his phone rang, the car's Bluetooth automatically connecting to the call. A slightly anxious voice came through, his assistant. "Pei Jin, Miss Fong has just awakened and is in an agitated state, crying out for you." She even grabbed a fruit knife, threatening to harm herself. "Will you come see her?" The car fell silent as Pei Jin took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. "I'm on my way," he replied curtly before hanging up. Jiang Wan, sensing the shift, promptly stated, "I'll get out when we reach the city. I won't delay you, Pei Jin." He shot her a glance, saying nothing, and stepped back to close the passenger door before heading to the driver's seat. The car surged forward, racing through the streets, cutting the originally 2.5-hour journey by more than half. Upon reaching the city, the streets pulsed with life, illuminated by vibrant neon lights. Jiang Wan intended to suggest she could easily take a cab from there, but Pei Jin's serious demeanor indicated he wasn't listening. Understanding the urgency of the situation, she wisely kept her mouth shut, prioritizing Pei Jin's need to attend to the hospital. Soon, the sleek black Bentley came to a halt at the hospital entrance. As she reached for the door, before she could even steady her footing, Pei Jin swept her up into his arms. Startled, Jiang Wan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck as he strode purposefully into the hospital. "Let's have a look. I suspect a fracture," he stated as they entered one of the examination rooms, where a plaque labeled "Specialist" hung outside. Inside, not only was there a doctor, but a few nurses stood ready with a wheelchair, having anticipated their arrival. After all, this hospital belonged to the Pei family. Lost in thought, Jiang Wan was jolted back to reality by Pei Jin's voice, dripping with playful sarcasm, holding on so tightly. "Are you reluctant to let go?" Realizing she was still clinging to him, she quickly retracted her arms. Pei Jin, standing upright, flashed a sly smile before playfully pinching her earlobe, instructing her softly, "Wait for me here after the examination." With that, he turned and left, indifferent to her willingness. "I won't wait," Jiang Wan thought defiantly. Chapter 23. Disdainful in words, straightforward in actions. The examination was swift. She had a slight fracture, but thankfully it was not displaced, so there was no need for a cast. Only a bandage was applied. The doctor remarked, "After injuring your foot, it's best not to walk. Look how swollen it is. It must hurt terribly." Jiang Wan obediently nodded in understanding. Before long, the bandaging was complete, and the doctor continued with his advice. "All done. You're young and in good health, with a week or two of rest. You should recover without issue. However, do take care in the future. If you injure it again, dancing may no longer be an option for you." Jiang Wan was taken aback, surprised that he had noticed her passion for dance. She smiled and replied, "Thank you, doctor," though in truth, she had already given up dancing. After collecting the prescribed medication, Jiang Wan settled into a wheelchair. The nurse pushed her to the elevator and asked, "Are you all right alone? Don't you want to wait for Mr. Pei?" Jiang Wan was about to decline, but reconsidered, saying, "I'll go find him." "Thank you." Once the nurse left, Jiang Wan pressed the button for the elevator. She knew Pei Jin was on the 15th floor, where the actress Feng Shunning resided. However, her destination was not there. The elevator lights flashed, indicating the 17th floor. Jiang Wan maneuvered the wheelchair to Jiang Xing's special care room. Just as she arrived, Aunt Tong emerged from inside. Upon seeing the bandages on Jiang Wan's foot, she exclaimed, "Wan Wan, you're injured. What happened?" "I'm fine, Aunt Tong. Let us talk inside. Be careful," Aunt Tong cautioned, supporting the wheelchair as she guided Jiang Wan into the room and closed the door behind them. Jiang Wan explained, "I twisted my ankle while hiking. It's not serious. I just applied some medicine and need a few days of rest. Please don't worry." Aunt Tong, still anxious, replied, "How could you twist your ankle? You must be more careful in the future to avoid any lasting effects." "Yes," Jiang Wan nodded, then asked Aunt Tong, "Could you go downstairs and buy me something to eat? I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day." Aunt Tong immediately stood up. "Okay, I'll check the hospital cafeteria for something." Once Aunt Tong left, the room fell silent, with only the beeping of the medical equipment at Jiang Xing's bedside. Jiang Wan approached the bed and gently stroked Jiang Xing's head. After a moment, she softly said, "Little Xing, the person who bullied you is gone. You need to wake up soon and live well. I've saved enough money for you. It's all on the card." She felt that they had begun to pay attention to her. In the future, she couldn't visit often. With a sigh, Jiang Wan closed her eyes and exhaled softly. After the events on the mountain today, she was certain that someone would take notice of her, whether it be Zhao Dalong or the Inspection Bureau, and they might even send someone to follow her. Retrieving her hand, she pushed the wheelchair away. When Aunt Tong returned with food, the room was quiet and empty. Jiang Wan had vanished. "That child," Aunt Tong sighed, worry etched around her eyes. After leaving the special care room, Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before pressing the button for the 15th floor. As luck would have it, when the elevator doors opened, she encountered Pei Jin directly. He frowned slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Wan's bandaged foot. "How did you come down here? Where are you going?" "I came to find you, Mr. Pei, but I ended up on the wrong floor." Jiang Wan shook her sore hand and raised an eyebrow at him. "I can't push it anymore. Could you help me?" Her tone was assertive, as if it was a matter of course. Despite sitting in a wheelchair, she managed to convey a sense of regality. The assistant behind Pei Jin was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Who dared to speak to Mr. Pei in such a manner? The assistant couldn't help but foresee the impending scene. After all, who was Pei Jin? Cold and unyielding. Those women who had previously sought his attention would surely never wish to recall those moments. Everyone knew that Pei Jin, the head of the Pei family, was aloof and indifferent towards women. Those who dared to provoke him ended up with dire consequences. The assistant shook his head, but the next moment, He witnessed the rumored, unapproachable Pei Jin personally pushing the wheelchair. Was he actually being summoned? Jiang Wan hadn't expected Pei Jin to be so accommodating. And with someone attending to her, she felt relieved. After a few pushes, it became apparent that the wheels were stuck, making it difficult to maneuver. Pei Jin clicked his tongue in annoyance, bent down, and effortlessly lifted Jiang Wan into his arms. Before she could utter a word of protest, he was already striding forward. The assistant stumbled slightly behind, nearly losing his balance. He quickly pulled out his phone to frantically message Lin. "Brother Lin, I must be hallucinating. I just saw Mr. Pei carrying a woman." On the other end, Lin, who was on paid leave, paused for a moment before replying. "Is the woman's surname Jiang?" "Huh." The assistant thought for a moment before replying quickly. Yes. She is a rising star from Li Yuan. Mr. Pei mentioned earlier that he did dock her pay for not showing up, and now he had indeed carried her. Lin responded with a knowing tone. "Normal. You get used to it." The assistant quickly grasped the situation. When Jiang Wan turned around, she saw the assistant smiling widely, revealing an impressive set of teeth that could be featured in a toothpaste commercial. Jiang Wan recalled that the same assistant had been following Pei Jin in the elevator last night, but she had kept her head down to conceal her identity. So he likely hadn't recognized her. It was better that way. Jiang Wan felt a sense of relief. She couldn't return here again. Or if her identity were revealed prematurely, it would endanger not only her, but also Jiang Xing gathering her thoughts. She raised her head just as they reached the parking garage. Pei Jin placed her gently in the spacious passenger seat of the car. This time, without her prompting, the seat belt was already fastened for her. Jiang Wan blinked in surprise as Pei Jin settled into the driver's seat and started the engine. A woman in a hospital gown suddenly rushed out of the hospital building. Her long hair hung loosely, and her pallid face bore an ethereal beauty, evoking a sense of compassion. Jiang Wan recognized her immediately. It was Femme Shunning, the prominent actress in the entertainment industry and the white moonlight that Pei Jin protected. The news stated that Femme Shunning had been hospitalized due to an accident while filming. Though Jiang Wan contemplated whether to get out of the car, Pei Jin showed no sign of slowing down, accelerating away from the scene. Through the window, Jiang Wan's gaze met Femme Shunning's for a fleeting moment. The speed was too great to grasp anything but a cold, piercing glance. Jiang Wan felt an unexplainable sense of annoyance, certain that the feeling had nothing to do with Pei Jin. She simply disliked that kind of gaze as if she had seen it before. Jiang Wan struggled to recall where she had encountered that look, but couldn't pinpoint it. The ride was silent until they reached her home. Jiang Wan was not naive enough to ask how Pei Jin knew where she lived. Since their first meeting, all her information had been laid before him. It was merely an address, and he couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Jiang Wan snapped back to reality, offering a perfunctory thanks before preparing to hop out of the car. Just a few steps forward, Pei Jin approached and hoisted her onto his shoulder, carrying her up the stairs. Jiang Wan heard him let out a cold scoff, taunting, "What? Hiding someone in your house? Can't I come in? Hide your grandfather." Jiang Wan rolled her eyes, but didn't struggle against his hold. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Jiang Wan retrieved her keys to unlock the door, only to discover signs of tampering on the lock. Fortunately, her door was robust, and the security mechanism was commendable, which ultimately deterred the intruder. With a slight smirk, she said nothing and opened the door. "Mr. Pei, do you wish to enter? There is little to offer, so please make yourself at home." Jiang Wan balanced on one foot, indifferent to Pei Jin's thoughts, and limped into the kitchen. Having gone an entire day without food, she fell on the verge of starvation. The refrigerator was bare, but fortunately, there were still noodles in the cupboard. She filled a pot with water, turned up the heat, and once it boiled, she added a handful of noodles, skillfully cracking 2 eggs into the pot. Just as she was about to serve the noodles, she heard a couple of knocks from the table behind her. Turning around, she found Pei Jin languidly seated in her favorite dining chair, surprisingly still present. Ultimately, Jiang Wan served 2 bowls of noodles, portioning out one of her eggs to him, and sprinkled some chopped scallions on top before presenting it to Pei Jin. He tapped his index finger against the table and remarked, "No scallions, please." Jiang Wan was tempted to retort how difficult he was to please, but considering that he had brought her home today, she complied and removed the scallions from his bowl. "Is this satisfactory now, Mr. Pei?" She handed him chopsticks and settled down at the dining table across from him, relishing the perfectly cooked noodles. After sipping a few mouthfuls of hot broth, warmth spread through her stomach. Raising her gaze, she was startled to find Pei Jin's bowl empty as well, momentarily caught off guard. She had expected someone like him, accustomed to luxury, to disdain such simple noodles. As she prepared to clear the dishes, Pei Jin took them from her. "I'll handle this," he stated. Watching him enter the kitchen, Jiang Wan couldn't resist cautioning him. "We only have a few bowls, so please don't break any." Pei Jin chuckled softly, but remained silent. His actions revealed a familiarity with the task, surprising Jiang Wan. She realized her understanding of Pei Jin was still quite superficial. The information she had gleaned was merely the tip of the iceberg. Once the kitchen was tidied up, Pei Jin emerged, drying his hands, and casually remarked, "Once your foot is healed, you can return to work. Without my permission, you won't be able to use your name at Li Yuan." With that, he departed. Jiang Wan shook her head, not giving it much thought as she prepared for bed. Little did she know, after descending the stairs, Pei Jin's gaze pierced through the surrounding buildings, fixated on the charred remains of the Jiang family villa. A whisper escaped his lips, carried away by the wind. "Jiang Wan, who exactly are you?" Pei Jin lingered in the night for a moment longer, not in a rush to leave, engrossed in a silver lighter that he twirled between his fingers. With a click, a flame danced before him, casting flickering light upon his deep, enigmatic eyes. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds and deliberately muted footsteps from outside the alley. For youths, their hair dyed in garish colors, crept towards him. One of them, visibly anxious, questioned, "Are you sure this will work? What if we get caught?" "Of course we won't get caught," retorted another with a centipede scar on his face, his voice low and commanding. "Haven't we already scouted the place? That building only has her living in it. If it weren't for that stubborn door, we would have gotten in today. I'm certain that woman has money. Even if she doesn't, the rich second-generation type she associates with must have plenty. Did you not see the luxury cars parked beneath her building? I could sell everything I own and still not afford a wheel. Trust me, brothers, we're destined for greatness. We cannot proceed without money. Once we succeed today." The blonde-haired youth's words were abruptly cut off as he exclaimed, "A Bentley. This beauty must be worth over 10 million. The others shared his fervor, their eyes gleaming with greed. "If we pull this off, the money and the car will be ours. Let us go." Without hesitation, they grasped their knives and ropes tightly and surged into the building. The hallway lights flickered dimly, failing to illuminate anything while also being painfully bright. Furthermore, the old house lacked surveillance cameras. With fierce determination in their eyes, the four rushed toward the third floor. However, as they ascended just a few steps, they spotted a tall, imposing figure illuminated by the flickering overhead light. The man toyed with his lighter, the flame casting an eerie glow on his striking features, accentuating the devilish smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The four were startled, momentarily convinced they had seen a ghost. Their screams caught in their throats before they could utter a sound as the man languidly raised a finger, signaling for silence. "Shoo, don't make a sound." The leader, the blonde-haired youth, gripped his knife tightly, feeling the urge to charge forward, with four of them armed. Taking down a single person should be effortless. Yet, the man's gaze was frigid and indifferent, as if he were surveying mere ants. The overwhelming sense of intimidation rendered him paralyzed with fear. Every cell in his body screamed for escape, but before he could flee, the three fools behind him collided with him. Unable to stop in time, forced forward, the blonde youth, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "All together. Let's take him down." 10 seconds later, the four ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, some coughing up blood, others with broken ribs. Pei Jin remained untouched, albeit slightly disgusted, as he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, speaking nonchalantly, "Get far away from here. If you set foot in this place again, you'll die." Terrified, the four stumbled away, narrowly escaping with their lives. The night had deepened, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Pei Jin casually discarded the handkerchief into a trash bin and strolled out. Before driving away, he glanced up at the darkened third floor and softly murmured good night. Jiang Wan, on the other hand, had not yet fallen asleep. To be precise, she was wide awake. Her foot, wrapped in bandages and unable to get wet, made bathing a challenge. After drying her hair, she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to the ticking of the second hand. However, after a long while, she heard no sound of anyone attempting to pry open her lock. Jiang Wan tossed off the covers and got out of bed, retrieving the knife hidden beneath her pillow before stepping into the living room. She waited for over half an hour, yet there was still no sign of the intruders. This was unusual. The area she resided in was known for its mix of characters, being both remote and run down, which made the rent affordable. Nearby, there were often ruffians engaging in theft and violence. In her initial days of moving in, she frequently encountered such troublemakers, but each time, she managed to scare them off. The lack of spoils would surely keep them restless. Moreover, given Ji Yao's recent visit in his ostentatious sports car, it was only natural that they would be tempted again. With a resigned expression, Jiang Wan activated the alarm system hanging by the door and returned to her bedroom. The pain in her foot made it impossible to sleep. She rummaged through her belongings for a box of painkillers, extracted one, and swallowed it dry. The bitter taste lingered, yet Jiang Wan seemed impervious to it. Her gaze drifted out the window, landing on the charred, unrecognizable villa that once belonged to her. To others, it would appear as a haunted house. Once, it had been her home. When choosing to rent this place, Chun Yinling had inquired why. Given her financial stability, she would opt for such a location. Because it offered her a view of her home. Memories flooded back of her father's disgrace and demise. Her mother, suffocated to death, disguised as a suicide. She had squeezed herself into the cargo hold of a plane, enduring over 10 hours of flight to return home, and upon seeing Meng Wenjin's lifeless body, Jiang Wan had crumbled. That night, a fever of 40 degrees ravaged her mind, leaving her in a state of delirium, as if a piece had been excised from her heart, causing excruciating pain. It was at that moment that a group of individuals armed with knives stormed into the Jiang residence. Jiang Xing swiftly shoved her beneath the bed, trembling as she implored, "Do not emerge, do not speak, I beg you." At that time, Jiang Wan was utterly voiceless. She struggled to grasp Jiang Xing's sleeve, but her fingers met only emptiness. Later, through the crevice of the bed, she witnessed the heinous acts committed by Zhao Weiwu, that brute, and the merciless blade wielded by the second master of the Ji family against Jiang Xing. After their departure, amidst the slowly igniting villa, Jiang Wan crawled painstakingly to Jiang Xing's side. She forced herself to remain calm and performed emergency first aid on Jiang Xing, buying precious time for her transfer to the hospital. These scenes flashed through her mind, ultimately crystallizing in the horrified, vacant expression of Zhao Weiwu. Zhao Weiwu was dead. Those individuals must have taken note of her, including Pei Jin. Jiang Wan could not fathom that the proud and privileged head of the Pei family would return her home late at night, lingering in her cold little abode merely for a bowl of noodles. It was clearly a test, a suspicion. A hint of derision flickered in Jiang Wan's eyes. Investigate, then. Let us see what you can uncover. On that night, investigative materials concerning Jiang Wan were laid before 3 distinct individuals. Shen Xiyu from the supervisory office, real estate mogul Zhao Dalong, and Ji Yang, the head of the Ji family. Yet, without exception, the contents of the documents were pristine, devoid of any clues. Raised abroad, with her parents residing there, she had only recently returned to the country, having pursued a degree in traditional opera, which led her to Lee Garden. Moreover, numerous photographs substantiated the authenticity of this information. Ji Yang glanced at the documents casually before discarding them. Ji Yao, present in the study, grumbled, "Dad, have you discovered anything? I've told you countless times, the person I like is not the kind you imagine." Before Ji Yang could retort, Ji Yao waved his hand, interjecting, "Hey, don't stop me. I simply like her, and no one can change that." Has the prodigal truly returned? Ji Yang did not care what kind of woman his son favored. His sole concern was that this young lady also bore the surname Jiang. Why must the Ji family always be at odds with those named Jiang? Ji Yang glared, yet ultimately relented. Very well. As long as this Jiang Wan has no ties to the Jiang family, he would allow his son to find happiness. However, I have a condition. Ji Yang seized the opportunity, stating, "Starting tomorrow, you will join the company. As for anything else, do as you please." Ji Yao was 100% unwilling. Yet for the future, he thought, with Jiang Wan's background, entering the Ji family would be fraught with obstacles, for they were not a match in status. Thus, Ji Yao sheepishly inquired, "And what about whom I marry in the future? You want to interfere? Well, as long as you are happy. Good. Then I shall report to the company tomorrow." Ye ipsilono spirits lifted instantly. Once he had sent this ungrateful son away, Ji Yahong's smile gradually faded as he instructed the butler, "Uncle Xiang, Zhao Weiwu's death is suspicious. We must remain vigilant." He then directed his second son to avoid trouble during this period, insisting that wherever he went, he must not be without bodyguards. "Yes, sir." Uncle Xiang quickly departed to convey the message. Among the 3 sons of the Ji family, Ji Yao was the most favored and unblemished. The other two were ruthless, especially the second son, Ji Hao, who was practically lawless. After Uncle Xiang delivered this order, Ji Hao scoffed dismissively. It was merely the death of Zhao Weiwu. Father is overthinking it. Enough, enough, be gone. Uncle Xiang bowed respectfully, but cast a lingering glance at Ji Hao. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ji Hao's brow bore a shadow of darkness. Perhaps it was best not to speak further. Straightening his posture, Uncle Xiang left. Chapter 26. Tests and suspicion. Jiang Wan nursed her injuries for a week. During this time, she ventured nowhere, having groceries delivered to her door, and occasionally ordering takeout when she did not feel like cooking. Ji Yao hurriedly visited her twice. The usually carefree Ji San Shao had entered the company for training. With so much to attend to, he could only spare time for Jiang Wan. However, both times he came, it was unfortunate timing. When he knocked at her door during her sleeping hours, no one answered. Thus, Ji Yao remained unaware of her injured foot. After a week of recovery, the swelling had subsided, and her bones had healed significantly. At least she appeared to have no trouble walking. However, running or exercising was out of the question. Jiang Wan prepared a cup of instant coffee, but after a sip, she grimaced, realizing she had purchased the wrong flavor. Disposing of it and washing the cup clean, she grabbed her wallet and prepared to head out. Typically, when she descended the stairs, she would encounter those unsavory characters lurking nearby. Yet today, not a single one was in sight. How peculiar. As she glanced around, she noticed a more prominent change, a row of brand new streetlights lining both sides of the road. Judging by the traces on the ground, this must have occurred only a few days prior. She and T ventured out, and thus had remained oblivious. Who could be so kind-hearted? The first person who came to her mind was Ji Yao. Could it be that he had paid to have these streetlights installed? Jiang Wan deemed it quite possible. However, if Ji Yao did not mention it, she had no intention of inquiring. After exiting the alley, she soon came upon a vegetable market, accompanied by a moderately sized supermarket. With a clear objective, she headed straight for the supermarket. Yet halfway there, she hesitated, slowing her pace. Someone was following her. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, speculating that they were either from the supervisory office or sent by Zhao Dalong. She could only wonder how long they had been tailing her. It must have been quite exhausting. She pretended not to notice. Just then, someone suddenly dashed up from behind, yanking her bag from her grasp with great force. In that instant, Jiang Wan's reflexes nearly compelled her to retaliate, but she stifled the impulse, only to be thrown to the ground by the sheer force of the pull. Her palm grazed the ground, breaking the skin and drawing forth a few drops of blood. The thief, having succeeded, sprinted away. Nearby, some passers-by noticed the commotion but dared not intervene. Jiang Wan uttered not a word, staring at her stinging palm, feeling a twinge of pain as she instinctively blew on it. At that moment, the fleeing thief was unexpectedly tripped by someone, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust flew into the air. Jiang Wan observed from a distance, somewhat astonished to see that the rescuer was Shen Siyu. Shen Siyu bent to retrieve Jiang Wan's bag, casually waved his hand, and two subordinates emerged from behind, taking the foul-mouthed thief away. Shen Siyu strode over to Jiang Wan, towering over her as he remarked, "You were robbed and remained silent, Miss Jiang. You truly are composed. Just my luck. After all, there was nothing of value." Jiang Wan rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and smiled. "Nevertheless, I appreciate Supervisor Shun for recovering my bag." As she extended her hand, Shen Siyu did not immediately return the bag. "Since there's nothing of value, may I take a look?" Shen Siyu had never concealed his suspicions regarding Jiang Wan. As he opened the clasp, she tried to intervene. "You can't," but he had already seen inside. The bag contained a compact mirror, a tube of sunscreen, and 2 sanitary napkins. "Shen Siyu." Jiang Wan bit her lip. "Could you return it to me now?" "You Supervisor Shun, who lacks any sense of boundaries. A woman's menstrual cycle is a perfectly normal occurrence, one that requires no shame or secrecy." Yet his casual rummaging through her bag felt exceedingly invasive. Finally, Shen Siyu muttered, "Oh, my apologies." Taking her bag back, Jiang Wan attempted to walk past him. Halfway through, she suddenly turned around. Staring directly into Shen Siyu's eyes, she bluntly inquired, "I have a question, Supervisor Shun. Why do you repeatedly harbor doubts about me? Suspicions that seem entirely unfounded. I'm quite curious whether you are upholding justice or deliberately targeting me." In the recent incident, when Jiang Wan was robbed of her bag, the officials from the inspection division were mere steps away, yet they did not intervene. Had they truly desired to act, she would not have stumbled. However, they refrained, as Shun Siyu seemed to harbor a sense of curiosity, keen to observe her reaction, to discern whether she was as harmless and defenseless as she appeared. Jiang Wan did not expect a reply from Shun Siyu and inquired, "Have you drawn any conclusions now, Inspector Shin?" Shun Siyu chuckled softly, his first thought being that this young lady bore a grudge. Yet he never favored deceit. "No," he replied candidly. "I will continue to observe you." "And the reason?" she pressed. "There is no reason." Jiang Wan nodded slightly, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. She did not comprehend, yet she respected his decision. With that, she turned to leave. Shun Siyu watched her retreating figure, and a subordinate approached, whispering, "Inspector Shun, shall we continue to follow her?" Shun Siyu averted his gaze, ordering withdraw. After a moment, he chuckled, adding, "Lest some young lady accuse me of targeting her." The subordinate dared not speak, but internally mused, "Isn't that precisely what you were doing?" The cause of Zhao Weiwu's death had been determined. There were no external injuries, only a fatal spike in adrenaline due to extreme fright, colloquially termed scared to death. Was it not possible that Zhao Weiwu had been guilty of a crime that led to hallucinations, or that he had succumbed to other fears? What connection did this bear to the young lady? Jiang Wan's profile had been thoroughly reviewed, revealing no ties to Zhao Weiwu. As an inspector, Shun Siyu's extensive investigation into her was entirely unwarranted. One of his subordinates whispered to a colleague, "Could it be that Inspector Shin finds her attractive and is seeking a reason to engage with her?" "Sure, do you want to lose your life?" came the reply, muffled laughter escaping them. Fortunately, their whispers did not reach Shun Siyu's ears. Otherwise, he would have ensured they faced consequences. Upon returning home, Jiang Wan turned on the faucet to cleanse her wounds and the dirt, applying iodine for disinfection. After drying her hands, she gazed down from her apartment, noticing that the officials had departed. Her foot injury had healed after 3 days, and as her mobility returned, the end of the month approached. Tonight was the auction, and Pei Jin had promised to assist her in gaining entry. Surely he had not forgotten? Pondering this, she retrieved Pei Jin's number and sent a message. "I will be waiting for you at the auction entrance at 7 o'clock, Mr. Pei." Chapter 27, Bastard. The message lingered in silence, receiving no response. Jiang Wan was not one to rush others. She understood the delicate balance of not being overly insistent. After swiftly preparing herself, she departed. At 6:30, she arrived at the auction venue. Checking her phone, she saw that the message remained unread. Jiang Wan waited patiently. But as half an hour turned into an hour, then 2, it became clear that Pei Jin was not coming. She had been stood up. Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising agitation within her, she changed the contact name from Mr. Pei to Pigeon King. "Bastard." Jiang Wan turned toward the resplendent building. As expected, she was stopped by the attendant at the entrance. With politeness, the attendant requested, "Madam, may I see your exclusive invitation?" Naturally, Jiang Wan had none. Had she possessed one, she would not have been waiting in the chilly air for 2.5 hours. She should have known that, aside from herself, no one else could be relied upon. Her gaze darkened. The moon viewing platform must be reclaimed, regardless of whether it contained items left by her mother. She would obtain the painting at any cost. Gripping her phone tightly, she dialed a number she had attempted to forget but now had to recall. After just 2 rings, the call was answered. "Xiao Wan, it seems you've come to a decision." The voice on the line was low and hoarse, laced with menace and danger that sent chills down her spine. Jiang Wan closed her eyes and said, "Teacher, I need your help." Before she could elaborate, the man interjected, "After you handle your affairs, come see me." The call ended abruptly. Before long, the auction's organizer hurried out, bowing respectfully to Jiang Wan, saying, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Jiang Wan had composed herself and entered the auction hall. As anticipated, they were in the final round. The item currently up for bid was indeed the moon viewing platform. Jiang Wan was guided to a private VIP room on the upper floor, where an array of exquisite pastries and fruits awaited her, along with a button designated for bidding. The atmosphere below was electric, and as the moon viewing platform was unveiled, many affluent bidders emerged. Sitting on the second floor, Jiang Wan observed the proceedings. The starting bid of 100,000 had escalated to 800,000 through multiple bids, and the momentum showed no signs of halting. She remained a passive observer until the price doubled again, and fewer bidders remained, yet one individual persisted with unwavering determination. Suddenly, he shouted, "I bid 5 million. The audacious bidder was Zhao Dalong. In mere weeks, Zhao Dalong appeared aged and gaunt, his once sharp features now imbued with an ominous intensity. His bid for the moon viewing platform was undoubtedly not for himself, but likely a directive from the Ji family, compelling him to participate in the auction. Upon hearing the 5 million bid, the room fell silent. Jiang Wan smirked, pressing the bidding button. The screen instantly displayed her bid, 10 million. The murmurs intensified below. Curiosity piqued, some glanced upwards, but the curtains concealed Jiang Wan from their view. Zhao Dalong, initially confident of his victory, was taken aback by this unexpected contender. He furrowed his brow and countered with a new bid, 12 million. 15 million. Jiang Wan replied, her expression impassive. 18. Zhao Dalong fumed, matching her bid. This time, Jiang Wan escalated to 30 million. Zhao Dalong's face darkened with fury. Just as he was about to retaliate, a companion tugged at his sleeve, cautioning, the individuals seated above are top-tier VIPs. Are you certain you wish to contest with them? Zhao Dalong had intended to assert his backing from the Ji family. Yet upon realizing the absurdity of a mere painting reaching 30 million, he felt a surge of frustration, ultimately choosing to relay the situation to Ji Yang. After some contemplation, Ji Yang responded, then let it go. Consider it a goodwill gesture. We shall find out who this person is and see if we can negotiate a private purchase. With the Ji family's financial prowess, 30 million was a trivial sum. Should a bidding war ensue, it would be insignificant. It was simply not worth the trouble. To offend a significant figure over such a trivial painting was decidedly unwise. Zhao Dalong, following the directive, relinquished his bid. Consequently, the painting was sold to Jiang Wan for 30 million. After completing the payment, the auction's organizer bowed deeply and stated, esteemed guest, if you require, we could deliver the painting to your residence. Jiang Wan nodded and provided her address. Even upon learning that her address was in a dilapidated neighborhood, the organizer maintained a composed demeanor, revealing no surprise. Before exiting, Jiang Wan pondered briefly and instructed, if anyone inquires about my identity, I hope you can keep it confidential. Rest assured, the person in charge nodded, affirming that our auction house is unconnected to any forces and would never disclose the information of any esteemed guest. Jiang Wan had conducted an investigation on this auction house and found this assertion credible. As unobtrusively as she had entered, Jiang Wan discreetly exited through a side door. The auction house was bustling with activity, yet she passed through with calmness, drawing no attention. Once she successfully stepped outside the building, she was approached by a vehicle. The driver opened the rear door with an impassive expression and addressed her, Miss Jiang, please get in. Your master wishes to see you. Chapter 28. Arriving a moment late. How swiftly you have come. Jiang Wan chuckled self-deprecatingly. She knew that once the call was made, those who were meant to arrive would, though she hadn't anticipated such promptness. Tossing her phone into her bag, she bent to enter the vehicle. The luxurious black car smoothly pulled away, racing into the night. Coincidentally, as this car departed, a Bentley screeched to a halt at the entrance of the auction house. The person who emerged was Pei Jean. He appeared travel-worn, his bespoke suit slightly wrinkled, bearing the marks of a long journey from the airport. However, the auction had already concluded. He was unaware if Jiang Wan had attended. After searching both inside and outside, he had dismissed several executives attempting to ingratiate themselves, but he found no trace of her. Pei Jean dialed Jiang Wan multiple times, each call met with silence. He felt a sense of betrayal. Pei Jean rubbed his temples. An assistant Lin promptly inquired, President Pei, is your migraine acting up again? You should take some painkillers. He retrieved the medication and water from his briefcase. Pei Jean took 2 pills, yet the dull ache persisted, relentless and unyielding, rendering the painkillers ineffective. Understanding this, Assistant Lin prepared to summon a private doctor. Pei Jean stopped him, his voice already hoarse. Find the head of the auction house. I will pay 10 times the amount to acquire everything auctioned tonight. If 10 times is insufficient, then make it 20 or 100. In any case, I want everything within 3 days. He was uncertain of Jiang Wan's intentions for attending the auction, so he resolved to purchase everything, allowing her to choose as she pleased. Surely, this could not be considered a betrayal, could it? Assistant Lin was utterly astonished. One must understand that the final bidding prices at an auction often exceeded the intrinsic value of the items significantly. For their President Pei to buy back everything at 10-fold or even 100-fold prices was sheer madness, an extravagant display of wealth. Understood, President Pei. I will attend to it immediately. Assistant Lin rushed off to execute the orders. Pei Jin returned to the car, intending to instruct the driver to head back to the hotel, but reconsidered and opted instead for the remote old district where Jiang Wan resided. Pei Jin braved the throbbing pain in his head as he exited the car, looking up to see that the third floor was dark, indicating she was not home. He knocked on the door, but no one responded. After a prolonged silence, he withdrew his hand and returned to the car. Back to you, Jing. The migraine intensified. In a brief span of time, Pei Jin's voice had become gravelly, and the driver dared not meet his gaze. Yu Jing was Pei Jin's private residence, a place he seldom returned to, especially during his bouts of illness. He believed that during such episodes, his actions and demeanor resembled that of a madman, disheveled and embarrassed. He wished not to tarnish this one sanctuary of cleanliness. Yet today, he felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. Pei Jin rejected the driver's assistance and staggered through the door. The moment it closed behind him, the sound reverberated painfully through his senses as if a nail had been driven into his mind. Letting out a muffled groan, he collapsed onto the carpet. Fortunately, the house was empty. He was alone, with only the maid who came to clean during the day and departed by evening. No one would witness his disarray. Once the initial sharp pain subsided, Pei Jin retrieved his phone. The screen cracked at one corner, and aside from mundane company matters, there were no other notifications. He aimlessly tapped the screen, inadvertently accessing a folder of recordings. Inside was a 30-second audio clip. Pei Jin played it on loop, reclining on the carpet, closing his eyes. In the vast, empty house, only the gentle, repetitive melody of a childhood lullaby filled the air. It was enchanting and lilting, imbued with a sense of hidden narrative. It was Jiang Wan's voice, her languid tones inching into his ears. At that moment, Jiang Wan stepped into an estate, a whimsical place adorned with soft lawns, spinning windmills, and a breathtaking expanse of cherry blossoms that seemingly stretched to infinity. Occasionally, petals floated by, carried on the wind. Jiang Wan reached out to catch one. Soon, she entered one of the villas and spotted a man seated in a wheelchair, his back to her. He was quite young, in his early 30s, exuding an innate elegance, his profile sharp and striking, the kind of beauty that could be immortalized in photographs. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned the wheelchair to face Jiang Wan. His visage was breathtaking, devoid of any flaw, with chiseled features and deep-set eyes. His cold, thin lips bore no trace of emotion. Jiang Wan remained rooted, a distance of nearly 20 meters separating them. The man casually intertwined his fingers before him, an action imbued with an air of dominance, noble yet commanding. Come closer, he beckoned. Jiang Wan hesitated before approaching. Teacher, it has been a while. She addressed him as teacher because he had once instructed her in marksmanship, knife techniques, and close combat. The man glanced at her without uttering a word, then abruptly tossed a stack of photographs onto the ground before her. The sharp edges of the paper grazed her eye, leaving a red mark. Jiang Wan did not flinch, her gaze fixated on the images scattered before her. Each depicted candid moments of her, such as the time she had lured Pei Jin to her bed, or the occasion he had carried her in his arms after she injured her foot. Each image was strikingly clear. As she examined the pictures, a smile broke across her face, laced with sarcasm. Whoever captured these must be quite the genius. They truly know how to find the right angles. She then lowered her gaze to the man in the wheelchair and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss by showing me these, teacher?" The man did not respond to her question, but instead instructed a nearby servant, "Bring the whip." The servant cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Wan before swiftly retrieving a long whip. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as the whip descended heavily upon Jiang Wan. Dressed in a black dress with a light jacket, the impact tore the sleeve of her outer garment, leaving a vivid, bloody lash upon her arm. Jiang Wan did not utter a sound. Before the second strike could fall, she braced herself for another hit, but inexplicably, the whip altered its course, wrapping around her wrist as if endowed with a life of its own. In the next moment, an overwhelming force yanked Jiang Wan forward, causing her to tumble before the man. The momentum was too great for her to regain her balance, and her forehead collided with the armrest of his wheelchair. Sensing the pain, she remained silent as a cold hand pressed against her forehead, gently massaging the area. Chapter 29. A Spendthrift. Jiang Wan attempted to evade, yet that hand detected her resistance, firmly gripping her chin, compelling her to look up. As their gazes met, the man said, "You disappoint me, Jiang Wan." Jiang Wan stood her ground, meeting his eyes defiantly, a mocking smile dancing on her lips. Was it that disappoints you, teacher? Do you believe I bear no resemblance to the one you hold in your heart? You can only be disappointed, for the scar at the corner of Jiang Wan's eye had grown redder, accentuating the enchanting beauty of her radiant face. I am who I am, not someone else. The arrangement of this villa remained unchanged through the years. By the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a grand piano, next to which hung a painting depicting a beautiful young girl in a white dress, smiling amidst a cherry blossom grove. The girl was strikingly lovely, bearing a slight resemblance to Jiang Wan, yet it was merely a semblance. Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze from the photograph and gradually opened the hand that the man had used to restrain her. Once freed, she stood upright, disregarding the pain in her arm, and said calmly, Teacher Chi, you have done me a favor today. Consider this whip a repayment. If you find it insufficient, feel free to strike a few more times, and I shall deem it settled. Upon hearing the words settled, Chi Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and in that moment, Jiang Wan felt the familiar sense of oppression return. This was a precursor to his wrath. She stood tall and slender, yet possessed an unyielding resilience that starkly contrasted with the innocent smile of the girl in the painting. Chi Mo's brow twitched as he coldly uttered, Get lost. Very well. Jiang Wan did not hesitate and promptly departed. Only when she stepped out of the villa and could no longer feel his gaze did she exhale in relief. The chill of the outside air reminded her of the burning pain from her wound. The driver waiting for her at the entrance opened the car door. Just as she was about to enter, a servant rushed towards her. It was the one who had handed Chi Mo the whip. Miss Jiang, the master has instructed me to deliver some medicine that can promote healing and prevent scarring. Look, there's even after-sales service, Jiang Wan replied dismissively. I have my own. I haven't finished the previous batch. With that, she entered the car. After the car drove away, the servant sighed while holding the undelivered medicine. Turning to see Chi Mo seated by the piano, his gaze fixed on the photograph, staring at the girl within for a long, silent moment. What use was it? Once lost, it could never be retrieved. The servant felt an overwhelming intuition that the master of the Chi family once again failed to comprehend his own heart. When Jiang Wan returned home, it was already late at night. She first called the auction house, requesting that they deliver the painting immediately. In about 10 minutes, just as she finished tending to her arm, there was a knock at the door. To her surprise, it was the auction manager who had come personally. Jiang Wan took the painting and asked, Do you have other matters to attend to? The manager, caught off guard by her keen insight, bowed slightly, speaking with utmost respect. Esteemed guest, a wealthy patron wishes to purchase all items from this auction, and you may set the price. In other words, the painting you acquired for 30 million could be resold for several hundred million, or even more. I am here to inquire whether you wish to sell. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's first reaction was disbelief. Was there truly such a rich fool? A complete simpleton with more money than sense. Had she purchased merely an ordinary item, she would have seized that opportunity without hesitation. Yet, this painting was different. Jiang Wan remained unmoved. No, I shan't sell. Please leave. Very well. My apologies for the intrusion. The manager bowed deeply, adopting a humble demeanor before turning to depart. Jiang Wan closed the door and began to carefully unwrap the securely packaged painting. Soon, the familiar image emerged before her, a vast, luminous moon, within which was a silhouette, Chang'e, from the painting. Below, a little girl gazed up, reaching out to the figure on the moon. Jiang Wan stared intently for a long time, her eyes growing moist before she snapped back to reality, using scissors to carefully dismantle the frame. 5 years ago, before Meng Wenjin was harmed, she had left a message for Jiang Wan, stating that she had hidden something for her. Jiang Wan did not know what that item was or where it might be concealed. At that time, she had not yet had the chance to search, as the Jiang family was set ablaze, and all valuable possessions were seized by those marauders. Over the years, Jiang Wan had managed to recover many items, yet this elusive treasure remained unfound. Therefore, could it be contained within this painting? The frame was tightly sealed, making it difficult to dismantle. Jiang Wan cautiously pried it open for quite some time until she finally succeeded. Upon viewing the object concealed within, Jiang Wan gasped, her breath hitching as her pupils constricted. Behind the painting lay an unremarkable memory card. Trembling, Jiang Wan carefully lifted the card, cradling it in her palm. What secrets might it hold? Would it reveal the truth? Or perhaps it was connected to Meng Wenjin's last words. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind before she dismissed them, rushing into her room to retrieve her computer and card reader. In her haste, she stumbled over the scattered remnants of the frame. With a crash, something else fell from behind the painting. Jiang Wan ignored it, focused on her computer, and soon the contents of the memory card were displayed. The dim, silent living room lacked illumination, save for the green glow of the computer screen illuminating Jiang Wan's face. Her expression transitioned from silence to a hollow gaze as she absorbed the contents of the memory card, nearly driving her to madness. She snatched the knife hidden in the corner of the sofa, seemingly intent on confronting someone, but halfway there, she stumbled over the broken frame once more, as if someone were grasping her, urging her to remain calm. Tremors coursed through her body, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. When she regained her senses, she realized she had coughed up blood. Weak and drained, Jiang Wan collapsed to the floor, her hand brushing against something, a jade pendant that had just fallen from the frame. It was a lustrous jade pendant, a deep green, small and exquisite, engraved with an indistinct symbol. Jiang Wan recalled that this was the pendant Meng Wenjin had worn for years, rarely parting with it. Only when she sensed her impending demise did Meng Wenjin choose to remove it, hiding it alongside the memory card within the painting she had crafted for her daughter. After her death, the painting would be worth more. Ordinary individuals would never dare to dismantle the frame for its value. Meng Wenjin had faith that her proud daughter would eventually claim what she had left behind. With red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Wan trembled as she placed the pendant around her neck. "Mother, I shall avenge you." A gentle breeze swept through the open balcony, as if a tender hand brushed against Jiang Wan's face. The following day, Jiang Wan awoke from a nightmare, her hair damp with sweat. She sat up, instinctively reaching for her phone to check the time, only to remember it was still in her bag. Yesterday at the auction house, she had set it to silent mode, and later, after being taken to Chimo's place, had forgotten to retrieve it. The phone had long since run out of battery. After charging it, she took a shower and cooked herself a bowl of noodles. Once tidied up, her phone was fully charged and powered on automatically. The first news notification that popped up was an entertainment gossip piece. Indifferent, Jiang Wan was about to delete it when she saw a familiar name in the headline, causing her to pause and inadvertently click on it. Explosive. The head of the Pei family spotted entering a hotel with a popular star. Romance rumors confirmed. Beneath there were several paparazzi snapshots, clearly featuring Pei Jin and Fong Shunning. The comments below had erupted in fervor. "I knew it." Fong Shunning was injured while rehearsing on wires and was treated at a hospital under the Pei family. Rumor has it that Pei Jin spared no expense hiring a top-notch medical team from overseas. No wonder Fong Shunning returned to work so quickly. Moreover, the entire crew responsible for the wire incident was dismissed. Can you guess who ordered it? And there's more. I heard the drama Fong Shunning is working on was funded by Pei Jin, with an investment of over $4 billion. What a twist. Does that mean I've stumbled upon a genuine romance? The tale unfolds with the juxtaposition of a prestigious president and a popular starlet, eliciting a wave of sweet comments. Jiang Wan, skimming through these remarks, inadvertently stumbled upon a revelation from a paparazzo indicating that the events transpired just last night. It became evident why Pei Jin had stood her up, abandoning their prior agreement to accompany his beloved. While she braved the cold wind outside the auction house for 3 hours, he was enjoying the comforts of a hotel with his cherished one. As she closed the news and returned to her desktop, a few missed calls from Pei Jin caught her attention. How busy he must be, juggling hotel escapades while attempting to reach her. Jiang Wan dismissed the phone, ready to step outside, only to be met by a distinguished guest who had come to knock. "Good morning," the auction house manager greeted, retracting his hand with a cordial smile. "Why are you here again? Is this harassment?" She retorted, exasperated. "I've already stated that I will not sell the painting." The manager, offering a wry smile, replied, "I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, but the patron in question wields significant influence, and we cannot afford to offend him. He is willing to increase the price if it does not meet your satisfaction. Regardless of the cost, he insists on acquiring it. He has promised this to someone else and cannot go back on his word." Jiang Wan found it amusing. "What does that concern me? Please inform him that it's not a matter of money." Before she could finish, the manager gestured that the offer was a staggering amount, 100 times 30 million, with an additional condition that was reasonable and negotiable. This was not merely a wealthy patron. It was a fool with more money than sense. Jiang Wan discerned a hint of regret and pain in the manager's eyes, as if he lamented the missed opportunity. However, she remained resolute. I will not sell. Do you understand? The manager attempted to persuade her further, but was cut off by Jiang Wan's impatience. What has he offered you that is so enticing? The patron offered commission of 100 million. Jiang Wan's expression twitched, and she reiterated firmly, it's not about the money. I will not sell the painting. Please leave and do not return. Finally, the manager, resigned, bowed slightly and departed. Jiang Wan caressed the jade pendant resting just below her collarbone, its warm touch reminiscent of her mother's embrace. It was one of her few remaining treasures. Just as she was about to descend the stairs, Cheng Zheng's call came through. Hello, Cheng Zheng, she answered. The background noise on his end was chaotic, the announcement from a train station audible through the line. Did you record the platform? Was there anything left behind by your mother? He inquired. No, Jiang Wan replied, her demeanor unchanged, her eyes unwavering. Don't be disheartened. We will continue searching. We will find something, he reassured her. All right, she said, preparing to end the call when Cheng Zheng hesitated. I've heard from the inspection department that Zhao Weiwu is dead. Zhao Dalong is relentless and has repeatedly mentioned your name, suspecting you. Jiang Wan, you must be cautious. I fear Zhao Dalong like a rabid dog, will not relent and may seek revenge. I cannot always ensure your safety, so if anything arises, remember to call me. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze and acknowledged him softly. Then jested, what about you? Do you suspect me? I trust you. Cheng Zheng responded without hesitation, causing her heart to lurch. Yet, there were secrets she could not share with him. His protective nature would compel him to intervene, pulling her back from the precipice. After exchanging a few more words, she ended the call and stepped outside, traversing the narrow, dim alley. The weather was splendid, almost lethargic under the warm sun. This tranquility was soon shattered by a group of imposing men who emerged from a van parked at the alley's entrance. Among them was Zhao Dalong, a cigar in hand. Striding forward, little girl, we meet again, he sneered, his triangular eyes narrowing menacingly. Jiang Wan's response was cool and collected. Do you need something? With a cold smirk, Zhao Dalong recalled the events on the mountain, where the inspection department had ruled his son's death as non-homicidal, a verdict he could not accept. The inquiry had revealed that Zhao Weiwu had exhibited strange behavior prior to his death, mentioning her name. Jiang Wan's involvement became a source of suspicion for him. Despite his futile attempts to uncover anything incriminating about her, he remained unsatisfied and consumed by a desire for vengeance against her. Hold her down and make her kneel, he commanded, and his subordinates rushed forward to encircle Jiang Wan. She neither screamed for help nor attempted to flee, merely stating, there are surveillance cameras here. In response, Zhao Dalong gestured, and within moments, the cameras were dismantled. Thanks for the reminder, he sneered. You're welcome, Jiang Wan replied, tilting her head with a smile. I should thank you. In that fleeting moment, she struck. Grasping the wrist of the assailant attempting to restrain her, she delivered a fierce kick, sending him sprawling. With astonishing speed and force, she disarmed another, breaking his arm with a sharp crack before delivering a devastating elbow strike to his temple. The unfortunate thug collapsed with a cry, leaving Zhao Dalong aghast. The seemingly frail girl exhibited remarkable prowess. Enraged, he bellowed at his remaining subordinates, fools. What are you waiting for? Attack her together. Break her hands and shatter her legs. As his men, seasoned fighters accustomed to brutality, advanced upon her. Jiang Wan's agility exceeded their expectations. No matter the tactic employed, she deftly evaded their assaults, seizing opportunities to incapacitate them one by one. Frustration etched on his face. Zhao Dalong grew impatient and produced a gun, aiming it directly at Jiang Wan's forehead. Little girl, do not seek your own demise. Faced with such a threat, Jiang Wan surprisingly chuckled softly, then retorted the words back without alteration. Don't you wish to know how your son met his demise? Then I advise you not to seek your own demise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dalong's expression shifted dramatically. You truly know. Tell me, how did my son die? Was it you who killed him? Curiosity, you say? Very well. Jiang Wan cast a glance at the group of subordinates beside her. Zhao Dalong waved his hand, signaling them to step aside. Although his subordinates were initially concerned for their boss's safety, the sight of the gun in Zhao Dalong's hand rendered their worries trivial. Speak. Zhao Dalong's gun remained pointed at Jiang Wan. The moment she uttered a word, whether in admission or in naming another, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger and end her life. Jiang Wan uttered but a single sentence, from the perspective of her subordinates. They could neither hear what she said nor see her actions. Thus, No one noticed as a glint of cold light flashed from the ring on her finger. A slender silver needle piercing Zhao Dalong's skin the moment it drew near. Zhao Dalong felt a strange sensation, as if a chilling liquid was being injected into him. He froze, realizing something was amiss, and suddenly, in a fit of panic, he attempted to pull the trigger. Yet in the next moment, his complexion drained of color. His body trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. "Boss, are you all right?" Several of his remaining subordinates rushed forward, nearly shaking Zhao Dalong into coherence. However, it was of little use. In short, Zhao Dalong could no longer speak. His gaze became vacant and dazed, and in the next instant, this once powerful real estate tycoon, bolstered by the Ji family, lost control of his bladder. "What have you done to our boss?" The subordinates glared at Jiang Wan. Yet upon seeing the object in her hand, their fierce expressions turned blank, as if frozen in place. If anyone were knowledgeable, they would instantly recognize that this was an ancient form of hypnosis. Jiang Wan leaned down, gazing into their eyes. Her voice was soft, yet her hypnotic command brooked no dissent. "The injuries you bear are of no concern to me. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, we understand." Her subordinates responded, dazed. Jiang Wan stowed away the object in her hand and then snapped her fingers. The crowd jolted, awakening from the trance. Just then, several vehicles arrived at the alley's end. Noticing the insignia on the vehicles, it was clear that they belonged to the inspection bureau. Jiang Wan discreetly touched her butterfly ring, retracting an inconspicuous silver needle. Once again, the ring appeared as it always had, delicate and beautiful. Yet to others, it was merely an overlooked ornament. The personnel from the inspection bureau arrived swiftly, and to everyone's astonishment, the chief inspector, Shun Siyu himself, made an appearance. They had received a call from a bystander who, upon passing by, happened to witness Zhao Dalong and his gang aggressively surrounding a young girl. Thus, they had quietly made the call. The inspection bureau quickly subdued the remaining subordinates. But Zhao Dalong posed a greater challenge, for he was now left with a lopsided gaze and a vacant stare, resembling a fool. "Inspector Shun, come take a look. Has Zhao Dalong truly lost his mind, or is he merely pretending?" Shun Siyu glanced at the other and replied sarcastically, "He lacks the acting chops. It's not an act, it's genuine." Upon hearing this, the other members of the inspection bureau turned their attention to Zhao Dalong's subordinates and soon learned the full story. As they had suspected, Zhao Dalong, driven by suspicion, sought revenge on Jiang Wan. However, for reasons unknown, possibly due to overwhelming emotions or some form of provocation, he had suddenly convulsed and collapsed, ending up in his current state of mute stupor. The members of the inspection bureau exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. This was truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Shun Siyu approached Jiang Wan, a bemused smile gracing his lips. "Once again we meet, Miss Jiang. You were present when Zhao Weiwu perished, and now you're here again as Zhao Dalong encounters his troubles. Tell me, how could I not harbor suspicions?" Jiang Wan met Shun Siyu's gaze directly and replied coolly, "I believe myself to be the victim this time." "From this perspective, it certainly appears so." Shun Siyu nodded. Witnesses could attest that Zhao Dalong had come to confront Jiang Wan in retaliation. A young girl, faced with such threats, indeed occupied the role of victim in this affair. Yet in the next moment, Shun Siyu shifted his tone, lowering his voice to inquire, "Then tell me, why is it that you remain unscathed, while Zhao Dalong's men are all injured?" Jiang Wan, unfazed, extended her hands. "Oh, then arrest me. Go ahead." Her subordinates could only think their boss was being unreasonable. How could they torment a young girl who had just faced such terror? They could only gently remind him, "Inspector Shun, those thugs claimed that their injuries arose from a disagreement during the scuffle." "Oh," Shun Siyu replied, "did they not follow Zhao Dalong's orders? What was there to dispute?" Well, the subordinate glanced at Jiang Wan, then quickly averted his gaze. "They said they couldn't bring themselves to strike. Why could they not strike? Are you being pedantic?" The responding subordinate was quite exasperated. Was this not an obvious matter? Who could bear to harm such a beautiful young girl? Moreover, she was innocent. "Inspector Shun, these statements come directly from Zhao Dalong's men." The subordinate swallowed the remainder of his sentence. "If you have doubts, I can bring them forward for you to interrogate personally." Before Shun Siyu could respond, Jiang Wan interjected, "Inspector Shun, you can't possibly believe that I bribed those thugs, can you?" Her tone was frigid, her gaze even colder. It was clear she was irked. This was the conclusion Shun Siyu reached. Chapter 32. A grand contest. It seemed he had perhaps overstepped. Shun Siyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly intent on fanning the flames. Miss Jiang, do you know what impression you give me? Jiang Wan feigned a smile, adopting an attitude of eager attentiveness. Shun Siyu appeared to ponder for a moment before continuing. You remind me quite a bit of a cat I have at home. Every time it gets into trouble or deliberately breaks my cup, it acts all innocent before I catch in the act. He paused and added thus, I find myself utterly helpless against it. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Inspector Shun, do you know what impression you give me? What? You resemble a dog. Jiang Wan casually pointed to a small, stray dog wandering nearby. Shun Siyu's eyelids twitched. Jiang Wan continued leisurely. The little yellow dog was ill recently and was taken for treatment, resulting in its fur being shaved. Now, every time it passes by that pet hospital, it barks ferociously, scolding everyone. The poor dog, unable to discern right from wrong, unjustly accuses the good-hearted doctors. Jiang Wan emphasized her words. You accuse me of feigning innocence. Yet, I say you're like that dog, unable to distinguish right from wrong, unjustly blaming the innocent. Shun Siyu was left speechless. The members of the inspection bureau exchanged glances, astonished by Jiang Wan's audacity. She dared to confront their inspector directly. Just then, the little yellow dog paused at the entrance of an old pet hospital, barking vehemently. Not only did it bark, but it also lifted a leg and urinated. The personnel from the inspection bureau exchanged knowing looks, unable to suppress their laughter any longer, erupting into fits of giggles. With one member breaking the facade, the others quickly followed suit, as if a switch had been flipped. Ha ha ha. Oh, that's too funny. Shun Siyu's expression darkened. With a fleeting glance, he silenced his most boisterous subordinates, reducing them to the state of geese with their necks grasped. Shun Siyu turned to Jiang Wan, exclaiming, You truly hold a grudge. Reminiscent of his cat. Jiang Wan, with a cold demeanor, inquired, May I leave now? Just as Shun Siyu was about to release her, the roar of a sports car drowned out his voice. Two vehicles approached the alley, one a flashy silver-gray sports car, the other a luxurious black Bentley. Though they arrived from different directions, they entered the alley simultaneously. The sports car screeched to a halt, and its door flung open. Ji Yao, dressed in casual formal wear, rushed to Jiang Wan, instinctively grasping her hand. After a quick appraisal, he asked, I heard Zhao Dalong has been troubling you, Wan Wan. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? His urgency was evident, and his expression revealed genuine concern. Jiang Wan casually replied that she was fine, her gaze drifting past Ji Yao to the figure descending from the Bentley. The newcomer stood tall, nearly 189 meters, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, exuding an air of grandeur and nonchalance. It was Pei Jin. Jiang Wan momentarily froze, taken aback. Yet, Ji Yao seemed even more surprised, calling out, Bro, what brings you here, brother? Jiang Wan turned to him, blinking in astonishment. He is your brother? Indeed, Ji Yao responded, seemingly pleased. Our mothers are cousins. Making us second cousins, though few are aware of this. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, her thoughts churning. No wonder. Her prior investigations revealed connections between the Pei and Ji families, yet she was oblivious to their familial ties. Suddenly, everything made sense. The myriad of actions by the Ji family over the years, their alliances with various forces, and the intricate web of interests. How could the Pei family remain uninvolved? As the head of the Pei family, how many clandestine dealings had Pei Jin engaged in? An array of questions surged within her mind, yet her expression remained inscrutable, revealing only a flicker of surprise. Pei Jin approached, his gaze fixated on Ji Yao holding Jiang Wan's hand, his eyes dark and intense, as if concealing a blade. He stepped closer, firmly grasping Ji Yao's shoulder and subtly distancing him, brushing away non-existent dust from his attire, and stated, I'm merely here to ensure employees are diligent in their duties. Huh? Ji Yao, slightly delayed in comprehension, realized that as the leading actress of Li Yuan, Jiang Wan could indeed be perceived as his brother's employee. However, he was dissatisfied with his characterization, retorting, Brother, we are family. Show me some respect. Wan Wan is my future girlfriend. She will be your sister-in-law. Pei Jin remained silent. Jiang Wan's expression was equally unreadable. The atmosphere turned oddly tense. Even Shun Siyu raised an eyebrow. Pei Jin seemed to grind his teeth, his dark gaze sweeping over Jiang Wan before interrupting Ji Yao's exuberant musings, stating, the leading actress of Li Yuan must remain single. Since when is that a rule? There was never such a stipulation before. Ji Yao protested. Just now, I decided, Pei Jin replied unflinchingly. Ji Yao, without thinking, instinctively countered, that's fine, I can resign. Becoming a young mistress of the Ji family is better than working, right, Wan Wan? Jiang Wan coolly regarded him, offering a sharp retort. Young master, you are truly deluded. Ji Yao jolted, finally awakening to the reality of his presumptions. How could he, merely a suitor, presume he had such influence? He had inadvertently placed Jiang Wan on a lower pedestal, thinking her background warranted entry into the Ji family, without considering the likelihood of his pursuits bearing fruit. Even if successful, would she abandon her career for him? I was wrong. The speed at which Ji Yao capitulated was remarkable, his expression one of regret. Jiang Wan turned her gaze away, her impatience evident, and once more posed her question to Shen Siyu. May I leave now? Supervisor Shen? At that moment, Shen Siyu had already instructed his men to carry Zhao Dalong away for medical attention. Upon hearing her inquiry, he nodded, of course, as Jiang Wan prepared to depart. Passing by Shen Siyu, she caught his nonchalant remark, until next time, Miss Cat. Jiang Wan's eyes conveyed her silent reprimand. You are the real cat. Your entire family are cats. Ji Yao, trailing behind, caught this exchange. His radar was instantly on high alert as he glared at Shen Siyu, muttering, keep your distance from Wan Wan. Ji Yao hurried after Jiang Wan, while Pei Jin cast a glance at Zhao Dalong, who was being carried away in a daze, a profound glimmer flickering in his eyes. He then turned his attention to Shen Siyu. The two men's gazes clashed in the air, prompting the onlookers from the inspection bureau to rub their eyes in disbelief. Was there truly a spark of tension between them? In this silent contest of wills, outsiders remained oblivious, sensing only a faint undercurrent of hostility. Ultimately, it was Shen Siyu who averted his gaze first, signaling for his team to depart. The alley returned to tranquility. Pei Jin scoffed lightly before entering his vehicle. Ji Yao, still pursuing Jiang Wan, pleaded, Wan Wan, please don't be upset. I sneaked out of the company. I must meet my second brother for a social engagement shortly. Jiang Wan's eyes flickered, finally focusing on Ji Yao. Your second brother is Ji Hao? Indeed, Ji Yao replied, unaware of Jiang Wan's familiarity with his family. Nor did he detect the undercurrents of concealed animosity that surfaced at the mention of Ji Hao's name. If not for her restraint, that animosity would have erupted. Perhaps you could introduce me to your family someday? Jiang Wan appeared to smile, feigning interest. I heard your second brother enjoys horseback riding and has a private equestrian facility. Ji Yao was momentarily taken aback by her prior statement. Meeting the family implied a deepening of their relationship, igniting his excitement. He beamed, eager to showcase his connection. Like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Would you like to ride, Wan Wan? I'll take you there. My second brother has invited a few friends this weekend to his private ranch. He asked me last time, and I declined, but if you're interested, we can go together. This is a perfect opportunity for you to meet my second brother. Ji Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his ears tinged with a rosy hue. Jiang Wan smiled in response, her tone laced with significance. That sounds delightful. I look forward to it. Ji Yao felt elated, as if his heart were filled with honey. However, the moment was disrupted by the blare of a horn. The $1 million Bentley glided to a stop before them, and through the lowered window, Pei Jin's exquisite profile was revealed. Again, Pei Jin uttered those two words, his long fingers drumming on the steering wheel, reminding them, Li Yuan's performance is about to commence. Brother, there's no need for such trouble. I can take Wan Wan to Li Yuan. Ji Yao was poised to turn back and retrieve his sports car. Pei Jin shot him a glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Aren't you supposed to be working, little brother? Shouldn't you return to the office? Ji Yao, puzzled, retorted, Aren't you in the same situation? Not quite. Pei Jin replied, calm and unhurried. I am in charge of my own company. Ji Yao, merely a junior supervisor in the Ji group, felt a pang of embarrassment. Just then, his second brother Ji Hao called, his voice laced with irritation. Where have you been, third? Did you forget about the gathering tonight? Hurry back. Oh. Ji Yao hung up the phone and said to Jiang Wan, I must return to the company. Wan Wan, I cannot escort you. It's fine. Aren't we going out together this weekend? You'll come to pick me up then, right? With just one sentence, Jiang Wan managed to lift his spirits. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Jin's gaze was icy. Ji Yao nodded, looking satisfied. After Ji Yao departed, Jiang Wan continued forward, preparing to hail a taxi at the intersection. Pei Jin honked several times, but she remained oblivious, treating him as air. Amused and exasperated, Pei Jin abruptly opened the car door and stood in front of Jiang Wan, asking where to. To work? Jiang Wan replied languidly. With you personally here to fetch me, how could I dare to skip work? Dade? You clearly have the audacity. Pei Jin lifted his chin, gesturing for her to get in the car. Jiang Wan, finding the seat too warm, replied nonchalantly, No, I prefer taking a taxi. Pei Jin, being reasonable and understanding, nodded. Then, without further ado, he hoisted Jiang Wan into his arms. In a few swift steps, he reached the car, opened the door, placed her inside, and fastened her seatbelt, all in one seamless motion. Jiang Wan. The black Bentley showcased its advantages, gliding smoothly until they arrived at Lee Garden. Jiang Wan remained silent, stepping out of the car and walking away. Ever since she had submitted her resignation letter only to have it rejected by Pei Jin, the manager of Lee Garden seemed to sense something. Upon seeing Jiang Wan again, he took the initiative to greet her, a smile gracing his features. Welcome back. Just in time, I've arranged a performance for you today. You're the grand finale. There's no rush. Change your clothes first. After speaking, the manager left with a steaming thermos in hand. In the backstage lounge, several colleagues approached Jiang Wan, inquiring about her recent circumstances. Upon learning that she had injured her foot and taken some time off, they expressed their concern. Jiang Wan politely thanked them and proceeded to the changing room at the back. Lee Garden was spacious enough, ensuring everyone had their own changing room, which was both roomy and comfortable. Inside the changing room was also a large cabinet with a lock. However, Jiang Wan never liked to lock it, as she had nothing of value to secure. As usual, she changed out of her clothes and opened the cabinet to casually place her things inside. But as soon as she opened the door, a cascade of items tumbled out. Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, initially suspecting that it was Summer Tong or someone else playing a prank on her. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that all the items were packaged. Moreover, the packaging was familiar to her, adorned with the logo of that auction house. One by one, Jiang Wan opened them, astonished to discover that these were all last night's auction items. Antique vases, seals from certain dynasties, and collectibles of exquisite jewelry. A buzz filled Jiang Wan's ears. She recalled the words of the person in charge. A wealthy patron intends to purchase all the auction items, and you can set your price. The patron had declared that no matter the cost, he would acquire the items, fulfilling a promise he had made to another. Jiang Wan blinked, feeling a bit dazed, and then she sensed someone draw close behind her. A familiar scent enveloped her, crisp yet slightly oppressive, almost enclosing her in an instant. The person's breath brushed against her neck, like a feather, evoking a tantalizing tickle. Jiang Wan did not retreat. In the next moment, she heard Pei Jin's deep, magnetic voice whispering into her ear, I did not intend to stand you up. I was attending an important meeting, and my return flight encountered a thunderstorm, preventing me from arriving on time. By the time I got back, the auction had already concluded. I'm not sure what you were hoping to acquire, but I bought everything. Will you forgive me? After a pause, he added, Oh, except for one painting. The buyer refused to sell. I intend to have someone negotiate further. Jiang Wan. She inhaled deeply. So, the wealthy patron who had spent an undisclosed fortune to reclaim the auction items from others was none other than Pei Jin. Chapter 34. A little wolf dog is better. This was entirely unexpected for Jiang Wan. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed it. Jiang Wan turned to face Pei Jin. They stood in close proximity, their noses nearly touching, breaths entwined in a posture that suggested a kiss could occur at any moment. The temperature around them heightened, and the air pulsed with an ambiguous and restless energy. In such an atmosphere, not to kiss would be a travesty. Pei Jin's eyes were deep as the sea, tumultuous like crashing waves, unfathomable. The burgeoning possessiveness within him was akin to an enormous net, almost ensnaring Jiang Wan entirely. He leaned closer. Yet, just as their lips were about to meet, Jiang Wan spoke, her expression reminiscent of their first encounter, languid with a hint of smile, yet strikingly aloof. You really went out of your way, Mr. Pei. It's truly overwhelming. Jiang Wan's fingertips danced away, a smile gracing her lips, resembling a fairy who had strayed into the human realm, innocent yet alluring. How should I thank you, Mr. Pei? While her words expressed gratitude, her actions revealed none. Pei Jin firmly grasped Jiang Wan's wayward fingers. His breath grew unsteady, and his pitch-black eyes took on a hint of crimson. It was the gaze of a predator fixated on its prey, longing to devour her piece by piece. Jiang Wan blinked innocently, teasingly asking, "What kind of look is that, Mr. Pei? If someone were to see it, they might think you have deep feelings for me." Pei Jean scoffed. "And what if I do? Ah, then I'm afraid the Star of Lee Garden can only remain single." Pei Jean was momentarily taken aback, then grasped Jiang Wan's fingers, half smiling, half serious. "So, no hidden rules?" Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. Although Mr. Pei's skills are commendable, it seems a little wolf dog would be more exciting." This description was merely a casual remark from Jiang Wan. However, Pei Jean immediately thought of Ji Yao. All right. The little wolf dog is absent. You should experience the flavor of a big wolf dog instead." At that moment, before Jiang Wan could react, she felt a sharp sting on her lips. Ouch! It seemed he had bitten her hard enough to draw blood. Jiang Wan was a bit annoyed, bewildered by his sudden frenzy. In the next moment, however, Pei Jean gently licked the spot where he had bitten, his touch tender and lingering, and before Jiang Wan could pull away, he surged forward. This kiss was tempestuous, unsettled from the outset. By the end, Jiang Wan could barely stand. Amidst the chaos, neither of them noticed a figure quietly approaching outside the tightly closed door. The person pressed their ear against the door, catching a hint of the subtle commotion, and a twisted, envious expression appeared on their face. It was Xia Tong. After learning from a manager that Jiang Wan intended to resign, Xia Tong had been reveling in her triumph for quite some time. She had finally succeeded in ousting that wretched girl from Lee Garden. Who would dare compete with her for the grand finale now? But her joy was short-lived when she heard that Jiang Wan could not leave because Pei Jean was holding her back. Upon receiving this news, Xia Tong's demeanor soured completely. She could not believe that Pei Jean would go to such lengths for Jiang Wan. Just minutes ago, she had witnessed Pei Jean enter that very door. "Jiang Wan, you wretched girl." Xia Tong was consumed by jealousy, her eyes reddening. An overwhelming fury surged within her, prompting her to pull out her phone and send a message to Fong Shunning. "Cousin, that vixen is once again trying to seduce Mr. Pei. When will you come to Lee Garden to teach that wretched girl a lesson?" The message was sent, but no response came for a long time. Xia Tong assumed Fong Shunning was busy filming, but the next moment, her phone vibrated twice, and a reply arrived. "I have a fan meeting next week at Yundu." The implication was clear. She would naturally come then. Xia Tong's heart swelled with delight as she looked at that door, a smile of schadenfreude creeping into her eyes. Jiang Wan, just wait. When the time comes, you shall face the consequences." On the other side of the filming set, Fong Shunning had just completed an emotional scene, her remarkable acting evoking tears from everyone present. As the director called for a break, the crew members began to shower her with praise. "Sister Shunning is incredible. She cried in 3 seconds. It left me utterly amazed. What do you know? This is called being immersed in the role. Indeed, I was so startled when Sister Shunning got injured last time, and just a few days later, she's filming another scene with harnesses. Absolutely, Sister Shunning is truly dedicated." The flattery was so excessive, it was almost blinding. Fong Shunning gently nodded in acknowledgement, and with the assistance of her 2 aides, she stepped into her trailer. Once the door closed, her smile vanished. "Why is the air conditioning off? Do you not know I am sensitive to heat?" "I'm sorry, Sister Shunning. It must have been turned off when the driver exited. I will turn it back on right away." The young assistant stammered in fright. Fong Shunning scrolled through her phone, her expression devoid of emotion. The usual gentleness replaced by an unsettling demeanor. The aides, too intimidated to breathe, focused intently on their tasks, one polishing shoes, the other massaging her legs. When one of the massage strokes proved too forceful, she kicked out angrily, exclaiming, "Is this such a simple task that you cannot manage? Get out of my sight." Regardless of the pressure applied, it could not compare to the pain of being kicked. The assistant, suppressing her grievances, quietly retreated to organize nearby clothing and shoes. The other aide offered a sympathetic glance, but remained silent. After replying to a text from Xia Tong, Fong Shunning let out a cold laugh, fully aware of her scheming cousin's intentions. Others may wish to seduce Pei Jean, but Xia Tong was no different, just a group of overreaching fools. Switching to a secondary account, she located a paparazzo and promptly transferred 50,000 yuan, along with a link to a rumor involving herself and Pei Jean. Spread this rumor and make a trend. Understood, sister. The paparazzo quickly accepted the payment. Before long, the hot search indeed featured the headline, "Explosive. The head of the Pei family and a popular actress spotted together at a hotel. Is a romance confirmed?" Fong Shunning's lips curled into a satisfied smile. When Jiang Wan encountered the trending news again, She had just finished her final performance and returned to the backstage area. As she was having her makeup removed, Xiao Tong began reciting the news aloud like a parrot. The other colleagues in the Li Yuan heard her, gathering around like curious onlookers, eager to gossip. It's Feng Shunning, the rising star, stunningly beautiful, and a talented actress. I hear her family background is also impressive. Wow, look at these photos captured by the paparazzi. It really is President Pei. They look so well matched. I wonder when they will officially announce their relationship. I really want to see Feng Shunning in person. I've heard she's incredibly kind and never frowns at anyone. Is that so? My brother is a huge fan. He dreams of getting her autograph. Your wish will soon be granted. As the conversation heated up, Xiao Tong interjected proudly. My cousin has a fan meeting next week at Yundu. She'll be coming to our Li Yuan. The colleagues erupted in excitement, cheering in the backstage area. Really? That is fantastic. Xiao Tong, I envy you for having a cousin like Feng Shunning. No wonder President Pei is so nice to you, one person teased, raising an eyebrow. It seems he loves you for your connections. Laughter erupted among the group. Seeing her plan come to fruition, Xiao Tong shot a taunting smile at Jiang Wan. People are inherently forgetful, especially concerning matters that do not directly involve them. Initially, after Xiao Tong had pushed Jiang Wan into the water, a few colleagues had distanced themselves from her. But now, a single word, a trivial event, and hearts were easily swayed. Jiang Wan, having finished her makeup removal, ignored Xiao Tong's veiled provocations and returned to the dressing room to change. Her lips tinged with pain, a lingering reminder of Pei Jin's bite. The thought alone was infuriating. An image from before her performance resurfaced in her mind. At that moment, Pei Jin had not released her after biting. Jiang Wan had coldly scolded him, only for that rogue to take it a step further, whispering breathily in her ear. You know, Jiang Wan, your body is more honest than your words. Yet, what surprised Jiang Wan later was that despite his ability to go further, Pei Jin had halted upon seeing the whip marks on her arm. She vividly recalled the look in his eyes at that moment. Dark and inscrutable, a shadowy abyss. For a brief instant, she was utterly baffled by Pei Jin's emotions. As she shed her costume and glanced at her arm, she noted several layers of bandages. Evidence of the wounds he had treated. He had not inquired about the origin of the marks, nor anything else. After bandaging her, he had simply departed, leaving behind a collection of auction items. Shaking her head, she locked away the items of uncertain value in a cabinet. These possessions must be returned. As she exited the Li Yuan, she passed beneath an arch bridge once more. Feeling an inexplicable urge, she turned her gaze upward, and indeed, she spotted a tall figure standing on the terrace. The night had deepened. Pei Jin stood there, toying with a silver lighter, the flickering flame casting shadows across his face, accentuating his striking features. His bone structure was impeccable, a visage so divine it seemed unblemished, yet he wore an expression of discontent. Assistant Lin stood behind him, gesturing frantically as Jiang Wan looked over, indicating that President Pei's headache had returned. Jiang Wan understood, but did not pause. She calmly withdrew her gaze and turned away without looking back. She touched the jade pendant resting just below her collarbone. On this path, she would not halt for anyone. Watching Jiang Wan walk away, Assistant Lin was momentarily stunned, then instinctively glanced at Pei Jin. As expected, Pei Jin's lips curled into a smile, though it bore a hint of self-mockery and desolation. Stop looking, let us go. Pei Jin averted his gaze, enveloped in an aura of coldness as he left the terrace. However, as he descended the stairs, his form swayed, and he stumbled. President Pei. Assistant Lin's heart raced in terror as he hurried forward to catch him. But the momentum was too great to counter. All that followed was a thud as Assistant Lin tumbled down alongside him. In that critical moment, Pei Jin managed to grasp the railing with one hand while seizing Assistant Lin's collar with the other, pulling him back with an alarming strength. Assistant Lin, shaken but relieved, thought that was close, too close. Who said being an assistant was not a hazardous occupation? The generous salary was well-deserved. Once he regained his composure, he immediately turned to Pei Jin. President, are you all right? Before he could finish, he noticed a change in Pei Jin's pupils. The crimson hue in his eyes was palpable, an aura of coldness surrounding him. It was both terrifying and daunting. Recently, Pei Jin's migraines had intensified. Assistant Lin, ever at his side, fully understood the torment he was enduring. President, I have a plan. I'll knock you out, then it won't hurt anymore. Gritting his teeth, Assistant Lin raised his briefcase and swung it at the back of Pei Jin's head. Pei Jin. Yet even after this blow, Pei Jin remained upright, showing no signs of fainting. Assistant Lin gasped and met Pei Jin's ominous gaze, which seemed to convey 4 words. You want to die? Assistant Lin nearly knelt in fear, but just as he was about to break under the pressure, Pei Jin finally collapsed. Shortly thereafter, the private doctor, Hsien, arrived. Assistant Lin, upon seizing the opportunity, berated the other party, exclaiming, "What kind of foolish idea did you come up with that led me to knock out President Pei? Now, look at the predicament I find myself in. Will I still be able to keep my job?" Hsien, while preparing the medication, responded, "When President Pei falls ill, he becomes utterly unrecognizable. The only way to control him is to render him unconscious. Moreover, I have devised a new treatment plan this time. I am uncertain of its efficacy. Well, let's try it. Perhaps it will yield positive results." Hsien flicked the syringe in his hand. Assistant Lin's eyelids twitched, and he inquired, "What is this treatment plan?" "It involves inducing extreme relaxation, supplemented by medication, alongside hypnosis to provide psychological suggestions to the patient." Hsien shrugged, adding, "You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained it." Assistant Lin wisely chose to remain silent. Hsien was a leading figure in the medical field, his expertise unquestioned. Furthermore, he was inherently trusted by Pei Jin, holding a status indistinguishable from that of Lin. Having confirmed the treatment plan, Assistant Lin stepped aside to observe. However, as the medication from the syringe was administered, Pei Jin remained unresponsive on the bed. "What is happening?" Assistant Lin heard Hsien gasp sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Surely, nothing has gone awry?" "Impossible. The drug is merely a standard sedative. Its effects are minimal." Hsien quickly approached, retrieving a small medical flashlight from his lab coat pocket. Just as he was about to lift Pei Jin's eyelid, the latter abruptly opened his eyes, which were icy and ruthless, devoid of any semblance of rationality. Hsien and Assistant Lin exchanged a glance, both understanding the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Disaster had struck. The re-emergence of that lethal force was upon them. In an instant, Hsien was sent flying. His body arced gracefully through the air, soaring past Assistant Lin, who could barely comprehend the horror of the situation. Lin Feng, knock him out." Assistant Lin pointed at himself, his expression despondent. "Me? Do I appear to be suited for such a task?" With a resounding crash, Hsien collided against the wall. "That looks painful," Assistant Lin shuddered, only to find Pei Jin's gaze fixed upon him. "President Pei, I am not particularly resilient. Could you perhaps employ a different approach?" Before he could finish, Pei Jin unleashed a devastating blow, sending Assistant Lin sprawling to the ground. The two men exchanged a glance, both sporting matching bruises. Yet, the chaos did not cease. Pei Jin had fully succumbed to his violent frenzy, toppling all equipment in the room, shattering the medical kit, and scattering syringes across the floor. Hsien, quick on his feet, grabbed one of the syringes and turned to Assistant Lin, declaring, "I will launch a surprise attack. Provide me with cover and distract him." To an outsider, their plan might have sounded like an operation to blow up a stronghold, but it was not far from the truth. Pei Jin, in a berserk state, was an indomitable force. Assistant Lin nodded and, with a swift motion, sprang to his feet. Spotting a mobile phone on the ground, it belonged to Pei Jin. "President, your phone," he shouted, the reckless noise further agitating Pei Jin. The latter's icy gaze turned toward him, sending chills down Assistant Lin's spine as he frantically gestured to Hsien. "Quick, launch your surprise attack." Seizing the opportunity, Hsien lunged forward, ready to inject Pei Jin with a sedative. However, Pei Jin seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly grasping Hsien's throat with one hand. "You shall perish." His tone was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, radiating lethal intent. Hsien struggled, but his strength paled in comparison to Pei Jin's. Witnessing the scene, Assistant Lin's face turned ashen. The phone he held, unbeknownst to him, had accidentally activated, and the shattered screen illuminated, emitting a melodious tune. The sound, reminiscent of a gentle breeze in the mountains, was astonishingly soft, pure, and soothing, as if it could quell all agitation and unrest. For a fleeting moment, Pei Jin's scarlet eyes lost their intensity. Hsien seized the moment to plunge the needle into Pei Jin, and as the sedative coursed through him, Pei Jin relinquished his grip, casting He Xin Yin aside. Coughing violently, He Xin Yin's first words upon regaining composure were, "I owe my life to that melody." Assistant Lin remarked, "You can still jest. It seems you are not destined for death." However, that voice sounds somewhat familiar. Before he could ponder further, He Xin Yin sprang to his feet, swiftly binding Pei Jin to the treatment chair. The dosage of sedative He Xin Yin used was greater than usual. Otherwise, Pei Jin's extraordinary resilience would have rendered him impervious. Pei Jin, now with eyes closed, had entered a shallow slumber. Assistant Lin whispered, "Dr. He, will you proceed with the hypnosis?" "Yes, the prior incident was merely an accident. Trust me, there will not be a second occurrence." He Xin Yin cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting from jest to solemnity, clad in his white coat, exuding seriousness and restraint. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the ticking of the clock. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The atmosphere was heavy and desolate. He Xin Yin administered another injection. Pei Jin's brow furrowed, as if he had already succumbed to dreams. He Xin Yin's voice took on an unusual tone, deliberately lowered and laced with an ethereal quality. "What do you see in your dreams?" Bound to the treatment chair, Pei Jin remained unresponsive, his eyes shut tight, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry. Yet, the heart rate monitor beside him exhibited a subtle fluctuation after He Xin Yin's question. "Dr. He, what is this?" Assistant Lin could not help but interject, only to be silenced by He Xin Yin's commanding gaze. Pei Jin heard the voice by his ear. In the haze of consciousness, he found himself in that dim, damp basement, devoid of light, enveloped in a suffocating darkness. "What do you see?" The voice echoed once more. He beheld a face, one that bore a resemblance to his own, lying amidst a pool of blood. Struggling to reach out to him, the expression frozen in a moment of despair and anguish, eyes wide open even in death. Pei Jin gazed impassively at the figure, remaining unmoved. The scene shifted again. Pei Jin lazily raised his gaze, this time catching sight of a slender silhouette, unyielding and never turning back. Beside the treatment chair, He Xin Yin was poised to pose another question when the heart rate monitor stabilized unexpectedly. He paused, murmuring, "This cannot be. Has it failed again?" As the words left his lips, the restraints on the treatment chair snapped with a resounding crack, and Pei Jin rubbed his wrists, quietly observing them. "Oh my!" He Xin Yin and Assistant Lin instinctively recoiled, ready to flee, their reactions akin to a startled animal. However, the anticipated crisis did not materialize. Pei Jin rose from the treatment chair, casting a calm, clear-eyed glance at them, a stark contrast to his previous frenzy. "President Pei?" Assistant Lin cautiously ventured, "Are you well?" The answer was evident. Pei Jin's episodes struck with overwhelming ferocity, devoid of warning, yet the duration of recovery was unpredictable. Sometimes the pain lingered for days, other times subsiding within hours. He Xin Yin exhaled in relief, slumping against the wall, a wry smile gracing his lips. "A second hypnosis has failed. I must say, President Pei, this makes me look rather inept as a doctor." Pei Jin lifted a long leg, stepping over the chaos strewn about the floor. Casting a glance at He Xin Yin that seemed to convey, "It is unnecessary to feign capability. You already appear inadequate." He Xin Yin, truly a piercing remark. Yet, credit where it is due, hypnosis was never his forte, and attempting to hypnotize someone as formidable as Pei Jin rendered success nearly impossible. He Xin Yin could assure that even the most skilled hypnotist would utterly fail to sway Pei Jin's resolve. In many respects, their Pei was almost superhuman. He Xin Yin rose from the ground, brushed off the dust from his lab coat, and remarked, "All right then, I shall return to the laboratory. No need to see me off." As he took a few steps away, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Pei Jin, winking mischievously. "By the way, before you woke up, who was the last person on your mind?" Pei Jin. Hypnosis was not his area of expertise. It did not mean he was oblivious to its nuances. He Xin Yin let out a hearty laugh, carrying his medical kit as he departed. Assistant Lin, bewildered, instinctively glanced at Pei Jin, who was rubbing his temples, his voice slightly hoarse. "What time is it?" "4:15 in the morning," came the reply. "Ah," Pei Jin acknowledged. Striding out, the sky remained cloaked in darkness, adorned with twinkling stars. The garden lay in serene stillness, the lights on the arch bridge casting reflections that danced gently on the water's surface in the night breeze. A few hours earlier, Jiang Wan had departed without hesitation, presumably to meet Ji Yao. Pei Jin chuckled self-deprecatingly, whispering, What a heartless wretch you are. Chapter 37. A Lonely Man and a Woman. Sharing a room when Jiang Wan awoke, her ears burned, likely the result of someone cursing her. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She was indifferent to the opinions of those who scolded her. On the day they had arranged to visit the racetrack, Ji Yao had arrived early. Leaning against the car door, he was dressed casually, his long legs captivating, exuding the effortless charm of a young aristocrat, his features strikingly handsome. "Good morning, Wan Wan," Ji Yao greeted, his smile bright and his gaze fixed on Jiang Wan with a mix of admiration and depth. This was not the first time he had been struck by such a thought. Ji Yao mused that it would be delightful to greet her every morning as soon as he opened his eyes. However, he felt confident that this wish was not far from realization. He opened the car door with a smile directed at Jiang Wan, who replied with a good morning before sliding into the seat. The vehicle began to move slowly. As they exited the alley, Ji Yao casually remarked, "Oh, when did a row of streetlights appear on either side? Are they new? I don't recall seeing them before." "Indeed," Jiang Wan responded, momentarily surprised. "It was just the streetlights. She hadn't seen the gang of idle delinquents in quite some time either." This area was known as an exile zone, a lawless territory where streetlights wouldn't be installed without reason, nor would those ruffians simply vanish. The origin of these changes stemmed from the night she injured her foot, after which Pei Jin escorted her home. Jiang Wan lost herself in thought until Ji Yao called her name again. Blinking back to reality. "What's wrong? You've been dazed and ignoring me," Ji Yao said, his expression a mixture of longing and feigned grievance, resembling a forlorn puppy. Jiang Wan silently chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she replied, "I'm not thinking of anything. Just focus on the road. The light is green." Ji Yao was momentarily entranced by her smile, only regaining his senses when a car behind them honked. Suppressing the fluttering in his heart, he resumed driving. Upon reaching the racetrack, it was only 10 in the morning. Jiang Wan stepped out of the car. The weather was splendid, the sun warm, and the grass lush. The expansive private racetrack boasted all the necessary facilities. Ji Yao opened an umbrella, shielding Jiang Wan from the sun, and commented, "My second brother knows how to enjoy life. He often comes here. This area is for racing, and over there is the stable. He has quite a few horses. We can choose one later." "All right," Jiang Wan replied. They walked side by side towards a villa resembling a clubhouse, filled with light and adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Wan's gaze drifted through the slightly reflective glass, clearly spotting the figures inside. In a clubhouse hall, Ji Yao's second brother, Ji Hao, lounged on a leather sofa, legs casually crossed, flanked by 6 well-built bodyguards in tailored suits, exuding a sense of trained readiness. Second brother, Ji Yao tossed the umbrella to a nearby servant, taking Jiang Wan's hand as they entered, whispering to her, "Don't be nervous. My second brother is quite easygoing. He will surely like you." Jiang Wan lowered her long eyelashes, concealing the flicker of tumultuous emotions and latent hostility within her gaze. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. She suppressed those feelings and donned her habitual, somewhat hollow smile. "Have you arrived?" Ji Hao swirled his glass of red wine, first glancing at Ji Yao, then surveying Jiang Wan from head to toe before teasing, "Beautiful, truly beautiful. Third brother, your taste is commendable. No wonder you seem lost in a daze. Glued to your phone all day." Ji Yao clicked his tongue, irritated by the casualness of his brother's tone. "I've told you, I'm not playing around. I'm serious. Second brother, show a little respect." "All right." Ji Hao set down his wine glass and stood up, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar, extending his hand towards Jiang Wan. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ji Hao. You can also call me second brother." Jiang Wan regarded the face before her, concealing the tumultuous emotions beneath an impeccable smile, tightly sealed, not a hint escaping. She extended her hand for a brief shake, her fingers cool to the touch. "Hello, second brother. Let us not stand on ceremony. We might all be family in the future," Ji Hao replied with an unconcerned smile, appearing quite amiable. He withdrew his hand and draped an arm over Ji Yao's shoulder, grinning. "Other brothers will arrive in the afternoon. We can choose a horse and race a few laps. Shall we have a friendly competition? Let us compete. If you lose, you'll give me your horse." Ji Yao raised an eyebrow, challenging. "Haha, you think you can win against me? Dream on." Yao left Heart, flashing him a cheeky gesture before darting away, just as Ji Yao attempted to retaliate. It was evident that the bond between the two brothers was strong. Jiang Wan remained silent, her gaze subtly sweeping the surroundings, from the 6 bodyguards to the layout of the area. Ji Yao rolled his eyes at his brother, chastising him for his childishness, then turned to Jiang Wan. Are you tired, Wan Wan? Shall I show you to a room upstairs to rest? Jiang Wan nodded. The villa had 3 floors, the first for leisure, the second for guest rooms, and the third for a viewing deck overlooking the entire racetrack. Ji Yao led Jiang Wan to one of the guest rooms. It was pristine, the bedding crisp and fragrant with fabric softener. This is my room. I've stayed here every time I visited. The servants have tidied up, and the linens are fresh, Ji Yao explained, casting a glance at the ceiling, trying to mask his nervousness. We'll definitely be staying overnight. The other guest rooms are occupied. I can sleep on the sofa. Jiang Wan's response was subdued, merely acknowledging with a soft O. Ji Yao cautiously stole a glance at her, relieved to see no signs of rejection or disdain, and felt a surge of joy. The last time they were on the mountain, they had shared a tent, but the sleeping bags had kept them apart. Unfortunately, he had fallen asleep too quickly that night, missing the chance to indulge in his thoughts before dawn arrived. This time, they were alone together again. Surely, things would progress further, right? Ji Yao pressed his hand against his heart, urging it to calm. Its rapid beating felt as if it would be heard. At that moment, Jiang Wan spoke, epitome. Yes? I'd like some orange juice. Could you please fetch me a glass? Of course. I'll be right back. Ji Yao's heart soared. Even being asked to fetch something thrilled him immensely. He would do anything and everything for her. As he left, the room fell silent once more. Jiang Wan swiftly examined the room, confirming the absence of any hidden surveillance, before she unzipped her backpack. From within, she retrieved a steel pen, which she promptly disassembled. Inside, there were no ink cartridges, only 2 white pills. Chapter 38, Taming. Jiang Wan expressionlessly swallowed the 2 pills. Shortly thereafter, Ji Yao returned, holding a glass of orange juice. Jiang Wan smiled at him and took the glass, drinking half in one go. In the afternoon, the pair made their way to the stable. It must be said that Ji Yao had invested a considerable sum here. The stable was spacious and immaculate, housing a multitude of well-trained horses suitable for competitions. Ji Yao selected a smaller horse for Jiang Wan, a creature that appeared exceedingly docile. How about riding this one, Wan Wan? Its temperament is particularly gentle, he suggested, keeping her safety in mind. For an inexperienced rider, a careless mount could lead to dire consequences, including being trampled by the horse's hooves in the event of a fall. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, glancing at a chestnut horse at the far end. What is that horse's name? She inquired. Ji Yao followed her gaze and chuckled. That's Zhuiyun. My second brother just bought it recently, and it hasn't been tamed yet. It won't even let anyone approach. At that moment, Ji Yao and a few like-minded wealthy youths arrived at the stable. Jiang Wan turned to Ji Yao and asked, Second young master, can I choose any horse here? Ji Yao laughed heartily, replying casually, as long as you have the ability to ride it, of course. The wealthy youths, who frequently visited the stable and had their own preferred horses, wasted no time mounting their steeds and galloping away, the sound of hooves echoing vibrantly. Ji Yao approached the horse named Zhuiyun, but before he could get close, Zhuiyun snorted loudly, its hooves grinding against the ground, clearly adopting an aggressive stance. With a sigh, Ji Yao retreated and opted for a black horse that had already acknowledged him as its master. Giddy up, he commanded, wielding his riding crop without any protective gear, exuding an air of gallantry as he mounted the towering steed. Before exiting the stable, he called out to Ji Yao, Third brother, hurry up, let us have a race. I'm waiting for you to concede. Ji Yao, unable to tolerate such banter, gestured defiantly at his second brother, retorting, Just wait. I'll make you admit defeat, and from now on, you'll call me brother, and I'll call you little brother. Ji Yao rolled his eyes dramatically. Jiang Wan detected Ji Yao's eagerness to compete and said, You go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Epsilon. Considering Jiang Wan would need time to change and don protective gear, nodded in agreement. I'll be waiting for you at the racetrack. Take your time. Ji Yao chose a striking white horse with prominent musculature, swiftly mounting it and racing off after Ji Yao. The cheers from the racetrack resonated even from a distance. Miss Jiang, may I escort you to change? A nearby servant asked respectfully. There's a changing room for female guests over there. No need, Jiang Wan gently declined, striding towards the imposing horse named Zhuiyun. The servant, about to warn her about the potential danger, hesitated as Zhuiyun tilted its head, clearly displeased with her proximity. The powerful hooves lifted, ready to kick at Jiang Wan. Oh no, the servant gasped, unable to look away. However, the anticipated chaos did not unfold. In a swift motion, Jiang Wan leaped onto the horse's back with remarkable agility. At that moment, the enraged horse reared, attempting to throw her off. Yet, Jiang Wan had anticipated this. She firmly grasped its neck, defying all attempts to dislodge her. The furious steed, roaring, bolted out of the stable, galloping at breakneck speed toward the racetrack. The servant was left in a cloud of dust, staring dumbfounded at the untouched protective gear. At the racetrack, Ji Yao and Ji Hao had just finished a race. As expected, with Ji Hao emerging victorious. As they prepared for a second round, several young masters suddenly tightened their reins, pointing in one direction, exclaiming, "Look over there!" Ji Yao instinctively turned to see a scene he would never forget. Through the flying dust, Jiang Wan rode in. The wild stallion that no one could tame, attempting to throw her off repeatedly. Yet, each time, she managed to seize the reins, reclaiming control with breathtaking agility. After several intense attempts, the stallion finally yielded to its rider. "Giddy up," Jiang Wan urged, her long hair flowing like ink in the wind, her slender form unwavering amid the gusts. The previously untamed horse complied with her commands, trotting gracefully as the spectators watched in astonished admiration. "Absolutely stunning. Truly magnificent," someone in the crowd murmured. Ji Hao turned, about to speak, only to see Ji Yao gazing intently at Jiang Wan's silhouette, his eyes ablaze with admiration. "Hey, third brother, are you dazed? Snap out of it." Ji Hao nudged him. Ji Yao finally broke his gaze, ignoring the teasing remarks around him, chuckling softly to himself. "I truly have an eye for talent." That first glance had captivated him for so long. Now, this moment ensnared him completely, leaving him utterly defenseless. "Second brother, I'm not competing with you anymore. What's the point in that?" Ji Yao grinned, tightening his reins as he raced after Jiang Wan. Ji Hao, bemused, followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. After all, that was his prized steed. Having someone else tame it before his eyes was unbearable. "Let us race," Ji Hao called after Jiang Wan. Disregarding Ji Yao's exasperated expression, "Do you dare?" Jiang Wan slowed her pace, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Ji Hao laughed heartily. "I admire your courage for accepting. Look over there at the grove. Beyond it lies a river. Whoever reaches it first wins." "What is the wager?" Jiang Wan inquired. "If you win, Yun will be yours, and I'll give you a car as a bonus. But if you lose, you'll remain at my racetrack as my horse trainer for a month. What do you say?" Ji Hao boasted, confident of his victory. Jiang Wan lowered her lashes, half smirking. "If I win, I'll claim something from you. How does that sound?" Ji Hao paused, instinctively asking, "What do you want?" "Your life." On what was a perfectly sunny day, a chilling wind seemed to sweep through the surroundings. Chapter 39, A Ride Beyond Compare. Yi Hao froze. Jiang Wan smiled gently, as if the earlier threat had been a mere figment of imagination. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and brightness. "I was just joking." Although it was not particularly amusing, Ji Hao took it lightly, exclaiming, "Let us begin." As the two magnificent steeds charged forth, the dust cloud enveloped Ji Yao. Ji Yao spluttered, shaking off the debris as he followed suit. The other young masters, witnessing the excitement, eagerly joined the chase. Jiang Wan's gaze remained fixed ahead. Not far off lay a small grove, the only area in the entire racetrack shielded from surveillance. A flicker of intent crossed Jiang Wan's mind, and as she glanced sideways, she noticed a vehicle approaching from another direction. 6 bodyguards accompanying Ji Hao. It seemed Ji Hong was well aware of his son's reckless nature and had taken precautions to ensure his safety. Jiang Wan loosened her grip on the reins and slowed her pace. However, the spirited horse she chose was quite temperamental. The moment it was overtaken by Ji Hao, it neighed and accelerated, rushing ahead into the woods, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. It was only when Jiang Wan tugged at the reins that it slowed down and finally came to a halt, flicking its tail. Ji Hao arrived at the predetermined finish line merely 2 seconds later. Yet a loss is a loss. Feeling a mixture of reluctance and embarrassment, Ji Hao's expression soured as he clicked his tongue and remarked, "I'll let you in out of respect for Ji Yao. Otherwise, you would hardly be my match. Regardless, since you emerged victorious, my promise stands. Later, you may select a car from my garage as a gift." With this, Ji Hao turned his horse and called out to a group of young gentlemen who had just arrived. "Let us go play tennis, shall we?" This horse ranch, apart from horse racing, also boasted a tennis court, one of Ji Hao's favored places to vent his frustrations. The young gentleman exchanged glances at Jiang Wan, unsure whether to commend her for her prowess or admire her audacity in disregarding Ji Gongzi's face. Let us go play tennis. They laughed, recalling the injuries sustained by the ball boys last time, anticipating more broken bones this time around, all in jest. After all, Ji Gongzi was known for his heavy-handedness, and he was quite generous with his compensation. The group, jovially linking arms, followed Ji Hao. Ergo, what has got you riled up? Ye Ypsilona all frowned, somewhat displeased by his brother's sudden outburst. But Ji Hao paid him no mind, striding away amidst the crowd. Wan Wan, please don't take offense. My elder brother is just like this. Loves to play but cannot bear to lose. Ji Yao leaned closer to Jiang Wan, cautiously attempting to placate her. Rest assured, I will certainly scold him later. Jiang Wan smiled faintly and subtly inquired, Does your elder brother always have so many bodyguards around him? Oh, that's my father's arrangement. After Zhao Weiwu's incident, he insisted my brother be more cautious, hence the presence of several bodyguards. Ye Ypsilona all shrugged casually. I really don't know what my father worries about all day. It's quite perplexing. Jiang Wan merely acknowledged his words with an "oh" and chose not to pursue the topic further. This alone demonstrated how well Ji Yao was guarded. As they leisurely rode back, Ji Yao continued discussing the evening's plans. Just as he was about to seek Jiang Wan's opinion, he suddenly looked up, startled. Wan Wan, what's wrong? Jiang Wan's complexion had turned ashen, her lips devoid of color, and her hair at the temples damp with cold sweat. Her already slender figure seemed fragile, swaying precariously atop the horse. I just feel a bit unwell. It's nothing. Jiang Wan forced a smile, but then her vision darkened, and she tumbled from a horse. Wan Wan. In that instant, Ji Yao sprang into action, moving with unprecedented speed to catch Jiang Wan as she fell. She appeared cold, her body trembling, and when he touched her forehead, it was burning. Ji Yao felt immense regret. He had noticed something was off with Jiang Wan's complexion earlier, but had failed to realize she was unwell. He swiftly cradled her in his arms and made his way to the clubhouse. The horse racing venue always had a doctor on standby to prevent injuries, and upon arriving at the resting room, the doctor was already there. After a quick examination, the doctor reassured, it's nothing serious, just a fever. The temperature isn't too high. A bit of medication will suffice. Ji Yao finally felt relieved. Just then, Jiang Wan regained consciousness, her eyes momentarily clouded with confusion, as if she were unsure of her surroundings. Ji Yao felt a wave of tenderness. He poured her a glass of warm water and held the fever-reducing medicine to her lips, gently coaxing, be a good girl and take your medicine. All right? Jiang Wan obediently accepted the medicine from his hand, astonishingly compliant. Ji Yao was taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably, his ears flushed with warmth. Is there anything else you wish to do? Are you tired? Perhaps rest for a while? He asked softly. Jiang Wan initially shook her head, but then nodded. Her voice hoarse. I'm hungry. I'd like some congee. All right, I'll go make it. Ji Yao's heart melted, and he hurriedly agreed. As he stood to leave, he tucked the blanket around Jiang Wan before stepping out of the room. The moment the door closed, Jiang Wan's tightly shut eyes flew open, her gaze sharp and clear. Gone was the earlier confusion and weakness. She threw off the blanket and quietly slipped out, deliberately avoiding all surveillance blind spots, and ascended to the third floor via the stairs, accurately locating Ji Hao's room. At that moment, Ji Hao and his group of young gentlemen were downstairs at the tennis court. The upper floor was deserted. Jiang Wan pressed the doorknob, bemused by Ji Hao's overconfidence or perhaps his carefree nature, as the door was unlocked. This was splendid. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. A wave of tobacco mixed with men's cologne greeted her, and on the slightly disheveled bed lay 2 unkempt jackets, with an open packet on the nightstand. Jiang Wan stifled her discomfort and began her search, rummaging through the room until she found Ji Hao's wallet in one of the jackets. The wallet contained a thick stack of cash, a black card, his identification, and a uniquely shaped key. Swiftly, she extracted the key and returned the wallet to its original place. Just as she was about to leave, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the room. Someone was coming. If she were discovered here, it would be impossible to explain. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, uncertain of the visitor's identity or how long they would stay. Abandoning the idea of hiding, she dashed to the window and climbed out. In the next instant, the door swung open. A bodyguard, familiar with the room, entered, presumably following Ji Hao's instructions. He swiftly grabbed a bag and exited. As he closed the door, he locked it behind him. Fearing discovery, Jiang Wan hastily climbed back to the second floor, following the route she had previously mapped out, and successfully slipped back into her resting room, just in time. Jiang Wan worked to steady her breathing, and shortly thereafter, Ji Yao returned with warm congee in hand. As he lifted the lid, a rich aroma wafted through the room. This is vegetable and meat congee prepared by the kitchen staff this morning. I had them steam some glutinous rice cakes and paired it with 2 small side dishes. I hope it suits your taste, Ji Yao stated, placing a small spoon into the congee bowl. As he leaned in, he caught a whiff of something and exclaimed, "Wan Wan, why do you smell like smoke?" And a hint of cologne. Jiang Wan paused, maintaining her composure. "Is that so? I can't smell it. Perhaps I picked it up while I was outside." Ji Yao nodded, not giving it much thought as he focused on feeding her. "I can manage myself." Jiang Wan, half sitting, took the spoon and began to eat slowly. Ji Yao reached out to touch her forehead, relieved to find she was no longer burning up. Jiang Wan had only eaten a little before setting the spoon down, as sounds of commotion occasionally drifted from outside, indicating that Ji Hao and his companions were thoroughly enjoying themselves at the tennis court. Jiang Wan lifted the blanket and stepped outside onto the balcony. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the distant tennis court. Ji Hao was playing fiercely, seemingly expelling pent-up frustration with every powerful strike. Indeed, he was venting, as the 2 ball boys receiving the serves were already bruised and battered, with visible marks on their arms and legs. They dared not return Ji Gongzi's serves, nor could they evade them. They stood like targets, repeatedly struck by Ji Hao's cannon-like shots. The lighter blows sent them stumbling back, while the heavier ones knocked them to the ground, leaving them to roll over. Of course, after a sufficient amount of play, Ji Hao would generously provide them with a substantial medical fee. A flurry of red bills were scattered across the ground, fluttering down like confetti. 2 young ball boys, barely in their 20s and covered in wounds, bent down to pick up the scattered tennis balls. Their thoughts remained a mystery to those around them, yet they wore forced smiles of flattery, thanking the young master repeatedly. From her vantage point on the balcony, Jiang Wan observed the scene unfold. Beside her, Ji Yao lingered closely, having noticed the spectacle, yet dismissively presumed Jiang Wan was intrigued. "Wan Wan, would you like to join in?" he suggested. Jiang Wan cast him a penetrating glance. For reasons unknown, it felt chillingly composed, causing Ji Yao's heart to constrict in confusion over his perceived misstep. "Do you enjoy this sort of amusement?" Jiang Wan inquired. Ji Yao instinctively shook his head. "I do not fancy playing tennis. I only—" He halted mid-sentence, realizing he preferred beautiful women of all kinds. But could he express such thoughts? Not one to be foolish, he quickly redirected, blinking innocently, "I like you the most." Jiang Wan did not engage with his remark. Coincidentally, Ji Yao's phone chimed, the crisp ringtone shattering the atmosphere. Seeking to divert attention, he answered without glancing at the screen. A sultry voice emerged from the other end, dripping with allure. "Third Master, it's been ages since you invited me out. I've just had a new tattoo. ISNT this your favorite kind? Would you like to come see in person?" The balcony fell silent, and Jiang Wan caught every word without needing the speaker on. She shot Ji Yao an amused glance, her eyes clearly conveying, "So you have this penchant, do you? Quite the player." Ji Yao felt as if he might choke. His carefully curated image lay in ruins. How could he ever change Jiang Wan's perception of him now? "I want to look, want to play, want to meet," he shouted into the phone. "Though I can't recall who you are, please have some self-respect." After hanging up, he swiftly blocked the number and deleted every female friend from his contact list. "Wan Wan, see? I've deleted them all. You must believe me, I've changed," Ji Yao lamented, feeling as if he might curl up like a chastised puppy. Jiang Wan was uninterested, promptly ejecting him from the room. Ji Yao stumbled, nearly having the door slammed in his face, and sighed dramatically, lamenting his missed opportunity to be alone with Jiang Wan that evening. Yet, on a different note, if Jiang Wan felt a twinge of jealousy, it would signify he held a place in her heart. Wouldn't he it? Ji Yao couldn't help but swell with pride. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Wan clad in a coat, her complexion slightly pale, strands of hair cascading from behind her ears, resting delicately over her elegant collarbone. "I'm feeling unwell. I want to go home," she stated, meeting Ji Yao's gaze. Originally, she intended to stay overnight for an event the following day, but her sudden illness shifted Ji Yao's mood, and he readily agreed. "All right, let us head back." He took her coat, draping it over her shoulders to shield her from the chill. Once settled in the car, Ji Hao pondered and sent a text to his second brother, Ji Hao, leaving early. After a moment of silence, he assumed Ji Hao had not seen it. Without further thought, he pressed the accelerator, the luxury car roaring to life as it departed the racetrack. As he glanced in the rearview mirror, watching the buildings recede, Jiang Wan's eyes shimmered with a deep, secretive light, unnoticed by anyone. Upon reaching an old, dilapidated building tucked away in an alley, Ji Hao was about to concoct an excuse to remain when a sweet fragrance wafted past him, followed by a soft kiss on his cheek. "I watched you leave. Good night." Jiang Wan stood beneath the street lamp, her long black hair cascading down her waist, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of an enchanting spirit in the night. Ji Hao could think of nothing but this singular thought. She kissed him. His heart raced uncontrollably, and by the time he regained his composure, he had driven 2 kilometers, trembling with excitement. She truly kissed him. What a revelation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Surely, his relationship with Jiang Wan would ascend to new heights. How far could he be from confessing his feelings? "I told you, you will be mine, Jiang Wan." His laughter echoed freely as the luxury car surged forward. Yet unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wan, after his departure, did not ascend the stairs. Instead, she calmly tied up her hair, donning a cap and mask. Under the cover of darkness, she concealed herself thoroughly, slipping out of the alley and effortlessly scaling the wall before entering a waiting vehicle. It was time to settle the score. Chapter 41. You, show me how to crawl. A small pickup truck sat parked, covered in dust and adorned with fallen leaves. It was an ordinary model, neither new nor particularly noteworthy. Jiang Wan climbed inside, her expression impassive as she ignited the engine and drove off. By 9:30 p.m., traffic was manageable, allowing the pickup to glide smoothly until it slowed at a red light. In this bustling intersection, the wait was over 100 seconds. As she paused her vehicle, another car pulled up beside her, also waiting to turn left. Glancing over, Jiang Wan was surprised to see personnel from the inspection department. Uncertain of their destination, they wore casual attire, and in the passenger seat, Shun Siu rolled down the window, casually glancing at her. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. Though the pickup was old, it had been fitted with privacy film, allowing her to remain undetected. Otherwise, given Shun Siu's keen instincts and suspicious nature, she might have found herself at the top of his suspect list, possibly under surveillance. When the traffic light turned green, both vehicles moved simultaneously, one going straight, the other turning left, quickly parting ways. In the inspection department vehicle, one subordinate, after finishing a report, looked up and remarked, "Things have been quiet lately. No major cases." "It feels a bit unusual." "Don't say things like that. You're tempting fate," the driver retorted. "Isn't it good to have some peace?" "I couldn't ask for more." "Come on, are you that excited?" "I was just making an offhand comment," the first replied. All right, I'll rephrase." They continued their banter until they turned their attention to Shun Siu, who seemed lost in thought. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shun Siu, with a gentle breeze blowing, rubbed his tired eyes and slowly said, "My left eye's been twitching all night." "That is a good omen. Left eye twitches mean wealth." One of them quipped. "Now, the right side is starting." The 2 subordinates fell silent for a moment, and one tentatively responded, "Well, that just balances out, doesn't it?" This remark struck Shun Siu's funny bone, and he erupted into laughter. His previously aloof demeanor softened, revealing a more approachable side. Yet, the 2 subordinates shivered slightly. Rumors within the inspection department suggested that whenever Shun Siu laughed, someone was bound to face misfortune. Shun Siu adjusted his posture, leisurely slipping on black gloves. "What movements have you observed regarding the Ji family?" he inquired. "Nothing unusual. Everything is as it should be," came the reply. Since the topic of work was broached, the 2 subordinates became notably more serious, promptly commencing their reports. There is no sense of anything unusual about the Ji family. However, during our surveillance operations, we discovered that someone else was also monitoring the Ji family. "Oh, who is it?" Shun Siu's tone remained flat, as if he had anticipated this, showing no surprise. His subordinate replied, "We have yet to determine their identity. The individual is quite cautious and withdrew immediately upon sensing our intervention, leaving no trace. I suspect that this person monitoring the Ji family may be an enemy of theirs." "Shun's supervisor, shall we continue the pursuit?" "No need. Just keep an eye on the Ji family." Shun Siu lightly tapped his fingers and added, Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. As night fell, the neon lights sparkled like a galaxy, yet a blue pickup truck ventured farther away, eventually arriving near Ji Hao's horse ranch. This area lacked streetlights, surrounded only by woods and vast fields. Once the truck's headlights were extinguished, darkness enveloped the surroundings entirely. Jiang Wan tore open a piece of bread, consuming it slowly, resembling a predator lurking in the night, filled with immense patience. Once her hunger was satiated, Jiang Wan exited the vehicle, stepping onto the soft grass towards the central building of the ranch. Having previously visited during the day, she had memorized the layout, including the locations of all surveillance cameras. The only complication was the 6 bodyguards who shadowed Ji Hao. She would need to neutralize them before she could approach him. Under the cover of darkness, Jiang Wan effortlessly infiltrated the building, making her way to the power distribution room, where she severed the entire club's electricity. Upstairs, a fierce encounter unfolded in Ji Hao's room. As 2 alluring women flanked him, all 3 engrossed in their revelry. When the room was suddenly plunged into darkness, one of the women screamed, and the bodyguards outside rushed in, asking, "Young master, are you all right? The power is out. We can't see anything." Ji Hao, in high spirits, was momentarily interrupted by the unexpected turn of events and cursed under his breath before inquiring, "What happened?" "We have already dispatched someone to investigate. It seems to be an issue with the power system. Hurry and get it fixed. Now leave," Ji Hao commanded, eager to resume his enjoyment. However, the bodyguard did not exit, stating firmly, "We need to ensure your safety. It is the master's order." Ji Hao, exasperated, retorted, "You lot are so watchful. How am I supposed to enjoy myself?" "You may act as if we do not exist," the bodyguard replied respectfully, yet resolutely. In the darkness of the building, no one could see each other clearly. Only the outlines of figures could be discerned. With the bodyguards refusing to leave, Ji Hao's mood soured, and in a fit of irritation, he kicked one of the women off the bed. The affection he had just shown her vanished entirely. The woman landed on the floor with a cry, while the other was similarly discarded. "Get out, all of you." After expelling them, Ji Hao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply several times before casually donning a bathrobe and stepping out in slippers. As he passed by one of the bodyguards, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and extinguished the cigarette, but on the guard's face. The sound of sizzling was heard as the flame made contact with skin, which was then crushed out. Throughout this ordeal, the bodyguard remained silent, not even flinching. Ji Hao chuckled, patting the guard's face, "Truly a good dog." With that, he exited the room. The club at the ranch lacked a backup power source or generator, and the bodyguards silently followed Ji Hao, using their phones to illuminate the corridor. Ji Hao descended the stairs with ease, reclining on the leather sofa in the lobby, casually summoning 3 other bodyguards. "Go, wake everyone up." It was already late, and the wealthy youngsters who had come to play were all asleep in their rooms after drinking too much. The 3 bodyguards promptly obeyed. Ji Hao then instructed 2 others to fetch wine from the cellar. Out of the 6 bodyguards, 5 departed, leaving behind the one who had suffered a burn from the cigarette. When Ji Hao felt playful, he was oblivious to the appropriateness of the moment, only considering his mood. He lifted his chin, pointing at the remaining bodyguard, and commanded, "You crawl for me." The bodyguard, tall and upright, sported a neat buzz cut and possessed a dignified appearance, exuding a sense of resilience. Upon hearing the command, he merely paused briefly before responding, "Young master, I am tasked with ensuring your safety." The implication was clear. He was a bodyguard, not some random bystander, nor one of the batterball boys on the court. Ji Hao chuckled, but in the next moment, his smile faded, replaced by a glint of anger and malice, his demeanor shifting dramatically. "Aren't you just a dog? When a master calls you to crawl, you should obediently comply. Don't provoke my wrath. Do you understand?" "I'm sorry, young master, but that is not part of my duties," the bodyguard replied, his tone still respectful, yet he remained firmly in place. Ji Hao, seething with rage, hurled a nearby wine bottle. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as the bottle exploded, red liquid and its rich aroma spilling everywhere. Ji Hao barked, "You kneel." The bodyguard remained steadfast, unmoved. The atmosphere grew tense. The other 5 bodyguards had yet to return, and the club's power remained inexplicably out, illuminated only by the glow of a phone, accentuating Ji Hao's distorted face, twisted with fury. "Enough, enough. I detest when someone pretends in front of me. What are you trying to prove?" Ji Hao spat vehemently, cursing loudly, and then swung his fist at the bodyguard, Thud! Before he could land the blow, Ji Hao slipped and fell to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Ji Hao landed hard, unsure if his tailbone was fractured. Worse still, the shards of the broken wine bottle littered the floor, causing him to cut his hand as he braced himself. The bodyguard observed silently, recognizing the irony of Ji Hao's situation. How pathetic. Not only is he weak, but his temper is also explosive. What a waste. A fleeting flicker of derision crossed the bodyguard's eyes. Ji Hao, wincing in pain, his face contorted, nearly brought to tears, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Call a doctor. Hurry up." The bodyguard promptly went to summon assistance. Ji Hao, who had never faced such humiliation, watched his bloodied hands, his expression darkening, coldly stating, "I'll remember this. Once I am bandaged up, I will personally take care of you." He was genuinely filled with murderous intent. For the Ji family, having wielded power for so long, they found it simple to deal with lower-tier individuals who lacked backing. Akin to squashing an ant, the bodyguard paused, glancing back at Ji Hao, his fists unconsciously clenching. "How dare you?" Young Master Ji, high and mighty, failed to comprehend that when pushed too far, even a rabbit can bite. The bodyguard's expression darkened, hinting at anger. Ji Hao, in a mocking tone, whistled and taunted, "Oh, are you angry? Then kneel before me. If I am pleased, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, you know what fate awaits you." Previously, one of Ji Hao's bodyguards had been punished for accidentally bumping into his girlfriend while delivering documents. The woman, having just bathed and not clothed, thought it was Ji Hao at the door and opened it without hesitation in a fit of rage. Ji Hao had ordered that bodyguard's eyes be gouged out. His current threat, though light-hearted in tone, was a promise he would fulfill. The bodyguard remained silent, fist clenched. Ji Hao, with a look of amusement, awaited the other's capitulation. However, at that moment, a beam of light flashed outside the window, followed by the voices of several other bodyguards from upstairs. "Who is there? Show yourself." The sounds of footsteps and stern shouts created a cacophony. Ji Hao was taken aback and looked up toward the upper floor, but it was too dark to see anything. No lights were on. What was happening? Had a thief broken in? Ji Hao cursed under his breath. Still sitting on the ground, the pain in his coccyx had subsided, indicating he likely hadn't fractured anything. However, his palm was pierced by glass, blood dripping down. Yahoo angrily shouted, "Useless. Go call a doctor over. I'll deal with you later." The bodyguard opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say that if there truly was an intruder in the club, for safety's sake, it was best to stay close to him to provide protection. But he ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. The bodyguard strode up the stairs, quickly reaching the second floor and knocking on the private doctor's door. "The second young master is injured?" "All right, I'm coming right away." The private doctor, who had just laid down, could only get up and grab his medical kit before heading downstairs. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, when the bodyguard and the private doctor arrived downstairs, Ji Hao was nowhere to be found. "Where is he?" The doctor turned on his flashlight, scanning the surroundings, yet still saw no sign of Ji Hao. "Second young master? Come out. It's pitch dark. Don't play around. Let us bandage your wound first." The doctor called out a few times, but no one responded. Helpless, the doctor turned to the bodyguard, asking, "Didn't you say the second young master fell here? Where is he?" "I don't know." The bodyguard was equally perplexed. If it weren't for the pool of red wine on the ground and the dripping blood that attested to the recent events, he might have thought Ji Hao was playing a trick on him. But that was impossible. Ji Hao was known for his vengeful nature. He would never leave quietly. This was bad. The bodyguard cursed inwardly, rushing forward to investigate, only to discover that one of the windows on the first floor had been opened at some point. There was a faint footprint at the window's edge. Continuing his search, he noticed a drop of fresh blood in the corner, not even dried. Someone had entered through the window and had silently taken Ji Hao away. The bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine and immediately took out his communication earpiece, instructing the other bodyguards, "Seal off the racetrack. Conduct a thorough search. The second young master has been kidnapped. Hurry." After shouting this command, the bodyguard rushed out through the open window in pursuit. Who could possess such skill, managing to take Ji Hao away without alerting anyone? What were their intentions? Kidnapping or extortion? As the news spread, the other 5 bodyguards and the young masters, awoken by the commotion, rushed down. "What? Ji Hao has been kidnapped? He is missing? Damn it. Let us find him quickly. Let us go, let us see." If Ji Hao was truly taken, the kidnapper couldn't have gone far. "We must pursue." The young masters who spoke rushed out of the club. This night was destined to be far from peaceful. Chapter 43. If it's a kidnapping, then so be it. In an instant, everyone at the racetrack was mobilized. Besides the 6 bodyguards assigned to protect Ji Hao, all other staff at the racetrack, including the caddy who had been beaten up by Ji Hao during the day, the kitchen staff, the stable hands, and even several young masters who mingled with Ji Hao, all joined the search. They collectively scoured the area, flashlight beams illuminating the darkness. The bodyguards were the fastest to react, quickly driving around the racetrack for a search. However, the area was vast. Ji Hao had constructed a large private racetrack to uphold his reputation, resulting in an incomplete perimeter and insufficient camera coverage, compounded by tonight's inexplicable power outage. We have no choice. Let us split up and search. Signal if you find any clues. The bodyguards exchanged glances and each chose a direction. On the eastern side of the court, 2 caddies were also searching. They shared a bond of hardship. During Ji Hao's games, he was reckless, deriving pleasure from watching others get hit by his balls, only to see them struggle to get up, tail between their legs. Begging for mercy. Did they not harbor resentment? They simply couldn't afford to offend him. Thus, upon hearing the news of Ji Hao's possible kidnapping, the 2 caddies dared not voice their true feelings, instead feigning concern while reveling in their satisfaction. It served him right. I wish this news were true. May heaven take that scoundrel away. The 2 caddies chatted as they walked, unknowingly covering a fair distance. Under the tranquil night, the moonlight above was somewhat hazy. One of the caddies rubbed his bruised forehead, saying, I can't tell if this news is true. What if it's a misunderstanding? That would be disappointing. I hope it's true. I've had enough of this life. I wish that arrogant bully would be kidnapped and face dire consequences. The other caddy chimed in, Pa. It's not kidnapping. It's delivering justice on behalf of the people. Ha, you're right. The 2 laughed, completely unashamed of their schadenfreude. Then, in the next moment, their eyes locked onto a pair of glaring eyes. The owner of those eyes stared intently at them, red and bulging, filled with a familiar malice and hostility. It was Ji Hao. The 2 caddies gasped in shock, instantly freezing. Their curses had backfired, and their faces turned pale, especially considering Ji Hao's vengeful nature. They feared he might chop them up. Second young master, we didn't mean it. We're sorry. The 2 caddies nearly fell to their knees. A singular thought flashing through their minds. They were doomed. Ji Hao would undoubtedly seek revenge. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated fury and violence did not follow. The 2 caddies exchanged glances, trembling as they turned to look at Ji Hao. They then noticed that under the moonlight, Ji Hao had tape over his mouth, and his hands and feet were bound. Only then did they realize there was another person beside Ji Hao. This individual, clad in black, blended seamlessly into the night. Dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt, the oversized hood obscured most of their face, and a mask concealed their features. At that moment, the person tossed the furious Ji Hao into the back of a pickup truck, then casually threw a dirty black tarp over him. Having completed this, the figure climbed into the vehicle, started the engine, and without a glance at the caddies, sped away from the scene. Is he the kidnapper? The 2 caddies stood frozen for at least half a minute, struggling to comprehend the shocking scene they had just witnessed. Everything had transpired right before their eyes, leaving them utterly unprepared, their minds blank. Only when the figure had vanished into the distance did the realization of fear creep up their spines. They had just witnessed Ji Hao being kidnapped. What should they do? Should they call for help? Hurry, let us alert someone. One caddy exclaimed, but his companion pulled him back. No. What? His friend's face had also turned pale. He licked his lips, slowly calming his breath, and said, We didn't see anything, did we? Just then, a bodyguard in an SUV happened to search this area, the headlights brightening the surroundings. Did something happen here? What did you see? The bodyguard frowned, peering at the 2 caddies. They shook their heads in unison, replying, Nothing at all. We were searching too. The club had lost power, causing all surveillance to be disrupted and rendered useless. Throughout the night, everyone searched inside and outside the club, yet Ji Hao remained elusive. At 5 in the morning, as dawn approached, the bodyguards, feeling the weight of the situation, had no choice but to report this news to the Ji family. Upon hearing the shocking news of his son's disappearance, Ji Yang was momentarily stunned, before a fierce anger surged within him. Incompetent fools! How could they fail as bodyguards? Having been abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, his mind was still clouded, and he paced restlessly, the flames of anxiety and rage intensifying within him. Who had the audacity to kidnap his son? What could the assailants possibly want? Was it a ransom, or was something more sinister? The mere thought of the latter made Ji Yehong's hands tremble in fury, akin to a raging lion. Fine at once. Deploy every resource at your disposal. I do not care what methods you employ. Spare no effort to bring my son back unharmed. Yes, sir, replied the loyal butler, who promptly exited. The entire Ji family was stirred into action, mobilizing every available resource for an exhaustive search. Given the scale of their efforts, news was likely to emerge swiftly. However, would it be in time? The butler felt a gnawing unease. Several hours had passed since Ji Hao's abduction, and if the intent was indeed monetary, why had there been no ransom call? If it were not for money, then it could only mean a death threat. The Ji family had made numerous enemies over the years, and Ji Hao himself was a reckless individual, having offended countless people, both overtly and covertly. How could they ascertain who would dare to act so brazenly? The Ji family's operatives fanned out, leveraging their connections to swiftly secure multiple locations and conduct forceful searches. Additionally, surveillance footage from nearby roads was meticulously scrutinized. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The club showed no signs of struggle and yielded no informative clues. Save for a half-footprint on the windowsill. Had the power not been cut, it might have gone unnoticed. But what good was a half-footprint? The paramount concern remained finding Ji Hao. The scale of the Ji family's mobilization could not be concealed, and soon news began to circulate among the astute and curious. Ji Hao, too, became aware of the situation. My second brother has been kidnapped? Impossible. He was perfectly fine just yesterday. What? This happened last night? Ji Yao was taken aback, pushing past the servant to burst into Ji Yehong's study. Father, what is going on? Has something truly happened to my brother? In the study, aside from the distressed Ji Yehong, stood a tall man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. In his 30s, with sharp features and a commanding presence. He was none other than Ji Yao's elder brother, Ji Tingli. The Ji brothers, despite having different mothers, maintained a cordial relationship, at least on the surface. Brother, you have returned? That's splendid. We should contact the authorities and enlist the inspectorate's help in locating Ji Hao. Ji Tingli turned to him, his well-tailored suit lending an air of sophistication. His voice was calm, yet authoritative. I've already made arrangements. Involving the inspectorate is out of the question. Their manpower pales in comparison to what the Ji family can mobilize. Moreover, the current inspectorate chief, Shun Siyu, is notoriously unpredictable. If they were to inadvertently uncover something else, it could complicate matters. Of course, Ji Tingli would not share such thoughts with Ji Yao, who was sheltered from the darker realities of their world. At that moment, Ji Yong spoke. Your brother's matter will be handled by me and your elder brother. Do not concern yourself. Go on and enjoy yourself. Enjoy myself? How could I possibly think of leisure? Ji Yao retorted in disbelief, taking a seat with frustration. I will remain here until I receive news. Ji Yong felt a headache coming on and subtly signaled Ji Tingli to refrain from discussing sensitive matters. With both of his elder sons embroiled in peril, he needed to ensure that his youngest son remained untainted, for the future of the Ji family depended on it. Ji Tingli understood the implication, refraining from further discussion and instead inquiring about the details surrounding Ji Hao's disappearance. Hours had passed since Ji Hao's abduction, and the longer it dragged on, the more precarious the situation became. Ji Yehong's anxiety manifested physically, as he felt the toll of the night weigh heavily upon him. Yet, there was still no word. The search parties continued to return empty-handed, making the task seem as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. Ji Tingli scrutinized the disrupted surveillance footage from the racetrack, noting its poor quality. It was evident that the abductor was familiar with the premises, having likely prepared meticulously for the abduction. Compile a list of everyone who has visited the racetrack recently, including both guests and staff. Leave no one out. Yi Qingli commended, his demeanor calm and collected. Ji Yao, suddenly struck by a thought, recalled Jiang Wan, the only outsider to have visited recently. No, what am I thinking? He exclaimed, shaking his head and chastising himself. Also, pull all the road surveillance from around the racetrack, especially focusing on any delivery vans, minivans, or vehicles with fake plates, along with those with tinted windows. Ji Tingli maintained his composed tone, tapping the table gently. Father, we should issue a bounty. A reward of 1 million for any useful information, and 10 million for finding Ji Hao. Given the gravity of their situation, The incident would soon become public knowledge. This monetary incentive could galvanize more individuals to assist and potentially entice the kidnappers, should they have accomplices. Jiang, weary yet resolute, nodded. I leave this in your capable hands, Tingli. You are their elder brother. My only request is to ensure Ji Hao's safe return. Understood, Father, Ji Tingli affirmed, signaling to the butler to assist Ji Yang to rest. Is there anything I can do? Ji Hao asked, still agitated as he gazed at the surveillance footage. He stood up, determined. I will go to the racetrack myself and see if there is anything I can uncover. Just as Ji Tingli was about to agree, he received a list of entries at the racetrack. Glancing through the familiar names, his eyes landed on the last entry. Jiang Wan? Jiang Wan. Is she your girlfriend? Ji Tingli inquired, having caught the name. Not yet, but soon. Ji Yao replied, puzzled by his brother's interest. He sensed a fleeting glimmer in Ji Tingli's eyes as he uttered her name, but dismissed it. She was just someone I took to have fun. We were together, and I dropped her home afterward. You could suspect anyone, but not her. Ji Tingli, sensing Ji Yao's earnestness, finally nodded, conceding, very well. That's more like it, Ji Yao declared, leaving the room with newfound determination. However, unbeknownst to him, after he departed, the faint smile on Ji Tingli's face vanished entirely. Behind the golden-rimmed glasses, a dangerous and shadowy light flickered in the depths of the man's piercing gaze. Investigate this Jiang Wan, he commanded. Coincidentally, Jiang had also previously looked into Jiang Wan's identity and background. Thus, upon Ji Tingli's directive, his subordinate promptly presented Jiang Wan's dossier. The information indicated that Jiang Wan's parents were alive, though they resided overseas. Her father was a professor, and her mother a cellist. In addition, all other familial connections that could be unearthed were thoroughly investigated. Young master, is there any issue with Miss Zhang's status? His subordinate cautiously inquired. Ji Tingli casually tossed the dossier onto the table, remarking, it appears there is none. However, it is peculiar that she bears the surname Jiang. Chapter 45, what? Does she dare to renege on the deal? The subordinate fell silent. If one were to inquire who in the Ji family was the most suspicious, it would undoubtedly be Ji Tingli. Despite his mature and composed demeanor, exuding an air of gentility and approachability, he harbored the highest levels of wariness and vigilance. There were few who could lower his defenses, even those bound to him by blood. The subordinate pondered his meaning and respectfully asked, shall we continue our investigation? If necessary, we could discreetly conduct a paternity test to ascertain if Miss Jiang shares blood ties with her parents. This could indeed serve as a method, albeit a cumbersome one that would consume considerable time, especially since Jiang Wan's parents resided abroad. Moreover, obtaining samples for the test would be a troublesome endeavor. One could not simply approach them and say, hello, could I have a strand of your hair, or perhaps a nail clipping? That would be utterly absurd. The subordinate shuddered, realizing how foolish he sounded. As expected, Ji Tingli shot him a look of disdain before stating, first, we must locate Ji Hao. The rest, I shall verify personally. Understood. The subordinate quickly retreated. Outside, dawn had broken, yet the day could hardly be deemed auspicious, since the latter half of the previous night. A steady drizzle had persisted. Ji Hao arrived at the horse ranch. The findings echoed those reported by his subordinates. The perpetrators had evidently made meticulous preparations, leaving behind but a half-imprinted footprint from a window. The print was shallow, yet it still revealed quite a bit of information, suggesting it belonged to a pair of athletic shoes, likely of smaller size. Could it be a woman's shoe? The notion that a woman had abducted Ji Hao seemed implausible to Ji Yao. Unwilling to concede, he circled the area once more. But as he began to lose hope and turned to depart, he unexpectedly encountered two ball boys. Third young master. The two ball boys greeted him, trembling with trepidation. As they brushed past, Ji Yao suddenly called out, wait. The boys froze, visibly anxious, turning around as if caught in a trap. What are you so nervous about? I'm not going to eat you, Ji Yao chuckled, shaking his head as he pulled out a handful of cash from his wallet and handed it over, saying, go to the hospital and have your wounds treated. You look rather pitiful. The two boys had suffered greatly at Ji Hao's hands the previous day, enduring a barrage of tennis balls. Under such force, their bodies were marred with bruises, a sight that was quite alarming. Ji Hao had witnessed such scenes before and felt little remorse, but now, he suddenly felt a sense of retribution. Once his second brother returned safely, he would certainly admonish him to refrain from such self-serving and malevolent deeds in the future. After handing over the money, Ji Yao turned to leave. Behind him, the two ball boys exchanged glances, one murmuring, "Third young master is quite decent. It's a pity. Who can blame him for being a member of the Ji family?" The other boy glanced around, his fear palpable as he lowered his voice. "Do you think Ji Hao will be rescued? He saw us last night. If he gets saved, we're done for. Not just done for. Ji Hao would surely kill us." His companion clenched his teeth, replying, "Isn't the Ji family already offering a bounty? 1 million for information, 10 million for finding him." "What do you mean?" The ball boy widened his eyes. "You want to expose what we saw? You must be mad." His companion shook his head. "Of course not. What I mean is, the person who abducted Ji Hao is certainly not here for money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a bounty in the first place. If it's not for money, then it must be for a life. So I suspect Ji Hao may not return." The notion was alarming, yet somewhat logical. "All right, let's not bring trouble upon ourselves. We didn't TC anything. Just remember that." Both boys were not foolish and understood the gravity of the situation. Should they divulge the events of last night, it would be tantamount to willfully concealing a crime. Would the Ji family let them off? It was far better to remain silent and protect themselves. Unbeknownst to them, the rain intensified. Ji Yao had traversed a significant distance alone, his shoes caked in mud, and his shoulders dampened by the mist of the downpour. At this juncture, 6 hours had elapsed since Ji Hao's disappearance. Ji Yao still felt an unsettling sense of unreality, and he could not help but entertain the thought that perhaps there was no kidnapping at all, merely a cruel prank, with his second brother intentionally hiding away. Rubbing his temples, an inexplicable agitation surged within him. He suddenly yearned to hear Jiang Wan's voice. With that thought, Ji Yao retrieved his phone and quickly located Jiang Wan's number, dialing it. A menacing flash of lightning seemed to tear the sky asunder, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that startled one to the core. When Ji Hao awoke, he found himself in an unknown location. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light hinting that it was daytime. His hands and feet were bound, thin, pliable wires constricting his limbs, and any attempt to struggle only embedded them deeper into his flesh, causing excruciating pain. "Damn it! Let me go. I'll kill you. I'll make your entire family pay." Ji Hao writhed in agony, blood seeping from his wrists as he cursed at the empty air around him. "Come out. Show yourself. Damn it. You dare kidnap me. Isn't it just for money? I have plenty. Is 10 million enough? I could throw money at you until you suffocate. Do you even know who I am? You must have the audacity of a bear to lay hands on me. If you have the guts, then let me go. I'll ensure you learn how to die." Ji Hao raged, hurling a stream of curses into the void, yet received no reply. Only the echo of his own voice surrounded him. His teeth ground together. The memories of his bodyguard's ineptitude gnawed at him. Enraged, Ji Hao forgot that it was he who had made things difficult for them, sending them off one by one. All he remembered was the moment he had been ambushed from behind. In that instant, he hadn't even managed to scream before a sharp object pricked the back of his neck, likely a syringe of some sort, filled with poison. Almost immediately, his body went numb, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, he was hoisted away, his hands and feet tied, and tossed into the bed of a pickup truck. The vehicle took a winding route, and he had no idea where his captors were taking him. Ji Hao did not panic. His father would soon learn of his disappearance and would undoubtedly send someone to rescue him. Besides, the Ji family was wealthy. His abductors were surely after money. And in the worst-case scenario, they could simply pay a hefty ransom. Did they dare to harm him? Once he was free, he would ensure that the culprit faced a gruesome fate. Oh, and those two ball boys, how infuriating. They had clearly witnessed his abduction and did nothing to help. When he returned, he would make them pay dearly. Ji Hao was fuming, his chest heaving with rage, and a sinister glimmer flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a corner of the room suddenly lit up, the beam from a projector. Ji Hao barely had time to comprehend what was happening before the projector whirred to life, casting images upon the wall. With a single glance, an icy chill coursed through Ji Hao's veins. Chapter 46, A Debt Repaid in Kind. The screen reveals the face of Ji Hao, captured years ago in a clandestine photograph. The frame, though narrow, captures his visage with startling clarity, excitement, malevolence, and unrestrained audacity. With a disturbingly twisted smile, Ji Hao casually loops a rope around a woman's neck, hoisting her up gradually. In the aftermath, he leaves behind a meticulously prepared suicide note. orchestrating the scene as if the woman had taken her own life. Finished with his grim task, Ji Hao sneers, even spitting on the ground, exclaiming, "Pa! How dare anything oppose the Ji family?" He departs, leaving only the fluttering hem of the suspended dress in his wake. Memory floods back. Ji Hao shudders, suddenly aware that he is in a villa, an abandoned, burnt-out relic. The air is thick with dust and the stench of decay. The furniture is nearly unrecognizable, reduced to charred remnants. This place is the Jiang family, the very villa that had been consumed by flames, where the lady of the house, Meng Wenjin, met her end. A shiver runs down Ji Hao's spine as a wave of terror washes over him, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He realizes he occupies the same spot where Meng Wenjin had once hung lifelessly. Slowly, he raises his gaze to the ceiling, and indeed, a rope dangles ominously above him. New, yet eerily reminiscent of the one from 5 years prior. In a fit of panic, Ji Hao screams, the bravado from earlier evaporating as he struggles and cries out for help. "Save me! Is anyone there? Please, I will pay you handsomely. Just save me." His desperate pleas echo throughout the desolate villa. Tears stream down his face as he writhes on the ground, bound and helpless like a worm. Just then, footsteps approach, gradually drawing near. Ji Hao strains to lift his head, catching sight of a shadowy figure, clad in a black hooded garment, the brim obscuring their face with only cold, penetrating eyes visible. Ji Hao roars, "It's you. Who are you? How did you bring me to this dilapidated villa? You know I was the one who strangled Meng Wenjin. What is your connection to her? What ties do you have to the Jiang family?" Despite the fear gripping him, Ji Hao finds his resolve, proclaiming with renewed vigor, "My family possesses power and influence. How dare you plot against me? I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. If you have any sense, you should beg for mercy now. I might consider sparing you." But before he can utter more, he is yanked off the ground, the rope tightening around his neck. Panic surges through him, and he begins to thrash violently, shouting obscenities. Outside, lightning flashes as torrential rain pours down, the dilapidated villa engulfed in darkness. The figure closes their eyes, suppressing the tears that threaten to spill, whispering to the air, "Mother, I have avenged you." 5 years prior, Jiang Wan received a tip-off regarding a monstrous scandal involving the Ji family's predatory enterprises. After a moment's hesitation, he infiltrated the Ji household, seeking to gather evidence. He vanished without a trace. Sensing impending danger, Meng Wenjin acted swiftly. Realizing escape was futile, she removed the painting frame from the moon viewing platform, stashing her jade pendant and a small storage card inside. This card connected to hidden surveillance, meant to upload footage to the cloud. As footsteps echoed ominously outside, the door threatened to give way. Time was running out. Meng Wenjin restored the painting, smiled at the camera, and murmured, "My dear, I'm so sorry. I regret leaving you with such a cruel legacy. Please, take care of yourself. That is my only wish." There were countless words left unspoken, but time was short. Just as she secured the painting, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and Ji Hao stormed in. At that time, Jiang Wan was abroad, participating in an important dance competition. Upon receiving the news, she disregarded the astonished looks of judges and fellow dancers, rushing from the venue. After enduring a grueling flight, she returned home, only to be met with the sight of her mother's lifeless body suspended in the air. Overcome with grief, she collapsed, blood spilling from her lips. How could she not harbor resentment? Yet the Ji family did not relent. Fearing they had not sufficiently silenced the Jiang family, they dispatched Zhao Dalong and Zhao Weiwu to eliminate any remaining threats. That fateful day, Jiang Wan faced the devastating news of her parents' demise, succumbing to a high fever and exhaustion. As she lay on the brink of unconsciousness, it was Jiang Xing who concealed her. In the aftermath, the Ji family cast all blame upon Jiang Wan, and the public outcry condemned him, transforming the once heroic war correspondent into a figure of scorn and disgrace. How could the true culprits, who committed heinous acts and left no survivors, bask in fame and fortune, elevated as philanthropists, while they trampled over the bones and blood of their victims? Jiang Wan emerged from her reverie just as her phone rang. The caller, Ji Yao. In that instant, Ji Hao's expression turned frantic. Jiang Wan answered, "Hello." On the other end, Ji Yao's voice was muffled, tinged with concern. "I'm worried about my second brother. He has gone missing." Jiang Wan switched to speakerphone. Ji Hao, like a drowning man grasping at straws, gasped out words, "Three, save. Little three, save me." Jiang Wan studied Ji Hao's face, noting the despair etched upon it, and replied leisurely, "Oh, that is truly concerning. But do not fret. He may be found soon." After exchanging a few more words, she hung up. Ji Hao's veins bulged, his eyes wide with fury, though he could not voice it. His lips formed the words, "Wretched woman, may you meet a gruesome end." Jiang Wan chuckled, tears streaming down her face. As she turned to leave, stepping into the deluge, she thought, "Gruesome end? Huh, I never intended to survive." Striding forward, her slender silhouette appeared as sharp as a blade, imbued with a sense of cold determination. The raindrops pelted her face and body, drenching her instantly. Jiang Wan felt no chill. A fierce flame burned within her, consuming her insides as if they were being seared. Her thoughts were remarkably lucid, yet profoundly twisted. Clenching her fists, she could still feel the roughness of the ropes that had rubbed against her skin, a stinging pain coursing through her. As she approached a turn in the path, her gaze fell upon a convex mirror through the obscured mist of rain. The reflection revealed a terrifying visage, one that even she could scarcely recognize. The Ji family were not good people, nor was she. Jiang Wan mused. Just then, the rain abruptly ceased, and she realized it was not the rain that had stopped, but rather a parasol that had been placed over her head. Jiang Wan turned sharply, and before her stood an exquisitely handsome face, familiar brows and eyes, a striking bone structure, a sharply defined jawline, and perfectly shaped lips that appeared inviting. Who else could it be but Pei Jean? A buzz resonated in her mind, akin to a snapped string, as if her pent-up emotions were desperately seeking an outlet. She suddenly reached out, grasping Pei Jin's collar, pulling him down, and without hesitation, kissed him. Pei Jin was taken aback. The kiss was chaotic and devoid of finesse, resembling more of a bite than a tender embrace. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain on his lips, unmistakably from a bite that drew blood. Instead of halting, Jiang Wan intensified her grip. Pei Jin clicked his tongue, discarding the umbrella, his strong hands encircling Jiang Wan's waist, then lowering his head to transform passivity into dominance, deepening the kiss. Jiang Wan could not recall how she made it home. She willingly surrendered herself, allowing herself to succumb to the moment. By the time her consciousness gradually returned, several hours had elapsed. Jiang Wan thought to herself, how utterly insane. Her complexion was a vivid tapestry of emotions. Pei Jin noticed and chuckled softly, his breath warm and teasing against her ear. You initiated this. Surely, you must take responsibility? Jiang Wan inhaled deeply, refusing to shy away, urging him without hesitation. Hurry up. Pei Jin held her chin, noting that she had appeared quite unusual in the rain. Her eyes dark and almost frenzied. Yet now, she seemed awake, her eyes bright and clear, glistening with an alluring sheen. This version of her was far more appealing. Pei Jin chuckled. First, answer me. Who am I? Jiang Wan was incensed, wanting to strike him for asking such a question at this moment. Pei Jin, she warned through gritted teeth. Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, satisfied. After their escapade, Jiang Wan was utterly spent, her head barely touching the pillow before she drifted into a deep slumber. She did not inquire about Pei Jin's unexpected visit or his plans to leave. She simply did not care. Jiang Wan slept soundly, yet unbeknownst to her, even in dreams. Her brow was furrowed. Strange visions and fragmented memories flashed chaotically in her mind. The last echo in her ears was Ji Hao's furious face and his words, Jiang Wan, may you not find peace. Jiang Wan awoke. The room was quiet, the curtains drawn tightly. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment until a rich, savory aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Wan inhaled deeply. It was delightful. Someone must be making soup. As she pondered this, the bedroom door swung open. Pei Jin stood there, wearing an apron that was clearly a size too small, holding a ladle, and looking at her with a smile. Awake? Come eat. Jiang Wan blinked in disbelief. Was she mad, or was Pei Jin? Noticing her hesitation, Pei Jin leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile on his lips. Do you need help getting dressed? Chapter 48. CEO Pei confirms relationship. Jiang Wan silently threw off the covers and rummaged through her wardrobe for a clean outfit. Upon exiting the bedroom, the enticing aroma intensified. Her stomach rumbled. Jiang Wan took a seat at the dining table, where 3 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged. Braised pork ribs, oil-braised shrimp, stir-fried cabbage, and a tomato beef soup, all steaming and visually appealing. She glanced into the kitchen. There was no one else, meaning Pei Jean had prepared all this? She eyed the food skeptically. Pei Jean leisurely ladled half a bowl of soup in front of her. Give it a try? Jiang Wan took a spoonful. It was slightly hot, but extraordinarily delicious, sweet and sour, perfectly balanced. What do you think? Pei Jin's lips curled slightly, clearly awaiting her response. Jiang Wan, eager to please, remarked. CEO Pei, as expected, is adept at everything. Impressive. Pei Jin raised an eyebrow. However, Jiang Wan shifted the conversation, a teasing tone in her voice. CEO Pei, staying here and cooking for me. Are you trying to win my favor? Pei Jin instantly understood. Those words echoed his own from a previous night when he had suffered a headache in a hotel suite and she had sung a nursery rhyme to him. Now, she returned his words verbatim. Truly vengeful, he thought. Pei Jin retorted, and if I am? Are you trying to win my favor? Jiang Wan paused, the chopsticks in her hand faltering momentarily, but she quickly regained composure, replying nonchalantly, then your efforts are in vain. I have nothing to repay you with. After finishing their meal peacefully, Jiang Wan stood to clear the table. For a moment, the kitchen was filled only with the sound of running water as she washed the dishes, scrubbing away grease, rinsing off the soap, and finally placing everything back in the cupboard. Pei Jin leaned against the kitchen doorframe, his tall frame casting a shadow over Jiang Wan, creating an intimate atmosphere in the cramped space. As she washed the last plate, just as she was about to ask why he hadn't left yet, Pei Jin spoke up. The other night at the pear garden, my headache flared up again, and I thought you might at least show some concern. His breath drew closer, so near that Jiang Wan could smell the familiar scent of his body wash, identical to her own. Jiang Wan remained silent. Pei Jin brushed aside her hair at the nape of her neck, revealing her porcelain skin, marred only by 2 faint bruises, his handiwork. Pei Jin's gaze darkened, a swirling mix of possessiveness and other emotions, as he bent down and bit her shoulder. Jiang Wan turned around, playfully chastising him. What are you, a dog? But upon lifting her gaze, she met Pei Jin's intense eyes, filled with an unquenchable fire. Sensing danger, she froze. Sleep now, ungrateful one. Pei Jin chuckled softly, ruffling her hair before turning to leave. The sound of the door locking echoed in the silence, footsteps fading away. She heard the engine of a car start downstairs. Pei Jin was gone. Jiang Wan touched the bite mark on her shoulder. It wasn't too severe and would heal soon. What puzzled her was the meaning behind his earlier action, a bite akin to a seal of approval. How perplexing. Jiang Wan scoffed at herself, wondering if the powerful CEO Pei had developed feelings for her. After drying her hands, she returned to her bedroom, intending to sleep, but glanced at her phone and was drawn to a news notification on her screen. Breaking, the head of the Pei family confirms relationship. A few days prior, Pei Jin had been spotted with the popular actress Fang Shunning at the hotel entrance, leading to rampant speculation about their relationship. Gossip reporters claimed they were an acknowledged couple. Even Fang Shunning's new drama was funded by Pei Jin, seemingly protecting her. And now, a response had arrived. The headline suggested an official announcement. Jiang Wan's fingers hesitated momentarily before successfully opening the page. The first thing that appeared was a screenshot from the public relations account of Pei's group. The screenshot clearly indicates that the Pei Group owns 3 media companies, engaging in a wide array of businesses, and has produced numerous dramas. Fang Shunning's play is merely one among many. If this clarification were all there was to it, it might not be significant, but the subsequent revelations have added a layer of intrigue. Pei Jin has personally intervened. His long-dormant account posted a status update 10 hours ago, in pursuit. Accompanying this was an image. The photograph's background was somewhat dim, revealing only the slender silhouette of a figure and an elegantly elongated neck. Captured candidly, the angle artfully obscured much of the profile, yet the beauty emanating from the image was undeniable. Most strikingly, the individual in the photograph was Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's phone clattered to the floor. When had Pei Jin taken this candid shot? The background suggested it was in the backyard of the garden. Noting the timestamp of Pei Jin's post, which was 10 hours prior, she deduced it must have been after his episode had subsided. The comments beneath the post erupted with excitement. Viewers were eager and frantic, clearly recognizing that the figure was not Fang Shunning. Clenching her teeth, Jiang Wan messaged Pei Jin. Is this polite? Are you using me as a shield? After several minutes, Pei Jin seemed to surmise that she had seen the news, replying, I'm not merely stating the truth. Jiang Wan Pei Jin quickly followed up. Then tell me, what is our relationship? No relationship. After a pause, Jiang Wan added, well, at most, we share the bond of having been intimate. Pei Jin, very well, not only heartless, but also merciless. Seeing this, Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile slightly, though she quickly composed herself and refrained from responding further. The photograph lacked a clear view of her face, and the only visible profile was too indistinct for anyone to identify her. As for his words, Jiang Wan found them utterly untrustworthy. Just as she refrained from inquiring how Pei Jin had precisely located her the previous day, he too had not questioned why she had appeared in the vicinity of that dilapidated villa in the rain. It was merely an unspoken understanding between them. Jiang Wan opened her wardrobe and retrieved a stack of documents from a hidden compartment. She discarded the ones pertaining to Ji Hao into a shredder. Behind Ji Hao stood Ji Tingli, the eldest son of the Ji family, a far more formidable figure. Jiang Wan had invested considerable effort previously, yet the information she possessed on Ji Tingli was scant. What she did know was that Ji Tingli was born to Ji Yang and his first wife. As the eldest son, he was meticulously groomed as the heir within the Ji family and all its enterprises, apart from Ji Yang himself. Ji Tingli wielded the most significant influence. Thus, the Ji family's darker undertakings had long since fallen under his purview. This individual was undoubtedly complex. Jiang Wan speculated that it would not be long before the Ji family directed their suspicions towards her. She awaited that day with anticipation. 5 years ago, Jiang Weiman had infiltrated the Ji family and had never returned. No one knew what he had discovered or endured during his investigation. Those answers were for Jiang Wan alone to uncover. She caressed the jade pendant hanging from her neck, murmuring, "Give me a sign, Dad, Mom. Let me find you and bring you home." After 2 days and nights of searching, the Ji family was in disarray, frantic, and overwhelmed. The reward had escalated from an initial 1 million to 10 million. During this time, some had succumbed to greed, attempting to claim the bounty by falsely reporting sightings of Ji Hao, leading those searching for him on wild goose chases. Ultimately, the liar was dealt with by Ji Yang and now lay in a remote valley. Ji Yang's temper grew increasingly volatile, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed. "Haven't you found anything yet? What are you all doing? A bunch of useless fools." Uncle Xiang, the butler, was equally anxious but could only soothe him. "Sir, let us wait a little longer. Everyone is doing their utmost to locate him." "Wait? If we wait any longer, it will be too late." Ji Yang could no longer remain seated. Initially, he had comforted himself with the thought that he would soon receive a ransom call. If they could negotiate, it would not be a grave issue. However, not a single call had come in during this time. The abductor was evidently not motivated by money. 2 days and nights had passed since Ji Hao's abduction, and it was highly probable that he had already been killed. Ji Yang paced in agitation until he could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Increase the manpower! Search everywhere for him!" Before he could finish his command, Ji Yang collapsed in a fit of rage. Uncle Xiang was alarmed and hurriedly pulled out a heart-saving pill from his pocket, placing it in Ji Yehong's mouth. He simultaneously shouted for help. "Get a doctor. Inform the eldest young master that the sir has fainted." When Ji Tingli hurried back, Ji Yang had already regained consciousness. After taking the medication and with a doctor present, his condition had notably stabilized, though his complexion appeared pale, having aged several years in mere days. "Dad, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Ji Yang did not answer, but stared intensely at his eldest son, asking, "Have you found your brother yet?" "Not yet." Ji Tingli hesitated before continuing. "Dad, rest assured, I will bring Ji Hao back, but you must also prepare yourself for the worst." After a long silence, Ji Yang nodded tearfully. Ji Tingli instructed those nearby to take good care of Ji Yang and then stepped out of the room, at which point another subordinate returned with news. "Eldest young master, we have searched the northern area thoroughly, but still no sign of him. Despite deploying substantial manpower, the search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and hope was dwindling. This was not a sustainable approach." Ji Tingli rubbed his temples, and for reasons unknown, he thought of the woman, Jiang Wan, who had so bewilderingly caused Ji Yao to lose his wits. It was said that Miss Jiang had been present when Zhao Weiwu had encountered misfortune, thus earning Zhao Dalong's ire and desire for revenge. It was only when Zhao Dalong himself had inexplicably become incapacitated, possibly due to a stroke, that the matter had been brushed aside. Could this be mere coincidence? That would be too fortuitous. As Ji Tingley's pupils narrowed, he recalled a particular location, striding purposefully towards the exit and commanding, "Follow me to the Jiang residence." A convoy of luxury cars sped through the streets, splashing water onto unsuspecting pedestrians, who cursed their misfortune, only to see a line of taillights disappearing in the distance. Frustrated, a pedestrian picked up a stone to throw, but the cars had already sped away. 20 minutes later, the convoy of luxury vehicles halted before a dark, dilapidated villa. Ji Tingley stepped out, his polished shoes sinking into the muddy ground. An aide quickly opened an umbrella, suggesting, "Young master, perhaps you should wait in the car while we conduct the search." Unnecessary. Ji Tingley brushed past him and strode toward the villa. As he reached the entrance, a powerful stench wafted out. His expression hardened, and he rushed inside. His subordinates followed suit, but several emerged gagging and stumbling. Only Ji Tingley remained still, the scene before him forever etched into his memory. Inside the dilapidated villa, Ji Hao hung lifelessly, limbs dangling, his face frozen in the agony of his final moments, almost unrecognizable. Yi Tingley approached slowly, personally awing Yi Hao's body. When the news reached the Ji family, Ji Yang overturned the cup in his hand. Uncle Xiang's eyes were red-rimmed. He had intended to offer words of comfort, but upon seeing Ji Yang shut his eyes and exhale a heavy sigh, he simply said, "Go and make arrangements." Ah Hao loved grandeur and excitement. "Let his send-off be splendid." "Understood, sir." Uncle Xiang bowed in acknowledgement. Ji Yang nodded and reiterated, "Send a few construction teams over to level the Jiang family's villa. Furthermore, uncover the person behind this, regardless of the means. Bring them to me." However, both commands were intercepted by Ji Tingley. Wiping his hands clean, Ji Tingley maintained a calm and steady tone. "The mastermind is evidently targeting our Ji family. To reach such a level, they must have a close connection with that esteemed journalist from the Jiang family. I suspect that the Miss Jiang whom Ji Yao is fond of could very well be a member of the Jiang family." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yang struggled to sit up, shouting in fury, "What are we waiting for? We cannot let this slip, even if we make a mistake. Go, apprehend her at once. I will interrogate her." "Father, please don't rush. This is merely a suspicion. We still need to verify the truth," Ji Tingley replied helplessly. "If you insist on capturing her now, won't the third brother turn against you?" "He dares." Ji Yang glared, yet he gradually calmed down. After all, his youngest son was rather infatuated. "Leave this matter to me, father." Ji Tingley lowered his eyelids, concealing the profound gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses. "Curiously, I am quite eager to meet this Miss Jiang." Chapter 50. His unspeakable thoughts. Ji Tingley soon encountered Jiang Wan at Ji Hao's funeral. The grand ceremony concluded, and Ji Yang fell ill for 3 days following the burial. During this time, Ji Tingley single-handedly managed all affairs. After the funeral, mourners began to depart one by one. In the rain-soaked cemetery, Ji Yao sat on the steps, his eyes red and his demeanor haggard, lost in thought as tears streamed down his face. Among the 3 brothers of the Ji family, he shared the closest bond with his second brother. How could this happen? Who could possibly be against the Ji family? Ji Yao dared not revisit the moment he received the news of Ji Hao's death. His mind had gone blank. His first instinct was to dismiss it as a cruel joke, thinking his second brother was hiding somewhere, waiting to see his distressed reaction and stifling laughter. It wasn't until he saw Ji Hao's corpse that fleeting hope was utterly shattered. For days, Ji Yao wandered in a daze, clearly unable to recover from the devastating news. Ji Tingley approached, patting Ji Yao on the shoulder. "It's getting late. We should leave." "I won't go. I want to stay here with my second brother." Ji Yao stubbornly remained seated, his rumpled clothes soaked halfway, his hair a mess from the wind, resembling a stray dog. Just as Ji Tingley was about to speak, a taxi pulled up slowly. A figure emerged from the vehicle. The girl wore a black dress and held a black umbrella. Due to the distance and angle, her face remained obscured, revealing only a delicate, pale wrist. After a few steps up the stairs, the umbrella tilted slightly. The girl lifted her head, revealing an extraordinarily stunning face, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like clear springs. Her features exquisite, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Not only was she beautiful, she was breathtaking, almost ethereal. Ji Tingley's gaze fixated on her. Suddenly, Ji Yao stood up as if a stray dog had found its master, exclaiming in a mix of joy and grievance, "Wan Wan." A smile graced Ji Tingley's lips. concealing the shadowy thoughts hidden behind his lenses. The newcomer was indeed Jiang Wan. Before Jiang Wan could approach, Ji Yao rushed forward, embracing her tightly. And then he began to cry. His sobs were silent, with only warm tears falling on Jiang Wan's neck. Jiang Wan paused momentarily but then gently patted Ji Yao's back. Ji Yao, overwhelmed with emotion, did not hear Jiang Wan's almost inaudible apology. "I'm sorry." She understood his pain, perhaps even 100-fold more. Jiang Wan remained silent, not pushing Ji Yao away. Nearby stood a newly erected gravestone, surrounded by an overwhelming array of flowers. When Jiang Wan returned her gaze, she finally noticed Ji Tingley beside her. The man was tall, an estimated 6 feet 2, dressed in a tailored black suit, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. It must be said that Ji Tingley's appearance was quite deceptive. He wore a smile, appeared cultured and amiable, easily endearing himself to others. However, he was not overly affable. The coldness in his brows concealed the sharpness of a person in power. Mature, composed, and commanding, he also exuded an underlying aggression. Jiang Wan pretended to just notice him, feeling slightly awkward as she pushed Ji Yao away, her face flushing at the opportune moment. A performance of remarkable skill. "Jiang Wan, Miss Jiang, is it?" Ji Tingley extended a hand, adorned with a polite smile. "I have heard much about you from Ji Yao. I did not expect to meet under such circumstances. My apologies for the intrusion. I hope it does not trouble you." Jiang Wan reciprocated the gesture. Their hands met briefly before parting. Both of their fingertips were cold as ice. Ji Tingley withdrew his hand, subtly rubbing his thumb before adding, "I have a meeting to attend. I must take my leave." Jiang Wan nodded. Soon, Ji Tingley departed. Yet, as he passed Jiang Wan, his gaze lingered on her face for at least 2 seconds. Jiang Wan slightly lowered her eyes, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, Ji Yao remained engulfed in sorrow. Jiang Wan adjusted her skirt and sat beside Ji Yao on the steps. The umbrella was not large enough to cover both completely. In the relentless drizzle, it felt as though the world had faded away, leaving only the tranquil space beneath the umbrella. Ji Yao wiped his eyes haphazardly, finally feeling the urge to confide. He murmured, "Since childhood, I have shared the best relationship with my second brother. He has a fiery temper, but whenever we played, he would always let me win. I never imagined he would be harmed. If I knew who that person was, I would." Ji Yao could not finish his sentence. He bowed his head in despair, covering his face with his hands. He was being sought for revenge, he knew that. He also knew that he had committed many wrongdoings. Ji Yao's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "Just last month, he drove drunk and killed a mother and child. But it truly was not intentional. My second brother is not a bad person. He just has a temper." Afterward, he compensated them with a substantial amount. Compensated for what? Jiang Wan interrupted him. "You mean the compensation after Ji Yao drove drunk and repeatedly ran over that mother and child until they died on the spot?" Ji Yao was taken aback. That day was the little boy's 6th birthday. His mother had taken him out to buy a cake, and on their way home, they were struck. The mother and child did not die immediately, but the mother, holding her unconscious child and weeping heart-wrenchingly, caught Ji Gongzi's attention, prompting him to return and forth, crushing them repeatedly until it was quiet again. Later, your family indeed compensated a large sum. But who did you compensate? Did you compensate the woman who was trying to escape an abusive husband? That man happily took the money and readily signed the reconciliation agreement. The Ji family smoothed things over, and the incident was buried. Aside from the ruined cake and the road that was cleaned for over 3 hours, it was as if nothing had ever happened. A woman on the verge of escaping her abusive husband, striving to start a new life with her child, encountered someone far more despicable. Ji Yao. "Oh, Ji Yao, is this what you mean by saying your second brother is not a bad person, just has a temper?" Jiang Wan struggled to control her tone, but a hint of anger seeped through. "Is everything you said true?" Ji Yao's worldview was evidently shaken. Until now, he had believed it was just an accident. People, regardless of right or wrong, always protect their own. He had scolded his second brother for driving drunk. But now that the deed was done, all that remained was to compensate and make amends. This matter was handled by his father, and the outside world was barely aware of it. Yet, unexpectedly, there was such a hidden truth behind it. Ji Yao felt utterly disheartened. If his elder brother were still alive, he could have confronted him with a punch, but now he did not even know whom to blame. Chapter 51. Deliberate seduction. After a long pause, Ji Yao finally asked, "How did you come to know all of this?" Jiang Wan maintained her composure, of course. She would not disclose that she had been secretly monitoring the Ji family. She simply replied, "There are no walls that do not let the wind through." This matter was resolved swiftly, but there were witnesses that night. The news spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Someone would eventually learn of it. So that was how it was. Ji Yao believed her instantly, without a hint of doubt about the truthfulness of Jiang Wan's words. Jiang Wan observed the sincerity in his dog-like eyes and fell into silence. The Ji family was known for their cunning, yet Ji Yao was the sole innocent among them. Jiang Wan let out a quiet sigh. Ji Yao wiped his face, perplexed. So, does that mean my elder brother got what he deserved? Jiang Wan gazed at the darkening sky and softly replied, "You are entitled to your own judgment." Ji Yao remained silent for a long time. Eventually, he took the umbrella from Jiang Wan, his warm palm enveloping her cold hand, and murmured, "Thank you for being with me during my darkest hour." The youth's gaze was earnest, filled with trust and profound affection. Jiang Wan thought, "If you truly knew me, you would understand that I too deserve my fate. If you were aware of the entire truth, you would not regard an enemy with such eyes." Jiang Wan rose from her seat, and Ji Yao, holding the umbrella, stood up as well. Wait a moment. As Jiang Wan was about to leave, Ji Yao suddenly bent down, grasping a corner of her skirt. She had not noticed that when she sat on the steps, the hem had brushed against the ground, collecting rainwater and mud. Ji Yao had no tissues, so he wiped it with his hand. After removing the mud, he used the cuffs of his sweater to absorb the excess moisture. Once he finished, he stood up and said, "All done. It's getting dark. Let me escort you home." Jiang Wan nodded in silence. The journey home was smooth, and Ji Yao stayed downstairs, only instructing the driver to leave after he saw Jiang Wan enter the small building. The driver turned the car around and left the alley. Halfway through their journey, the driver glanced at his surroundings and seemed to contemplate saying something, but ultimately kept silent. Ji Yao, annoyed, said, "Why are you hesitating? Speak up." Only then did the driver cautiously point to the distance and say, "Third young master, please don't misunderstand. I just found it strange that this place is very close to where the second young master had his incident. I thought I must have seen it wrong." "What?" Ji Yao followed the driver's gaze. In that area, there were no streetlights, and the sides of the road were overgrown with weeds. However, as the car's headlights swept over, a dilapidated villa stood quietly at the end of the view. That was the site of Ji Yao's incident. How could it be so close? Ji Yao was taken aback. He had visited Jiang Wan many times and had never given this dark villa a second thought. Yet now, vague memories began to connect in his mind. Those fleeting flashes of insight vanished almost instantly, elusive and ungraspable. He must have overlooked something very significant. Ji Yao's expression shifted as he took out his phone and casually searched, discovering indeed some news related to the villa. Former war correspondent Jiang Wan, deliberately smearing the Ji family head Ji Yang, after being exposed, fled overseas with his new lover. His wife, Meng Wenjin, after being betrayed, left a suicide note, leading to the tragic fall of a once great painter. Ji Yao browsed through these alarming articles, each one more shocking than the last. The comments beneath the news were filled with outrage, with netizens vehemently denouncing Jiang Wan. If this were before, Ji Yao would have likely believed it. However, with Ji Yao's incident in mind, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Is this truly the unvarnished truth? Ji Yao's expression changed repeatedly. It was not until the car had stopped at the Ji family's entrance that he put away his phone and alighted. "Third young master, you're back?" Butler Xiang greeted him softly. "You must be hungry. I've had the kitchen prepare some light dishes for you. Do eat a bit." Ji Yao interrupted him directly, asking, "Xiang uncle, I have a few questions for you. What exactly happened between that prominent journalist Jiang Wan and our Ji family?" "Third young master, you." Xiang uncle was momentarily taken aback by the question. However, the old fox that he shook his head with resignation, a look that said, "Since you wish to hear it, I shall share. This is an incident from many years ago. Our Ji family has always drawn attention. At that time, there were many rivals, and someone bribed that journalist to defame your father. They claimed the Ji family made its fortune through human trafficking. Oh, they presented it so convincingly that it almost led people to believe it. But falsehoods are eventually exposed. That journalist faced backlash from public opinion and fled to evade scrutiny. Xiang uncle spoke naturally, and even under Ji Yao's intense scrutiny, there was no hint of deceit. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Xiang uncle chuckled wryly. "My young master, do you not trust me? Ji Yao certainly did. Xiang uncle had watched him grow up. He was like family. If he could not trust his own family, whom could he trust? It was merely my overthinking. Ji Yao rubbed his temples, weary, and trudged back to his room, ignoring Xiang uncle's insistence that he eat. Behind a firmly shut door, Xiang uncle's expression gradually darkened. Who was spreading falsehoods before the third young master? Was it you? Xiang uncle glared at the driver with a cold gaze, which was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The driver trembled, his legs quaking, stammering. It was my loose tongue. I won't dare do it again. Xiang uncle, please show mercy and spare me this once. Xiang uncle was filled with murderous intent. However, fearing Ji Yao's suspicion, he restrained his aura, warning, another time, and it will be the end for you. Yes, I will definitely keep quiet from now on. The driver, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Wan ascended the stairs, and the motion sensor lights activated. In the light and shadow, a tall figure leaned against the wall, toying with a lighter, the flickering flame casting deeper shadows on his features. Jiang Wan paused. Is President Pei so idle? Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. I am quite free, unlike some people who are busy comforting other men while ignoring me. Jiang Wan pretended not to hear, lowering her head to fumble for her keys to open the door. Pei Jin followed her inside. The entrance was narrow, and as Jiang Wan changed her shoes, she turned and bumped into Pei Jin. The defined lines of his physique, the strength in his waist and abdomen, were palpable even through his clothing. Jiang Wan's eyes twitched slightly. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Chapter 52. Yet I am infatuated who is being seduced? Jiang Wan blinked lightly and leaned closer to Pei Jin. The room remained unlit, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Pei Jin obligingly lowered his head. Suddenly, with a loud click, Jiang Wan reached out to turn on the lights, illuminating the surroundings and dissipating the intimate atmosphere. Pei Jin. Jiang Wan suppressed a laugh, teasingly asked, What are you thinking about, President Pei? Pei Jin tugged at his collar, maintaining a straight face. Oh, I have many thoughts. Would you like to hear them? That won't be necessary. Jiang Wan wisely sidestepped the topic. Continuing it would lead to an awkward conclusion. She padded into the kitchen wearing her slippers. She had filled the refrigerator with ingredients just a couple of days earlier, and after sifting through them, she decided to prepare the simplest dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There was no choice. Her culinary skills were limited to the most basic of recipes. As Jiang Wan was about to retrieve her apron, she felt a shadow loom overhead. Pei Jin appeared at the kitchen door, leaning against the frame and gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. Is there any for me? Jiang Wan inquired. What would you like to eat? Anything. Pei Jin paused, then added, noodles would be fine, the kind you made before. Jiang Wan raised her chin slightly and stepped outside to wait. She filled a pot with water, bringing it to a boil before adding the noodles, followed by cracking in 2 eggs and finally seasoning it with oil, salt, chicken essence, and soy sauce. As the noodles neared completion, she recalled someone mentioning a dislike for scallions and murmured to herself, so many things to consider. Casting a glance back, she saw Pei Jin seated at the dining table, his long legs awkwardly positioned, exuding a relaxed demeanor tinged with laziness. He truly was at ease, even in someone else's home. The steaming noodles were served on the table. Jiang Wan sat across from him, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite, only to furrow her brow at the excessive saltiness. To her surprise, Pei Jin finished every last morsel without leaving a trace. Are you bankrupt? Jiang Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Pei Jin chuckled softly, about to speak when a knock on the door interrupted him. Jiang Wan answered the door to find Assistant Lin standing outside. Good evening, Miss Jiang. He greeted with a slight bow, cautiously peering inside. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. At that moment, Pei Jin emerged, and Assistant Lin's expression turned serious. Mr. Pei, the private jet is waiting. If we don't leave soon, the schedule will be delayed. Pei Jin acknowledged with a nod, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wan. I'll be on a business trip for 2 days and return after that. Oh, Jiang Wan replied, momentarily bewildered. It wasn't the trip that puzzled her, but rather the tone of his report. Shaking her head, she descended the stairs as the Bentley began to roll away towards the airport. Assistant Lin reviewed the itinerary, catching a glimpse of the upward curve of his boss's lips, clearly indicating Pei Jin was in good spirits. Assistant Lin sighed in relief, thinking to himself that the day had been relatively uneventful and should remain so. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he winced, hesitating. "Mr. Pei, it's a call from Madam. Should I answer?" Every year around this time, Su Ruoxian would dutifully reach out with her greetings. Outsiders could scarcely imagine the nature of their mother-son relationship. Pei Jin glanced at the phone and replied coolly, "Answer it." Assistant Lin reluctantly placed the call on speaker. Immediately, Su Ruoxian's voice came through, initially gentle but quickly turning hoarse and harsh through a torrent of accusations. "Pei Jin, do you remember what day it is today? 10 years ago, if it weren't for you, Pei Zhe wouldn't have died. How can you sleep soundly? In the dead of night, don't you think of the brother you caused to perish? Pei Jin, return my son to me. How can someone as heartless as you exist in this world? If only it had been you who had died." Her tirade grew increasingly choked with sobs. "My son was so wonderful, so exceptional, so beloved. You will never compare." In the back seat of the Bentley, Pei Jin remained expressionless, enduring the relentless curses that had echoed for a decade. Today marked the anniversary of Pei Zhe's death, and Su Ruoxian's breakdown required an outlet for her grief. Each year, without fail, this call would find him regardless of where he was or what he was doing. In earlier times, his heart might have been pricked by her words, but now they seemed inconsequential. Pei Jin chuckled softly. On the other end, Su Ruoxian's fury escalated. "You're laughing? How can you laugh at a time like this?" "I had a bowl of longevity noodles today," he replied lightly, his expression surprisingly gentle. "The taste was rather unpleasant, particularly salty. I have never encountered such a distasteful dish. Yet, I found myself inexplicably fond of it. You see, Madam Su, your hatred or lack thereof for me does not concern me." With that, he ended the call. Su Ruoxian, staring at the disconnected line in fury, hurled her phone against the wall. "You ungrateful wretch, beast!" After her outburst, she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Her hair disheveled and tears streaking her well-maintained face. Longevity noodles? How could her most beloved youngest son forever remain at 17, while this son, who had always defied her, dared to celebrate his birthday with such a dish? The bitterness coursing through her veins twisted her features into a grotesque mask. The surrounding servants exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. 10 years had passed. Everyone else had moved forward, while Su Ruoxian remained ensnared in the past. The incident involving Pei Zhe was an accident. Yet she could not surmount this hurdle and unjustly directed all her resentment towards her other son. Upon arriving at the airport, the private jet awaited. Pei Jin stepped out of the car, catching sight of Assistant Lin. "What kind of expression is that?" he remarked. Assistant Lin cleared his throat, mimicking a serious tone. "Young master, it has been quite some time since you last smiled like that." Pei Jin lifted his foot, and Lin Feng, anticipating his movement, deftly dodged, laughing as he dashed into the cabin. However, upon encountering the crew, Assistant Lin resumed his composed, polished demeanor. As Pei Jin boarded the aircraft, a fleeting glance at the reflection on the LCD screen revealed the upward curl of his lips. 2 days seemed rather long. At the moment the private jet took off, another passenger plane landed smoothly at Yundu Airport. Dressed in a long coat, mask, and sunglasses, Fong Shunning discreetly exited the terminal. This time, her visit was a private affair, entirely confidential, leaving no fans aware of her arrival in Yundu. Xiaotong, who had been waiting, waved excitedly, calling out, "Cousin, over here." Fong Shunning adjusted her sunglasses as she entered Xiaotong's car. "Tilly Garden. I wish to meet Jiang Wan personally." Chapter 53. Unrequited Affection. In the absence of cameras or fans, Fong Shunning's demeanor was noticeably tense. Beneath her sunglasses, her captivating eyes burned with fury, causing Xiaotong to hold her breath in fear. The cause of Fong Shunning's ire was none other than Pei Jin's public clarification of rumors. Not only had he clarified, but he also posted a photograph. Though his face was not visible, Xiaotong recognized Jiang Wan immediately. Most crucially, Pei Jin had accompanied the photo with the words, "In pursuit." This was a direct acknowledgement from the notoriously aloof Pei Jin, confirming his pursuit of her. This revelation ignited Fong Shunning's rage. She had always regarded Pei Jin as her possession, convinced that she could sway him with her affections, despite it being a one-sided endeavor. Yet now, Jiang Wan had emerged as an unexpected rival. No woman would relish being overshadowed, especially someone like Fong Shunning, who had been accustomed to basking in the limelight. Xiaotong, reveling in her cousin's predicament, seized the opportunity to fan the flames. "Cousin, What do you plan to do when you meet Jiang Wan? She has Pei Jean backing her. Will she fear us? Backing? Huh. It's merely a fleeting novelty. Fong Shunning scoffed. Even if I were to do something to Jiang Wan, I refuse to believe Pei Jean would take action against me for an outsider. That may not necessarily be the case. Xia Tong murmured, her voice barely audible. However, Fong Shunning caught her words. What did you say? Fong Shunning shot her a piercing glare. Her tone sharpened. What do you know? When I was just starting out, it was Pei Jean who paved the way for me, providing resources. When I was injured filming and needed medical assistance, Pei Jean arranged for a top-tier medical team from abroad. I have known him since childhood. Our bond is profound, so how could it possibly be overshadowed by an outsider? In the end, Fong Shunning nearly shouted. Xia Tong, gripping the steering wheel, discreetly rolled her eyes. Sister, it might work on others, but don't deceive yourself. Who doesn't know the truth about us? The one who truly grew up with Fong Shunning is Pei Zhe. The one who truly cherished her is also Pei Zhe. Alas, Pei Zhe passed away too soon, leaving his final wish for his brother Pei Jean to watch over Fong Shunning. Pei Jean, a man of his word, has fulfilled every request of Fong Shunning over the years, simply out of loyalty to his deceased brother. In her heart, Xia Tong pondered this but dared not voice it. After all, she had to support Fong Shunning and could only flatter her, saying, Cousin, you must have misheard. I meant, no matter who you compare with. President Pei would certainly choose you. When it comes to looks, family background, and connections, who else besides you could match him so perfectly? Please don't be upset. I'm eagerly waiting for your wedding sweets. With that, Fong Shunning's expression softened a bit. Before long, they arrived at Li Yuan. In the parking lot, several colleagues from the theater, who were fans of Fong Shunning, had eagerly awaited her arrival after hearing the news from Xia Tong. Xia Tong parked the car, quickly got out, and opened the door for Fong Shunning. Cousin, we have arrived. Fong Shunning stepped out, her face instantly transforming into a signature serene smile. Beautiful, gentle, and approachable, winning everyone's hearts. Xia Tong was in awe of her ability to change expressions so swiftly. How impressive! If only she could master even a fraction of that skill. It might alleviate her poor social standing and prevent her from being driven to anger by Jiang Wan. Xia Tong helped a few colleagues get autographs and take photos before leading Fong Shunning to the backstage of Li Yuan. Tonight's grand finale would feature Jiang Wan. Someone had requested a performance of Mulan Joins the Army. However, there was still time before the show, as the finale typically started at 8 in the evening. They could seize the moment for other endeavors. Xia Tong lowered her voice and suggested, Cousin, how about we? Upon hearing this, Fong Shunning laughed and gave her an approving glance. You always have the best ideas. In that case, you go ahead and arrange it. With someone backing her, Xia Tong felt fearless. She glanced around, and when no one was watching, she stealthily slipped away. As Jiang Wan arrived at Li Yuan, she greeted everyone she encountered. After spending time there, she had grown familiar with her companions. The sister in charge of managing the costumes called out, Jiang Wan, your costumes are in the changing room. Okay, Lanya. Most of the time, opera actors would change several costumes and styles on stage, utilizing the brief intermissions to swiftly change backstage, which required help from several people. Tonight, Jiang Wan's role in Mulan Joins the Army would see her transform from sheltered maiden to a warrior in her father's stead, requiring a change of attire to disguise herself as a man. As her appearance was finalized, it was soon time for her to take the stage. On stage, Jiang Wan began to sing. Meanwhile, in the audience, Fong Shunning sat with her arms crossed, regarding Jiang Wan with a disdainful and critical gaze. The first segment concluded swiftly. During a brief intermission, Jiang Wan returned backstage, where Lan Jia waited, ready to assist her in changing into male attire. Time was tight, and every second counted. Just then, Xia Tong approached cheerfully, saying, Let me help you. Everyone in the troupe knew about the tension between them, with Xia Tong stepping forward to assist. Jiang Wan couldn't help but doubt her intentions. I can manage on my own, thank you. Jiang Wan firmly rejected her offer. Xia Tong scoffed, rolling her eyes. If you don't want my help, fine, I was just being kind. Turning to leave, she slipped away unnoticed among the busyness. Before departing, Xia Tong secretly opened a bottle and sprinkled its contents, itch powder, over the costume Jiang Wan was about to wear. Upon donning the costume, Jiang Wan immediately sensed something was amiss. It felt as though her skin was being pricked with needles, both painful and itchy. She quickly glanced at Xia Tong, who wore a smug and provocative smile. Jiang Wan's gaze turned icy. However, there was no time to waste. The audience awaited her return. She had no choice but to go back on stage. As time passed, the discomfort intensified, especially as she sang and began to sweat, the sensation akin to fibers prickling her skin. Both Xia Tong backstage and Fang Shunning in the audience eagerly anticipated Jiang Wan's misfortune. What could be more damaging than losing composure on stage? After tonight, Jiang Wan would likely never have another opportunity to perform. Yet, they waited and waited until the performance came to a flawless conclusion, with Jiang Wan delivering a steady performance that garnered thunderous applause. Despite her physical distress, Jiang Wan remained silent. As she returned backstage, an oblivious Lan Jie praised her. "Jiang Wan, you were incredible." Jiang Wan smiled at Lan Jie, enduring the pain as she removed her outer costume and strode towards Xia Tong. In the face of Xia Tong's terrified expression, Jiang Wan showed no mercy, rubbing the costume laden with itch powder directly onto Xia Tong's face and body. "So you enjoy this. You should have mentioned it sooner. Come, let us share this delightful experience." Chapter 54. Do not provoke me, ah. Xia Tong's scream was more pitiful than a pig on New Year's Day. Lan Jie and several colleagues were stunned, unsure of what had happened, but from the scene alone, it was evident that Jiang Wan was indeed bullying someone. A girl stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Let us talk this out peacefully. Don't resort to violence." "Jiang Wan, you." But before she could finish, she felt a sharp sting. Looking down, she realized that in trying to grab Jiang Wan, she had gotten her hands covered in the unnoticeable white powder. The powder was subtle, yet her fingertips felt a distinct, piercing pain. It was itch powder, a substance intended to harm. The girl recognized it immediately. She had been bullied in school with the same powder. Her loathing for it was profound. Now, seeing Jiang Wan covered in it, the source of her torment was clear. She withdrew her hand, retracting any sympathy she had felt for Xia Tong. Others, upon hearing the words itch powder, dare not approach. Seeing this, Xia Tong struggled against Jiang Wan's grip while protesting. "I didn't do anything. Stop fabricating lies. Ouch. It hurts. You wretched girl, get away from me." Jiang Wan's strength made it easy for her to control Xia Tong, as if she were handling a mere chick. But that wasn't enough. Jiang Wan directly searched Xia Tong and discovered a nearly full bottle of itch powder. With a blank expression, Jiang Wan unscrewed the cap. "What are you going to do? I warn you. This is Li Yuan. Don't act recklessly." Xia Tong's face was filled with fear as she shrank back, calling for help. To an observer unaware of the situation, it might seem as if she were the victim. Lan Jie hesitated before suggesting, "Jiang Wan, perhaps we should involve the troop leader to mediate? Xia Tong has been tormenting her partner in damaging costumes. The leader will surely punish her. I have long surpassed the age where I need someone else to mediate for me." Jiang Wan replied coolly, then twisted her wrist, pouring the majority of the itch powder over Xia Tong's head, covering her from head to toe. "Do not impose upon others what you do not wish for yourself. You do not understand this principle? Let me teach you." Jiang Wan held Xia Tong's face, locking eyes with her and asking, "Now, do you feel it?" Xia Tong shivered violently. In Jiang Wan's frigid gaze, she perceived more than just anger. It was a chilling aura that penetrated to her very bones. Accustomed to Jiang Wan's calm demeanor and constant smile, she never imagined that when she was serious, the atmosphere could be overwhelmingly oppressive. To sum it up in 2 words, terrifying. Soon, the effects of the itching powder began to take hold. Xia Tong writhed in agony, experiencing a torment that spread from her scalp to her toes, a sensation akin to a cruel punishment. Xia Tong desperately clawed at her skin, and within moments, her face was marred with scratches, while her arms bore gruesome, bloody marks. Jiang Wan tossed the empty bottle into the trash, and then stood up, making her way toward her dressing room. The others instinctively parted to create a path for her. Sister Lan's keen eyes caught a glimpse of the powder clinging to Jiang Wan's nape, and upon seeing Xia Tong wailing and rolling on the ground, she was momentarily taken aback. How had Jiang Wan managed to endure this? Closing the door behind her, Jiang Wan shed her clothing, enduring the pain as she attempted to brush off the remaining powder, though it proved largely ineffective. A shower would have been a welcome relief, but alas, there was none available. After changing into fresh attire, she emerged to hear others discussing how the director had just arrived. Upon learning the full circumstances, the director had expressed his anger vehemently, demanding that Xia Tong compensate for the damaged costume. Consequently, she was dismissed on the spot. Such a punishment was rather severe, yet one could not help but wonder if Xia Tong, with someone backing her, would return. Meanwhile, the floor had been tidied, the cleaning lady busy mopping. As for Xia Tong, she had nearly clawed her own face to shreds and was now in excruciating pain, being transported to the hospital. As she was lifted onto the ambulance, Xia Tong continued to scream, "Jiang Wan, I will not let you off easy." Jiang Wan touched her ear, replying, "I await your return." As the clamorous crowd dispersed, Jiang Wan resumed her walk across the arch bridge in the back garden. Halfway across, her phone vibrated violently in her pocket. It seemed a call was incoming. Jiang Wan did not answer, nor did she bother to check who was calling. She paused, slightly turning her head to glance behind her. "Excuse me, miss, how long do you intend to follow me?" From behind the rockery, Fong Shunning emerged from the shadows. Indeed, she had been trailing Jiang Wan all along, but she had not anticipated that Jiang Wan would be so perceptive as to notice her presence. "You're Jiang Wan?" Fong Shunning scrutinized her from head to toe, feigning ignorance with a disdainful tone. "You must know who I am, right? Miss Fong, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiang Wan cut straight to the point, showing no interest in pleasantries. They had met briefly before at the hospital entrance, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Fong Shunning took a couple of steps forward. Her prepared retort of "you are nothing special" caught in her throat. Up close, Jiang Wan's beauty was breathtaking, flawless, as if sculpted by the hands of a divine artisan, igniting a fierce jealousy within Fong Shunning. For the first time, Fong Shunning felt a sense of crisis, her expression darkening as she declared arrogantly, "Name your price for leaving Li Yuan and Yundu." Jiang Wan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Don't ask, just know it's amusing." Fong Shunning's face darkened, and she continued without a hint of shame, 2 million. That should keep you afloat in Li Yuan for a few years, right?" Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, awaiting further elaboration. "I advise you not to be ungrateful. While I still have the patience, take the money and leave quietly. I guarantee I won't target you again. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to stay in Li Yuan, but Yundu will be equally inhospitable." Fong Shunning's smile exuded confidence, a thinly veiled threat, flaunting her family background and status as weapons of oppression. Jiang Wan concealed her lips, her head gradually lowering, which from Fong Shunning's perspective appeared as if she feared defeat. Fong Shunning released a breath of relief, feeling a surge of superiority. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Wan's shoulders began to shake, muffled laughter escaping her lips, despite her efforts to stifle it. "Ha! I apologize. I simply couldn't contain myself. Rest assured, I am definitely not mocking your intellect. Ha!" Fong Shunning. She was indeed laughing at her intelligence. How absurd. Once Jiang Wan had laughed enough. She slightly restrained her mirth and addressed Fong Shunning. "I shall not accept 2 million. As for Miss Fong's earlier remarks, I must inform you that I recorded our conversation." "You recorded it?" Fong Shunning's expression was a vivid display of emotions, cycling from red to green, then to black, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. "What does it matter? A mere recording cannot intimidate me." Fong Shunning quickly regained her composure. A simple recording was beneath her consideration. If Jiang Wan dared to leak it, her fans would tear her to shreds. Jiang Wan nodded, mirroring her laughter. "Indeed, to prevent any claims that I manipulated the recording, I also recorded a video. Look." Jiang Wan waved her phone, the screen displaying the footage captured moments ago. Fong Shunning's pupils constricted, nearly exploding with rage. "You vile, despicable little wretch. Delete it." Fong Shunning was acutely aware that her public persona could not be tarnished, and without a second thought, she lunged forward, attempting to snatch Jiang Wan's phone. Jiang Wan deftly avoided her, calmly stating, "Miss Fong, we seem to have no grievances between us. Why must you go to such lengths? I will not release this video or recording indiscriminately, but the condition is simple. Cease provoking me." Jiang Wan concluded, turning to leave. Fong Shunning trembled with fury, stamping her foot in frustration, her beautiful face contorted in rage. After a prolonged silence, she scoffed, muttering to herself, "No wonder I found you so irksome the first time we met. You truly are detestable." In truth, she was not alone in the sentiment. Jiang Wan felt similarly. An inexplicable aversion and a visceral repulsion surged within her without reason, as if they had been enemies in a past life. On her way home, her phone continued to vibrate, and Jiang Wan finally answered, hearing Cheng Zheng's voice on the other end. "How'd it go? Did you come to any harm?" Cheng Zheng had witnessed the scene at the bridge from a tall building nearby. His earlier call had been intended to warn Jiang Wan of her pursuer, but she had not picked up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan chuckled. You should know me by now. I can handle anything, except for being taken advantage of. Cheng Zheng chuckled in response, a hint of relief in his demeanor, although Jiang Wan could not see it. By the way, back to serious matters. Do you know that Jihao has died? I heard. You. It wasn't me. Jiang Wan interrupted him, maintaining her composure. Brother Cheng, do you not trust me? No, that's not it. I didn't mean to imply that. Cheng Zheng quickly denied, sounding like an overprotective older brother, repeating his admonitions. Just promise me you won't put yourself in danger. I have no expectations of you. Your safety is paramount. If anything arises, inform me immediately. Understand? Got it. A wave of warmth washed over Jiang Wan. Thus, she thought, I am reluctant to involve you in my troubles. Some matters are best handled alone. After a few more exchanges, she hung up the phone. Jiang Wan opened her photo gallery, realizing that her earlier claims about recordings and videos had been a ruse. Apart from a single photo taken for intimidation, there was nothing else. The sight of that face repulsed her. Jiang Wan deleted the photo and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After Ji Hao's funeral, the Ji family appeared to return to a semblance of normalcy from the outside. Few mourned aside from Ji Yao. The household staff quietly celebrated the turn of events, and the public sentiment reflected Ji Hao's unpopularity. On this day, however, the Ji family was preparing for a significant occasion. The patriarch's 90th birthday. Ji Yang organized a grand celebration, inviting numerous prominent figures from Yundu. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Wan received an invitation as well. Ji Yao personally came to escort her. After a period of adjustment, he seemed less despondent, having regained his former handsome demeanor. Aside from the lingering dark circles under his eyes and his somewhat diminished enthusiasm, his vitality had significantly improved compared to before. When he spotted Jiang Wan descending the stairs, Ji Yao leaned against the car door and smiled. So beautiful. Before him, Jiang Wan donned a fitted black gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, raven hair was elegantly styled, revealing her slender, snow-white swan neck, casual yet radiant, captivating all eyes. Ji Yao opened the car door, kindly shielding her from overhead as she entered. Once she settled in, he closed the door and made his way around to the driver's seat, jesting, my father and older brother insisted I pick you up. I was honestly worried you might decline. Although the occasion was a celebration for the patriarch of the Ji family's 90th birthday, inviting Jiang Wan held a deeper significance, an introduction to the parents. Ji Yao felt elated. As long as his father approved of Jiang Wan, any future marital endeavors would likely proceed unhindered. Of course, Ji Yao had already made it clear to his family that he was resolutely dedicated to Jiang Wan, and any objections would be futile. Jiang Wan twirled the butterfly ring on her finger and smiled softly. How could I possibly say no? I've been anticipating this day for quite some time. Being able to openly enter the Ji family's private villa signified her proximity to the family's secrets. Ji Yao licked his lips, surprised by Jiang Wan's enthusiasm, his heart racing with excitement. Yet, something felt amiss. A crucial step was missing. Jiang Wan had never explicitly accepted his courtship. Ji Yao berated himself for being so dense. The hints had been unmistakable, and he needed to orchestrate a romantic proposal, one that was grand and memorable. He longed to hear Jiang Wan utter those 3 words. I do. Just the thought sent his heart racing. He resolved to begin planning tomorrow. Ji Yao's tension was palpable, his arm taut on the steering wheel, veins visible. Jiang Wan, feeling puzzled, inquired, what are you thinking about? Ji Yao was lost in thoughts befitting a honeymoon phase, slightly inappropriate, and quickly cleared his throat, replying, nothing at all. Jiang Wan responded with a nonchalant "oh," averting her gaze. Soon, they arrived at the Ji residence. The imposing iron gates slowly swung open, and the sports car continued for a kilometer before finally halting at the villa entrance. Luxurious vehicles filled the surroundings, with guests arriving steadily. A long carpet stretched out, where polished shoes and extravagant heels treaded. The Ji estate was vast, with numerous bodyguards and surveillance cameras covered every angle, a security system second to none. As Jiang Wan stepped out, her feet touched the ground of the Ji family's private villa, and she momentarily lost herself in thought, uncontrollably recalling Jiang Weiman. Where was that solitary figure who had infiltrated the Ji family 5 years ago? He must have been discovered during his attempt. What happened afterward? Given the Ji family's ruthless nature, he likely did not meet a swift end. Knowing it was a one-way trip, he still chose to embark. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, suppressing the bitterness welling up within her. Give me a sign, father. Allow me to find you. Let me bring you home. A breeze rustled through the leaves, echoing a call. Jiang Wan, Jiang Wan. Someone was calling her name. Jiang Wan snapped back to reality, meeting Ji Yao's concerned gaze. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He placed his hand on her forehead, finding her temperature normal. Jiang Wan brushed him off and turned to walk inside. Ji Yao chuckled and promptly followed her. Inside the villa, a vibrant scene unfolded, glasses clinking and the air filled with chatter. Influential figures exchanged pleasantries, some socializing while others navigated the delicate dance of flattery. Come, let me introduce you to my grandfather, Ji Yao said, taking Jiang Wan's hand as they wove through the crowd towards the elder Ji. At 90 years old, Ji Laozi's vision had dimmed, and his hearing was not as sharp, yet when he smiled, he appeared to be a kindly old man. Ji Yao leaned close and repeated himself several times before the elder understood, beaming at Jiang Wan. Good, good. Such a lovely child. So beautiful and charming. Jiang Wan had brought a gift, an expensive ginseng. It may not have been particularly thoughtful, but it was a safe choice. After exchanging greetings, Ji Yao led Jiang Wan to find Ji Yang. Don't be nervous when you meet my father. He won't make it difficult for you, Ji Yao reassured, his ears flushing slightly. My mother, however, is a different story. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Jiang Wan merely nodded. Upon meeting Ji Yang, he bore the same congenial expression as in various news articles, his smile impeccable and disarming. Jiang Wan instinctively clenched her hand. Ji Yao misinterpreted her tension, unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Heaven knew the strength of what it took to suppress her murderous intent. During countless sleepless nights over the past 5 years, she had imagined plunging darts into that face until it was unrecognizable. Yet, the hatred remained insatiable. Now, confronted with him in person, the urge to dismantle him piece by piece surged within her. Jiang Wan nearly drew blood from her palm, forcing a smile, her performance flawless, her eyes clear and innocent, tinged with the perfect hint of shyness. Velo, Kelye. Ah, so you're Jiang Wan? I heard from Ji Yao that you perform at Li Yuan, and you came alone? Where are your parents? Ji Yang inquired, dismissing those around him, his words laced with scrutiny. Jiang Wan maintained her composure, responding as any young lady would in the presence of elders. My family resides overseas, and both my parents have stable jobs, so I returned alone. Is that so? Such a young girl. And they let you come back alone? Ji Yang pressed, if I had a daughter as beautiful as you, I wouldn't dream of leaving her alone out there. He continued, do you have any siblings? Before Jiang Wan could respond, Ji Yao interjected, Dad. What S with the interrogation? Haven T, I told you multiple times to ease up on this? You little rascal. Ji Yang's patience wore thin, glaring at Ji Yao. As if to say, look at you, you're worthless. Fine, I want T asked. Just a casual chat. No harm intended. Ji Yang relented, adopting a more genial demeanor. You young folks enjoy yourselves. Don't feel constrained. I must attend to other guests. Jiang Wan nodded politely. Once Ji Yang departed, the unspoken scrutiny and pressure began to dissipate. Jiang Wan watched his retreating figure, a flicker of mockery in her eyes. Old dog, I will end you eventually. Oblivious to her thoughts, Ji Yao was about to speak with Jiang Wan when he was interrupted by a few acquaintances. Hey, third young master. Who has this lovely lady by your side? I heard you've settled down. Is it true? Those girls still have their eyes on you. Are you really done playing? What playing? Third young master has already cut ties with them. Haven't you heard? Another chimed in, teasingly. Ji Yao felt the sweat bead on his forehead. Observing Jiang Wan's expression as he waved his friends away, get lost. Stop spreading rumors. I'm clean. Clean, huh? The group of young masters echoed him, laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Wan accepted a glass of champagne from a servant and took a sip. I'm stepping outside for some air. You all continue, she said before exiting the hall. Ji Yao wanted to follow, but was concerned about his friends' loose tongues, so he took the time to shoo them away one by one. He felt like a fool with a treasure, eager to hide it yet desperate to flaunt it. Eventually, a few of the young masters realized, Third young master, are you serious? More serious than ever. Ji Yao nearly swore, I love my Wan Wan. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but her. Thus, if you dare to speak nonsense again, we shall sever our ties. My goodness. A few friends exchanged glances, and it was evident that Ji Yao was indeed serious this time. A true romantic warrior, my brother. One friend nudged Ji Yao's shoulder, teasing, "Is it worth sacrificing an entire forest for a single tree?" "You wouldn't understand," Ji Yao chuckled softly. He merely wished for mutual affection and to grow old together. For this, he would trade anything. Jiang Wan claimed she was out for fresh air, but in truth, she wandered around the exterior of the Ji residence. To be frank, the Ji family was affluent beyond compare. The sprawling villa left one astounded. As she looked around, the pool was flanked by vast landscapes and lawns, with a path leading deeper into the flower garden. Behind the villa, 4 helicopters were stationed. Jiang Wan strolled further along the path until she spotted a small building. Just as she approached, 2 bodyguards intercepted her. "Apologies, miss, but that area is private and not open to the public." "Oh," Jiang Wan replied, casually glancing around. The surveillance here was denser than outside, and there were more guards stationed. The small building seemed to harbor secrets, yet unfortunately, she could not enter. Pretending to meander, she turned back, but unknowingly followed the cobblestone path into the flower garden. The variety of flowers bloomed vibrantly, and as she bent down to gently touch a drooping rose, a sudden voice startled her from behind. Jiang Wan withdrew her hand, only to prick her fingertip on a thorn, a small drop of blood emerging. "Miss Jiang seems quite interested," came the voice, warm and smooth, accompanied by a hint of amusement. "How careless of you." As she turned, she was met by Ji Tingli, who offered her a gentleman's handkerchief. Jiang Wan did not accept it, nor did she acknowledge the blood on her finger. "It's merely a minor injury. It will heal on its own," she stated. "Ji Yao must be looking for me. I shall take my leave." As she attempted to walk away, Ji Tingli grasped her arm slowly and remarked, "Miss Jiang, you appear to be rather fearful of me." Jiang Wan lowered her gaze to his hand, retorting sarcastically, "Such actions are hardly gentlemanly." "On my apologies." Ji Tingli released her, yet his proximity remained unchanged. When Jiang Wan met his gaze, she noticed the twinkle of mirth hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of gentleness that was disarming yet deceptive. A true fox indeed. She had always felt a sense of familiarity with Ji Tingli, and now she understood why. He resembled her, not in appearance, but in his hypocritical facade, exquisite acting skills, and an untraceable smile that seemed warm to everyone yet was cold at heart. The thought repulsed Jiang Wan, and her expression inadvertently betrayed her disdain. A subtle shift that Ji Tingli keenly observed. "Miss Jiang, do you find me detestable?" Jiang Wan wished to exclaim, "Please, spare me the inquiries. I might be sick." Instead, she simply replied, "You think too much." With that, she stepped past him and departed. Ji Tingli stood alone in the flower garden, a cryptic smile escaping his lips after a long moment. A kindred spirit. Intriguing. As Jiang Wan exited the flower garden, Ji Yao appeared, clearly relieved after searching for her. "Wan Wan, where have you been?" "Over there, where the flowers are." She paused, adding, "Your elder brother was also present." "Strange." "My brother said he was going to pick someone up. Why would he be in the flower garden?" "Did you cross paths?" Ye Ipsilonao inquired. "Indeed. We conversed for quite some time," Jiang Wan replied, glancing at Ji Yao, hoping he would catch on. To her dismay, he simply nodded, grinning as if to say, "If you two chatted, then I can rest easy." Jiang Wan thought to herself, had the Ji family mistakenly raised the wrong son? Sometimes Ji Yao displayed remarkable intelligence. Yet in other respects, he was painfully oblivious. It wasn't until Jiang Wan encountered Ji Yao's mother that she understood from whom Ji Yao had inherited his traits. The third wife of Ji Yang, Mrs. Ji, was understated yet lacked emotional intelligence, her distaste for Jiang Wan evident on her face. However, Jiang Wan was unfazed. She was not there to meet the parents. Ji Yao, in contrast, became flustered, awkwardly ushering his mother into a room, the conversation inaudible to Jiang Wan, who had little interest in eavesdropping. Seizing the rare opportunity to explore the Ji household openly, Jiang Wan meticulously observed the layout, pathways, and architectural planning, committing everything to memory. Yet, the estate was too vast, and security measures were too stringent for her to infiltrate easily. As she feigned a trip to the restroom, she skillfully evaded the guards, winding her way through the corridors until she nearly lost her bearings. Suddenly, she overheard Ji Yang and Ji Tingli's voices nearby. "What issue arose with the new shipment?" "The buyers are pressuring me. The transfer process is somewhat complicated, but I am managing it," Ji Tingli replied, his tone calm and collected, as if accustomed to such scenarios. In the adjacent corner, Jiang Wan's breath quickened. Goods? Transfer? Could it be those illicit items? 5 years prior, Jiang Weimin had infiltrated the Ji residence after receiving an anonymous letter alleging the Ji family was involved in organ and human trafficking. The letter contained a series of claims that could not serve as evidence, prompting Jiang Weimin to act. However, those allegations had since been dismissed as mere slander. Tomorrow night, a batch will be sent via waterway. The delivery timeline will not be affected, Ji Tingli assured. Ensure it is done cleanly. And do not attract attention as you did previously, Ji Yang instructed. Understood. Jiang Wan felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to continue, a small dog suddenly dashed towards her and licked her foot. Startled by the wet tongue brushing against her ankle, Jiang Wan instinctively recoiled, causing her high heels to clack against the floor. This noise immediately heightened the alertness of Ji Yang and Ji Tingli. Who's there? In a panic, Jiang Wan retreated, searching for a place to hide, when suddenly, a hand clamped around her waist, spinning her into a storeroom. Shoo, a familiar voice murmured, deep and magnetic. Jiang Wan looked up to see the strikingly handsome face of Pei Jin. When had he returned? How did he know she was there? Jiang Wan remained silent as Pei Jin covered her mouth, and she did not struggle. Outside, Ji Yang and Ji Tingli rushed over, only to find a dog chasing its tail. Woof woof. The little dog wagged its tail playfully. Ji Yehong's expression softened. This must be the puppy Mrs. Wang brought. Send it to her. Ji Tingli nodded in agreement. Thus, this little incident passed unnoticed. Inside the storeroom, as the footsteps faded, Jiang Wan felt a slight sense of relief and signaled Pei Jin to release her. Yet, instead of complying, he leaned closer, his tone dark and intense. I was gone for just 2 days, and you want to meet Ji Yao's family? Irritating. Jiang Wan pushed against him, but he remained steadfast, still covering her mouth. In frustration, she bit down on Pei Jin's thumb. Biting was indeed addictive. With each bite, her grip tightened. Pei Jin remained silent, as if he felt no pain. The moment Jiang Wan tasted blood, she snapped back to her senses and quickly let go. The imprint of her teeth was deep, likely to leave a scar. Jiang Wan was taken aback, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within her. Whether it was regret or something else, she could not quite discern. She cast a glance at Pei Jin, but upon meeting his intensely fiery gaze, her heart skipped a beat. I quite like this, Mark, Pei Jin remarked, adjusting his tie with a smirk. Now it's my turn. With that, he grasped Jiang Wan's chin and kissed her fiercely, leaving no room for breath. Jiang Wan retreated step by step, and just as she was on the verge of gasping for air, Pei Jin reluctantly released her, giving her lips a playful bite. Though he refrained from exerting too much force, his gaze burned into Jiang Wan's face as he declared, next time, I certainly won't be so lenient. Chapter 58. Set a bait and see if she bites. Jiang Wan muttered something under her breath, and though Pei Jin did not catch her words, he could easily surmise that she was cursing him. This ungrateful creature was becoming increasingly audacious. Perhaps Pei Jin himself was unaware that his boundaries and tolerance were continually retreating in the presence of Jiang Wan. She adjusted her skirt and casually asked, by the way, how did you come here? To deliver a gift to old Master Ji, he replied. Pei Jin towered over her, his height and long legs making her feel diminutive even in her high heels and in the cramped storage room. His presence loomed over her with an oppressive and assertive aura. Yet, strangely enough, it was not off-putting. Jiang Wan lifted her chin slightly and indicated, you go first. If no one is outside, I'll join you. What are you so worried about being seen? Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his dark, deep eyes, his tone teasing and suggestive. Indeed, it does have the air of an affair. Jiang Wan exclaimed, you scoundrel, and kicked at him. But the small space allowed Pei Jin to dodge her attack with remarkable speed. This is domestic violence, my dear, he teased, shaking his head, a grin on his face that only fueled Jiang Wan's irritation. Just as she was about to retaliate, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, followed by Ji Yao calling out Jiang Wan's name. He was searching for her, his voice tenderly calling Wan Wan. Pei Jin remained unfazed, wishing only to send Ji Yao packing to outer space. Jiang Wan opened the storage room door, flashed Pei Jin a smile, and then abruptly kicked him out. Hey, brother, what are you doing here? Ji Yao turned just in time to see Pei Jin stumble out, seemingly from nowhere. Pei Jin was nearly bursting with laughter at the absurdity of it all. "You ungrateful wretch. I'll deal with you later." Clearing his throat, Pei Jin composed himself, adjusted his bespoke suit which bore slight wrinkles, and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing. Let us go. Take me to see your grandfather." "Brother, you can go by yourself." "I still need to." Ji Yao began to refuse, but was swiftly seized by Pei Jin, who gripped his shoulder with a force akin to a vice. Domineering and unreasonable. Ji Yao had no time to react before he was whisked away. Jiang Wan emerged from the storage room, glanced around, and realized they were in a surveillance blind spot. No wonder Pei Jin had brought her here. It indicated his familiarity with the Ji family's affairs. Suppressing her thoughts, Jiang Wan quickly returned to the main hall, discreetly finding a corner to rest. The banquet concluded amidst the joyful laughter of old Master Ji. As the elderly man, worn from the festivities, was assisted back to his room by the servants, the other guests gradually dispersed. Jiang Wan set down her cake fork and smiled at Ji Yao as he approached, standing to say, "I should be heading back now." "Already?" "Ye ipsilona os mood dempend." He had hoped to find more opportunities to spend time alone with Jiang Wan, but the day had been thwarted by a group of intrusive friends and his overbearing cousin. A chance wasted. However, thinking of a greater plan ahead, Ji Yao cleared his throat and tentatively inquired, "So, Wan Wan, are you free this weekend? I could come pick you up." Jiang Wan was oblivious to Ji Yao's intentions. Her mind was preoccupied with the snippets of conversation she had inadvertently overheard. Thus, she replied nonchalantly, "Sure, whatever you say." Ji Yao beamed with delight, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Jiang Wan didn't linger, quickly departing the Ji residence. Naturally, with Ji Yao escorting her. Before leaving, Jiang Wan unwittingly noticed Pei Jin being pulled aside by someone. Ji Yao's mother, Suroya, Pei Jin's aunt. On the way, Jiang Wan casually asked Ji Yao, "Your mother and Madame Pei are cousins, so they must be quite close, right?" "Somewhat. However, my aunt has a peculiar temperament and has been reclusive for years, so their interactions have dwindled," Ji Yao reflected, adding, "But my cousin, Pei Jin, when he was younger and his parents were absent, my parents often took him to play, so we were quite close." "Oh, I see." Jiang Wan gazed at the flowing traffic ahead, lapsing into silence. No wonder Pei Jin was so familiar with the Ji family affairs. With such an unbreakable familial bond and a positive relationship, it seemed unlikely that the Pei family was uninvolved in the matters surrounding the Ji family. Yet, Pei Jin appeared to perceive her ulterior motives, yet he neither exposed her nor refrained from assisting her today. Why? Was he not probing enough? Jiang Wan had to set that question aside for now. The most pressing matter was the delivery mentioned by Ji Tingley. If only she could ascertain the exact location of the waterway he referred to. "All right then, Wan Wan, I'll come to pick you up this weekend," Ji Yao declared, his enthusiasm uncontainable behind his sunglasses. After he left, Jiang Wan stood in place, contemplating for quite a while. The clouds concealed a long river, which meandered towards many other cities. Consequently, the river was bustling with ships and vessels. If one were to intercept or conduct surprise inspections, only the inspectors had the authority to do so. As for the Inspector Shun, he was likely in collusion with the Ji family, much like the previous Inspector General. However, there was still one place, the docks where goods were loaded and unloaded. To ascertain whether there were issues with the shipment Ji family spoke of, a personal investigation would reveal all. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan immediately began her preparations. Meanwhile, at the Ji residence, Suroya clung to Pei Jin, repeatedly chiding, "You, as a son, should not hold a grudge against your mother. Listen to your aunt, Pei Jin, make time to visit Zhushan House more often. Your mother is quite lonely. Since the incident with Pei Zhe, she has been deeply affected. She is not targeting you on purpose." Pei Jin, weary of his aunt's incessant droning, replied nonchalantly, "Aunt Su, there is no need for your concern. I can manage my own affairs." Sighing, Suroya could only watch as Pei Jin got into his car and drove away. Ji Tingley and Ji Yang emerged from the study, their conversation now devoid of pretense. "Are you sure this method will work? What if that girl, Jiang Wan, doesn't take the bait? Or if she truly has no connection to Jiang Weiman?" Indeed, the words that the father and son had accidentally allowed Jiang Wan to overhear were entirely intentional. They had deliberately cast a bait, waiting to see if Jiang Wan would bite. Chapter 59, A Trap. If there is no connection, we shall find out through testing. Ji Tingley smiled faintly, his voice smooth and courteous. as he uttered the coldest of sentiments. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Were it not for Ji Yao standing in the way, Ji Yang would have had little interest in this roundabout approach. According to his usual methods, any suspicious parties would simply be captured and interrogated. Yielding results would be ideal. If not, execution would suffice. It was no great matter. However, Jiang Wan was different. What could be done since Ji Yao was fond of her? It was worth testing the waters. If the girl had no connection to Jiang Weiman's family and was unrelated to the murder of Ji Hao, then it could be disregarded. Otherwise, she must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Ji Yang felt a sense of relief as he patted Ji Tingley's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with his son's judgment. Go ahead. Ji Tingley nodded and walked out. Upon encountering Su Ruoya, Ji Tingley slightly inclined his head in greeting. Aunt Su. Su Ruoya smiled politely, though her demeanor lacked warmth. Their relationship was merely that of stepmother and stepson, and maintaining superficial courtesy sufficed. Moreover, Su Ruoya harbored a certain fear of Ji Tingley. When she married into the Ji family as Ji Yang's third wife, Ji Tingley was already 8 years old and could remember things. At that time, Su Ruoya was pregnant with Ji Yao. Occasionally, while going up and down the stairs, she would see little Ji Tingley sitting on the steps, staring at her with a gloomy expression. Su Ruoya even had the irrational thought that this seemingly deep-minded child might want to push her down the stairs. In hindsight, those were merely her unfounded fears, yet they did not prevent her from feeling a lingering wariness towards Ji Tingley. Thus, when Ji Yao was young, Su Ruoya repeatedly advised him to keep his distance from his older brother, perhaps due to the age difference or the presence of his second brother Ji Hao, who was more playful. Ji Yao indeed spent little time near Ji Tingley. Su Ruoya pulled herself from her reverie, gazing at Ji Tingley's retreating figure, muttering softly, an oddity since childhood. I wonder whom he resembles. Turning around, she saw Ji Yang sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar. Su Ruoya drew it her lip, internally retorting, oh, so he takes after this old man. Despite Ji Yang appearing heartbroken and ill during the initial days following Ji Hao's incident, lamenting and weeping, his sorrow lasted only 3 days. The blood of the Ji family seemed to run cold. Fortunately, her son Ji Yao did not share that trait. Su Ruoya took pride in this fact, feeling both comforted and smug. The following evening, at Jing'an Dock, the largest freight terminal in Yundu, all containers shipped to and from Yundu were transferred here. The Ji family's cargo ship was already docked. At approximately 7 o'clock, as darkness fell, the dock's lights illuminated the scene, where groups of able-bodied workers began loading cargo. Forklifts moved back and forth, while smaller items were transported on hand trucks. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, it would be exceedingly easy for someone to sneak onto a ship unnoticed. On the Ji family's cargo ship, several subordinates disguised as dock workers were sweating profusely while discreetly surveying their surroundings. At that moment, they were handling portable transfer boxes tightly secured with metal clasps. Their exteriors a common silver gray. The sheer volume was staggering. The operation required meticulous care, thus taking considerable time. Yet, until the cargo was fully loaded and the ship slowly departed the dock, no outsider had managed to board. Furthermore, the subordinates at the dock entrance reported back. No unfamiliar faces had entered, nor had anyone approached closely. Upon receiving this news, Ji Tingley raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. The trap set today was intended for Jiang Wan, yet she had not shown up. The goods were transported via waterway without encountering any obstacles, finally reaching the hands of the recipient. Upon opening the shipment, a chill white mist emerged, revealing nothing but bags of frozen chicken feet. It was a bait, and regrettably, Jiang Wan had not fallen for it. Ji Tingley stood on the deck of another cruise ship, where dozens of white transfer boxes were neatly stacked in the hold. This batch was the actual delivery. Though transported by water, the real destination was not Jing'an Dock, but along a different concealed route. Ji Tingley gazed at the shimmering river under the moonlight, the gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a cold glimmer. Could it be that he had misjudged? If Jiang Wan were truly innocent and had no ties to Jiang Weiman's family, he would find the situation rather uninteresting. You disappoint me, Jiang Wan, he murmured, shaking his head in the night breeze. Jiang Wan sneezed. Her nose itched, and her ears felt warm. Perhaps someone was speaking ill of her. Of course, it could also be due to the chilly night wind. At that moment, she was aboard a cruise ship that she had chartered under the name of Wildfire Bar, inviting loyal patrons to board for free drinks at half price. The news sent the regulars into a frenzy. The booming bass reverberated throughout the ship, while dazzling stage lights flickered in a way that could dazzle the eyes. Jiang Wan had transformed her appearance, donning a wig and makeup, padding her shoulders and waist. Thus, at a glance, no one would recognize her. Most importantly, her cruise ship was trailing at a steady pace behind the one carrying Ji Tingli. Jiang Wan squinted, fixating on the shadow ahead. She was not naive. Why would the Ji family's patriarch invite her to his birthday banquet, under the pretense of having her accompany Ji Yao? Not to mention the fortuitous chance that allowed her to overhear the conversation between the Ji father and son. Talk of waterways and deliveries. These vague terms were sufficient to lead her to Jing'an Dock. It had to be a trap. Therefore, it was evident that Ji Tingli must have another route. If she followed him, wouldn't she uncover the truth? However, following was a skillful endeavor. To do so discreetly without raising suspicion required a significant number of personnel. After returning from the Ji family, Jiang Wan had been making arrangements. Ji Tingli would never suspect that his every move from yesterday to today was under surveillance. Who were those people? A middle-aged couple selling breakfast outside his company. Delivery personnel bringing food to his employees. Several cars of different directions encountered during his departure. In essence, all these unseen eyes quietly pinpointed Ji Tingli's boarding location. Once the position was confirmed, Jiang Wan's cruise ship immediately followed suit, resulting in the current scene. Chapter 60. The confrontation. Jiang Wan felt the wind and glanced at the time, 8:40. The river was bustling at this hour, with neon lights reflecting off the buildings on both sides, casting sparkling shards of gold on the water surface. This was the city, vibrant and lively. However, if she traveled 2 hours further away from the city, the landscape would turn desolate. Most importantly, ahead lay a fork in the waterways. No one knew where Ji Tingli would choose to stop. If she followed too closely, it would surely raise suspicions. Jiang Wan picked up the ship's intercom, and a clear male voice responded promptly. "Sister, what are your instructions? See that ship ahead? Ram into it." Jiang Wan's command was straightforward and forceful. The voice on the other end chuckled shyly and quickly replied, "Understood." Soon, the cruise ship accelerated towards Ji's unmarked vessel. Of course, this was not a suicidal collision. Given the number of people on board, it was merely intended to create a slight friction at the right moment and distance. Jiang Wan intended to take advantage of this opportunity to attach the tracker she held. Bang! The sound of the ships colliding echoed, causing both vessels to sway momentarily before stabilizing. What happened? What's going on? The guests in the cruise ship's bar looked bewildered, with several eager young patrons rushing out to investigate. "Oh no, we scraped against something. This is going to cost a fortune." "No worries, Boss Chun is wealthy." The regulars laughed joyously. 2 minutes prior, aboard the Ji family's cruise ship, Ji Tingli reclined leisurely on a luxurious leather sofa in the room, crossing his legs and raising a glass filled with ice-cold liquor to his lips. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air as the vessel rocked violently, spilling the drink all over him. His black shirt was drenched, clinging to his muscular chest and revealing a well-defined set of abs. Tossing the empty glass aside, he stood up, ice cubes scattering on the floor. "What has happened?" Ji Tingli's expression darkened, his usually gentle eyes devoid of mirth, shadowed by a frown. 2 subordinates hurried in, heads bowed. "Mr. Ji, are you all right?" The yacht behind us suddenly collided. It was too close to avoid. "Go investigate who is aboard that vessel," Ji Tingli commanded as he wiped his hands with a handkerchief offered by one of his men, but the sticky sensation only deepened his scowl. Ji Tingli was known for his severe obsession with cleanliness, a fact well known within the Ji family. He unbuttoned his shirt, discarding it into the trash, and headed toward the bathroom, leaving behind a terse command. "Find out more." The undertone was laced with menace. If the incoming yacht posed a threat, well, no one would escape unscathed. His subordinates nodded respectfully before retreating. Yet, as they exited, one caught a fleeting glimpse of 4 statuesque figures stationed by the window. Despite the recent tumult, they remained unmoved, Ji Tingli's personal guards. Silent as shadows, they were always at his side, inconspicuous yet formidable, their appearances so nondescript that they could easily blend into a crowd. However, these 4 were indeed embodiments of death, possessing terrifying prowess capable of crushing a man's insides with a single punch. 2 years prior, a foolhardy individual had attempted to assassinate Ji Tingley, only to have one of these guards effortlessly snap his neck with a single hand. The sound of that bone-crunching snap still haunted the memories of those present, chilling them to the core. The subordinate dared not linger longer, especially when one of the guards shifted their gaze in his direction, causing him to retreat hastily. The two yachts floated side by side on the river. One subordinate leaped over the railing to the other vessel. Chun Yinling, the manager of Wildfire Bar, was also aboard. At the moment of impact, she sprinted onto the deck in her high heels. Noticing the commotion, she called out cheerfully to those approaching from the other yacht. "Oh dear. I apologize. It was a careless mistake on our part. Rest assured, I will cover any damages. Here is my business card. I'm Chun Yinling, the manager of Wildfire Bar." The dent on the ship's hull was not deep, and while it hadn't deformed, repairing it would undoubtedly be costly. Before Ji's men could respond, a familiar patron shouted to Chun Yinling, "Boss Chun, are you feeling the pinch?" Laughter erupted as another chimed in, "Well, I don't know about Boss Chun, but I certainly feel for her. Let us order 2 bottles of Louis XIII Black Pearl on me." Another added, "If that's the case, I'll buy 2 bottles to help Boss Chun recover her losses." Patrons of Wildfire Bar were affluent, with some spending up to $1 million in a single night. The atmosphere grew lively as they rallied together in support. Chun Yinling, with a charming smile, playfully warned, "I'll be keeping tabs. No one can back out of this." She then commanded her staff, "Shao Li, Shao Tao, what are you waiting for? Hurry and serve our guests." As the laughter continued, she was about to discuss compensation when she turned back to see the individuals had already departed. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Ji Tingley's hair was still damp, droplets cascading down his sculpted physique, tracing over his abs and the alluring lines of his body, ultimately vanishing beneath the towel wrapped around his waist. The yacht's attendants had neatly arranged fresh clothes on the large bed. Shortly after, Ji Tingley was dressed impeccably. His returning subordinate reported respectfully, "Mr. Ji, everything appears normal. It was merely a bar. I went inside. It was filled with nighttime patrons. The collision with us was likely an accident." He presented a business card belonging to the bar manager. Ji Tingley glanced at it, but did not take it. "Continue sailing," he instructed. "Yes, sir." The Ji family's yacht resumed its course through the water. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the recent chaos, a miniature, inconspicuous locator had been affixed to the hull of the ship, an act orchestrated by Jiang Wan. Initially, Chun Yinling intended to discreetly place it during the negotiations, but Jiang Wan had refused. The positioning and adhesion of the locator required meticulous precision, ensuring it remained undetected and would eventually lose its stickiness and fall into the water without a trace. After this brief interlude, the 2 yachts continued their journey. At a fork in the river leading to 3 different paths, Wildfire Bar took the central route while Ji's yacht veered to the far right. On Jiang Wan's phone, a small red dot flickered on the map. Meanwhile, a black Jeep was parked on a nearby gravel bank, where a tall figure clad in a gray trench coat leaned against the door, a cigarette unlit between his lips. Under the moonlight, he leisurely removed his leather gloves, revealing hands that were strikingly pale yet beautiful. Not far off, Ji's yacht was approaching the shore, set to dock in mere minutes. The man removed the cigarette from his mouth, a silent smile breaking across his face as if recalling a thought. He then strode purposefully toward Ji's yacht, effortlessly climbing aboard via the hanging ropes, his movements swift and elegant. Unfortunately, he had only 30 seconds, too brief a window. As he muttered to himself, he dashed into the cabin with the speed of a shooting star. One of Ji's subordinates, hearing the rush, turned just in time to receive a swift blow to the neck, collapsing limply. The intruder continued his descent, heading straight for the lower deck. The deeper he went, the more guards he encountered. "Grab your weapons. We have an intruder." A pair of guards caught off guard were swiftly incapacitated. 24. The intruder's combat skills were astonishingly fierce, each strike precise and ruthless. The corridor soon echoed with cries, as bodies were flung against the hard walls, rendering them unconscious. 19. Sound the alarm. We have an invader. One bruised subordinate frantically pounded on the wall-mounted alarm, yet remained unresponsive. Clearly, some form of interference had silenced the signals throughout the entire ship, an interference that could not have been executed by an ordinary individual. "Help! We have an outsider!" He shouted desperately, but the yacht was vast, and the soundproofing was formidable. His cries went unheard. A powerful kick sent one of Ji's men flying into a corner. leaving him incapacitated. Boss, only 10 seconds left. Hurry. Our signal interference 1T lasts much longer. Oh no, 8 seconds remaining. The voice crackling through the earpiece was frantic and urgent. The intruder clicked his tongue in frustration, silencing the communication before dispatching another few guards and reaching the yacht's lowest level. 3 seconds left. The scene unfolds within the frigid confines of a typical cold storage ship, where dozens of white transfer boxes are haphazardly piled together. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds ceases, and the ship's signals return to normal. In that instant, an ear-piercing alarm blares throughout the vessel, warning of an invasion. The mechanical electronic voice reverberates across the luxury cruiser, echoing the urgency. Warning, there has been a breach. Amidst the chaos, a voice crackles through the earpiece, strained and urgent. Boss, they VE spotted you. Retreat. Yet, the individual dashes toward the row of white transfer boxes, swiftly opening one. A chilling gust escapes. Not the anticipated contents, but rather a black arrow that flies forth, barbed and piercing directly into his abdomen. Simultaneously, a cacophony of footsteps rushes to the door as a swarm of subordinates from the G family bursts in, drawing their daggers from their waists. The man withdraws his hand, standing slightly straighter. At that moment, as the G family's men surge forward, he kicks a transfer box aside and leaps through a window to escape. G. Tingley's expression darkens. The ship had been artificially disrupted for 30 seconds without anyone noticing the anomaly, a blatant affront to his authority. Capture him, he commands, observing the surveillance feed with thinly veiled ire. No matter the cost. The four formidable figures beside G. Tingley spring into action. Their bones crack ominously as they exert minimal effort, their muscles straining against their clothing. They charge out of the room simultaneously, causing the floor to tremble beneath them. As the man nears the ship's exit, the four warriors block his path. There is no escape. On the deck, he stands against the fierce wind, his coat flaring to reveal a sharp and dashing black uniform. But before the G family can comprehend, he leaps into the river below. Trying to flee? Not so easily. One of the four warriors seizes a dagger from a subordinate and hurls it toward the water surface. In an instant, the river is stained crimson. The man sinks beneath the surface. The locator S red dot flickers into 30 seconds of blankness before resuming its normal course. Jiang Wan furrows her brow. Something must have gone awry. Surely, there had not been a problem during the transaction that led to a conflict between both parties. Stowing her phone, Jiang Wan adjusts her wig to ensure anonymity before vaulting over the cruise ship's railing and plunging into the water. A speedboat is already awaiting her arrival on the surface. As she lands, the boat sways perilously, nearly capsizing. Above, Chun Yinling watches in distress, clenching the railing. Little ancestor, be careful. You can't swim. Rest assured. Jiang Wan replies hastily, not pausing, as she steers the speedboat through the waves toward the locator's direction. When she approaches the shore, she halts. The boat is too loud for a direct approach. As her feet touch solid ground, she stumbles slightly but quickly regains her balance. Checking the locator, its position remains unchanged. She hastens forward. Under the moonlit wilderness, dense grass and thorny shrubs surround her, punctuated by the occasional rustle of reptiles. The slender figure of the young woman moves with the grace of a leopard, agile and swift. Closer she draws, but then, unexpectedly, she trips over something sizable. Was it a person? Stunned, she instinctively halts, reaching for her phone to illuminate the scene, only to have a hand suddenly grasp her ankle. In the dead of night, amidst the desolate wilderness, surrounded by darkness except for the moon's glow, most would scream in terror at being seized by an unknown entity. Jiang Wan, however, is not most people. Her first instinct is to kick to free herself. She strikes out repeatedly, yet the man, seemingly impervious to pain, clings on. Cough. Cough. Please stop kicking. Cough. The voice confirms he is human, somewhat familiar. Jiang Wan shines her flashlight on him, revealing a drenched figure with visible bloodstains, indicating serious injury. Yet, she does not recognize his face. Concerned about the situation aboard the G family's cruise ship, she coldly addresses the man on the ground. I know you are gravely injured, but don't die just yet. Wait for me to return, and then I'll help you. The man chuckles weakly, still clutching her ankle, while his other hand rummages beneath his collar. Jiang Wan prepares for a confrontation, but to her surprise, he reveals a gossamer mask. Beneath it lies a face she recognizes and despises, the newly appointed Inspector General of the Supervisory Bureau, Shun Siyu. Chapter 62. Who has such audacity? Is it really him? Jiang Wan's expression turns to one of exasperation, showing no inclination to intervene. She delivers a swift kick to Shun Siyu, which inadvertently strikes his wound, prompting a muffled groan that finally frees her ankle. Looking down, she notices her pant leg is damp, marked by a bloody handprint. Disgusted, she prepares to leave. But Shun Siyu remains silent behind her. He has succumbed to unconsciousness. Leaving him here could lead to his demise from blood loss. Yet staying would hinder her surveillance of G. Tingley's cruise ship. However, from another perspective, Shun Siyu's presence here raises questions. Could it be mere coincidence? Who would dare to severely injure the Inspector General? Moreover, he too has concealed his identity, just as she has, hiding behind a false visage. Jiang Wan runs her fingers through her somewhat prickly wig, deep in thought. After a brief moment, she sighs and kneels to examine Shun Siyu's injuries. Just as she is about to remove his clothing, the man, who should have been unconscious, suddenly opens his eyes. Jiang Wan is taken aback. In the next instant, Shun Siyu grips her shoulder. Before she can react, he pulls her down to the ground. The coarse grass prickles against her skin through her clothes. But that is the least of her concerns. The real issue is that this man has launched a surprise attack. Jiang Wan has never felt such anger before. What an ungrateful wretch. In a swift motion, she rolls away, breaking free from Shun Siyu's hold. Her hand grazes a stone of moderate size, just as he prepares to strike again. Fueled by rage, she raises the stone as a weapon. But Shun Siyu's hand shoots out, snatching away her green wig. Wait, is this guy insane? Jiang Wan's mind races, unable to fathom his intentions. Her moment of hesitation costs her as the stone is knocked from her grasp. Simultaneously, Shun Siyu produces a damp handkerchief, wiping her vividly painted face without restraint. What are you doing? Jiang Wan seethes, flipping over to straddle Shun Siyu, delivering an elbow strike that finally subdues him. Coughing, he grins through the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his charming eyes glinting as he gazes up at her. With the wig removed and makeup stripped away, the strikingly beautiful visage beneath is revealed. Just removing your mask. In this wilderness, your appearance is far more alarming than mine. His words elicit a groan from Shun Siyu, who, unsurprisingly, receives another blow from her. Jiang Wan wipes her lips, reddened from his ministrations, and retorts coldly, "Well, I suppose I owe you my gratitude." With no need for formality, Jiang Wan held back her emotions and mockingly remarked, "I find this place's feng shui rather appealing. So, just relax and lie here. Rest assured, on this day next year, I shall surely offer you some paper offerings, and perhaps a bit of cat food as well." Shun Siyu, clutching his wound, coughed and laughed. "I'm worried my little cat might go hungry." Jiang Wan turned to leave, taking one step, then another. Suddenly, there was a thud behind her. Shun Siyu had collapsed. With an impassive expression, Jiang Wan kicked him lightly and coldly inquired, "Hey, are you dead yet?" A bony hand trembled and slowly lifted. "I think I can still be saved." Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. She crouched down, pulling aside Shun Siyu's clothing to examine his injuries. One was an arrow wound, the shaft resembling the length of a pin, most of it embedded in flesh, with only the fletching protruding. The other was a knife wound on his chest. Though not fatal, the injury had been soaked, presenting a grotesque, inflamed appearance. Jiang Wan shook her head in disapproval. She had no first aid supplies on her. At most, she could use a bandage to staunch the bleeding. Jiang Wan tore Shun Siyu's shirt into strips to create a makeshift bandage. However, they needed to reach a hospital quickly. The arrow embedded in his abdomen required immediate extraction. Furrowing her brow, she considered that if necessary, she could arrange for her people to come get him. Yet, that would expose her to Shun Siyu. He was already suspicious of her. Today, she had appeared in this wilderness, and he had recognized her. Despite his current flippant demeanor, what was he truly thinking? Jiang Wan patted Shun Siyu's face, rousing him from his semi-conscious state, and asked, "You're not alone, are you?" Shun Siyu, half squinting, replied, "Are you scolding me?" Jiang Wan ground her teeth and clarified, "What I mean is, we're your subordinates. Have them come." "Oh, there's no one else. It's just me." Shun Siyu fumbled in his pocket, producing a car key and placing it in Jiang Wan's hand, his voice weak yet laced with humor. "Please take me home. I don't even remember the address." The car's navigation has the route. Building 9, 17th floor. The door code is 339966. We can't go to the hospital. They would discover it. He pointed at the arrowhead embedded in his abdomen, and with that final statement, his eyes shut once more. This time, he had truly fainted, leaving Jiang Wan no opportunity to refuse. What else could she do? Leave him here to fend for himself. Jiang Wan held the car key and searched for the vehicle, finally spotting flashing lights beneath the shadows of the trees. It was a tall, imposing black Jeep. She drove over, lifted him into the back seat, and secured her own seatbelt before pressing down the accelerator. The Jeep sped along, swiftly arriving at their destination. Carrying Shun Siyu into the elevator proved to be quite the effort, but upon reaching the door, the correct code was entered. Welcome home. The voice that greeted them was, astonishingly, Shun Siyu's own recorded voice. Jiang Wan rubbed her arms nervously as she unceremoniously deposited the heavy body onto the living room sofa. Shaking her sore arms, she began rummaging through the medicine cabinet. To her surprise, one of the cupboards was brimming with medical supplies, particularly those for treating wounds. In addition to bandages and gauze, there were hemostatic clamps, surgical knives, and anesthetics stored in the refrigerator. So, it seemed this man routinely treated his own injuries at home. How could the highest official of the inspection department have such frequent opportunities to get hurt? Jiang Wan retrieved what she needed, cleaned and disinfected it, and began to treat the wound on his chest, administering an injection of anesthesia before stitching the injury. A total of 22 stitches later, Jiang Wan remained composed, stitching the wound neatly and beautifully. Finally, she turned her attention to the wound on his abdomen. The arrowhead, with its barbs, had embedded itself deeply, making direct removal impossible. It could only be extracted surgically. After applying local anesthesia, Jiang Wan began the procedure. During this time, Shun Siyu regained consciousness. Chapter 63, A Touch of Rationality. He gazed intently at Jiang Wan. Under the light, the young woman lowered her eyelashes, focused and dedicated, her long, thick lashes casting a shadow over her eyelids. Her exquisite face bore no blemishes, and, up close, she was breathtaking. Her long hair was casually tied up, with a few strands cascading down, obscuring her vision. Shun Siyu, almost involuntarily, reached out his hand. Without lifting her gaze, Jiang Wan, engrossed in her task, admonished him, "Don't move." Shun Siyu complied, remaining still. Yet, less than half a minute later, he coughed lightly and, with a teasing smile, asked, "Dr. Jiang, could we negotiate a change of position?" Jiang Wan shot him a glance. There lay the distinguished Shun Inspection Commissioner, awkwardly sprawled on the sofa, his long legs with no place to rest, uncomfortable and lacking support. With an expression of mild exasperation, Jiang Wan relented. "Make it quick." Granted permission, Shun Siyu swiftly grabbed 2 cushions and adjusted his position to a more comfortable one. "All right, Dr. Jiang." Jiang Wan resumed her work on his wounds, using an impressive amount of cotton to staunch the bleeding. As the wound was fully exposed, she meticulously worked to release the barbed arrowhead inch by inch until it was entirely removed. Throughout the process, Jiang Wan's hands remained steady. Had one not known her true identity, they might have mistaken her for a professional doctor. While stitching, Shun Siyu fell silent. Jiang Wan assumed he was in pain and inquired, "What is wrong? Has the anesthesia worn off?" "No." Shun Siyu blinked, his peach blossom eyes curving into a smile that was less than serious. "I was just reflecting on my good fortune." Jiang Wan scoffed. "You're on the brink of death, and you call that good fortune?" In comparison, her own plight was far worse, having to save a person who had repeatedly targeted her in the dead of night. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. Removing her gloves and discarding them, Jiang Wan prepared to leave, but Shun Siyu spoke up. His brief statement packed with revelation. "The cruise ship belonging to the G family was for a delivery. The buyer is me." Jiang Wan halted, her footsteps frozen. Shun Siyu smiled and elaborated, "Of course, the buyer I arranged is my informant." After setting the time and place for the transaction, my informant, fearing for his life, fled. I worried that the G family would catch on, so I infiltrated their cruise ship ahead of time. G Tingley is highly suspicious. The cargo on his ship is not the actual trade goods. Naturally, given the size of the cruise ship, it's possible that the real items are hidden away. What I saw could merely be a diversion. In any case, that's how I got these injuries. Shun Siyu casually glossed over the dangers and chaos he had faced on the cruise. Jiang Wan, her back to him, did not turn around, stating coolly, "Inspector Shun, I don't understand what you're saying." Is that so? Shun Siyu chuckled softly, his tone laden with meaning. I thought you want to know. Well, you thought wrong. Jiang Wan turned to leave, the tension between them rekindling, the air thick with an unspoken confrontation. Just as her hand grazed the doorknob, Shun Siyu's voice called out from behind. Who is Jiang Weiman to you? Jiang Wan froze, retorting, Is there an issue with sharing the surname Jiang? Shun Siyu, undeterred by her sarcasm, replied slowly, 5 years ago, Jiang Weiman exposed the Ji family's organ trafficking, a revelation that caused societal uproar. However, he was later proven to have accepted money to deliberately tarnish the Ji family's name. After the truth was revealed, it was said that Jiang Weiman absconded with the funds, and his name did indeed appear on the boarding information. This rumor was substantiated, and so, Jiang Wan, unable to contain her frustration, demanded, What exactly do you want to say? Shun Siyu's tone remained as calm as ever as he spoke to himself. However, I have reviewed the surveillance footage from that flight, and there is no trace of Jiang Weiman among the passengers. This implies that he never boarded the plane at all. The most plausible scenario is that he has fallen victim to the Ji family's retaliation and is either missing or even deceased. Simultaneously, Jiang Weiman's wife, the esteemed artist Ms. Meng Wenjin, took her own life. Their only daughter, Jiang Xing, was brutally attacked and has since been left in a vegetative state, clinging to life in a hospital. The vast living room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Wan let out a cold laugh. I know you suspect that Zhao Weiwu's death is connected to me, but what does that have to do with the well-known scandal surrounding the Jiang family? Inspector Shun, you have targeted and slandered me more than once. Are you truly impartial, or do you harbor ulterior motives? Jiang Wan was already regretting her previous kindness in saving his life. She should have thrust that arrow back into him instead. Shen Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the scandal surrounding the Jiang family is well known, so let us speak of matters that are not common knowledge. Jiang Wan's eyelids twitched, and her grip on the doorknob tightened instinctively. Jiang Weiman and his wife had only one biological daughter, and that daughter was not the adopted Jiang Xing. As Shen Suyu spoke, he rose from the sofa and approached her. The effects of the anesthetic had not yet worn off, and he felt no pain. His footsteps quickly closed the distance between them, his breath growing closer. The crisp scent of his presence mingled with the potent smell of medication, enveloping her entirely. Jiang Weiman's profession made him vulnerable to retaliation, prompting the couple to register their daughter elsewhere for her protection as soon as she was born. According to the information I possess, their daughter is named Jiang Wan. Shen Siyu leaned slightly closer, whispering into Jiang Wan's ear, Tell me, should I address you as Jiang Wan or Jiang Wan? Jiang Wan's fist clenched tighter. Then, with a swift motion, she turned and struck Shen Suyu hard across the face. The sound echoed in the room. Shen Suyu's remarkably handsome face instantly bore the mark of her rage. Yet that was not enough. Jiang Wan swung again. It dawned on her that Shen Suyu had known her identity all along, and his words today were nothing but attempts to dismantle her defenses. So you think you can speak freely? You think you can take liberties? Jiang Wan's eyes burned with fury as she continued to strike and curse. Shen Suyu endured her blows without retaliation, retreating 2 steps. But then, whether he stumbled upon a wound or caught his foot on the carpet, he fell to the ground with a thud. The most infuriating part was that, in his fall, he had pulled Jiang Wan down with him. Jiang Wan, teetering on the edge of rage, toppled onto him. Shen Suyu let out a muffled groan as the bandaged wound began to bleed anew. Jiang Wan sneered, muttering, Serves you right. Rationality urged Jiang Wan to maintain her pretense of ignorance. As long as she did not admit to anything, there would still be room for maneuver. Yet her reason began to unravel. The former director of the inspection department had pronounced Jiang Weiman's disappearance as an escape due to guilt, labeling Meng Wenjin's death as suicide. Now, Shen Suyu had directly exposed her identity with a single statement. Jiang Wan foresaw that if Shen Suyu disclosed this information to the Ji family, everything would be over. Jiang Xing would not survive in the hospital. Jiang Weiman's body would never be recovered, and the stigma he bore would remain unwashed away. As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, Jiang Wan felt her composure gradually disintegrate, as if an invisible hand were tightening around her throat. Time was slipping away. She had no time left. Upon returning home, Jiang Wan noticed the stain of blood on her pant leg, remnants from when Shen Suyu had gripped her ankle by the riverbank. That bastard, she exclaimed, discarding the soiled clothing and stepping into a hot bath after preparing it. The steam enveloped her, soothing every pore of her body, and she gradually relaxed. With her eyes closed, she replayed Shun Suyu's words and intentions in her mind. What did he mean by "I am on your side"? There was no bond between her and Shun Suyu. Jiang Wan had always been cautious. When she trusted someone, she extended her full faith, as she did with Chang Zheng. Beyond that, no matter how eloquently Shun Suyu spoke, she could never consider him an ally. Their stands were different, their interests divergent. Jiang Wan slowly opened her eyes, only to realize she had forgotten to ask how he had discovered her identity. Even the inspectorate had failed to uncover the name. Yet Shun Siyu seemed to understand it with remarkable depth. This individual was far more intricate than he appeared on the surface. Jiang Wan extended her hand to retrieve her phone from the side, dismissing the several unread messages, and dialed Chang Zheng. "Hello, Brother Cheng, are you still awake? I don't have much to discuss, just in need of some information." As time swiftly passed to the weekend, Jiang Wan descended as usual for her workout. Since those petty delinquents had vanished, the alley had become considerably more tranquil. Jiang Wan maintained a disciplined routine, rising early each day to exercise before heading to a breakfast shop on another street. Upon her arrival, the shop was bustling with patrons. The owner glanced around, about to speak, but Jiang Wan interjected, "It's all right, I can share a table." With that, she headed straight for a corner table, which was already occupied by none other than Chang Zheng. Jiang Wan winked at him, smiling lightly. "Sir, do you mind if I sit here?" Chang Zheng was both amused and exasperated. The expression in his eyes seemed to convey, "You truly love to perform, don't you? Can you take a break?" Nevertheless, he played along. "Of course, please have a seat." "Thank you." Jiang Wan finally settled down. The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter for quite some time. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming wontons were placed on the table. Jiang Wan added a dash of vinegar and stirred with her spoon, allowing the freshly cooked wontons to cool before tasting. Chang Zheng, however, was unfazed, devouring them one after another, leaving the broth utterly clean. "Boss, another bowl, please." "Right away," the owner replied, promptly beginning to prepare more with deft efficiency. Chang Zheng pulled a document folder from his jacket. "Here, this is the information you requested." Just as Jiang Wan reached to take it, he tucked it back into his jacket, clutching it tightly. "Finish your breakfast first, you'll get it after." "Oh." Jiang Wan picked up her spoon, blowing gently on the wontons as she ate. This breakfast shop was quite small, with a rather modest atmosphere. The furniture was simple, yet business thrived with a constant stream of customers. The bubbling soup pot filled the air with warmth and liveliness. Jiang Wan cherished such an environment. It was vibrant and full of life, making the world feel colorful. Laughter from nearby tables filled with families echoed around her. Jiang Wan pondered, had her parents not faced misfortune, and had the Jiang family not been torn apart, perhaps she too would witness such smiles. "I'm done eating, Brother Cheng." Jiang Wan extended her hand. "May I have the information now?" Cheng Zheng, savoring his second bowl of wontons, reached into his jacket. However, what he produced was not the document folder, but a bottle of fresh milk. "Drink this first, and then I'll give it to you." Cheng Zheng swiftly inserted a straw and handed it to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan responded, "Brother, do I look like a child to you?" "In my eyes, you are very much a child." Cheng Zheng chuckled, ruffling Jiang Wan's hair. "Drink up, it's good for your calcium." Jiang Wan took a vigorous sip through the straw. Finally, Cheng Zheng passed the document folder to her, before rising to settle the bill. Jiang Wan eagerly examined the contents, her eyes darting over the information, which pertained to 2 significant individuals. Chapter 65. The innocent young wolf dog unleashed 2 individuals who once had close ties with Jiang Weimin. One was named Yang Jiansheng, a good brother of Jiang Weimin and a colleague. Jiang Wan had met him as a child, affectionately calling him Uncle Yang. On the night Jiang Weimin infiltrated the Ji family villa, it was Yang Jiansheng who stood guard outside, responsible for his support. After Jiang Weimin's incident, Yang Jiansheng was dismissed from his position and became unwelcome in the industry. The information indicated that 5 years ago, Yang Jiansheng returned to his hometown and used all his savings to establish a pig farm. Jiang Wan noted down Yang Jiansheng's contact number and address. The other piece of information was almost entirely blank, lacking any contact details, save for a single name, Chang Shaoqing. This Chang Shaoqing was the one rumored to be Jiang Weimin's mistress. No one knew her origins, her identity, or her current whereabouts. Jiang Wan speculated that this Chang Xiaoqing might very well be the victim who sought Jiang Weiman's help in exposing the Ji family's misdeeds. It was due to the evidence provided by Chang Xiaoqing, albeit vague and inconclusive, that Jiang Weiman decided to take the risk and investigate personally. If they could locate Chang Xiaoqing, perhaps they could uncover more about the Ji family secrets, such as the nature of their dealings, their contacts, and transactional channels. Just one thread could unravel a greater web. But the prerequisite was that Chang Xiaoqing had to be alive. Jiang Wan tucked the documents away, her brow furrowing unconsciously. Upon Cheng Zheng's return from settling the bill, he chuckled. Why the frown, little girl? I've been working on finding the person you're looking for. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Jiang Wan sighed. Brother, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that relying solely on searching won't suffice. So what do you mean? It must be her own initiative to come forward. Of course, the prerequisite is that she is still alive and comes to us on her own accord, Jiang Wan clarified. Cheng Zheng was about to agree when a sudden thought struck him, causing him to shudder. To make Chang Xiaoqing come forward willingly, it would require Jiang Wan to reveal her identity. What could be more convincing than the fact that she was Jiang Weiman's biological daughter? Do not disclose your identity. Is that not perilous enough? Cheng Zheng, typically the gentle elder brother, now wore a serious expression, intently instructing her. I understand, brother. Jiang Wan gestured with her hands, signaling her compliance, barely appeasing Cheng Zheng's concerns. Over the years, Cheng Zheng had endured demotion, sidelining, and various obstacles in his quest to reopen the investigation into the Jiang family. Once a promising prosecutor full of ambition, he had squandered 5 years, remaining single and childless, grappling daily with old case files and worrying endlessly about Jiang Wan. How could she not be moved by his dedication? Rest assured, I won't put myself in jeopardy. I promise. That's more like it. Cheng Zheng exhaled, a hint of a weary smile appearing on his face. I must be off to work now. Jiang Wan nodded, watching him depart. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Zheng, once seated in his car, did not leave immediately. Instead, he rubbed his face in frustration, his expression complex and anxious. One thought consumed his mind: hurry. He needed to expedite matters and bring everything to light sooner. Cheng Zheng harbored a grim premonition. He was deeply concerned that Jiang Wan might tread a perilous path. After reading through the documents, Jiang Wan tore them into shreds and discarded them in the trash. On her way back, she contemplated how to locate Chang Xiaoqing, lost in thought until she found her path obstructed. Raising her head, she was met with the exceptionally radiant smile of Ji Yao. Jiang Wan was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What brings you here?" "It's the weekend. We had made plans. I'm here to take you out, remember?" Ji Yao replied, studying Jiang Wan's reaction closely. He had prepared extensively for this day, determined to provide Jiang Wan with an unforgettable surprise. Jiang Wan vaguely recalled that Ji Yao had indeed mentioned this during the elder Ji's birthday banquet. "All right then, where are we going?" she inquired. "It's a secret. You'll find out soon enough," Ji Yao replied with a mischievous grin. Jiang Wan initially assumed Ji Yao planned to take her to a typical shopping or dining excursion. However, as the car came to a halt, it became evident this was not the case. Before her stood a grand building. After they exited the vehicle, Ji Yao tossed the keys to the valet and led Jiang Wan into the observation elevator. The floor buttons illuminated, signaling the top level. Jiang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you keeping under wraps?" Ji Yao refused to divulge, but oddly enough, his ears turned crimson, almost as though they were about to bleed, the redness extending down to his neck, appearing quite innocent. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Jiang Wan stepped out, only to be taken aback by a breathtaking sea of flowers before her. It is said that this place is the most romantic dating venue in Cloud City. At this moment, it has been transformed into an aerial garden, adorned with a profusion of flowers. Exquisite roses, whose varieties are beyond identification, have been airlifted and scattered generously across the ground. Delicate blue and white gauze has been fashioned into bows, tied to the gently floating balloons. As Jiang Wan entered, Ji Yao snapped his fingers, and the attendants at either side immediately punctured the balloons, releasing dandelion seeds that danced through the air like snowflakes, complementing the floral sea before them. The interplay of light and shadows created an ethereal ambience filled with romance. Uncertain of how such a spectacle was achieved, Jiang Wan could not help but acknowledge Ji Yao's meticulous preparations. She understood his intentions. Indeed, Jiao produced a magnificent bouquet of golden flowers, ready to utter the words he had envisioned countless times. Jiang Wan, will you be my... Before he could finish, a deep, magnetic voice interrupted from behind. My apologies for the intrusion. From the opposite side of the aerial garden, a tall figure approached with measured steps, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, and long-legged, clad in a bespoke suit that accentuated his physique. It was none other than Pei Jean. Though he feigned embarrassment, he displayed none at all. He stepped across the carpet of flowers, inadvertently trampling some beneath his feet. Under Ji Yao's incredulous gaze, Pei Jean casually plucked a golden petal from the bouquet Ji Yao had prepared. Ji Yao's expression contorted in anger. Can you not be so oblivious? I'm in the middle of something important. Chapter 66. A fierce sense of possession. Pei Jean feigned innocence. Oh, my apologies. Shall I return it to you? After saying this, he perfectly reattached the petal, leaving no trace of damage. Yet, Ji Yao's fury only intensified. Who would linger so obstinately? It was utterly disruptive to the atmosphere. A complete third wheel. Ji Yao could only console himself. It's fine. Just consider him a witness. Clearing his throat, Ji Yao prepared to continue, only for Jiang Wan to sneeze twice in succession. Bless you. Are you all right? Have you caught a chill? I can take off my coat for you. Ji Yao began to remove his jacket, but Jiang Wan waved her hand. No, it wasn't a chill. She was merely allergic to romance. No, to be precise, she was allergic to pollen. In such a short time, small red spots began to appear on her skin, her face and neck bearing the brunt. Most alarmingly, she was starting to have difficulty breathing. Ji Yao was startled by her reaction, dropping the bouquet of golden flowers. I'll take you to the hospital. Flustered and regretful, he moved to help her, but Pei Jean was faster. He swiftly swept Jiang Wan into his arms and dashed out of the garden, moving with a speed that left an afterimage. The Bentley sped away like a gust of wind. Jiang Wan was conscious, but too uncomfortable to speak. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctor quickly diagnosed her condition and immediately prescribed 4 other medications. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Wan felt the 4-needle in her right hand and uncontrollably wanted to scratch the itch, but Pei Jean held her wrist firmly. Don't move. Uncomfortable. Jiang Wan groaned with her eyes closed. Most flowers did not trigger her allergies. However, the rare varieties that Ji Yao had arranged were the culprits. One could only wonder if it was a stroke of bad luck for her or Ji Yao. In any case, both were rather unfortunate. Jiang Wan's allergic reaction had been sudden and severe, leading to respiratory distress, which was quite dangerous. It was only now, while receiving treatment, that her condition began to stabilize. Yet the itching persisted. With Pei Jean holding her wrist, she struggled a bit, causing the 4 to bleed. I told you not to move. Pei Jean scolded. Romance comes at a price, you know. Next time, keep your distance from Ji Yao. Jiang Wan shot him a glance, but remained silent. Pei Jean released her hand and opened the topical ointment prescribed by the doctor, applying it to her arms with a cotton swab. The cool ointment alleviated some of the itching, especially on her face and neck, which she could not scratch. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, feeling a sense of relief. I want to resign. I'm done. Dream on. Pei Jean scoffed, his tone brusque, but his actions gentle. When you went to great lengths to get close to me, you should have considered that the timing of your withdrawal is entirely up to me. He squeezed more ointment onto a cotton swab and treated her arms. After finishing, he added, take a break. For as long as you need, all right? Jiang Wan pouted, but did not respond. In her current state, she would not be making any appearances anyway. A break would suffice to achieve her aim. After the 4 treatment, they left the hospital, Jiang Wan pressing on the needle side on her hand. Suddenly, she heard Pei Jean ask, if I hadn't happened to be there, would you have accepted Ji Yao's proposal? Jiang Wan blinked. Accepted what? Ypsilonao is parsut. Rarely did she fall silent, but she did not answer. Her initial intent in approaching Ji Yao had been far from pure. It was a secret unspoken. As events unfolded, Ji Yao had done nothing inappropriate. On the contrary, his repeated support and trust made it difficult for her to ignore her own feelings. Jiang Wan felt that the person she owed the most to was probably Ji Yao. Pei Jean interpreted her silence as agreement. A muscle in his jaw tightened, and a flicker of dangerous emotion crossed his deep-set eyes. An inexplicable surge of feelings surged within him, a sense of possessiveness he had yet to fully recognize. Jiang Wan. Pei Jean bit down hard, enunciating her name as though he intended to consume her whole, his dark pupils reflecting her image, deep and perilous like an ancient well. Yet Jiang Wan did not raise her head, casually replying, "Mr. Pei, you go ahead. I'll wait here for Ji Yao." In her text, Ji Yao was on his way, and upon learning that Jiang Wan had seen a doctor and was fine, he hurriedly washed up, fearing he might have pollen on himself, which delayed him further. Jiang Wan sent a quick reply, and when she looked up again, Pei Jin had already vanished. The luxury Bentley sped away, leaving only the roar of the engine behind. Pei Jin left with a dark expression, exuding an aura of frost that warned others to keep their distance. Jiang Wan touched her nose, withdrawing her gaze. When Ji Yao arrived, he had changed into a different outfit and stood a few steps away, looking pitiful. "Wan Wan, are you feeling better? It's all my fault." Growing increasingly frustrated, Ji Yao slapped himself twice across the face. Jiang Wan approached him, stopping his self-flagellation. "It's fine. It has nothing to do with you. Just use the medication, and it will clear up in a couple of days. Don't worry about it." Ji Yao still felt distressed, a heaviness in his heart. He had intended to surprise Jiang Wan, only to end up sending her to the hospital. Even though Jiang Wan bore him no grudge and even reassured him, Ji Yao felt immense guilt, wishing the red spots had appeared on him instead. "All right, it's nothing," Jiang Wan said with a playful tone. "I haven't looked in the mirror yet. Do I look frightfully ugly right now?" "No, not at all. You look beautiful, truly." Ji Yao's response was sincere and fervent. Jiang Wan lowered her eyelashes, falling silent for a moment before her smile gradually faded. "As for the question you didn't get to ask today, I can provide you with an answer." Ji Yao's heart soared at once, pounding with anticipation and anxiety. He had never before awaited an answer with such eagerness, akin to a prisoner anticipating a verdict. But as he observed Jiang Wan's serious expression, a premonition gripped his heart, causing it to lurch. "Evening, I feel that the timing is not yet ripe. There is no need for you to rush to inform me. We can set this matter aside for now." Ji Yao spoke in a disjointed manner, forcing a smile as he asked, "Can we wait until the next time? I will prepare myself better then, ensuring that such blunders do not recur." Ji Yao." Jiang Wan called his name. Ji Yao fell silent, as if someone had clutched his throat, his expression becoming pitiable, tinged with a hint of pleading. "Please do not say it. I truly do not wish to hear it." Chapter 67. Not worth it. Ji Yao lowered his head in humility, a towering figure now stooping, his radiant smile marred by bitterness. Jiang Wan reached out, gently ruffling Ji Yao's hair, and softly uttered, "I am not as wonderful as you imagine. All that you have done is not worth it." Ji Yao remained silent for an extended period, turning away to avoid her gaze, unwilling for her to see his face. How wretched he felt. He self-deprecatingly chuckled, his heart heavy with sorrow and bitterness. It's all right. I will take you home." Ji Yao spoke softly, holding himself in contempt. If he had any pride, he ought to turn and walk away, leaving behind a dashing silhouette that would make Jiang Wan regret her actions. Yet, he could not bear to do so. Jiang Wan shook her head, saying, "I need to go to the supermarket across the street. You may head back, just drive safely." "Oh." Ji Yao obediently turned and walked away. As he drove through the congested intersection, he felt lost, unsure of his destination. To the company? He lacked the spirit for that. The only option left was to head to a bar. Ji Yao made a call, summoning his rowdy friends to join him for a few drinks. On the other end, a close friend immediately sensed something was amiss and asked, "Ji-san, what's wrong? Did you break up?" "Yes." "No way. Someone actually dumped our Ji-san? It must be that Jiang Wan you mentioned last time, right? You cherish her so much, and she still left you? Cut the nonsense. Just come over and drink with me. No one is allowed to leave until I feel better." "On my way." The friend responded with a smirk, adding suggestively, "Since you've broken up, how about I bring a few pretty girls to cheer you up?" "Get lost." "No." Ji Yao had already reached the bar and hung up. As night fell, the bar came alive with scattered patrons. By the time his friends arrived, Ji Yao was already half drunk, murmuring a name repeatedly. Across the street from the hospital stood a large supermarket, accessible by crossing the road, with the entrance located in a small plaza that required taking an escalator down to the basement level. Jiang Wan intended to purchase a few items, planning to let Aunt Tong carry them up. Although she could not visit Jiangxing constantly, thoughts of him lingered in her heart, prompting her to do something, even if it was merely an act of futile self-soothing. As she crossed the road, Jiang Wan felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. However, upon glancing back, she saw nothing but a variety of passers-by. Was it merely an illusion, or was someone indeed trailing her? She leaned toward the latter, trusting her instincts. Nonchalantly, She withdrew her gaze, soon arriving at the small plaza and taking the escalator into the supermarket. The supermarket was vast, occupying the entire basement level, brightly lit as if it were daytime. Jiang Wan pushed a shopping cart, leisurely browsing. Meanwhile, not far behind a shelf, a man wearing a cap lurked, peering furtively in Jiang Wan's direction multiple times. He then raised his phone and swiftly captured a photograph. "Is it her?" The message was sent successfully. Shortly after, the recipient replied, "Yes, it's her." If someone familiar were present, they might easily recognize this account. It belonged to Kai Lele, the assistant of the A-list star Feng Shunning. The man nodded, just about to reply, when Kai Lele sent another message. Sister Shunning said that if you can help her take revenge, she will be willing to speak with you for a couple of minutes. Just 2 minutes, yet the man regarded it as the greatest favor. His hands trembled with excitement as he replied, "Rest assured, I will make those who bully her pay and deal with anyone she finds displeasing." Kai Lele did not respond further. The man raised his head, revealing unwashed hair beneath the cap, thick black-rimmed glasses that pressed down his nose, chapped lips, and unshaven stubble. He was a seasoned reclusive man and Feng Shunning's most fervent fan. Days prior, Feng Shunning's assistant had vented in a group chat about how Shunning had been bullied, with other fans merely expressing indignation. Only willing to go to any lengths to defend Feng Shunning, sought to see her happy. All others were false fans. He was the one who truly loved her. To prove his devotion, the man privately messaged Kai Lele, subsequently receiving a photograph. The girl in the photo was stunning, dressed in a captivating costume. Yet it mattered not. Those who dared to bully Feng Shunning deserved to die. The man spent several days surveilling from Yuan, following her trail. Finally, today, he seized the opportunity and spotted Jiang Wan. Moreover, she was alone. The man discreetly shifted his bag to the front, where a glass bottle containing a liquid he had painstakingly acquired, sulfuric acid, awaited. He chuckled to himself, appearing quite deranged, causing nearby shoppers to frown and distance themselves from the lunatic. The man was oblivious to their stares as he reached into his bag, gripping the bottle, and hurried towards Jiang Wan. Meanwhile, on the filming set of Feng Shunning, she had just completed a scene with exceptional performance, earning applause from the director and praise from the crew. Sister Shunning is truly remarkable. Watching you act is a delight. Indeed, it is rare to find an actress so dedicated and down-to-earth. Working with Sister Shunning is a privilege. The compliments surged like waves. Feng Shunning smiled gently, her eyes radiating warmth, saying, "You all have worked hard. After we wrap up, I will treat the entire crew to a late-night snack." Wow, Sister Shunning is so generous. "Thank you, Sister Shunning." As she stepped into her trailer, the door closed, and her smile faded instantly. "Where's my coffee? It's cold now. How can I drink it?" Feng Shunning opened the coffee lid and exclaimed angrily, "You need to go buy another." The assistant, Kai Lele, explained apologetically, "There are no coffee shops nearby. It requires a long walk." Before she could finish, Feng Shunning splashed the coffee across Kai Lele's face. Luckily, it was warm rather than hot. Otherwise, her skin would have scalded. Before Feng Shunning could lash out again, Kai Lele hurriedly raised her phone, exclaiming, "Sister Ning, the male fan you asked me to incite has already made a move. Just look." Oh, Feng Shunning was indeed intrigued. Upon learning the method the male fan intended to use against Jiang Wan, she chuckled, her beautiful face adorned with delight and malice. "I hope he succeeds. Do not let me down." Chapter 68. A Self-Inflicted Wound. Feng Shunning finally released her assistant. Satisfied, well done. Kai Lele, mustering courage, cautiously inquired, "Sister Ning, what if this male fan succeeds? About the condition you promised." "What did I promise?" Feng Shunning scoffed, admiring her exquisite nails. "A wretched frog thinks too highly of itself to speak to me. Does he think he is worthy?" Kai Lele dared not retort, merely forcing a smile. This was a typical maneuver of Feng Shunning. If there were those who she found displeasing, she would incite her male admirers to take action. Should the plan succeed, she would reap the benefits. If it failed, she could easily disavow responsibility, claiming that the message had been sent by her assistant and that the assistant had made the contact. What connection did it have to her? Though such tactics were unscrupulous, they bore no cost. For Feng Shunning, this approach had proven consistently effective. Kai Lele felt a deep, gnawing conscience, torn between the knowledge that such actions were utterly wrong and the unbearable reality of needing to placate Feng Shunning. With the latter's influential family background, A single word could render her unable to lift her head again. With her eyes shut, Kai Lele recalled the photo that Fong Shunning had instructed her to send. All she could do was offer her apologies. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Jiang Wan was selecting a lumbar cushion for Aunt Tong, who had been enduring the hardships of hospital life. After choosing the item, as she placed it in her shopping cart, she sensed a deliberate, muted footstep approaching from behind. Unwavering and without hesitation. This was not someone surveilling her. They were not from the Ji family. With a glimmer of reflection off the shelves, Jiang Wan glimpsed a lecherous man reaching for something. Instinctively, she sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick towards him. This was purely a reflexive action. Unfortunately, the vile man was holding a container of sulfuric acid, which he was about to unleash. Jiang Wan's swift kick caught him off guard, and the glass bottle tipped, spilling its contents all over him. The potent acid began to corrode his clothing, emitting hissing white smoke upon contact with his skin. His screams pierced the air, drowning out the music from the store speakers. The commotion immediately drew the attention of nearby customers, who were stunned by the scene. After a few seconds, someone shouted, "Get back! It's sulfuric acid! Oh heavens, what a calamity! Quick, send him to the hospital or call an ambulance." The crowd gasped, witnessing the tragic sight. Amidst the murmurs, a woman stepped forward, pointing and declaring, "What tragedy! This man brought it upon himself. I've been watching him for a long time. He was the one who took out the acid." "What? So that's how it was? I take back my earlier sympathy," she exclaimed. "If anyone doubts it, they can check the surveillance footage. I witnessed it firsthand." The older lady huffed, spitting, "This scoundrel attempted to harm others, and now he suffers the consequences. He deserves it." With understanding of the situation, the crowd's sympathy dissipated. No one rushed to call for an ambulance, and some began taking photos and videos. The woman, hands on her hips, discreetly winked at Jiang Wan when no one was looking. Jiang Wan found the situation amusing. The woman must have seen her kick, yet she remained silent, likely to prevent the onlookers from pointing fingers at her. Though Jiang Wan was not overly concerned about such judgment, the woman had acted with good intentions. Soon, store employees arrived with a stretcher to transport the writhing lecher to the hospital. During this process, the man struggled violently, injuring one of the staff members. After he was taken away, the supermarket manager approached to apologize and reassure the shaken customers, gradually restoring calm. Shoppers resumed their activities, and the traces of the incident were swiftly cleaned up. Jiang Wan pushed her cart aside, reflecting that she had not offended anyone, at least no one who would seek her harm, such as the Zhao family. However, with Zhao Weiwu deceased and Zhao Dalong deranged, the vast real estate assets of the Zhao family had been seized by other powerful figures. The Ji family remained, but Ji Yang and Ji Tingli were still in the stages of testing and suspicion towards her. They would not resort to such lowly tactics against her. Contemplating the possibilities, she considered Xia Tong or Fong Shunning. Regardless of who it was, since they had targeted her, she was determined to respond in kind. Just as Jiang Wan was about to call the supermarket manager, she caught a glimpse of something glimmering beneath the shelf. It was a black phone. Oh, she remembered. It belonged to the lecherous man, having fallen out of his pocket while he was thrashing about. Jiang Wan bent down, carefully picking it up with a tissue. How important a phone could be. It could not hide secrets. She wrapped it securely in tissue and tucked it into her bag. Just as she was about to leave, the earlier woman grasped her arm. The woman, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Young lady, are you all right? That scoundrel was bothering you for quite some time. I intended to warn you, but it was too noisy from afar. You didn't hear me. You must be cautious when out. Always be vigilant and wary of others." It had been many years since Jiang Wan had heard such words. She smiled and nodded, thanking her. Satisfied, the woman departed. Jiang Wan approached the supermarket manager, inquiring whether the police had been notified. Even after transporting the man to the hospital, it was essential for the authorities to investigate his identity and motives. Justice must be served, and he must be apprehended. Before Jiang Wan could elaborate, the staff member who had carried the lecherous man away returned, visibly distressed and marked with scratches. "What happened?" the manager asked. The staff member, looking aggrieved, covered his face and grimaced. "He escaped. Just 3 minutes prior, they had been wheeling the screaming man towards the hospital when, halfway there and before reaching the elevator, he had struggled free from the stretcher and bolted, colliding with an elderly person. Seeing this, the other staff had to make a choice. One stayed to assist the elderly individual while the other chased after the escapee. The large layout of the store proved disadvantageous. Winding through the aisles, the lecherous man vanished from sight. With no other option, the staff returned to report to the manager. The manager's head throbbed with frustration. What a situation this is. Jiang Wan glanced at the manager, stating, "If you don't report it, I will." The manager hurriedly replied, "I'll make the call right now." Jiang Wan nodded. Truth be told, she was not keen on dealing with the authorities at this moment, especially with Shenxiu. She left her contact information with the manager, certain that the lecherous man could not escape justice. If there were any updates, she, as the victim, would need to be informed. After exchanging these words, Jiang Wan departed. After checking out, Jiang Wan carried her shopping bag straight through the aisles and turned a corner. Reaching the elevator, the escalator moved slowly upward, and Jiang Wan soon exited the bustling supermarket. The ground floor was teeming with people, a vivid scene of activity. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a man-made tragedy was about to unfold. In a concealed corner of the underground level, a trembling figure hid the lecherous man. In his frantic escape, he had lost his hat, and his greasy hair hung in disarray, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He gasped for breath, his expression contorted with pain, the sulfuric acid ravaging his skin. His hands, chest, and thighs bore the brunt of the chemical assault. The pain was excruciating, but strangely, amidst the agony, he felt a perverse thrill. The lecherous man staggered forward, familiar with the store's layout, knowing the pathways and the warehouse. With the employees on break, the warehouse was empty, filled with neatly stacked boxes and goods. Without hesitation, he forcefully pried open the door lock and set a fire. The flames began as a small flicker, rapidly evolving into a voracious blaze that consumed everything in its path. This was merely the beginning. With an exuberant smile, he approached the supermarket's distribution box and swung his axe, reducing it to splinters. The lecherous man observed the scene before him, chuckling maniacally. "You're all finished." At 6:21, the bustling supermarket was filled with long lines at the checkout. The promotional announcements echoed repeatedly, and the sampling station was crowded with eager patrons. It was merely an ordinary day, until someone clamped their nose and glanced around. "What is that smell? Is something burning? I can smell it too. What's happening? Is there a fire?" Panic began to ripple through the crowd as they looked around and spotted a large cloud of darkness rolling ominously along the ceiling. How could there be clouds in the underground level? That was clearly thick smoke. Fire! Run! In a frenzy, the crowd abandoned their belongings, screaming in terror as they fled. "Don't push me! Don't step on me! Where's my child? Don't shove! This isn't the way! Where's the elevator? The fire escape? I can't see anything! Mom! Dad! Where are you? Help! Cough, cough! Help, ah!" Jiang Wan placed her newly purchased lumbar cushion in the hospital storage locker and then called Aunt Tong. After a brief conversation, she inquired about Jiang Xing's condition. Aunt Tong replied with a smile. "He's doing well. The doctor says his situation has improved. If Xiao Xing keeps trying, he might wake up one day." Though hope was faint, it was still a piece of good news. After hanging up, Jiang Wan exited the hospital and looked up to see thick smoke billowing from the direction of the supermarket. Had there been a fire? She quickly crossed the street, finding a crowd gathered in the square, all attempting to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. The supermarket's fire safety measures were inadequate. It was a mystery how it had passed inspection, as the external water pump was completely dry. Jiang Wan's keen eyes spotted the supermarket manager, who appeared disheveled. Having rushed out in the immediate chaos, still in shock, she seized his collar and demanded, "Have all the people inside been evacuated? Did they make it out?" "No, none of them." The manager lamented, slapping his thigh in despair on the verge of tears. "Take me to the control room, quickly," dragging the manager along. They hurried to the control room. The monitors displayed a group of trapped individuals huddled in a corner, where flames had not yet reached, but the smoke continued to thicken. "Isn't there a passageway over there? Why isn't the door opened?" Jiang Wan pointed at the map on the wall, nearly fainting with frustration. "Don't tell me that door is fake." No, it's real," the manager replied, his face drawn. "But the power control system has been sabotaged and is malfunctioning. It can't be opened remotely and must be operated manually. I want to save them too," he continued, his face filled with anguish. "But the fire is too fierce. No one dares go near. We can only wait for the fire department." Jiang Wan fell silent. The reality was grim. Everyone was trapped in one spot, with a gate that could lead to safety, but it could not rise due to the damage control system. The route to unlock the gate was engulfed in flames, rendering it impassable. "I can get through," Jiang Wan asserted. In astonishment, The manager watched as Jiang Wan calmly declared, "You must have gas masks, right? Bring them." 10 seconds later, Jiang Wan emerged from the control room, charging alone towards the searing inferno. Meanwhile, in a raucous bar filled with revelry, Ji Yao, his eyes glazed with intoxication, felt a profound sorrow that even alcohol could not dispel. His close friend patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "So what if it's over? There is always someone else. Let's not be sad." Ji Yao merely smirked, unable to absorb a single word. "Come on, it's just a breakup. The best remedy for heartbreak is to start anew." Another friend chimed in, pointing at a beautiful dancer on stage. "What do you think of that stunner up there? Interested?" Ji Yao glanced at her, but his heart and mind were consumed by thoughts of Jiang Wan, leaving no room for anyone else. His friend scoffed, "You're beyond help." Just then someone shouted an alarm, standing abruptly with their phone. "Oh my God, there's a fire at the Jintai building, and dozens of people are trapped." "When did this happen?" "Just now. Someone is live streaming from a scene." "Look." The wealthy youth handed his phone to Ji Yao. Ji Yao caught a glimpse and, through the live stream, saw Jiang Wan. Though it was just a fleeting profile, he recognized her instantly. "What the hell? Ji-san, are you crazy? Where are you going?" Ji Yao dashed out of the bar. At this moment, only 3 minutes had passed since the fire began. The supermarket was overcrowded, and due to the chaos and power outage, the trapped individuals could not see the exit, having missed the critical escape window. Rescue efforts outside were indeed challenging. As a manager had said, if they followed the standard route, they would not make it. However, there was still one area that remained unscathed by the flames. Jiang Wan climbed onto the edge of the escalator and leaped. Chapter 70. Ji Yao, are you insane? Don't throw your life away. Seeing this, the supermarket manager in the control room was utterly horrified. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Wan landed firmly. Drawing upon her memory, she swiftly located the gate. She quickly smashed the chains locking it, then began to pull the heavy doors apart with her bare hands. The gate was cumbersome, as if rusted shut, making it difficult to budge. Meanwhile, those trapped within heard the commotion and thought help had finally arrived, crying out in desperation. They were on one side of the gate, and Jiang Wan was on the other, separated by a barrier that hindered their escape. Coughing from the smoke, Jiang Wan shouted, "Push towards me." Quickly, fueled by hope, the crowd, trapped in despair, summoned their strength and began to rise, gritting their teeth to push the door. 1, 2, 3, push. A burly man led the charge, and soon the rusty gate creaked open just enough for a hand's width. "We're saved. We're saved. Again. Everyone, give it your all, continue. 1, 2, 3, push." The gap widened to allow one person through. No one rushed to escape. They instinctively prioritized the elderly and children, urging, "You go first. We'll push again, and everyone can get out." 6 children were sent through the opening, along with 4 elderly individuals and a pregnant woman. Jiang Wan, still pulling at the gate, instructed the others, "There's a pile of gas masks on the ground. Put them on." "Okay." The children and elderly hurriedly donned the masks, with the pregnant woman assisting them. Soon, with a loud creak, the heavy gate swung fully open. Overjoyed, the crowd wept with relief. "Follow me. This way. Stay together," Jiang Wan called out, leading the way. A throng of people followed closely behind, helping those who faltered along the way, even if they were strangers. Having memorized the route while in the control room, Jiang Wan guided the group back to the surface through an alternative path. It could only be said that despite the supermarket's failure in fire safety inspections, it had not completely forsaken humanity, as at least one proper escape route had been preserved. An exit, finally safe on the ground. Tears flowed freely among the crowd, their hearts entangled with lingering dread and the relief of having escaped with their lives. Laughter mingled with sobs as some reassured their families, while others collapsed in exhaustion. Once they regained their composure, a crucial thought struck them. Where was the little girl who had led them to safety? Jiang Wan had already vanished into the distance. Her throat felt raw, her face covered in grime. Upon passing a shop, she stepped inside to buy 2 bottles of water, only to notice a flurry of missed calls from Ji Yao on her phone. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Just as she was about to return his call, her phone rang again. This time, it was Ji Yao. Without hesitation, she answered, but before she could speak, she heard his hoarse voice, choked with desperation. "Wan Wan, where are you? Where are you?" Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Her eyelids fluttered, and she replied, "Ji Yao, where are you?" "I'm in this supermarket." "Wan Wan, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. I'm coming to save you." His voice, thick with tears and nasal tones, trembled with emotion. But I've searched for so long, and I can't find you. Why am I so useless? Jiang Wan's heart ached, as if pricked by a sharp object. She longed to admonish him for his foolishness, yet this same fool had risked everything for her. Regaining her composure, she urged, Ji Yao, describe your surroundings. Find a safe place with less fire and smoke, and wait for me. Choking on smoke, Ji Yao's tears flowed freely. Hearing her words, he finally grasped that Jiang Wan was not inside. In that moment, he felt a flicker of joy. I don't know where I am. It's too dark to see anything. And, cough, I can barely hold on, Wan Wan. As long as you're okay, don't worry about me. He attempted to say more, but his phone died abruptly. Ji Yao could only manage a bitter smile. Even in his dire state, fate denied him the opportunity to finish his thoughts. The call was suddenly cut off. When Jiang Wan tried to call back, the line was dead. She surmised that Ji Yao must have rushed in through the front entrance, causing their paths to diverge. Taking a deep breath, she approached the most perilous entrance, ready to charge inside when suddenly, someone grasped her arm. Turning around, she was astonished to find Chen Yinling. Goodness, what are you doing going back in there? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Yinling was visibly shaken. News of the fire had gone viral. In her bar, several waitstaff were discussing the incident. She had glimpsed the chaotic footage circulating online, where Jiang Wan was clearly present. No one understood Jiang Wan better than her. It was evident that she would never stand by idly. She would charge in to save others, just as her father, Jiang Weimin, a war correspondent, had once recklessly rushed into a battlefield to rescue a bewildered child. In this regard, the father and daughter shared an unbreakable bond. However, unlike Jiang Weimin's benevolence, Jiang Wan possessed a sharper edge, more vengeful, and an unwavering sense of right and wrong. Chen Yinling grasped Jiang Wan's shoulders firmly. You can't take any more risks. Come with me. No. Jiang Wan licked her cracked lips. Ji Yao is still inside. Isn't that even better? Chen Yinling whispered, her voice laced with anger. The Ji family has a long history of wrongdoing, their hands stained with blood. Don't you want revenge? Let Ji Yao perish in there. It would be a blessing. It has nothing to do with us. A double victory. This opportunity may never come again, Jiang Wan. Don't be foolish. Her words held weight. Yet Jiang Wan gradually pried Chen Yinling's hand away. He went in for me. I cannot abandon him. It would torment my conscience. Had Ji Yao been like the rest of his family, Jiang Wan might have felt little guilt. But he was different. He was such a fool. Chen Yinling gritted her teeth and insisted. Even so, you don't have to rush in yourself. Look over there. The fire truck has arrived. Can't we let them rescue him? It's too late. With that, Jiang Wan donned a gas mask, and without a hint of hesitation, she plunged into the inferno. The entire building was in chaos. People fleeing in all directions. Yet Jiang Wan charged bravely into the most dangerous area. The closer she got, the more unbearable the heat became. The air shimmered with sweltering waves. As she ran, she pondered the throngs of panicked individuals escaping. Did Ji Yao not regret his decision to rush in? The answer was likely no. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trapped inside. Meanwhile, Ji Yao struggled to open his eyes against the thick smoke. His mind clouded with a singular thought. He was going to die here. Chapter 71. Being loved by her is a fortune beyond measure. It is often said that just before consciousness fades, one glimpses their past life like a revolving lantern, reflecting on their existence. As Ji Yao contemplated, his memories were filled with nothing but fleeting pleasures, leaving little else behind. A life akin to a game, vibrant yet hollow. In retrospect, it felt utterly devoid of meaning. Ji Yao smiled bitterly, then his thoughts turned to Jiang Wan. She was the first person he truly desired to hold on to, yet she remained just out of reach. Perhaps this was his punishment for his past frivolity and infidelity. Choked by smoke, Ji Yao coughed repeatedly, his vision blurring further. He even imagined he heard someone calling his name, an illusion, yet it resembled Jiang Wan's voice. He hugged himself tightly, feeling a wave of helplessness. The flames were drawing ever closer, and the thought of being consumed by fire sent him reeling. Gathering what little strength he had left, he attempted to rise and retreat. But as soon as he stood, the world spun violently. He could no longer endure. Ji Yao collapsed backward, only to be caught by a pair of strong, gentle hands. In an instant, a gas mask was secured onto his face. Ji Yao froze, instinctively looking back to see Jiang Wan. His pupils dilated, bursting forth with shock, joy, and concern. His heart swelled with a painful mixture of emotions. It was Jiang Wan. She had recklessly come to find him. How perilous this was. Tears welled in Ji Yao's eyes, fueled by an unexplainable strength as he pulled Jiang Wan into an embrace. She let out a small gasp, then chuckled, a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "Let's talk outside, you fool." Only then did Ji Yao realize the gravity of their situation. He nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Jiang Wan led him back along the path they had come. But just then, the supermarket reached a critical point of combustion. With a deafening explosion, flames surged forth, and shells collapsed under the force of the blast, blocking their escape route. "We can't get out this way," Ji Yao murmured. "Then we'll find another way." Jiang Wan's expression remained steady, her voice calm and collected. Ji Yao, instinctively glancing at her, was struck by the serene lines of her profile and the delicate curve of her neck. She remained unflinching, embodying a resolute strength that refused to bend under pressure. She was dazzling and sharp, yet so endearing. When his friends consoled him, they often said, "It is her fortune that you like her." No, it was not that. To be loved by her was a blessing beyond measure. Ji Yao momentarily lost himself in thought, only to notice something falling from above. "Watch out!" Ypsilonao instinctively pushed Jiang Wan aside. With a thunderous roar, dust erupted around them. An advertising sign had plummeted, striking Ji Yao. He collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath the sign. Ypsilonao. Jiang Wan gently patted Ji Yao's face and felt his pulse. Thankfully, it was faint yet still beating. She could only be grateful that the light board had fallen flat rather than from sharp angle. Injuries were inevitable, but fortunately, his life was not in jeopardy. However, if they remained trapped, both of them would meet their end here. Jiang Wan forcefully removed the light board from Ji Yao's leg and conducted a brief examination of his injuries. It appeared his right leg was fractured. Ji Yao slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Wan Wan, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about me. I can't walk anymore." Jiang Wan remained silent. Turning her back to Ji Yao, she crouched down and commanded, "Get on my back, quickly." Ji Yao was taken aback. "What? You want to carry me?" "No way." Without allowing him to refuse, Jiang Wan had already hoisted him onto her back. As she stood, her steps wobbled momentarily but quickly steadied. Ji Yao lay rigidly against her, feeling both pained and embarrassed. He was a man. How could he allow this? Ji Yao felt like a fool, torn between concern and a strange sense of delight. At that moment, Jiang Wan discovered a new exit, specifically a climbing point. If they could ascend just 1.5 stories, they would reach the surface and escape. "There's a ladder over there," Ji Yao pointed out, his keen eyes spotting a ladder likely left behind by staff during a poster change. Jiang Wan, carrying Ji Yao, climbed to the top of the ladder, yet the height was still insufficient. "Let me down. Step on my shoulders to reach up," Ji Yao urged. "But what about you?" Jiang Wan remained unmoved, clearly refusing his suggestion. Ji Yao couldn't help but chuckle as he nuzzled Jiang Wan's neck, his voice hoarse. "I'm truly happy that you are willing to share life and death with me. When I rushed in earlier, I didn't think at all. I just knew you wanted to save others, and I wanted to save you. I have no regrets, though I do feel a bit disappointed. After chasing you for so long, we've only held hands, and I haven't even received a kiss. How pitiful I am." In addition to these heartfelt confessions, he had one final wish. Ji Yao leaned close to Jiang Wan and asked with a smile, "So, can I have a kiss?" "Kiss you? Look over there." Jiang Wan playfully tugged at his belt, tying them together and gesturing toward a portion of the poster that had fallen into the air. "Shall we take a gamble? Let's see if we can use it to climb up or if we'll fall straight down. It's all a matter of luck." Ji Yao assessed the distance and felt it was rather risky. However, now that he was bound to Jiang Wan, any thoughts of abandoning him would go ignored. "Then let us gamble. If we fall, I'll be your cushion," he resolved, preparing himself. Jiang Wan took a deep breath and then, with a powerful thrust from the ladder, leapt into the air. The ladder toppled over, and in an instant, both their bodies soared, catching hold of the hanging poster above them. Thank heavens for the poster's durability. Jiang Wan adeptly swung herself upwards and successfully grasped the railing above, and they both managed to return to the ground safely. Jiang Wan untied the belt and sat down, panting from exhaustion, drenched in sweat. Just then, a crowd of footsteps rushed in. The fire department had arrived, along with inspectors and members of the Ji family. Chapter 72. Who would you share life and death with? The inspectors had mobilized, and their leader, Shun Siyu, was present. To Jiang Wan's surprise, among the Ji family's entourage, There was not only a group of bodyguards, but also Ji Tingli. Those two towering figures emerged against the light, exuding an overwhelming aura that was both commanding and intimidating. Amidst her headache, Jiang Wan couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You two pretentious fools, how can you be so insufferable?" The Ji family subordinates quickly rushed to Ji Yao's side. The pampered third young master was in dire straits, with a broken leg and numerous injuries from the impact, which looked quite alarming. Ji Yao looked up and was surprised to see Ji Tingli approaching in silhouette. "Elder brother, why are you here?" Ji Tingli cast him a glance and casually replied, "Your friends said you went mad. I had to come see for myself." Ji Yao's reckless behavior at the bar had terrified his companions, prompting them to alert the Ji family. "Now that your leg is broken, it's just as well. You 1T have to face our father's wrath." As Ji Tingli spoke, he signaled the bodyguards to lift Ji Yao onto a stretcher. "Until you recover, you'll stay put in the hospital." Hey, brother. I don't want to go to the hospital. I still need to." Ji Yao instinctively reached for Jiang Wan, unwilling to be separated from her. However, Shen Siyu subtly blocked him, and thus, Ji Yao was carried away, unable to resist. Ji Tingli then turned to Jiang Wan, extending his long, clean hand. "Miss Jiang, are you all right? May I assist you?" Jiang Wan, overwhelmed with fatigue, remained seated on the ground. Although she was uninjured, she looked disheveled, similar to someone who had just come from a coal mine. Her dirty face cleverly masked any fleeting expressions of distaste and disdain. "No, thank you," she replied, her voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "All right, I apologize for my presumption." Ji Tingli, ever the gentleman, retracted his hand, his handsome visage undeniably captivating. It almost felt like denying his offer was a fault on her part. However, Jiang Wan was entirely immune to such charms. Her restraint from physically harming him was already a testament to her composure. Ji Tingli did not linger long, as Ji Yao was still in the vehicle and needed to be transported to the hospital. Yet before departing, he paused and glanced at Shen Siyu. "Inspector Shen, a pleasure to meet you." "Not at all. It's hardly a pleasure. Given the current situation, we have much to attend to, including a mountain of reports to write later," Shen Siyu replied dismissively. Though his words were jestful, they also conveyed his refusal of Ji Tingli's overture. "Thank you for your hard work," Ji Tingli remarked before leading his entourage away. Meanwhile, the fire department surrounded the building, extinguishing the flames from all directions with swift and efficient movements, quickly gaining control of the situation. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This was the best news of all. Jiang Wan wobbled as she stood up, and a bottle of water was offered to her, already opened. She hesitated before declining. Shen Siyu teased, "What? Afraid I might poison it? Should I take a sip first?" Jiang Wan seized it from him and drank deeply, quenching her thirst. Next, a damp pink towel was presented to her. "Wipe your face. You're covered in dirt," Shen Siyu joked. "I had someone buy this from a nearby shop, if you don't mind." Before he could finish, his hand was empty. Jiang Wan wiped her face and hands, turning the once pink towel a grimy gray. "Thank you," she said, handing it back with ease. Shen Siyu shook his head, chuckling in resignation. "All right, it's mine now." He didn't seem to mind, genuinely pocketing the soiled towel, while joking, "I'll use it to bathe my cat later." Jiang Wan chose not to respond. With the situation resolved, she had no intention of lingering. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, preparing to leave, when suddenly she remembered her small bag was missing. She must have left it in the control room before rushing to save others. She needed to retrieve it, especially since it contained not only her belongings, but also the phone of that lecherous man. This unexpected fire might very well be connected to him. Jiang Wan hastily headed towards the control room, with Shen Siyu following closely behind, claiming concern for her safety in case she staged another life-and-death drama. Jiang Wan sighed silently. Shen Siyu raised an eyebrow. "Is what I said incorrect?" Jiang Wan had no retort. Upon first encountering this individual, the Inspector General appeared rather frivolous, persistently fixating on her and engaging in a cacophony of nonsensical chatter. Beyond mere probing, there was an air of surveillance. Following their previous incident, familiarity had bred a certain awareness in Jiang Wan. She soon discerned that this person was, in fact, exceedingly irreverent, possessing a sharp tongue and a penchant for incessant prattle. A rather delightful character, albeit one whose loquacity was rather regrettable. Jiang Wan chuckled softly, retorting, "Rest assured, should you find yourself ensnared within, I would endeavor to liberate you as well." "Is that so?" Shen Siyu replied, invigorated, gesturing towards the charred remnants of the basement, exclaiming, "Then I might as well leap down." Jiang Wan simply responded with silence. Upon reaching the control room, her bag was indeed still there. Fortunately, the location was on the ground floor, preventing the flames from spreading further, or the situation could have spiraled into chaos. As Jiang Wan exited the building with her bag, she found herself turned away by 2 taxis due to her filthy appearance. Shen Siyu could not suppress a laugh at the sight. When Jiang Wan shot him a frosty glance, he cleared his throat and opened the door of his black SUV, smiling. "Hop in, little cat. I don't mind your state." With a huff, Jiang Wan climbed into his vehicle, relieved to see that the bloodstains from that night had been thoroughly cleaned. Remembering the matter, she inquired, "Is your wound still painful?" "It hurts," Shen Siyu feigned agony, "but I must endure it in public. What if others notice? Especially after encountering Ji Tingley just now." He added, "By the way, I haven't changed the dressing today. Would you assist me, Dr. Jiang?" Jiang Wan retorted, "Dr. Jiang is quite busy, and I have no time for such things. You'll have to manage it yourself." Shen Siyu sighed. No wonder the doctor-patient relationship is so strained. Jiang Wan stifled a laugh as they arrived at the alley. She exited the car, waving goodbye to Shen Siyu over her shoulder. Upon returning home, Jiang Wan's first order of business was to take a long, cleansing bath, scrubbing for nearly 2 hours until her skin flushed red, ensuring every speck of soot was eradicated. After drying her hair, she retrieved her phone, wrapped in paper towels, belonging to that lecherous man. With a grimace of distaste, she discovered, as expected, that it was password protected. However, this posed no challenge for her. Jiang Wan powered on her computer and, employing a rather straightforward hacking method, unlocked the screen. The wallpaper displayed none other than Fong shunning. Delving into the Lecher's photo album, she found it filled with images of Fong shunning, ranging from event snapshots to candid shots from filming, alongside meticulously edited glamour shots. Navigating to the chat application, Jiang Wan quickly stumbled upon messages pertinent to herself. After organizing the information, the narrative became clear. It began with Fong Shunning's assistant, Kai Lele, who theatrically lamented in a large group chat, which caught the attention of a certain Zhao Chuanmong, who then initiated private communication with Kai Lele. He sent a photo of Jiang Wan, claiming, "This is the person who displeased Sister Shunning." This Zhao Chuanmong, jobless, without family, and possessing a volatile personality, harbored an intense infatuation for Fong shunning. Upon hearing that she had been wronged, he became fervently passionate, envisioning himself as the gallant knight destined to rescue his goddess. Kai Lele even promised that if Fong shunning was pleased, she would connect with him for a brief conversation. Zhao Chuanmong was elated. Unbeknownst to him, he had procured a high concentration of sulfuric acid and was lying in wait outside Li Garden for an opportunity to act. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. The world is indeed rife with revolting individuals. At present, the lecherous man's whereabouts remained unknown, but the inspectorate had initiated a manhunt. It was only a matter of time before he was apprehended. As for Fong shunning, she deserved a grand gesture in return. After all, one must honor the earnest intentions of a lady of her stature. Jiang Wan, known for her penchant for revenge, favored straightforward and brutal methods. No convoluted schemes, no tricks. She would strike where it hurt the most. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, generating lines of code incomprehensible to others. Soon, a small message appeared on the screen. Cracking. Completion 20. 60. 99. The hack was successful. With a slight movement, Jiang Wan pressed the enter key. At 9:30 that evening, Fong shunning was still on set, basking in her status as the lead, with the entire crew at her beck and call. Not a single soul dared to cross her. Raise the reflector a bit higher. The last shot was subpar. Let us do it again, the assistant director bellowed, prompting the crew to scramble to adjust. With the camera focused on her, Fong shunning smiled, exuding grace and poise. Having risen to stardom within 2 years, she was acclaimed for her acting prowess and lauded for her character. Her beauty was undeniable, presenting a visage that seldom revealed any flaws. Even under the scrutinizing gaze of the camera. Before shooting commenced, the director jested, "Listen up, everyone. Shunning has promised to treat us all to supper. It's like we've all been invigorated. Ha ha ha. Who would want to celebrate our lovely Shunning's kindness and humility?" The crew erupted in laughter. The atmosphere delightful and harmonious. Yet, not everyone shared in the mirth. In a corner of the set stood another actress, clad in costume, her eyes rimmed with red, bearing the marks of a slap upon her once beautiful face, now swollen and bruised. This was the result of a scene with Feng shunning, where, despite following the script, Feng had struck her too forcefully, justifying it as a pursuit of realism. After wrapping the scene, all praised Feng shunning's dedication to her craft, ignoring the plight of a background character, even though she was the second female lead. On the day of the opening ceremony, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently offended Feng shunning, leading to her scenes being ruthlessly edited. Once on set, she faced invisible bullying from everyone. Meng Lan, feeling increasingly aggrieved, shed tears, which only heightened her discomfort. It was no wonder that ambition drove so many to climb the social ladder. She too wished to ascend. Just as Meng Lan wiped her tears, her phone lit up with a message. Do you wish to rise? As the final scene of the day wrapped, the crew cheered, invigorated after a long day's work. The assistant director clapped his hands, urging everyone to pack up, reminding them to check the equipment thoroughly. Let's get to it. They chorused, beginning to dismantle the temporary set. After changing out of her costume, Feng shunning retreated to her trailer. Kai Lele timidly offered her a cup of coffee, whispering, Sister Ning, it's hot. Please give it a try. Feng shunning took a sip and promptly spat it out, scolding, you didn't put any sugar in it. Do you wish to poison me? But you said not to add sugar. Dare you retort? You incompetent fool. You can't even manage something this simple. What use are you to me? Feng shunning slammed the coffee down before inquiring, what progress has been made regarding that wretched man who threw sulfuric acid? Has Jiang Wan been disfigured? Kai Lele hesitated. It seems she hasn't What do you mean seems? That Zhao Chuanmong hasn't been in contact. I have no idea how far he has gone. However, he definitely hasn't succeeded. Kai Lele trembled as she recounted the fire incident at the building. While not the crux of the matter, Feng shunning cared little for others' fates. The rescue footage had gone viral, garnering immense attention. In that video, Kai Lele spotted Jiang Wan. According to the timeline, the events unfolded after Zhao Chuanmong's actions, yet Jiang Wan remained unscathed. Clearly, Zhao Chuanmong's plan to douse her with sulfuric acid had failed. Useless wretch. Feng shunning, in a fit of rage, splashed her coffee across Kai Lele's face. Kai Lele let out a pained scream, scalded by the liquid. Silence. Feng shunning retaliated with a swift slap. Kai Lele sobbed quietly, her face burning with agony. Unable to deal with even a mere actress, must I personally send someone to handle this? Feng shunning sneered, her beautiful visage twisted with malice and fury. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the RV. It was Meng Lan. What did she want? Feng shunning leaned back in her leather seat and gestured to Kai Lele. Lowering her head, Kai Lele opened the door. Meng Lan entered, surprised by the sight of Kai Lele drenched in coffee, even her face smeared with it. Did you spill your cup again? Kai lao notet embazat. Meng Lan sighed, remarking on her frequent mishaps. Go wash your face. I need to speak with shunning. Kai Lele dared not linger. Only when Feng shunning transformed into her gentle, benevolent star persona did Kai Lele feel relieved to leave the RV. Sister shunning. Your vehicle is truly magnificent, spacious and bright. Oh, there's even a camera over there. Meng Lan climbed aboard, naively surveying the interior. Unsurprisingly, she was met with Feng shunning's disdain. What brings you here? Are you not satisfied with the slap you received this afternoon? Noticing that no other crew members followed Meng Lan inside, Feng shunning dropped her facade. Meng Lan took a deep breath, recalling the messages that had just popped up on her phone. She bravely met Feng shunning's gaze, inquiring loudly, were those slanderous rumors about me orchestrated by you? Chapter 74. Tear off her mask. Meng Lan had been in this industry for many years, having faced exclusion from her company for resisting certain unspoken rules. Each role she secured was a battle fought fiercely. Yet, she was still accused of being easily replaceable. After finally landing the role of the second female lead, she faced bullying and exclusion from Feng shunning, coupled with malicious rumors spreading about her. Until recently, she had been unaware of Feng shunning's involvement. After witnessing some inappropriate content, she could no longer hold back, confronting Feng shunning. I regarded you as a senior and treated you with respect. Why you treat me this way? Feng shunning chuckled derisively, her gaze mocking as if observing a jester, especially when the jester questioned her motives. I detest it when someone wears the same outfit as I do. Who do you think you are to match my style? Is that truly your reason? Meng Lan was incredulous. How could anyone be so unreasonable? On the day of the launch ceremony, Their costumes had been predetermined by the production team. It was not her intention to mimic Feng shunning. You target me over such trivial matters? Meng Wan's agitation grew. You are arrogant and self-righteous. You are hypocritical and malicious, presenting one facade to the world while concealing another. If your fans knew your true nature. A resounding slap echoed as Meng Lan's face was turned aside, her already swollen cheek now marred by 5 vivid finger marks. The contrast was striking. Who do you think you are to reprimand me? Feng shunning remarked coldly. Have some self-awareness. Even if I strike you, who would know? Even if you speak out, no one would believe you. Conversely, if I raise a finger, countless fans will rally to my defense. Though those fans were as foolish as you, they proved useful in critical moments. Feng shunning reveled in her triumph. Indeed, no one would believe otherwise. After all, her image was meticulously crafted. Meng Lan ingan deeply, unet pesti. She found herself calm. Miss Feng, you are set to attend a major award ceremony tomorrow, correct? I hear you have received a nomination and may win. What? Are you envious? You have no reason to be. Feng shunning dismissed her with a wave, commanding, get out. Meng Lan nodded, turning to exit the RV. But before the door closed, Feng shunning distinctly saw her smile and formed the words, you are finished. Feng shunning's heart sank, nearly shaken by those words. How pretentious. Clearly, the lesson had not been sufficient. Feng shunning coldly chuckled, then turned to make a phone call. The second female lead in my film is unsuitable. Replace her, or I will withdraw. Without waiting for a response, she hung up. There was no need to ponder whether the investors would agree. They certainly would. She awaited Meng Lan's tearful pleas for her return, ready to savor her humiliation. Feng shunning couldn't suppress her laughter, leisurely opening the vehicle's mini-fridge for a drink. Just as she was about to indulge, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the camera within the RV. This camera had been arranged by her company for personal documentation and short film recordings intended for online sharing to showcase her hard work. However, at this moment, it seemed to have been activated, the small red light glowing ominously. Frowning, Feng shunning rushed to seize the camera, only to discover it was indeed recording. She attempted to shut it off, but nothing worked. This was utterly absurd. In a fit of rage, Feng shunning smashed the device onto the ground, shattering its screen. Subsequently, she exited the RV, addressing the busy crew members. Is it nearly time? Let's go. I'll treat you all to a late-night snack to reward your hard work. Typically, at this hour, the crew would eagerly respond, showering her with praise. Feng shunning thrived on their adoration. Yet this time was different. Before her stood crew members. Frozen as if under a spell, their bodies rigid, they stood in unison, expressions a kaleidoscope of disbelief, their gazes fixed on her, conveying only one message, sheer shock. What was wrong with these people? Feng shunning felt her displeasure rise, but maintained a friendly demeanor, inquiring about the director and assistant director. Before she could finish, Feng shunning's attention was drawn to an electronic screen nearby. The screen was live-streaming the scene, the camera firmly focused on her face. A corner displayed a replay of her recent actions, splashing coffee on her assistant, berating fans, instigating an attack on Jiang Wan, striking a fellow actress, and her impressive display of emotional manipulation, all broadcast live. The barrage of comments on the stream was relentless, scrolling rapidly, nearly blurring her vision. Feng shunning felt dizzy, her mind blank, her body swaying. Who did this? Feng shunning felt her carefully maintained facade shatter, exposed in the most humiliating manner before all. An overwhelming surge of rage flooded her mind. Just then, Kai Lele returned, freshly washed, only to be met with Feng shunning's furious slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Was it you? Did you do this? Kai Lele was utterly bewildered, clueless as to the unfolding chaos. Feng shunning seized a nearby crew member, her face contorted with fury. Where's the camera? Turn it off! Turn it off! It was impossible to shut it down. Every surveillance camera above had transformed into a live stream, broadcasting her disgraceful actions across every electronic display in the city. Even the largest electronic screen at Times Square in Yundu was broadcasting the same content. Simultaneously, Feng shunning's friends, rivals, fans, and countless passers-by all were watching. Chapter 75. Stop laughing, I'm scared. Feng shunning forced a smile, her expression stiff. I was just auditioning for a script. That's my character for the next project. Just fooling around. Fooling around. So you splashed scalding coffee on your assistant's face? You certainly have a unique way of having fun. The barrage of comments streaming across the live broadcast quickly aligned into a chorus. You're making it up, keep going. You're making it up, keep going. The weekend night was bustling, and those who hadn't indulged in gossip for a long time were jumping with excitement, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Perhaps Fong Shunning herself was unaware of when the live stream had commenced, therefore, still clinging to a hope of salvaging the situation. She tugged at Kai Lele on the ground, gritting her teeth. You have to say something. I'm just joking around, right? Kai Lele was terrified and burst into tears. She clung to Fong Shunning's leg, crying out, Sister Ning, please let me go. I just want to live. Why is it so difficult? Enduring insults and labor, despite everything. Fong Shunning only escalated her antics. Today it was scalding coffee. What about tomorrow? Kai Lele was genuinely frightened. But having signed a contract when she applied for the assistant position, leaving would cost her an exorbitant penalty. She couldn't afford such a sum. You, Fong Shunning nearly swore. I asked you to explain a few things. Why are you crying? Kai Lele was utterly useless. Fong Shunning could only turn to the crew members on set, forcing a smile and speaking softly. You've known me for so long. You know my character. I'm definitely not that kind of person, right? Yes, yes. The props team's young man was nearly in tears. Sister, please stop smiling. It's terrifying. Others whom Fong Shunning's gaze swept over also recoiled in fear. The current state of Fong Shunning was simply too frightening. Straining to maintain her forced smile, her meticulously applied makeup was smeared, her foundation patchy, and her eyes bulging. She resembled a witch ready to devour children. You. Fong Shunning pointed at the faces around her, her vision blurring with rage, her ears buzzing. Yet the live stream continued. The footage updated, seemingly in response to Fong Shunning's earlier claim of just fooling around. This time, segments of video emerged. Some depicted Fong Shunning using her status to suppress newcomers. Others showcased her previous assaults on her assistant, and there were instances of her inciting extreme fans. For instance, suggesting acid attacks. 3 months ago, a highly coveted endorsement was snatched away from Fong Shunning, prompting her to incite her fans to retaliate against her rival. The opponent, a well-established actress named Guang Huixin, was assaulted with an unidentified liquid on the day she secured the endorsement, resulting in a loss of vision in her left eye and severe facial disfigurement. Unable to cope with the aftermath, she attempted suicide multiple times. This incident had garnered much attention, but for outsiders, it was merely a fleeting moment of sympathy. However, for the victim, it was a lifelong burden. At that moment, in a rehabilitation center's ward on the outskirts, Guang Huixin sat by the window, gazing vacantly at the moon. Since the incident, her career had been obliterated, and she had suffered tremendous psychological trauma, nearly losing all hope. Were it not for her parents repeatedly pulling her back from a brink, she would have long given up. Guang Huixin stared at her reflection in the glass, repulsed by her appearance. She screamed, bending over and clutching her head, then painfully retrieving a shard of a vase hidden beneath her bed. As the sharp fragment sliced into her skin once more, the ward door swung open, and her parents entered, carrying bags of fruit, only to witness the harrowing scene. Desperation, tears, and a tight embrace ensued. Please don't do this, my child. If anything happens to you, your father and I wouldn't want to live anymore. Mom. Guang Huixin's face contorted in anguish and struggle. Suddenly, the ward door burst open again, and 2 night shift nurses rushed in, holding a phone, exclaiming, Quick, look at this live stream. The camera zoomed in on Fong Shunning. It appeared to be a surveillance feed, regardless of its origin. The lens accurately captured Fong Shunning conversing with her fans. Incitement, provocation, and ultimately a suggestion led to the subsequent events. Guang Huixin's hands trembled. Over an endorsement? While she had indeed fought for it, the final decision rested with the brand. If that constituted theft, then Fong Shunning had stolen her resources in abundance. Guang Huixin's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, wishing she could leap through the screen to strangle Fong Shunning. It was this revelation that quelled her suicidal thoughts. I will fight her to the bitter end. Standing on set, Fong Shunning's complexion turned ashen. The gazes of those around her were filled with a mixture of shock and deep-seated aversion. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands watching the live stream, with comments flying by. What the hell, this is too malicious. What was I thinking, supporting such a person? Now that I see her again, her entire demeanor has changed. Hold me tight, I'm scared. Among them, Some of Fong Shunning's fans desperately attempted to defend her, claiming that someone was intentionally targeting Fong Shunning and that the released footage was edited to malign her. Those fans were met with overwhelming backlash, utterly defenseless. Soon, this sudden and seemingly untraceable live stream was abruptly shut down. Yet the ensuing fervor only escalated, igniting a wildfire across the internet. Even more rapidly, Guang Huixin stepped forward to confront the issue. Many friends from both within and outside the industry rallied in support of Guang Huixin. In less than 5 minutes, a trending topic with the explosive headline, Fong Shunning's Fall from Grace, soared to the top of the charts. The highest building in Yundu housed the Pei Group. At this moment, the lights in the president's office on the top floor were still aglow. Pei Jin reclined on the sofa by the window, massaging his aching temples with one hand. Assistant Lin handed him a glass of warm water and prepared painkillers, cautiously stating, "President Pei, is your headache acting up again? Take some medicine. Every little bit helps." Pei Jin shot him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "Miss Fong is in trouble." Assistant Lin presented a tablet, where the consolidated information was clear at a glance. "President, around 9 o'clock tonight. The surveillance at the filming site and the cameras in her car were hacked. The hacker was highly skilled, even synchronizing the broadcast across all electronic screens in the city. Additionally, some of Miss Fong's past actions have been unearthed." Assistant Lin shuddered at the thought. He had interacted with Fong Shunning numerous times and never imagined the depths of her unworthiness. Clearing his throat, Assistant Lin continued, "Currently, Miss Fong has been calling me repeatedly, seeking your assistance." Chapter 76. Aren't you going to comfort me? Fong Shunning indeed wished to contact Pei Jin directly. Unfortunately, since the incident involving the scandal, Pei Jin had deleted her number. Thus, in her time of need, she could only convey her requests through Assistant Lin. Pei Jin, upon hearing this, casually asked, "What does she want me to help with?" "To quell public opinion, delete all the unfavorable live content and the trending information about her fall from grace." "Huh." Pei Jin smirked slightly, his eyes revealing a mix of derision and coldness. Sometimes he genuinely struggled to understand why Pei Zhe was fond of Fong Shunning. "Don't get involved. One must bear some responsibility for their own actions." Pei Jin rubbed his temples, his tone devoid of emotion. Assistant Lin remained standing, inquiring once more, "President Pei, if we disregard Miss Fong, what will happen to the film we invested in?" "Replace her." "But it's already been over 2 months since filming began. Who can we bring in now?" Assistant Lin whispered a reminder. "The second female lead will do," Pei Jin replied casually. "Understood. I will handle it immediately." As Assistant Lin turned to relay the message, Pei Jin spoke again. "Have you found any information on the hacker you mentioned?" "Not yet." Assistant Lin paused briefly before responding. "The hacker's skills are quite advanced, and they have concealed all information, making it impossible to trace." The sudden live stream lasted only a few minutes, yet the impact was profound. This hacker, whose origins remain unknown, managed to disable numerous surveillance systems, most of the signal networks, and all electronic displays throughout the city. Such skill is remarkable, and indeed, audacious. Assistant Lin had a sudden thought. "President Pei, are you considering bringing them to our company?" Pei Jin waved his hand dismissively, indicating for him to leave. "Understood." Assistant Lin bowed slightly and exited. Pei Jin leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The nagging pain surged again, his nerves taut, and no remedy seemed effective. After gritting his teeth for a while, he suddenly recalled something, his gaze darkened, and he sprang up from the sofa. A sleek black Bentley roared to a stop beneath Jiang Wan's building. Just as Jiang Wan was about to sleep, she heard a rhythmic knocking at her door, a series of distinct thuds. Initially, she paid it little mind, but soon discerned the pattern. It was a Morse code message. The knocks conveyed a phrase. "Aren't you going to coax me?" Jiang Wan muttered. "Fine, fine, fine." She immediately recognized the identity of the visitor outside. It could only be the lofty President Pei. Without hesitation, she kicked off her shoes, donned her earplugs, and settled into bed for a blissful slumber. The day's exertion had drained her, and the mental strain from the extensive network disruption weighed heavily. Closing her eyes, she soon drifted off to sleep. However, in a semi-conscious state, she faintly heard the Morse code rhythm change. The new message conveyed, "Consider it accepted." Accepted what? Still groggy, Jiang Wan struggled to comprehend the words when she heard a faint sound from her bedroom window, followed by a rush of cool air. In the moonlight, a tall figure gracefully climbed through the window. Jiang Wan stared in astonishment, jolted awake. You could do that too? She could only express her admiration. Pei Jin observed her reaction, chuckling softly, repeating his earlier question. Will you coax me? Coax you. Jiang Wan flipped over, covering her head with the blanket, clearly indicating her desire to ignore him and continue sleeping. However, to her surprise, the bed sank slightly as Pei Jin lay down beside her. Jiang Wan exclaimed, "What?" She attempted to kick him out, but as she glanced at him in the moonlight, she noticed his furrowed brow and tightly shut eyes. Her heart softened. What's wrong? Is your headache acting up again? Pei Jin's voice was low and husky. His strikingly handsome face bathed in a gentle glow from the night, the coldness around him gradually dissipating, evoking a sense of pity. Jiang Wan reached out from under the covers, placing her hand on his temple, gently massaging. Yet, within moments, he grasped her hand and returned it to the blanket. Just sleep. Pei Jin kept his eyes closed, stating, "No need to pity me." Jiang Wan was taken aback. That statement only makes you seem more pitiable. She found it amusing, yet exasperating. Aren't you the one who asked me to coax you? Finally, Pei Jin opened his eyes. In the dim light, their gazes locked. The windowsill was scattered with moonlight, and the sounds of insects filled the air. After several seconds of silence, Jiang Wan, growing drowsy, closed her eyes again. Her exhaustion quickly reclaimed her, and she fell back asleep. Pei Jin, however, remained still, quietly observing her sleeping face. After a while, a faint smile graced his lips. He had expected the pain to keep him awake, as it had every night before. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the gentle scent of Jiang Wan lulled him into a deep slumber. When Jiang Wan finally opened her eyes, the morning light filtered in, momentarily blinding her. As she turned over, ready to indulge in another nap, she sensed something amiss. The presence beside her was unmistakably strong. Jiang Wan kicked out her leg, only to have Pei Jin seize her ankle, pulling her close. As she struggled, he wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her even nearer, amplifying the sensations. Feeling uncomfortable, Jiang Wan bit her lip, about to curse, when her phone buzzed beside her, displaying a WeChat message. She reached for it, but Pei Jin snatched it away. It was from Ji Yao. Ji Yao, who had been taken to the hospital, had broken a leg and sent a message after undergoing surgery, complaining about the boredom of the hospital and pleading with Jiang Wan to visit him. She agreed. Pei Jin narrowed his eyes, a green, sour expression crossing his face, his molars nearly grinding together. Jiang Wan wrested the phone from him, reading Ji Yao's latest message. "Let me know when you're coming, and I'll come down to meet you." This fool, even with a broken leg, still thought about going downstairs? Jiang Wan quickly replied, "Just stay put. I can find your war myself." Ji Yao promptly responded with a cute emoji. Pei Jin watched, unable to contain his frustration, muttering through clenched teeth, Jiang Wan. Chapter 77. What does he have that I don't? Jiang Wan offered non-committal sounds, clearly uninterested. You heard me, go ahead. Pei Jin's exasperation grew as he noted. He's just a younger brother. Jiang Wan was left speechless. At times, she truly could not comprehend the peculiar competitive nature of men. As she swiftly replied, inquiring about Ji Yao's hospital room number, she felt a gentle tug at her waist as someone discreetly lifted her shirt. The long, elegant fingers, seemingly accustomed to luxury, were calloused at the fingertips. The coarse touch grazed her delicate skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Stop. I'm going downstairs to work out. Don't distract me. Work out. Pei Jin chuckled. I'll join you. Jiang Wan was incredulous. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Pervert. As she contemplated whether to flip him over to impose some service or kick him out to jolt him back to reality, her thoughts were interrupted by Pei Jin's phone vibrating repeatedly. It was a text, lacking a contact name, but it was evidently from Fong Shunning. Jiang Wan caught a glimpse of the content. It was a farewell letter, heartfelt and poignant, filled with a tone that was pitiful beyond measure, evoking a sense of sympathy. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, wondering if this person was contemplating suicide. Sure enough, the next moment, Assistant Lin's call came through, his first words being, President Pei, it's bad news. Miss Fong is threatening to jump off the building. She is currently on the rooftop, and her manager has been unable to persuade her down. I hope you can come to talk her down. Just as anticipated, Jiang Wan, weary of listening any longer, dressed swiftly and tidied herself before heading downstairs to exercise. Just before stepping outside, she cast a glance back at Pei Jin. His expression was somber, his dark, profound eyes as icy as a frigid pool, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together, revealing no excess emotion, only an overwhelming aura of low pressure that rendered him unapproachable. Was he feeling heartache? Jiang Wan averted her gaze and closed the door. President Pei, are you listening? Assistant Lin was utterly oblivious to the inopportune timing of his call. Noticing Pei Jin's silence, he braced himself to speak. President Pei, what should we do? I cannot persuade Miss Fong. Give the phone to her. Pei Jin finally spoke. All right. Assistant Lin nodded eagerly. He was currently at the scene where Fong Shunning was threatening to leap from a rooftop. She stood at the edge, the wind tousling her clothes and hair, with traces of dried tears on her face. After an entire night, the trending topic of Fong Shunning's downfall still dominated the headlines. The fervor had only intensified, especially after Guang Huixin publicly accused her, revealing images of her disfigured face and the aftermath of her self-harm, which evoked widespread sympathy online. The backlash intensified. All of Fong Shunning's endorsements and advertisements were revoked. The film she was shooting announced her replacement. It was laughable that just yesterday, she had slapped Meng Lan multiple times, mocking her for her lack of self-awareness, and had pressured the director to replace Meng Lan, threatening a choice between them. Now, she had been the one replaced. Her nominations vanished, her name absent from the award ceremony. Fong Shunning was consumed by hatred. She yearned to unearth those who conspired against her and obliterate them. Yet, preserving her reputation remained paramount. Pei Jin could achieve this. If all her scandals were erased and $1 million PR team was deployed, time would cause people to forget, and she would inevitably redeem herself. By then, who would care about these bygone events? But Pei Jin refused to meet her, unwilling to assist her. As a last resort, Fong Shunning felt compelled to resort to such extreme measures to compel Pei Jin to acquiesce. She believed he still harbored feelings for her. He could not possibly disregard her fate. As expected, Assistant Lin activated the speakerphone and shouted towards her, Miss Fong, President Pei wants to speak with you. The surprise in Fong Shunning's eyes was palpable. She eagerly nodded, her gaze filled with hope, finally regaining her confidence. Then she heard Pei Jin's voice through the receiver, each word chilling and merciless. Jump! Do it now, without hesitation. In that instant, Fong Shunning's face drained of color. Everyone present was taken aback. Even Assistant Lin, holding the phone, felt a jolt at those words. Was this something one could say? Fong Shunning never anticipated Pei Jin would respond in such a manner. Did he possess not even a shred of compassion? You cannot disregard me, Pei Jin. We've known each other for so long. Is there truly no feeling left between us? Feeling? Pei Jin scoffed. Fong Shunning, we are not familiar at all. Pei Zai's last wish was for me to look after you, and I agreed. Hence, I have endeavored to fulfill your requests in his name. It seems this leniency has led you to develop a false sense of entitlement, prompting you to reach for what you should not. Pei Jin's voice grew sharper, laced with resentment that could no longer be contained. Fong Shunning shivered violently, finally realizing the truth. Pei Jin was aware of everything. The trending topic had spread like wildfire, and aside from her past actions against Guang Huixin, she had employed the same schemes against Jiang Wan. Pei Jin knew it all. Fong Shunning's despair stemmed not from him knowing these things, but from his utterly different attitude. She had pursued Pei Jin for so many years, dreaming of matching him, yet never receiving even the slightest opportunity. If it were not for Pei Zai's dying words, not only would there be no care, but Pei Jin might not even remember her name. Yet now, this man, cold and ruthless to everyone, seemingly disregarded his own brother's last wish for the sake of Jiang Wan. What was so special about Jiang Wan? What merit did she possess? Unconsciously, Fong Shunning clenched her fists, her nails digging deep in her flesh, crimson blood oozing through her fingers. A seething hatred surged in her mind, her eyes turning crimson, her expression dark and fierce, ultimately transforming into an unspoken vow. You favor her, do you? Then I shall ensure her demise. Chapter 78. A Return to Roots. In the end, Fong Shunning was rescued. To be precise, she had never intended to jump. Her agent, still grumbling, lamented, I warned you previously to be cautious. But you refused to listen. Now look, you've crashed and burned. The film you were working on has been canceled. And do you know how much you owe in penalties for those endorsements? The agent brushed off the dust from her pants as she walked out, continuing her tirade. You kept boasting about your close relationship with President Pei, but it turns out he doesn't even remember your name. What audacity! You really think highly of yourself. And you've managed to fool me too. What a misfortune. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The agent, who once dared to indulge her, had departed. Fong Shunning opened the trending news, only to find herself being boycotted, vilified, and attacked online, one article after another. Did she think this would be the end of her? As her eyes scanned the screen, a sly smile crept on her lips. Fong Shunning returns to her roots. The top family of Yaozhou reclaims their illegitimate daughter. Fong Shunning's identity revealed. These two trending topics surged rapidly. Jiang Wan was just arriving at the hospital and had yet to ascend. As she casually browsed through the comments, the uproar was palpable. Oh my goodness. The top family in Yaozhou must be the Meng family, right? I heard the old Master Meng only had one biological daughter, who went missing years ago, presumed dead, and later adopted a son. So, Fong Shunning is the illegitimate daughter of this adopted son? Exactly. Wait a minute, this feels like a conspiracy. The old Master Meng's only daughter went missing, so the vast inheritance must go to the adopted son? Could it be that the adopted son was involved? There were too many comments, and this thread was soon drowned out. Jiang Wan was waiting for the elevator, casually scrolling through her phone. The news included a photo from the airport, showing Fong Shunning, flanked by bodyguards, standing in the center alongside a middle-aged man. This man, though somewhat ordinary in appearance, had well-defined features and exuded an unpretentious demeanor. He was none other than Fong Shunning's biological father, Meng Qingshan, the adopted son of the esteemed old Master Meng. Jiang Wan stared at Meng Qingshan's face for an extended period, lost in thought, until the elevator arrived and a passerby called her into the cabin. As the elevator ascended slowly, the pungent scent of disinfectant filled the air. Leaning against the corner, Jiang Wan's mind wandered back to Meng Qingshan's visage. Those eyes. She felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. She strained to recall, but the memories were too distant and hazy, possibly just a figment of her imagination. Yet, the only clear emotion she felt, even surprising herself, was an instinctive repulsion and loathing upon seeing that face. Jiang Wan had always trusted her instincts. She would never irrationally detest someone without reason, nor would she inexplicably hate a stranger. The elevator dinged as it reached her floor. For now, she set aside these thoughts and quickly found Ji Yao's VIP room. Inside, Ji Yao appeared vibrant and lively, hardly resembling a patient. His hair was styled impeccably, and he had likely been diligent with his skincare routine, presenting himself as strikingly charming, much like a peacock displaying its plumage, especially after seeing Jiang Wan. He was so elated that he forgot about his broken leg. He abruptly got off the hospital bed and bowed to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, y-ipsilona. The nurse beside them couldn't contain her laughter, nearly bursting out. They all laughed at you, yet you were the most amusing. Jiang Wan stifled a smile while helping him up, saying, all right, no more bowing. It's not even New Year's yet. Ji Yao, quick-witted, replied, you could bow too. We can greet each other as a couple. Greet your head. Jiang Wan lightly tapped him. Ji Yao was resentfully lifted back to the bed, feeling a chill in his heart and a hint of unavoidable disappointment. If only he could bow to Jiang Wan in a more profound manner, even if only in dreams. Jiang Wan glanced at Ji Yao's medical record, relieved to find that there was no nerve damage, just a fracture. He underwent surgery with 3 steel pins. Once he recovers, there would be no lasting effects. It takes 100 days to mend bones. Take good care of yourself. I will come to see you when I can. After accompanying Ji Yao for 2-4 drips, Jiang Wan prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao urgently attempted to rise from the bed. So soon? Stay with me a little longer, Wan Wan. It's been 2 hours. That's enough. Jiang Wan noted the time. 2 hours had passed so quickly. Y-ipsilonao mumblet sigaink. Just as Jiang Wan turned to leave, she almost bumped into someone. It was Ji Tingley. He had been waiting outside for quite some time, but only came in when Jiang Wan was about to depart. Since I have the time, why not let me escort Miss Jiang home? Before she could respond, a knock sounded at the door, and Pei Jin's voice, half smiling, answered for her, no need for that. My person, of course, will come with me. He emphasized the last few words deliberately. Ji Tingley turned slightly, smiling, maintaining his composed demeanor as he replied, your person? Mr. Pei. Such words could easily lead to misunderstandings. Their gazes met midair. Pei Jin's smile was casual, yet his hand had already settled on Jiang Wan's shoulder, exuding a protective stance, a declaration of possession, and a hint of petty jealousy, all in his favor. Ji Tingley remained impassive, but behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his warm, Smiling eyes held a flicker of obscured emotions. Jiang Wan turned to leave, and Pei Jin followed suit. Their steps synchronized in an uncanny manner. This infuriating tacit understanding. Ji Tingli withdrew his gaze to look at Ji Yao, who grinned from his bed and calmly explained, "Brother, don't misunderstand. Wan Wan works at Li Yuan, so she's indeed Mr. Pei's employee. Nothing wrong with that. Yi Tingli. What sin has the Ji family committed to produce such a creature? Fine, as long as you're happy." Ji Tingli said nothing more and turned to leave. Alone in the hospital bed, Ji Yao felt boredom creeping in, sighing again. Being hospitalized was one thing. He was also under house arrest, constantly shadowed by bodyguards, the ward tightly secured, leaving him no chance to sneak away. Sigh. Ji Yao stared at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting and swirling. Suddenly, he recalled the look in his brother's eyes when he gazed at Jiang Wan, and the scene of Pei Jin leaving with his arm around her shoulder. Something was amiss. Damn it! Ji Yao shouted, his slow radar finally sounding the alarm. His two insufferable brothers were scheming against him. Chapter 79. How infuriating. They are undermining him. You bastards, I will fight you to the end. Ji Yao leaped from the bed, the bodyguards struggling to restrain him. Let go of me. I want to be discharged. I will beat those two bastards to a pulp. How dare they seduce my Wan Wan? Cunning dogs. Two cunning dogs. Ji Yao shouted and cursed, his voice nearly smoking. Soon, the slow radar blared again, and that so-called inspector shouldn't see you. Damn it. Another cunning dog. Ji Yao finally understood. No wonder that dog clung to Jiang Wan after the incident with Zhao Weiwu. He wasn't merely causing trouble. He was clearly using it as a pretext to attract Jiang Wan's attention. Good. Let me think of who else there is. He needed to remember all their names. Write them all down on the dark shark list. Ji Yao's face contorted with rage as he hopped on one foot, desperate to leave the hospital. However, the bodyguards had already received orders from Ji Yang. Without his permission, they would not let Ji Yao leave the ward even a step. Third young master. You can't go out. You're still injured. Third young master. The boss has instructed that if you dare to run around, he will break your legs. The bodyguards formed a solid wall at the door, making escape impossible. Frustrated, he grabbed his phone to call Ji Yang, but was met with immediate rejection. Discharge? No way. Dad. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. The VIP ward was spacious, furnished with a comfortable bed, a bathroom, a small living room, and a kitchen. The household staff brought him meals daily, all prepared by chefs, and Uncle Xiang even sent several gaming consoles to alleviate his boredom. Under normal circumstances, Ji Yao could endure it for a while, but now he was restless. He couldn't take it anymore. Ji Yao began a battle of wits with the bodyguards, one desperately trying to sneak out, while a group stood vigil with determination. The ward was in constant chaos. Naturally, the individuals on his dark shark list received his heartfelt greetings. At the hospital entrance, Jiang Wan entered Pei Jin's car. As the Bentley drove away, a taxi happened to pull in. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wan glanced outside and slightly furrowed her brows upon seeing someone in the taxi. This hospital belonged to the Pei family. Ji Yao was brought here after his injury. The building that caught fire was right across from the hospital, making it a short distance for transport. Additionally, this hospital boasted the best medical care in all of Yundu. Jiang Xing was also arranged to be here, though not in the same building, a considerable distance from Ji Yao's ward. Years ago, after Jiang Xing was slashed, Jiang Wan performed first aid on her until Cheng Zheng arrived with help, rescuing them from the villa that had caught fire. Although Jiang Xing survived the throat slash, she sustained severe brain injuries and became a vegetable. Ji Yang, in a display of magnanimity, publicly stated in news, even though Jiang Weiman maliciously harmed her, spreading slander against me, I bear no grudges. My heart aches for Jiang Xing, who suffered retribution because of Jiang Weiman. He even transferred 1 million to Jiang Xing's medical account. At that time, everyone praised Ye Hong's generosity, his great vision, and his true charitable nature. This was also the reason the Ji family had not targeted Jiang Xing since. A vegetable that would never awaken posed no threat. Rather, it served to demonstrate the Ji family's benevolence. Jiang Wan's gaze lingered on the taxi through the rearview mirror, her brows twitching slightly. Why return at this time? Such a source of worry. The taxi stopped at the hospital entrance, and a girl wearing a pink short skirt emerged. She was lively and vibrant, appearing around 19 or 20, with bright, clear eyes, exuding an air of innocence and charm. Thank you, driver. Su Wenxing smiled radiantly, her smile incredibly sweet. The taxi driver helped her with her heavy suitcase, waved goodbye, and drove off. Su Wenqing dragged her suitcase, which weighed twice her own, into the hospital. Panting from the effort, with her head down, she failed to notice someone behind her and bumped right into them. Oh! Su Wenqing was startled and stumbled over her suitcase, losing her balance and nearly falling sideways. Fortunately, a pair of dry, warm hands caught her. Are you all right? A voice as gentle as jade rang out, melodious like a clear spring, laced with an underlying mirth. Su Wenqing looked up to see a strikingly handsome man before her, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips that held a hint of a smile. His demeanor was both gentlemanly and perfectly aloof. How handsome! Su Wenqing felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she hurriedly straightened herself and murmured, I'm Fine. Ji Tingley withdrew his hand and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement before moving on. However, at the moment he stepped outside, he retrieved a men's handkerchief from his suit pocket, expressionless as he wiped his hands. This was merely the beginning. Once in the car, he meticulously cleaned his hands twice with disinfectant wipes. The driver, accustomed to the pervasive scent of alcohol, was unfazed. Who in the Ji family did not know of the eldest son's severe obsession with cleanliness? To this day, no one had managed to make him an exception. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing stood rooted, gazing at Ji Tingley's departing silhouette, her mind still somewhat dazed. It was tea until she regained her senses that she lamented, tapping her forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to thank him. But then again, it's unlikely we shall meet again. Dragging her heavy suitcase into the elevator, she rummaged through her belongings only to realize she had mistaken the building. Ultimately, she had a call for help. Mom, please come pick me up. The suitcase is too heavy. I can't move it. When Aunt Tong received the call, she was surprised to learn that her daughter, who had been studying abroad, had returned. This girl truly was a source of worry. How could she execute such a surprise without prior notice? Aunt Tong felt a surge of irritation. Yet, as she hurried downstairs and circled around to meet Su Wenqing, she was overwhelmed by the sight of her daughter, whom she had not seen in 2 years. All reprimands were instantly replaced by longing and concern. My little girl has grown up, becoming more beautiful and taller. But why is she still so thin? Hasn't she eaten well while abroad? Mommy, Mommy. Su Wenqing clung to Aunt Tong's neck, pouting. I miss you so much. Did you miss me? Of course I did. Aunt Tong wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, affectionately ruffling her daughter's nose before taking the heavy suitcase from her. Come on, let's go upstairs and talk. In the intensive care unit, Jiang Xing remained in a deep slumber. Su Wenqing leaned closer, gently touching Jiang Xing's hand. Frowning as she spoke, it's been so many years. Why hasn't Sister Jiang woken up yet? Chapter 80. How could one be so naive? Perhaps this was fate. The doctors had done their utmost, and at least her condition had stabilized significantly. Who knows, perhaps one day she would open her eyes again. Aunt Tong adjusted Jiang Xing's blanket as she spoke, then pulled Su Wenqing to sit on a small sofa nearby. The two had not seen each other for 2 years and nestled together, sharing an endless stream of conversation. Su Wenqing animatedly recounted her academic and life experiences over the past 2 years, her face lively and charming. Aunt Tong listened intently until Su Wenqing declared, Mom, this time I'm back, and I don't plan on returning. That one tea do. You haven't graduated yet. Aunt Tong frowned. Sister Jiang specifically urged you to stay abroad, and yet here you are, returning without a word. It's fine if you came back, but you can only stay for a couple of days. You must go back. I want tea. Su Wenqing pouted defiantly. I'm an adult now. I can take responsibility for my choices. I didn't return for myself. I want to avenge Dad. Mention of her husband caused Aunt Tong to pause, tears streaming down her face. Her husband, Su Yongyan, was a simple, honest driver. The couple had endured many hardships in their youth, only to see their lives gradually improve. Yet, Su Yongyan had died. One fateful night, he had encountered a woman fleeing from the Ji family. The woman was disheveled, covered in blood, with a terrifying wound on her abdomen. Unable to resist her desperate pleas, Su Yongyan had allowed her into his car, only to be silenced by the Ji family's enforcers. That night, the couple had been on the phone, discussing how they were finally gathering funds for their daughter's tuition, when Aunt Tong had clearly heard her husband scream. After Su Yongyan's death, their family fell apart. They sought justice through lawsuits, begging for help. Yet after exhausting their finances, they found no sign of divine justice or fairness. At that time, a tearful Su Wenqing had declared she would stop studying to seek revenge and support the family. Tong had grit her teeth and turned to Jiang Wan for assistance. Having worked as a nanny for the Jiang family, Tong had even burned paper money in secret after the Jiang family's tragedy. Even when the Jiang family was in ruins, Jiang Wan had continued to fund Su Wenqing's education and offered Tong a job as Jiang Xing's caregiver. Tong remained forever grateful. They shared a common goal, revenge against the Ji family. Tong grasped her daughter's hand, seriousness etched on her face. Do not complicate things for Sister Jiang. The tasks you wish to undertake, Sister Jiang is already handling. Is that so? Then why haven't I seen any results? Su Wenqing retorted angrily. Isn't the Ji family still thriving? Sister Jiang claims she wants revenge. Hasn't the Ji family fallen? Is Ji Yang dead? No, none of that has happened. Tong was deeply frustrated. She recognized her daughter's naivety, but had never anticipated it ran this deep. Revenge was not as simple as Su Wenqing thought. Could one merely charge in and eliminate them all? To fell a tree, one must uproot the rotten roots as well. You are still young. You know nothing. Focus on your studies abroad. Sister Jiang has already arranged everything for you. Don't be a burden to her. Tong spoke sternly, genuinely angry this time. Yet Su Wenqing stubbornly replied, Mom, you look down on me. If Sister Jiang can do it, so can I. Perhaps even better. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. With that, Su Wenqing dashed out, her eyes glistening with tears. Stop. Come back. Tong hurriedly chased after her, but stumbled painfully against the edge of a table, momentarily bending over in agony. By the time she regained her footing to pursue, the corridor outside was empty, with no sign of her daughter. Tong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, a mix of worry and anger flooding her. This child was truly a source of constant concern. With no other option, Tong turned in circles before finally calling Jiang Wan to discuss the matter. Wan Wan, could you perhaps think of a way to bring Wenqing back? She is blinded by hatred, constantly fixated on her father's death. I fear she may do something reckless. Jiang Wan rubbed her temples. I'll have someone look for her. Thank you. I appreciate it, Tong replied, somewhat apologetic. Jiang Wan sought out Chen Yinling. In the raucous wildfire bar, the music blared and colorful lights flickered chaotically. Jiang Wan sat at the bar, watching Chen Yinling prepare her drink, tilting her head with a smile. Boss Chen, are you still mad at me? Chen Yinling huffed, the ice in her shaker clinking loudly. She remained silent. Jiang Wan understood her displeasure stemmed from her reckless dash into the fire to save Ji Yao. Chen Yinling had worried for her, but found herself unable to intervene. After Jiang Wan had emerged safely, Chen Yinling had slipped away from the crowd. Are you really angry, Boss Chen? Jiang Wan teased, playfully scratching Chen Yinling's hand as though tickling her, a smile dancing in her eyes. Don't be mad. I'll do it again. No one could resist Jiang Wan's charm. Chen Yinling scoffed. I've decided to ignore you for 3 days. Until those 3 days are up, I want to speak to you. Jiang Wan chuckled, but you already have. I have not. I heard you. Chen Yinling pushed the prepared drink in front of Jiang Wan and said irritably, if it weren't for the fact that you're the boss, I would truly want to toss you out. Who told you to love me? Jiang Wan took a small sip, only to discover it was mint water. Seriously, after all that mixing, you give me this? Chen Yinling replied. Have you recovered from your allergy? Do you dare to drink alcohol? Don't even think about it. Jiang Wan touched her nose. Her allergy symptoms had come and gone swiftly. The red spots had faded significantly the same day she received the 4 treatment. However, her fair skin still bore faint traces. All right, let's not jest anymore. I need to discuss something serious with you. Jiang Wan set down her glass and leaned close to Chen Yinling's ear, speaking over the surrounding din of music. Help me find someone. Su Wenqing. Chen Yinling recognized the name, exclaiming, isn't that the girl you've been supporting with her school fees and writing recommendation letters for her to enter your alma mater? Yes. Jiang Wan nodded. Chen Yinling fell silent, realizing how naive Jiang Wan was, being young and unscathed by hardship, too willful without considering the current circumstances. But I'll help you, she finally said. All right, I'll arrange for someone to look for her. After all, you're the boss. In Chapter 81, Jiang Wan had a group of people under her wing, individuals she had gradually gathered over the years. Some were people she had rescued and given jobs. Others were victims of the Ji family, harboring deep-seated grudges. They operated in smaller units, each with designated roles. There was no need for them to charge in a battle. They merely served as the best spies, scattered around the Ji family's vicinity. While they couldn't infiltrate the Ji family directly, monitoring the family members' movements was well within their capabilities. just as they had done when tracking Ji Tingli previously. During her years abroad, she entrusted these matters to Chun Yinling. Chun Yinling glanced at the raucous dance floor and informed Jiang Wan, latest intel. Ji Tingli will be attending an international art exhibition in 2 days. If we plan to act, this presents a prime opportunity. The last part of her sentence was nearly drowned out by the music. Jiang Wan finished her mint water and tapped the table twice with her fingers. What time and where? 10 Uhr morgens, International Art Museum. Got it. Jiang Wan set her glass down. Across from the International Art Museum was a 7-star hotel with an excellent view. Before returning to the country, she had booked a room on the 17th floor of that hotel for 2 full years, all for Ji Tingli's interest. There, she had concealed a sniper rifle. On her way out of the bar, Jiang Wan attempted to call Su Wenqing twice, but her phone remained off. She realized Su Wenqing was intentionally avoiding detection, not wanting to be found. Jiang Wan shook her head and leaned back in the taxi, closing her eyes to rest. Despite not having consumed alcohol, she felt a sense of inebriation, her mind swirling. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The car interior was clean and tidy, carrying a pleasant scent of jasmine. The driver's eyes flickered nervously in the rearview mirror as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Jiang Wan did not need to exert effort to know the doors were locked and unyielding. "Who sent you?" she inquired with a half-smile, exhibiting no sense of being held captive, remaining relaxed and unhurried, as if engaged in casual conversation. The driver, clearly inexperienced, was drenched in sweat and too anxious to speak. Jiang Wan turned to comfort him. "Is this your first time kidnapping someone? Take it easy, there's no rush." The car sped up to 170, which was quite alarming. The driver finally eased off the accelerator after meeting her gaze in the rearview mirror, stammering, "I didn't mean to kidnap you. Someone told me to do this." He seemed to recall a terrifying figure and promptly fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Jiang Wan understood. "Oh, given this route, I know who it is." More than half an hour later, the familiar manner appeared before her, an expressionless black-clad subordinate standing at the entrance. The door opened. "Miss Jiang, the master wishes to see you." The subordinate slightly bowed, gesturing for her to enter. Jiang Wan stepped out, the cold wind clearing her muddled mind a bit. "You may leave now," she told the driver. The man, trembling in fear and clearly terrified, glanced gratefully at Jiang Wan when the black-clad subordinate did not stop him, then quickly pressed the accelerator to flee. As Jiang Wan walked inside, passing by the black-clad man, she remarked, "Don't involve unrelated individuals." The man remained stoic, his face devoid of expression. Inside the manor, the cherry blossom trees were stripped bare by the rain, their pink petals scattered across the ground. Only the windmill continued to turn. Jiang Wan entered the villa, only to find it empty, with no sign of Chi Mo. "Miss Jiang, this way." The servant who had previously handed Chi Mo the whip opened a side door, signaling for Jiang Wan to follow. With patience, she arrived at a shooting range. The bright moon hung high. In the semi-open shooting range, Chi Mo awaited her in a wheelchair, slightly bowing his head, seemingly lost in thought. His sharp facial features were sculpted and sleek, his fingers interlocked, shoulders straight, resembling a statue, exuding a cold aura devoid of warmth. Jiang Wan stood firm and called out, "Teacher Chi." Chi Mo turned to look at her and tossed her a handgun. His dark eyes showed no emotion, and his voice, like stones clashing, was clear, deep, and devoid of warmth. "Let me see if your shooting skills have regressed." Jiang Wan's gaze flickered slightly. She weighed the gun in her hands and approached the shooting range. Standing lazily, her feet shoulder-width apart, she supported her wrist with her left hand, her cool gaze fixed on a humanoid target. Bang! The first shot rang out, striking only half of the target's head. Having not handled the gun in a while, her aim was somewhat rusty, and she was not particularly pleased with her performance. She adjusted the gun to try again, but a chill brushed against her back. And Chimo's voice whispered in her ear, "Your arm is too tense. Relax. Adjust your breathing. Steady. Fire." Jiang Wan pulled the trigger. Bang! This shot struck the target squarely between the eyes. Continuing, she fired several more shots, emptying the magazine, each one hitting the head. Not bad. Chi Mo slowly retracted his hand and returned to his wheelchair. After offering that evaluation, he instructed someone to push him away. Jiang Wan remained at the shooting range where, besides the handgun, rifles and sniper rifles were also available. Without hesitation, she chose the sniper rifle. 50 minutes later, she emerged from the shooting range, her shoulders and arms aching from exertion. She had expected to face Chi Mo's reprimand or scolding, anticipating punishment if she failed to meet his expectations. However, in the empty villa, only the earlier servant awaited her with utmost respect. "Miss Jiang, the master has arranged a car to take you back." "Where is Teacher Chi?" Jiang Wan asked, surprised that she was being allowed to leave without any additional conditions. The servant replied, "The master has already gone to sleep." "Oh." Jiang Wan quickly made her way out. Before leaving, she inadvertently glanced back and noticed the triangular piano, which Chi Mo had cherished, was gone. Along with it, a photograph that had been displayed there was also missing. What does this mean? Has he ceased to reminisce about his white moonlight? TSK. Men truly are fickle creatures. Jiang Wan merely cast a brief glance before diverting her gaze, departing with a carefree demeanor, devoid of longing. The servant escorted Jiang Wan to the car before retreating. At that moment, as she looked up, she was suddenly startled by a dark figure on the second floor. In the dimly lit windowsill, Chi Mo stood there, his handsome face devoid of expression, making it difficult to discern his emotions. His eyes, shadowy and turbulent like the sea, revealed nothing of his thoughts. Chapter 82. Refusal to Surrender. Jiang Wan had practiced shooting all night, and the sounds of gunfire echoed in her ears as she slept soundly. However, not everyone was as fortunate. Su Wenqing, sulking and playing hide-and-seek, nestled on a park bench, enduring the early summer mosquitoes while clutching her growling stomach. How hungry she was! She regretted not bringing her wallet when she ran away. Her phone was also out of commission. Su Wenqing knew without a doubt that after her escape, her mother, who always obediently followed Jiang Wan's lead, would seek Jiang Wan's help. Once her phone was turned on, Jiang Wan would immediately pinpoint her location. At that point, she would undoubtedly be packed off abroad under the pretext of keeping her safe, which was merely a veiled insult. Just the thought of her mother constantly praising Jiang Wan made Su Wenqing scratch at the welts on her skin, muttering to herself, "I will not concede this easily. I will avenge my grievances myself, without relying on anyone else. Whatever Jiang Wan can achieve, I can achieve too, and I will do it even better." Clenching her fists for determination, she strode out of the park with newfound resolve. Fortune smiled upon her. Shortly after leaving the park, she heard someone shout, "Catch the thief." Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed forward. Jiang Wan was skilled in combat, having once taken down 3 burly men, a feat Su Wenqing had witnessed with envy, prompting her to secretly enroll in a taekwondo class with her saved pocket money. She was confident in her abilities. Yet, Su Wenqing overestimated herself and misjudged her opponent. When the thief dashed towards her with a stolen bag, she bravely leapt to intercept him, only to be sent sprawling to the ground. The impact with the earth left her pale and crumpled, resembling a shrimp. The girl whose bag had been stolen was taken aback. "Are you okay?" I'm Fine. I can still chase." Su Wenqing gasped as she picked herself up, intent on pursuing the thief. The girl quickly grabbed her arm, urging, it's all right. There is nothing valuable in my bag, just a makeup pouch and a few lipsticks." Su Wenqing wanted to protest. She was confident in her abilities and insisted that she had simply been unprepared. But by the time she regained her footing, the thief had vanished without a trace. She felt defeated, especially when her stomach growled at that moment. The girl helped her stand and, upon confirming she was unharmed, smiled. "You haven't eaten, have you? As a thank you, let me treat you." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Wenqing replied, "I didn't tea really help you much." "Not at all. Let us just consider it a chance to make a friend. Come on, let us eat." Su Wenqing agreed, but she was cautious not to draw attention, fearing Jiang Wan would discover her whereabouts and drag her back. Thus, the two girls enjoyed a casual meal of spicy hot pot at a small eatery. With their shared meal, conversation flowed more easily. "So, you're running away from home, huh? No wonder," the girl remarked cheerfully. "How about this? Why don't you come home with me tonight? I live nearby, and my roommate just moved out, leaving an empty room you can stay in temporarily." "That would be wonderful." Su Wenqing's eyes sparkled. What a relief it was not to sleep on the streets. At the girl's rental apartment, Su Wenqing curiously explored the surroundings and spotted a computer. "Can I go online, sister?" "Of course, feel free to use it, though the connection is a bit slow," the girl replied, busily tidying up clothes on the balcony. Su Wenqing opened the computer and began searching for news about the Ji family. After browsing for a while without finding any useful information, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Just then, the web page froze, and as she attempted to close it, the page refreshed, revealing a new headline. International Art Exhibition opening soon. Philanthropist Mr. G to attend. Mr. G? That must be Jiang, the head of the G family. Su Wenqing's heart raced at the thought. This was her opportunity. If she could successfully infiltrate the exhibition, wouldn't she have the chance to exact her revenge? Look, this was something Jiang Wan had failed to accomplish for so long. She could achieve it swiftly. Su Wenqing had previously gathered from her mother that Jiang Wan intended to enter the scene, cloaked in charm. It sounded appealing, but it was merely a manipulation of beauty. Su Wenqing held a certain disdain for such tactics. Indeed, it was time for her to take matters into her own hands. 2 days later, the International Art Museum buzzed with excitement. The grand exhibition attracted prominent figures from various fields. As luxury cars arrived in droves, Su Wenqing found herself blocked by security personnel who were maintaining order. Anxiously, her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, "Let me in. I need to get inside." The guard remained unmoved, like a wall of flesh. "Do you have an invitation?" "Without one, you cannot enter the inner exhibition. Visitors must remain outside." Such regulations left Su Wenqing dumbfounded. The small knife in her pocket felt cold against her skin. It was her intended weapon for revenge. Gritting her teeth, she abandoned the idea of entering through the front. Perhaps fortune truly favored her, for after walking a short distance, she spotted a group of volunteers in vests, responsible for guiding guests outside. Because of their attire, they were not stopped as they entered the inner area. Su Wenqing stealthily moved, seizing the opportunity to slip in unnoticed. Success. Across the street at a 7-star hotel, Jiang Wan donned a sleek black gown, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, revealing her graceful neck as she stepped into the hotel in high heels, unhurriedly. A couple approached the front desk to book a room. The receptionist, with an apologetic demeanor, informed them, "I'm sorry, but the hotel is fully booked for today." Hearing the couple's disappointed complaints, Jiang Wan confidently walked toward the elevator, ascending to the 17th floor. After locating her room, she gently swiped her key card. The door clicked open, revealing a pristine interior. The curtains automatically drew back, revealing a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Wan stood before the window, surveying the bustling scene below. The art museum was alive with activity, its parking lot filled with luxury cars. With considerable effort, Jiang Wan moved the mattress aside, revealing a black cloth bag beneath, which concealed a sniper rifle. Her fingers brushed over the weapon, contemplating the gravity of their singular opportunity. Should she miss, Ji Tingli would quickly react, and his bodyguards would do everything to protect him. She would not have a second chance, and her presence would be exposed. Thus, the moment was critical. After ensuring the rifle was in proper condition, she positioned it at the window and chambered around. The sheer curtain allowed only a narrow slit, making her invisible to anyone across the way. Checking the time, she patiently waited. 10 o'clock. The guests had begun to arrive and enter the museum, and finally, the G family's car pulled up at the entrance. Jiang Wan focused through the scope, her finger lightly resting on the trigger. The car door swung open, revealing Ji Tingli. Dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit, he exuded charm. His tall figure accentuated to perfection. His physique surpassed even that of international models. As he emerged, someone called out to him, and industry leaders flocked to greet him. With so many people around, Jiang Wan scoured the scope for an opportunity. Ji Tingli wore a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, exuding his usual warmth and humility. However, the mirth did not reach his eyes. His demeanor, marked by the commanding presence of a superior, carried an undercurrent of aggression. Jiang Wan was utterly engrossed, leaving no opportunity unnoticed. In a fleeting moment, as Ji Tingli engaged in casual conversation, he abruptly paused and turned his gaze towards Jiang Wan. Startled, she focused intently, the sniper scope magnifying the view before her, revealing Ji Tingli's slightly lighter-colored, amber-hued pupils. At that instant, their eyes seemed to collide across the distance. Jiang Wan felt a peculiar illusion, as if Ji Tingli truly saw her. Yet, it was impossible, unless he possessed the keen sight of an eagle. Steadying herself, she observed Ji Tingli divert his attention back to the others, who were beckoning him further inside. "Mr. Ji, we've been waiting for you. Please come in," they said, bustling forward amidst the throng of people. With everyone clustering around Ji Tingli in a bid for favor, the opportunity to act was fleeting. Jiang Wan blinked her slightly teary eyes, her emotions remaining calm and composed. Assassination, after all, demands patience. Unfortunately, at that moment, her phone vibrated, an incoming call from Aunt Tong. Fearing it was news concerning Jiang Xing, she answered promptly. Hello? Wan Wan, are you busy? There's nothing happening at the hospital. I just wanted to ask if you have any news about Wenqing. Aunt Tong's voice was tinged with guilt, yet her concern was unmistakable. It's been 2 or 3 days, and I'm anxious. This child hasn't contacted us at all. Jiang Wan replied, not yet. In the past few days, she had enlisted Qin Yinling to increase the manpower searching for Wenqing. However, as Qin Yinling put it, it's as if she sprouted legs she can run and hide, making her difficult to locate. Aunt Tong wiped her tears. I'm worried this foolish child might seek revenge on the Ji family. She is far too impulsive and headstrong. I fear she might unwittingly place herself in danger. Through the sniper's lens, Ji Tingley, who had been walking with the others, suddenly halted as if someone had called out to him. The chance had arrived. Jiang Wan spoke to Aunt Tong. Hold on. Aunt Tong, still sniffling, responded affirmatively and obediently hung up. Jiang Wan had now set her sights on Ji Tingley's brow. There would be no better opportunity. The Ji family's plan for redemption was orchestrated solely by Ji Tingley. Should he perish, the plan would falter, and Ji Yang, having lost 2 sons, would undoubtedly descend into madness. Thus, the preparations she had meticulously made could finally be put into action. Jiang Wan closely monitored Ji Tingley's movements. The moment he paused, this was it. She squeezed the trigger, yet in that very second, an unexpected figure dashed in her line of sight, waving at Ji Tingley. Who else could it be but Su Wenqing? Jiang Wan's pupils constricted. Her hand, poised to pull the trigger, faltered, causing her aim to veer momentarily. The bullet grazed Su Wenqing's wrist, narrowly missing the fatal blow, while the projectile intended for Ji Tingley's brow skimmed past his temple, leaving a deep bullet hole in the wall. The suddenness of the incident startled Su Wenqing, who instinctively recoiled, her expression one of bewilderment. The bodyguards immediately rushed to shield Ji Tingley. Sniper, alert, protect Mr. Ji. Capture that assassin and ensure she does not escape. The trained bodyguards swiftly dispatched a team to track the bullet's trajectory, quickly pinpointing the source from the opposite hotel. Go check, they commanded. Ji Tingley's wound was bleeding, but fortunately, the bullet had merely grazed him. Had it been off by even a fraction, he would have been dead. Ji Tingley dabbed at the blood seeping from his wound, a smile slowly spreading across his face. He appeared to find amusement in the situation, as if he had stumbled upon something entertaining. Increase the manpower, he ordered, meticulously wiping the blood from his fingers. Seal off all entrances and exits of the opposite hotel. Not a single fly is to escape. I will personally apprehend the perpetrator. The Ji family sprang into action, securing the entire hotel and ensuring no exit was overlooked. Under the protection of numerous bodyguards, Ji Tingley departed the International Art Museum without casting a glance at Su Wenqing. She stood frozen, staring at her wrist that had almost been pierced, a daze settling over her. Unexpectedly, Ji Tingley returned, standing before her, having removed his glasses. His strikingly handsome face was now unobscured, and his warm, smiling eyes radiated focus and kindness. Su Wenqing felt her cheeks flush once again. Ji Tingley smiled and inquired, Miss, earlier you called out to me. What did you wish to say? Su Wenqing stammered, her words tangled in her tongue, struggling to articulate her thoughts, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. They had encountered each other just 2 days prior in the hospital building, when she had accidentally bumped into him, nearly losing her balance. He had caught her just in time. Back then, Su Wenqing had resolved that should they meet again, she would take the initiative to say hello and express her gratitude. Yet now it seemed he did not remember her at all. Biting her lip, Su Wenqing sought a different topic. I'm here to find Mr. Ji. Do you know him? Could you help me identify him? Chapter 84. I caught you, Jiang Wan. The Ji family is frequently featured in the news, primarily due to its patriarch, Ji Yang, a renowned philanthropist, entrepreneur, and one of the wealthiest individuals globally. Su Wenqing had come seeking him. However, upon infiltrating the event, she learned that the person present was not Ji Yang, but rather his eldest son, another Mr. Ji. This revelation left Su Wenqing in a quandary. She had never seen the eldest son and had no idea what he looked like. Scanning the crowd, filled with unfamiliar faces, she fell out of place. The high society attendees cast disdainful glances at her attire, but the man before her, who smiled kindly, appeared to be a good person. Thus, she summoned her courage and spoke up. "Excuse me, sir, do you know Mr. G? What does he look like?" G Tingley raised an eyebrow slightly. "I know him. He looks like me." "Huh? What?" The volume of her voice escalated as realization dawned on Su Wenqing, her eyes widening in disbelief. You were a member of the G family? The Mr. G?" The color drained from Su Wenqing's face, her hand inadvertently brushing against the small knife concealed in her pocket. The blade was sharp and cold, almost slipping from her grasp. Should she kill him? Should she? As she tentatively extended her hand, her fingertips barely grazing the hilt when two museum staff members, wearing identification badges, rushed over, pointing at her. "Yes, that's her. She doesn't belong here. She stole our employee's clothes to sneak in." A crowd quickly gathered. A middle-aged man, appearing to be a supervisor, seized Su Wenqing's shoulder, sternly declaring, "I've called the police. You want to escape." Su Wenqing had never faced such a scene before, leaving her flustered and at a loss. I didn't mean to," she attempted to explain, but the truth was evident. Her attire was indeed stolen, and she felt guilty. The supervisor scoffed. "I've seen many like you. Do you think you can deny it? Take her away. Who knows what she intended by sneaking in here? Lock her up, and she'll be compliant." Others chimed in, eager to escort her away. "Let me go. Release me." Su Wenqing struggled futilely, panic rising within her as tears threatened to spill. "Will they take her?" Just then, G Tingley spoke, his voice still smooth and gentle. "You've misunderstood. She is here to see me." Everyone fell silent, particularly Su Wenqing. Upon hearing those words, the previously belligerent supervisor who had been cursing and threatening immediately released Su Wenqing, experiencing a complete turnaround in attitude, now exuding an extreme obsequiousness. "Ah, it turns out you're someone from President G's circle. My apologies, my apologies. It was all a misunderstanding." After this, they even offered Su Wenqing an apology before scurrying away in disgrace. Su Wenqing pressed her sore shoulder, and as she regained her composure, she noticed that President G had already taken several steps away. She hurriedly chased after him. Wait! Yet once she managed to stop him, she found herself at a loss for words. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend, and all she could do was bite her lip and ask, "Why did you help me?" G Tingley seemed to smile slightly, unfazed by her impudence, his tone remaining gentle. "I couldn't just stand by and watch a group of men bully a young lady. Could I? Now, hurry home. This place isn't safe." After delivering this admonition, G Tingley turned to leave. Su Wenqing stood there in a daze, her clean and clear eyes reflecting confusion and frustration. Yet, inexplicably, her heart raced faster. "President G, I think that girl has a problem." She had a knife in her pocket. As they stepped into the hotel that was cordoned off, one of G Tingley's bodyguards made a slashing motion across his throat. "Should we?" Yi Tingley chuckled. "No need." He not only knew that the girl had concealed a knife, but was also aware that she had entertained a reckless thought of harming him. He understood that the bullet had missed its mark because of her sudden appearance. Follow her and find out who she is. G Tingley accepted the disinfectant wipe offered by his subordinate, casually wiping his hands as he remarked, "I am only interested in the person behind her." "Understood, President G." His subordinate immediately set to work. Meanwhile, chaos erupted inside the hotel. Guests who had already checked in and those preparing to check in were all crowding the front desk, vociferously demanding to be let out. "Why can't we leave? I have a flight to catch. Are you responsible for delaying my schedule? What on earth is going on in this hotel? Who gave you permission to search my room? This is an invasion of privacy. I will sue you." As tensions escalated, the front desk staff were at their wits' end, lamenting that this was not their doing. It was all because of President G. Someone with sharp eyes spotted G Tingley approaching against the light. A throng of his subordinates surged in behind him, forming two lines that commanded immediate silence from the crowd. One of the subordinates called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, President G was attacked today, and the assassin is hiding in this hotel. We kindly ask for your cooperation. No one is allowed to enter or exit until we apprehend the individual." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more frantic. "What? An assassin? How dangerous! Where's the assassin? What do they look like? They must be hiding. Oh, I can't worry about the assassin. I need to go out and deliver a contract. If I'm late, my boss won't let me off the hook." Another voice chimed in, "If you rush out now, the G family won't let you off the hook either." Amidst the cacophony of voices, G Tingley grew impatient and shot a glance at his subordinate. The subordinate promptly responded, The G family will fully cover any losses incurred. Now, we ask everyone to move to the lobby for a search. Whether they were willing or not, compliance was mandatory. Soon, all the rooms were emptied. Even the hotel staff found themselves standing in the bustling lobby. Thankfully, the space was ample. G. Tingley's wound had been treated, yet he refused to apply a bandage, leaving the bloodstains starkly visible against his otherwise pristine appearance, adding an air of malevolence to his otherwise refined visage. President G. Weavy verified that all hotel guests and staff are here, but there's one person unaccounted for. Oh, who? G. Tingley opened his eyes and glanced at the list, his previously indifferent gaze suddenly sharpening. There, inscribed in careful strokes, were two characters, Jiang Wan. A predatory smile curled at the corners of G. Tingley's lips, laden with malice, mischief, and a hint of anticipation. Caught you. Chapter 85. The time for dramatic performance has arrived. G. Tingley kicked open room after room, but Jiang Wan remained elusive. Finally, one of his subordinates seized a hotel attendant and inquired, where else in the hotel could someone hide? Ashit, there's south, no place left. The attendant trembled, voice quaking as he replied, You've searched every area. The only remaining place is the hot springs. The hot springs? G. Tingley nearly forgot. This seven-star hotel was renowned for its hot spring amenities and dining. Lead the way. The subordinate released the attendant, who, legs shaking like noodles, guided them through the garden, around a long corridor, and into the hot spring area, passing through various VIP lounges and changing rooms. Even before entering, the warmth and humidity enveloped them. G. Tingley's gaze deepened, and before stepping inside, he instructed, You all wait outside. Yes. The subordinates, though surprised, complied respectfully. G. Tingley took a long stride, ascending the final step, and entered the hot spring area alone. A dense mist swirled around, warmth enveloping the air. Smooth, rounded stones lined the pool's edge, flanked by lush greenery, each flower blooming vibrantly. As G. Tingley moved forward, his gaze swept past the lively flower beds and landed on a vibrant scene at the center of the pool. There, with her back to him, Jiang Wan sat, her satin-like long hair casually styled into a bun, held in place by a single jade hairpin. A few rebellious strands cascaded down her graceful neck. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Wan remained still, lazily resting her arms behind her head, sprawled across a large rock in the pool. Without opening her eyes, she languidly called out, Did you bring the petals? Scatter them, and make sure to sprinkle plenty. Perhaps the comfort of the hot spring had altered her tone, which now sounded different, languid and sultry, as if a feather had grazed the skin, igniting a wave of desire. G. Tingley's pale eyes underwent a noticeable shift. The Jiang Wan before him was a siren, possessing an enchanting allure that ensnared the heart, rendering one helpless. With tremendous restraint, he averted his gaze. Not far away, on a stone table, baskets filled with flower petals awaited. This must be what she intended to scatter. G. Tingley casually picked up a basket and approached the edge of the hot spring. With a handful, he tossed the petals into the water. High-quality flower petals floated atop the surface, and through the mist, one could see them land around Jiang Wan. Her partially exposed shoulders gleamed like snow, her skin as delicate as cream. The steam rising formed beads of water that slid down her graceful shoulder blades, tracing the lines of her top back down to her slender waist. G. Tingley's gaze darkened, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. At that moment, Jiang Wan stirred. Her body sank into the water, lazily turning to face him, casually remarking, Is that all the petals you brought? More, please. Her voice trailed off abruptly upon realizing G. Tingley's presence. Jiang Wan appeared momentarily stunned, quickly regaining her composure, her brow furrowing as she demanded, President G. Didn't you see the sign outside that says men? Please stop? G. Tingley's gentlemanly demeanor seemed to have vanished. He stood at the pool's edge, surveying Jiang Wan from head to toe, and replied in a low voice, What a coincidence, Miss Jiang, to find you here. Jiang Wan, exasperated, let out a laugh. President G, you barged in unannounced, peeking at me in the hot spring, and now you question why I'm here? How shameless can you be? Jiang Wan lifted her chin defiantly, a cold smile gracing her lips as she retorted, You truly have no shame. He was scolded, and the words were rather harsh. However, G. Tingley found himself surprisingly unperturbed, a realization that struck him as odd. Perhaps it was Jiang Wan's exquisite beauty that rendered even insults pleasing to the eye. Before Ji Tingli could utter a word, Jiang Wan had already erupted in anger. She seized a handful of petals floating on the water's surface, hurling them, along with droplets, at Ji Tingli. Look at this, get lost. If only there had been something more suitable at hand. She would have lifted the large stone in the center of the pool and smashed it over his head, with a fierce glare directed at Ji Tingli. She scrambled to the edge of the hot spring and wrapped herself in a bathrobe. Her tone remained brusque. A few days ago, when I visited Ji Yao at the hospital, he recommended this place to me. What, am I not allowed to come? A clever excuse indeed. Ji Tingli calmly withdrew a handkerchief from his suit pocket, dabbing at the water splashed onto his face, meeting Jiang Wan's wary and indignant gaze. He smiled with an enigmatic air. Miss Jiang, your acting skills are commendable. Do you even need to mention it? Jiang Wan had already emerged from the hot spring. Barefoot, she stepped onto the edge of the steps, turning to tie the belt of her robe, replying coolly, I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Mr. Ji. Is that so? Ji Tingli maintained his smile, albeit one devoid of warmth. Miss Jiang's appearances are always so timely. Do you wish to harm me? Jiang Wan nodded with an unrestrained enthusiasm. However, at the moment they brushed past each other, she took out her phone and dialed Ji Yao. The call connected instantly. With a blank expression, Jiang Wan stated, Your elder brother is insufferable. He spied on me while I bathed. The breeze whispered through the air, casting an eerie silence. Yi Qingli. After uttering that line, Jiang Wan hung up, slipping into her nearby slippers and sauntering away. Ji Yao's phone began to ring incessantly. Ji Tingli's device was bombarded with calls, likely accompanied by an array of unsavory curses. After a moment of bewilderment, Ji Tingli found himself chuckling. He was resigned. When a multitude of bodyguards and subordinates from the Ji family rushed in, they were greeted by the sight of their eldest son, drenched and adorned with a wet petal on his shoulder. Everyone was astonished. Who was unaware of Ji Tingli's severe obsession with cleanliness? How could he remain calm in such a state? The phone continued to ring. Before Ji Yao could nearly demolish his hospital room with his post-surgery leg, Ji Tingli finally answered the call. Elder brother. Oh no, you're not my brother. I shall take you on. Yi Ypsilonao Belovet. Yi Tingli. You are shameless. You dare to spy on my Wan Wan bathing. No, I did not. You are lying. It was a hot spring. Ji Yao spun in place, furious. Is there a difference? Indeed, there is a significant distinction. One is not bathed in the nude in a hot spring. Ji Tingli shook his head, nearly led astray. Regaining his focus, he interrupted Ji Yao's pitiful complaints, asking in a low voice, Jiang Wan mentioned that you recommended this hotel as hot spring to her? Yi Ypsilonao Belovet. Taken aback. Did that happen? Regardless, if my Wan Wan says so, then it must be true. Yes. Yi Ypsilonao replied loudly. At that moment, a subordinate hurried over. Bon respectfully to Yi Qingli. Mr. Ji, hotel records indicate that Miss Jiang booked the hot spring 2 days ago, along with several surrounding pools. 2 days ago. At that time, Ji Tingli's itinerary had yet to be disclosed. This meant that Jiang Wan had indeed visited Ji Yao at the hospital, received his recommendation, and subsequently booked the hot spring to enjoy. Was it all merely coincidence? Ji Tingli scoffed, his skepticism unwavering. On the other end of the line, Ji Yao continued to rant like a lion with its mane on fire, incessantly mentioning Jiang Wan, fiercely protective. It was prudent to keep him confined. Ji Tingli abruptly hung up. Hours had passed since the hotel was sealed for a thorough search. Every corner had been inspected, including hidden ventilation ducts. Yet no trace of the sniper or the weapon was found. However, Jiang Wan must have known something. Ji Tingli's expression darkened as he led his team outside. The hot spring was still shrouded in mist, the air thick with vapor, droplets forming delicate strands. Clatter, clatter. A cleaner approached, pushing a cart along the cobblestone path, wobbling as the wheels rolled over the stones. Once certain that the Ji family had departed, the cleaner glanced around and swiftly rolled up their sleeves and pant legs, retrieving an object from the bottom of the hot spring. Then, nonchalantly, they pushed the cart away. At the same moment, Ji Tingli, who had walked some distance, halted. Something was amiss. The entire hotel had been scoured, yet one area remained unchecked. The hot spring. Ji Tingli turned back, and several subordinates leapt into the pool, beginning a thorough search by hand. After all, Jiang Wan was there to indulge, luxuriating in the milk rose hot spring. If something were concealed beneath her feet, it would be invisible through the milky water. Moreover, she had skillfully diverted Tingly's attention from the outset. Even the petals had been scattered by him. After a thorough search, nothing was found. Either his suspicions were misplaced, or he had arrived too late. Tingly chuckled, a cold smile on his lips. Where was Jiang Wan? The hotel was locked down, no one allowed to leave, including Jiang Wan. The next time Tingly encountered Jiang Wan, she was in the hotel CAF. With no staff present, she prepared herself a cup of coffee. As Tingly approached, Jiang Wan raised her cup and smiled at him, her eyes sparkling. Care for a cup, Mr. G, the one who spied on me bathing? Before Tingly could respond, one of his subordinates gasped behind him. This Jiang Wan was audacious indeed, daring to speak to their Mr. G in such a manner. Yet, to their surprise, Tingly did not retort. He took a seat opposite Jiang Wan, his fingertips casually resting on the table, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. I will be obliged. Thank you. Jiang Wan paused, casting him a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed by his audacity. She pushed her half-finished cup of coffee to the center of the table, grinning mischievously, relishing the chance to irritate him. There's only this one, if you don't mind. Before she could finish, Tingly took the cup and drank from it, commenting, not bad, though a bit too sweet. Jiang Wan. Not only had she failed to provoke him, but she had also made herself uncomfortable. Her expression visibly faltered. Tingly stood, leaning over the table, bringing his upper body closer to hers. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Wan perceived the emotions swirling in his light brown eyes. Curiosity, admiration, and an undeniable, oppressive malice. Next time, I shall capture you. Jiang Wan, do not disappoint me. With those parting words, Tingly departed, accompanied by his entourage. The hotel restrictions were lifted, the throng of family subordinates withdrew, and the patrons regained their freedom. Jiang Wan remained seated in her original spot. For a fleeting moment, Tingly had genuinely harbored murderous intent. Yet, he ultimately chose to walk away. Jiang Wan understood the unspoken message behind Tingly's words. This man was suspicious, possessing a wolf-like instinct and ruthlessness, yet he also bore an arrogance that surpassed all others. This time, he had failed to seize a handle on her, nor had he uncovered the sniper rifle. She had triumphed. However, next time may not yield the same result. He intended to ensnare her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. He desired to witness her panic, fear, and terror, ultimately seeing her kneel before him, pleading for mercy. This was the essence of Tingly's implication. Jiang Wan smirked slightly. Was he merely dreaming? Vehicles from the family departed one by one. Inside, a subordinate carefully opened a disinfecting wipe and cautiously remarked, Mr. G, are we leaving just like this? This Jiang Wan is very likely the assassin from today. Or perhaps she is in cahoots with that assassin. Regardless of the matters concerning Zhao Weiwu and his son, or the events surrounding Ji Hao, upon careful reflection, one cannot overlook Jiang Wan's involvement in every instance. And today, it would be rather peculiar if there were no suspicions. Even the hotel surveillance footage has mysteriously gone missing for a minute and a half, precisely during the time when she was seen in the corridor of the guest rooms. This is quite unbelievable. Is Jiang Wan truly that formidable? Shall we follow her, Mr. G? Inquired his subordinate. Tingly merely acknowledged with a faint sound, advising, send 2 clever ones. Ensure they remain undetected. Yes. The subordinate nodded immediately, confidently asserting, rest assured, Mr. G, we will certainly uncover her and those behind her. Tingly gazed out of the car window at the rapidly receding buildings, lost in thought, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It had been a long time since anything so intriguing had occurred. I hope she conceals herself well. If she is easily discovered, it would indeed be rather tedious. The moment Jiang Wan stepped out of the hotel, she sensed that someone was tailing her. What a nuisance, with an extra string of followers. Her actions would become considerably constrained. However, her concern was not for herself, but for Su Wenqing. Given Tingly's suspicion and sharp intuition, he would undoubtedly surmise that the deviation of that fatal shot was due to Su Wenqing. He would certainly send someone to follow her. Jiang Wan hurriedly booked the nearest flight for Su Wenqing and dialed her number. After a few rings, Su Wenqing, having hesitated for a moment, finally answered, Jiang Wan, I have booked your ticket. Do not go anywhere. Head directly to the airport and leave Yundu. You must not return recklessly as you did this time. Jiang Wan spoke calmly. Su Wenqing stood by the roadside, kicking small stones, and quietly replied, "Can I at least say goodbye to my mother before I leave? My suitcase is still at the hospital, and if I leave, who knows when I can return." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Wan interrupted, "No, leave immediately. This is too domineering." Su Wenqing felt a flicker of rebellion rise within her. Why should she heed Jiang Wan's command? Why must she leave simply because Jiang Wan said so? Clenching her fists, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. "Do you know what I went through today? I nearly died and was almost captured. That bullet grazed my hand. I was so close to losing it." The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. "I know," Jiang Wan replied, "I saw it." "What?" Su Wenqing was momentarily stunned, her breath catching as a chill ran down her spine. "You were the one who fired that shot?" "Yes. If you hadn't appeared suddenly, Ji Tingli would have been dead." Jiang Wan sighed. Su Wenqing's eyes widened in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. "All right, you must be obedient and go to the airport now. Once this is all over, you can return any time. It won't be long. Because I cannot afford to wait either." Jiang Wan's final words were barely audible, swept away by the wind. Su Wenqing wiped her tears. Before hanging up, she bit her lip and asked, "Jiang Wan, what kind of person is Ji Tingli? Is he related to my father's death?" Su Yongyan was silenced by the Ji family. This was something Aunt Tong had explicitly stated. However, who issued the orders and who acted upon them remained unknown even to Aunt Tong, let alone Jiang Wan. In any case, this debt was certainly owed to the Ji family. As for what kind of person Ji Tingli was, that question was rather peculiar. Jiang Wan could sense something and felt an urge to shake Su Wenqing's head to see what thoughts occupied it. "Wake up. Ji Tingli is definitely not a good person. He is insidious, despicable, hypocritical, and employs terrifying methods. He holds the entirety of the Ji family in his grasp and has blood on his hands from countless individuals. Your father's death is undoubtedly connected to him." Jiang Wan spoke sharply. "Do not be fooled by his facade. I am not foolish enough to believe you." Su Wenqing hurriedly denied, her ears reddening with embarrassment and anger. "Don't slander me. That would be for the best." Jiang Wan rubbed her temples, a headache forming. "Ji Tingli will certainly send someone to investigate your identity. As long as you leave Yundu, you will be safe. Now you should set off. Send me a photo once you reach the airport." "Oh." Su Wenqing hung up, pouting and muttering. "What is this about taking photos? I'm not a criminal." She raised her hand to hail a cab. The driver asked, "Where to?" "To the airport." Su Wenqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Yet her mind was once again flooded with the image of those smiling eyes. The man with the brown pupils, focused and gentle, held only her reflection within them. He had come to her rescue, overlooked her recklessness, and cautioned her to return home quickly as it was dangerous. Such a well-mannered and refined individual hardly resembled Jiang Wan's description. Su Wenqing pouted. As the taxi passed through a residential area, she suddenly recalled that in her haste to leave, she had not yet bid farewell to Sister Wei Wei. After all, she had taken her in for 2 days, providing food and shelter. It was only courteous to say goodbye. "Driver, stop." Ignoring Jiang Wan's warnings, Su Wenqing hurriedly exited the vehicle. She purchased 2 large bags of fruit from a nearby store, paid with her phone, and made her way to Lin Weiwei's rental apartment. "Sister Wei Wei, I'm leaving. Thank you so much for taking me in these past few days. You are truly a wonderful person." Su Wenqing set down the fruit, her smile radiant. Lin Weiwei, slightly embarrassed, insisted, "No need for thanks. I can't possibly eat so much fruit alone. Why not take some with you?" "No need, I have to go to the airport." "Farewell, Sister Wei Wei. I'll come back to visit you when I have the chance." After adding each other as friends, Su Wenqing waved goodbye and left with a light step. As the door to the rental apartment closed, Lin Weiwei opened the bag and could not help but chuckle. The young girl was thoughtful, having purchased expensive fruit, durians, cherries, and a bag of large, beautiful pomegranates. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to place the items in the refrigerator, the door to the rental apartment was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Lin Weiwei jumped in fright, the pomegranates spilling onto the floor. 2 expressionless men in black suits burst in. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Weiwei shouted, "Let me go. Help. 2 minutes later, Ji Tingli's subordinates reported, "Mr. Ji, we found out that the girl named Su Wenqing is heading to the airport. We checked, and someone helped her purchase a ticket. But we could not trace the buyer. Mr. Ji, should we intercept her?" Ji Tingli was examining Su Wenqing's file. It was as he had suspected. She had come seeking vengeance against the Ji family. He did not recall Su Yongyan, but he did remember a certain cargo that had escaped, and in the end, both it and the person who rescued her had been dealt with by the Ji family. Ji Tingli chuckled. Interceptor. Once she arrives, she wants to be able to escape. Yes, his subordinate replied, promptly contacting the airport to block her. Ji Tingli casually tossed Su Wenqing's file into the trash. He had no interest in such a dim-witted individual, easily discernible as a problem. He preferred the mysterious and challenging little fox who concealed herself so deeply, like Jiang Wan. Ji Tingli glanced at his reflection in the mirror, seeing a smile reflected back, with a predatory glint dancing in his brown eyes. Will you save someone, Jiang Wan? Just as you recklessly dashed into the flames to rescue your comrades. Ji Tingli's lips curled into a smile, his mood exceptionally buoyant. He waved his hand, and his subordinate promptly approached, addressing him as President Ji. How may I assist you? Meanwhile, Su Wenqing arrived at the airport, only to be informed that her flight was grounded due to technical issues. Are there no other flights available? She inquired. Me terribly sorry, Mom. But all other flights are fully booked, and we cannot assist with a rebooking, came the reply. Sighing, Su Wenqing stepped aside to call Jiang Wan, lamenting, Sister Jiang Wan. The ticket you bought can't be used. I come all this way for nothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan felt a chill of dread. There was no technical failure. It was evident that someone was sabotaging her friend's plans. This wasn't just today. Flights in the coming days were also being canceled for similar reasons. It appeared Ji Tingli had intervened. Who knew what his next move against Su Wenqing would be? With a frown, Jiang Wan advised, just stay at the airport. Do not venture anywhere else. There are lounges and sleeping pods, and food and drinks are plentiful. Most importantly, your safety is paramount. Su Wenqing grimaced. Staying here for a day or two is bearable, but if it stretches to 10 days or half a month, I might as well be dead. This is for your own good. Bear with it, Jiang Wan insisted. Unsto Su Wenqing zeluten hong yet obediently settled into the lounge to recharge her devices and ordered some refreshments. Just as she was about to scoop a bite of chocolate pudding, she received a distressing message from Lin Weiwei, a new friend she had just added. The message read, "Help me. Someone has broken into my house, and I'm terrified." Staring blankly at the screen, Su Wenqing felt a sense of urgency. Why wasn't Lin Weiwei calling the police? She immediately dialed her number, only to hear that it was switched off. Was something terrible happening? Although she had known Lin Weiwei for only a short time, she had often heard her mention a man from their previous company who had been persistently pursuing her, even resorting to stalking and threats. Lin Weiwei had planned to move by the end of the month to escape his harassment. Could it be that he had come after her again? With determination, Su Wenqing dashed out of the airport, discarding Jiang Wan's warnings. As she hailed a cab, she thought, I'm merely going to rescue a friend. What could possibly happen? Yet, before she could even state her destination, someone covered her mouth and nose, rendering her unconscious. At 11 o'clock that night, Jiang Wan was in the kitchen preparing instant noodles while her phone rang. Aunt Tong, with a quivering voice, expressed her concern about losing contact with Su Wenqing. Although there was signal and the calls connected, no one was picking up. Aunt Tong was frantic. Surely, something had happened. What if the Ji family has discovered us? What should we do? Jiang Wan replied nonchalantly. What do we do? Just remain calm. She stirred the boiling noodles, sensing that they were nearly ready, and turned off the heat. Aunt Tong attempted to speak, but Jiang Wan interrupted. Don't worry, I'll find her. I'll inform you once I have news. But this is the last time. I can't be cleaning up after her constantly. Aunt Tong nodded vigorously. I understand. Once we find her, I'll keep a close watch on her and ensure she doesn't cause you any more trouble. After ending the call, Jiang Wan finished her noodles, cleaned the kitchen, and washed her hands before turning on her computer to track Su Wenqing's location. The signal appeared at Jing'an Wharf, the same spot where she had overheard a delivery during her previous visit to the Ji residence. It had been a trap intended to lure her out, but she had seen through it. Now it was again at Jing'an Wharf. A familiar scent, a familiar scheme. Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Ji Tingli wasn't even attempting to hide his intentions, practically inviting her to confront him. With a piece of candy in her mouth, she crunched down. In truth, Ji Tingli wasn't the only one who enjoyed the thrill. She did too. In a way, they were cut from the same cloth, hypocritical, scheming, and equally unhinged. As Jiang Wan stepped out, two of Ji Tingli's subordinates, who had been tracking her, reported, President Ji, she's coming out. Shall we continue to follow? But in the blink of an eye, she had vanished around a corner. The two exchanged bewildered glances, filled with disbelief. At Jiang Wharf, a luxurious yacht floated on the water. Tingly stood on the expansive deck, the night breeze cool against his black shirt, which clung to his well-defined abs. "Everything is arranged," his subordinate announced respectfully. "Very well," Tingly replied with a hint of a smile, his eyes glimmering with warmth and affection, as though he awaited a lover. Yet, hidden throughout the dock were countless dangers, with many armed men lurking behind the containers. Below deck, at the gaming tables, for deadly figures were playing poker, ready to strike should Jiang Wan dare to rescue Su Wenqing. Tingly waited patiently as the night grew darker and the wind picked up, hinting at impending rain. The dock remained eerily silent, devoid of life. After a lengthy wait, as raindrops began to fall, disappointment flickered in his eyes. It seemed he had overestimated Jiang Wan's courage. "Let us go back. This is futile." Just as he turned, distant footsteps echoed. At the far end, a slender figure appeared, clutching a black umbrella, moving toward the dock through the rain. Dressed in long attire and fully covered, with a mask obscuring her face, Tingly could not see who she was, yet instinctively knew it was Jiang Wan. A smile broke across his face as he snapped his fingers, signaling his men. In an instant, they rushed from behind the containers, surrounding the figure. Jiang Wan scanned the area and spotted Su Wenqing, unconscious and tied to a chair, her head tilted, rain splattering against her face, showing no signs of waking. She was alive. After all, Tingly had no intention of killing her, only using her as bait to lure Jiang Wan into action. The masked Jiang Wan halted within the encirclement, raising her umbrella slightly to meet Tingly's gaze. The air crackled with tension, each harboring a deadly intent toward the other. Shouts erupted from the subordinates, "Capture her!" In an instant, several rushed forward. Jiang Wan sprang into action, the umbrella folded, its pointed tip transforming into a weapon, and without hesitation, she struck swiftly and decisively. The sound of gunfire erupted as two of Tingly's men clutched their eyes, collapsing in agony. Seeing this, the remaining subordinates' expressions darkened as they lunged at her. Jiang Wan's movements were fluid and precise, her attacks ruthless and effective. She truly possessed formidable fighting skills. Chapter 89. Desire for her with a resounding thud, a subordinate, unable to confront directly, attempted a sneak attack from behind while Jiang Wan was engaged with another assailant. He lunged forward, intent on seizing her by the throat. Jiang Wan swiftly kicked the man before her away, simultaneously executing a shoulder throw that sent the would-be attacker crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. With a sharp crack, she dislocated his arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Jiang Wan's movements were fierce and decisive. Her black umbrella transformed into a lethal weapon, becoming surprisingly light and deadly in her skilled hands. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the fallen bodies of her opponents. Yet, the family had more than a mere handful of subordinates. Soon, even more rushed forth to join the fray. Jiang Wan fought with increasing ferocity, her prowess overwhelming those who dared to challenge her. A particularly tenacious subordinate, fueled by rage from repeated failures, staggered to his feet and drew a knife. Charging at Jiang Wan, she deflected his strike with her umbrella, but he swung wildly, his blade creating deadly arcs in the air. Forced to retreat, Jiang Wan found herself backed against a shipping container. The man roared and charged again, but with a powerful kick, she propelled herself off the container, soaring through the air to deliver a crushing blow. A sickening crack echoed as his bones shattered, and he collapsed without a sound. Jiang Wan landed gracefully, the battle concluded. On the deck, Tingly observed the scene, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wan, filled with surprise, admiration, and a hint of intrigue. The family's subordinates groaned in agony, bruised and battered, while the slender, resilient figure of Jiang Wan stood defiantly, radiant with fierce brilliance, a sight that captivated all. Tingly's lips curled into a smile, his interest in Jiang Wan deepening. Each unexpected revelation left him eager to uncover her true self. He yearned to peel away her layers and glimpse the soul that enchanted him so profoundly, caught between desire and destruction. Pushing aside a subordinate who sheltered him with an umbrella, Tingly leaped from the yacht, landing firmly on the dock. On the second deck, the four formidable figures exchanged glances but remained motionless, awaiting Tingly's command. Jiang Wan calculated the time in her mind. Upon raising her eyes, she spotted Ji Tingli approaching. Was he stepping in personally now? As his minions faltered, her suspicion was soon confirmed as Ji Tingli made his move. He advanced with ghostly speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. His long, icy fingers seized her mask with alarming swiftness, catching her completely off guard. Never had she heard of Ji Tingli's remarkable strength. Her shock mirrored that of his subordinates, witnessing their master engage in battle for the first time. As he yanked the mask down, a grin spread across his face. Jiang Wan, I've caught you. However, his smile faltered. To his astonishment, beneath the mask lay another disguise. Jiang Wan, donning a fox mask, spread her hands innocently, as if to say, "You are quite amusing." Dripping with sarcasm, Ji Tingli, infuriated yet amused, pressed closer to Jiang Wan. The time was ripe. As she retreated, her gaze darted to a nearby shipping container. In the next instant, a small red dot appeared on Ji Tingli's chest. On the second deck, the four formidable figures sprang to attention, their expressions shifting in alarm. "Young master, Mr. Ji, do not move." Jiang Wan's voice dropped to a hushed tone as she pointed at the red, the sight of a sniper scope, aimed directly at Ji Tingli's heart. Ji Tingli froze, his brown eyes narrowing subtly, yet he refrained from seizing her mask again. Jiang Wan gestured again, her voice emerging from the mask in a low hum, obscuring her true tone. "Return the person, and the sniper will withdraw." "It's fair, isn't it?" Ji Tingli scrutinized her for several seconds before signaling to his men. The unconscious Su Wenqing was unceremoniously tossed at Jiang Wan's feet. At that moment, a pickup truck arrived, its driver masked, here to assist Jiang Wan. With a smile, she continued, "Except for Mr. Ji, everyone else retreat to the ship." She pressed her advantage, but with the red dot trained on him, no one dared to act rashly. Expressionless, Ji Tingli ordered retreat. His men, including the four formidable figures who had nearly engaged, withdrew to the ship. Jiang Wan carelessly tossed Su Wenqing into the truck's cargo bed. Just as she prepared to leap onto the vehicle, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Yi Tingli acted, ignoring the red dot aimed at his heart. He lunged, seizing Jiang Wan's sleeve and yanking her from the truck. Quick to react, she brandished her umbrella, thrusting it at Ji Tingli while shouting at the truck's occupants, "Go." The pickup accelerated but didn't get far. Jiang Wan rolled to the ground, thrusting her umbrella towards Ji Tingli once more. His grip was like iron, fingers clearly defined as he caught the sharp tip of her umbrella, which, though seemingly harmless, had been sharpened by Jiang Wan, slicing his palm and causing him to instinctively release his hold. Seizing the moment, Jiang Wan propelled herself back into the truck. It sped away, but just then a bloodied hand grasped the edge of the vehicle. It was Ji Tingli. Would he continue the chase? As he prepared to board, Jiang Wan, without a moment's hesitation, executed a flying kick. Unexpectedly, he caught her foot, leveraging it to vault into the truck's bed. Ji Tingli's gaze burned with intensity as he declared, "Jiang Wan, I will have him asked today." In that very instant, a throwing knife hurtled toward them from behind. One of the four formidable figures on the yacht had made his move. Jiang Wan heard the whistling sound too late. If she evaded the knife, both she and Chun Yinling, who had come to assist her, will be doomed once Ji Tingli boarded. In a flash of instinct, Jiang Wan chose not to dodge. With all her strength, she charged Ji Tingli, pushing him down, but simultaneously, the knife sliced through her clothing and skin, blood gushing forth in an instant. Chapter 90. Jiang Wan is the ruthless one. The pickup roared away from the dock, disappearing into the inky blackness of the rain-soaked night. Ji Tingli's black shirt was torn, clinging to his toned torso, revealing a footprint left by Jiang Wan, a comically disheveled sight. "Young master, are you all right?" His subordinates rushed to him, huddling beneath the umbrella. The four formidable figures nodded, their demeanor respectful. Ji Tingli glanced at the knife thrower, his voice low and frosty. "Who instructed you to act?" The man straightened, his expression serious. "I was concerned for the young master's safety." "Let it not happen again," Ji Tingli warned. "I do not tolerate disobedience." "Yes." The man nodded respectfully, devoid of dissent. At that moment, a subordinate sprinted from the direction of a shipping container, holding something aloft. "Mr. Ji, we've been deceived. There was no sniper. We only found this. It was merely a toy laser pointer." The red dot had been mistaken for a sniper-esque scope. The darkness and the earlier ambush had thoroughly fooled them all. Ji Tingley's expression morphed as he clenched his teeth, his incredulity turning into laughter. Well, well, well. A cunning little fox. Truly clever. Once again, he found himself outsmarted. Ji Tingley extended his hands, the fresh wounds on his palms, soaked by the rain, appearing pale. And what Jiang Wan? At the moment she collided with him, he witnessed her injuries firsthand, and they were severe. This was the evidence he had been waiting for. You cannot escape, little fox. Beneath the wildfire bar lay a concealed basement, designed by Jiang Wan herself during its renovation. Only Chen Yinling and Jiang Wan knew of this entrance. How are you holding up? Chen Yinling assisted Jiang Wan into the basement, the stairs lengthy and requiring careful descent. Jiang Wan chuckled softly, claiming she was fine, just a minor injury. First, let us ensure that the pickup truck is dealt with, the bloodstains cleaned thoroughly, and not a trace left behind. I know. Rest assured, Lao Lu has already taken care of it. Lao Lu, the one who hid atop a shipping container. Deceiving Ji Tingley with a laser pointer posing as a sniper rifle was indeed clever. His real name was Li Lei, nicknamed Lao Lu. He was astute and resourceful, and entrusted with tasks. One could rest easy regarding the outcomes. Just as today, before Jiang Wan went to the dock, she had arranged for Lao Lu to act as the sniper. True to his reputation, he had successfully diverted the attention of the Ji family while stealthily positioning himself. Then, before being discovered, he made a quick exit. As Chen Yinling turned on the lights, she remarked, "You even let Lao Lu leave the laser pointer behind. TSK. How infuriating for Ji Tingley." Chen Yinling teased, "Perhaps you were the real Lao Lu?" Jiang Wan coughed lightly, smiling without response. What a pity. The sniper rifle had been ruined by water, rendered nearly useless. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to fire it. Chen Yinling fetched a set of clean clothes and adjusted the temperature. The basement was spacious, equipped with everything necessary, originally designed as a safe house. Ventilation, heating, lighting, and 2 rooms stocked with water and food, even a surgical table. Chen Yinling helped Jiang Wan over. Jiang Wan's wound had bled profusely, and the rain had washed over it, the gash from the flying knife festering and adhering to her clothing. Bear with it. Chen Yinling frowned and began to clean the wound. Jiang Wan rested her head in silence. After considerable effort, Chen Yinling had managed to clean the blood and cloth, already drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Jiang Wan remembered something and turned her head, asking, "Wait, what about Su Wenqing?" "Ah." Chen Yinling pondered, blinking. "She seems to still be outside the basement." The entrance was too narrow, designed with a long staircase, accommodating only 2 people side by side at a time. Jiang Wan had sustained injuries, and Chen Yinling, preoccupied with her condition, had forgotten about the other person outside. Jiang Wan chuckled helplessly. "Bring her in." "All right." Chen Yinling dashed out and soon returned, carrying the still unconscious Su Wenqing, carelessly dropping her to the side. "Why hasn't she woken up?" Jiang Wan expressed surprise, wanting to check on Su Wenqing, only to be pressed down onto the surgical table by Chen Yinling. "You should focus on yourself first." Chen Yinling scolded. "Such a deep wound, it pains me to see. Cleansing, suturing, applying medicine. 16 stitches in total." Once finished, Jiang Wan rose and glanced at herself in the mirror. The wound lay just below her left shoulder blade, merely appearing alarming. Chen Yinling was still fretting when Jiang Wan tossed her something, smiling, "Help me with one more task." "What is this?" Chen Yinling opened the small box, stunned to find artificial skin. "Yes." Jiang Wan, turning away, exhaled slowly. "It will be quite useful. Please apply it for me." "But your wound isn't healed yet." "It's fine, just for a day. It won't hinder anything." Jiang Wan's tone was casual and calm. She had been injured. This was the evidence. Ji Tingley would undoubtedly go to great lengths to examine her wound. This man was proud and arrogant. He would never allow her to toy with him repeatedly. In this game, there must be a victor and a vanquished. Jiang Wan could even envision Ji Tingley's reaction should he lose once more. At that moment, he would surely seek other means to unveil her true self. Where was the Ji family's factory, the cause of Jiang Weimin's death, and the location of his remains? These were the truths Jiang Wan yearned to uncover. If Jiang Wan's intuition was correct, Ji Tingley would use these as bait. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Jiang Wan laid back down on the surgical table, smiling. "Cut off the excess from the wound, but must fit neatly. Do not be soft-hearted. Cutting off the excess means cutting into flesh." How could Jiang Wan utter such a painful notion? Chen Yinling retorted, "No way. You're joking with yourself. I can't bring myself to do it." Then I shall do it myself. Jiang Wan propped herself up, her hand reaching for the surgical knife and scissors. She was resolute, capable of following through on her words. I'll take care of it. Chen Yinling, infuriated, snatched it away, then administered another dose of anesthesia to Jiang Wan. Her eyes reddened as she began working. Chapter 91. The bitterness of longing. Jiang Wan felt no pain, still in the mood to smile, lazily supporting her head. You see, it doesn't hurt at all. This earned her 2 eye rolls from Chen Yinling. After several hours of toil, dawn had arrived outside. Chen Yinling finally straightened up, declaring, all done. Jiang Wan looked in the mirror, thoroughly satisfied. The artificial skin enveloped her entire back, the texture and feel perfectly replicated. Realistic, exquisite, not a flaw visible even under magnification. Most importantly, she possessed the only completed model of this artificial skin in the world. When she had brought it from the lab, she had never anticipated it would be utilized so swiftly. Indeed, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. To be honest, she was eager to witness Ji Tingley's expression. Would he question his very existence? That would be delightful. Jiang Wan donned her clothes and winked at Chen Yinling. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Yinling replied with irritation. Ancestor, do take it easy. The wound needs air and fresh dressing. It must come off at most by tomorrow. Understood. Jiang Wan nodded. Chen Yinling gathered her belongings, inadvertently kicking Su Wenqing, who lay on the ground. Why hasn't she woken up? A night had passed, drenched in heavy rain. Jostled in the pickup truck. How could she not have opened her eyes? Jiang Wan reached out to check Su Wenqing's pulse, frowning. She's under the influence of medication, the dosage too high. Coupled with the rain and chill, she's likely running a high fever, nearing 40 degrees. What? A fever that severe? Chen Yinling felt Su Wenqing's forehead, confirming it was burning hot. Oh dear, she's not too bright to begin with. We can't afford to damage her brain further. Jiang Wan stood up, saying softly, let us take her to the hospital. Aunt Tong can look after her. She cannot remain at the bar. Chen Yinling agreed. The Wildfire Bar was a secret stronghold, with everyone acting with extreme caution. Su Wenqing had already drawn the attention of the Ji family. Her identity had likely been compromised. She could be anywhere, just not at Wildfire. Such an unpredictable bomb. Who could withstand it? Chen Yinling stroked her chin, deep in thought. What if Ji Tingley targets her again? He won T. Jiang Wan shook her head. She poses no threat. With Ji Tingley's character, he Wan T regards Su Wenqing as significant. Like last night at the dock, capturing Su Wenqing was merely a tactic to draw out Jiang Wan. Having employed that strategy once, Ji Tingley wouldn't resort to it again. Chen Yinling couldn't help but reflect. Being inconspicuous has its merits. At least it offers safety. Wait, there's another issue. Chen Yinling pointed at Su Wenqing on the floor and boldly hypothesized, furrowing her brows. What if this young girl chooses to seek revenge against the Ji family? Jiang Wan found the question peculiar and retorted, what does that have to do with me? I have already saved her once. Chen Yinling snapped her fingers, nodding in satisfaction, and instructed Lao Lu to swiftly take Su Wenqing away. True to form, Lao Lu tossed Su Wenqing at a square several kilometers away. Then, he seamlessly blended into the crowd, urging passersby to take Su Wenqing to the hospital. Task complete. It was somewhat troublesome, but at least he managed to remain incognito. Lao Lu felt quite pleased with himself. Chen Yinling commended him. Well done. After confirming that there were no abnormalities or spies around the bar, Jiang Wan discreetly departed. Upon turning on her phone after a night of silence, dozens of messages from Ji Yao popped up, questions about her meals, her activities, and whether she missed him. Jiang Wan ignored them all. Scrolling further, she noticed a message from Pei Jin, marked by a single question mark. This was a call that couldn't connect, signaling a demand for answers. Jiang Wan considered ignoring it too. However, her gaze flickered slightly, and she opened the chat box to reply, I'm going to hospital to see Ji Yao. Please do not disturb. Less than 5 seconds after sending the message, Pei Jin responded with remarkable speed, sending 2 lines in quick succession. What is so interesting about him? You might as well come see me. And how long has it been since your break? Are you waiting for me to come and drag you back to work? Jiang Wan glanced at the messages but chose not to reply, turning off her phone again. Just waiting for you to come. She hoped he would hurry. With an air of confidence, Jiang Wan made her way to the hospital. Upon entering, she was met with the presence of the Ji family, and the moment she stepped inside, Ji Tingley received word of her arrival. He had anticipated that Jiang Wan would at least lay low for a while to recover, but to his surprise, she was so audacious. Tingli chuckled softly and ordered a car to be prepared. As Jiang Wan entered Ji Yao's hospital room, he leaped toward her like an excited wolf dog. The wolf dog was incredibly enthusiastic. If he had a tail, it would be spinning like a propeller. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to stroke Ji Yao's hair. He was fastidious about cleanliness, maintaining a neat appearance even during his hospital stay. He still looked handsome, especially with his tousled hair, which felt delightfully soft to Jiang Wan. Ji Yao whined playfully, "Wan Wan, you finally came to see me. It's been 96 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds since I last saw you. Boo-hoo." Jiang Wan responded, "You really have too much time on your hands. I'm busy thinking about you." Ye Ypsilonao hugged Jiang Wan tightly. However, he couldn't put weight on one leg, making the situation amusing. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Wan burst into laughter. Ji Yao's face turned red, and he quietly added, "The doctor said I'm recovering well, and in a couple of days I can walk." Yes, I understand." Jiang Wan finally stopped laughing and gave Ji Yao a look, suggesting he should lie back down. "I don't want to lie down. I'm not tired. I just want to talk to you." "Then lie down while we talk." "Aren't you tired standing on one leg?" "Well, a little." Ji Yao fidgeted, but obediently lay back down on the bed. Jiang Wan took a seat on the chair beside him, casually glancing toward the door of the room. Then, she lowered her gaze, methodically peeling an apple for Ji Yao. He was taken aback by her attention. His heart raced wildly, almost leaping from his throat. Jiang Wan was focused, her movements somewhat clumsy as the peel broke repeatedly. But her expression was attentive and gentle. Ji Yao gazed at Jiang Wan's profile, feeling an overwhelming rush of emotions, his eyes slightly misty. If only time could freeze at this moment. But no one could hear his silent yearning. The next second, the door to the hospital room swung open. A nurse wheeled in a cart, ready for an infusion. Jiang Wan handed over the peeled apple, and Ji Yao accepted it in a daze. "I'll be going now. Take good care of yourself, and aim to get discharged soon." Jiang Wan smiled at him before leaving. In an instant, Ji Yao felt a profound emptiness within him. He didn't mention that he actually disliked apples, yet he finished the one in his hand. It was a bit sweet, yet somewhat bitter. The hospital elevator was crowded, forcing Jiang Wan to wait for 2 minutes before opting to take the stairs. As she entered the corridor, a sudden force slammed her against the wall. Chapter 92. The arena of two men. Jiang Wan's face pressed against the cold tiles, and she struggled, glaring angrily at the person behind her. "What do you want?" The corridor's sensor lights flickered on and off, casting shadows around. Tingli held her wrists with one hand, observing her expression with interest, and finally remarked, "I prefer you when you fight back, just like last night. If you're sick, go get treated." "I don't understand what you're saying." Jiang Wan seemed quite furious. Unable to move her hands, she stomped hard on Tingli's polished leather shoe. A dark footprint was left on the six-figure handmade shoe. Rather than getting angry, Tingli chuckled, his tone gentlemanly yet soft. "Jiang Wan, I told you. I will personally peel off your mask." Before Jiang Wan could respond, she heard a tearing sound followed by a chill on her back. Yikinglis gaze darkened, his voice laced with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, akin to a venomous snake tasting the air. "Let me see. Your injury is here, right?" Cold fingers brushed against Jiang Wan's back before abruptly pausing. Tingli was taken aback, finally lowering his gaze. What he saw was the smooth, bare skin of a young girl, delicate and flawless. Where were the knife wounds? Tingli froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his light brown pupils. He had witnessed the knife graze Jiang Wan's back, blood splattering as it cut through flesh. It couldn't possibly be mistaken. The wound could not have vanished overnight. So, what was the issue? Was the masked figure who appeared at the dock last night, rescuing Su winching and colliding with him, not Jiang Wan? Had he misjudged? The usually composed Tingli began to question everything. He even contemplated pressing against Jiang Wan's injury to see her reaction, but before he could act, Jiang Wan slapped him, turning his head aside. This was the second time. The last slap had been by the hot spring pool, and now, once again, Tingli tasted the back of his teeth, his eyes dark and menacing. "Jiang Wan," he said, each word dripping with menace and pressure, filling the space with a suffocating tension. Yet Jiang Wan merely scoffed, shaking her tingling right hand, unrepentantly saying, "You deserve it." Tingli narrowed his eyes dangerously, a heavy malice evident. But in the next moment, he regained his composure, removing his suit jacket and draping it over Jiang Wan's shoulders. "I apologize. Jiang Wan thought she had hallucinated, but those words were indeed spoken by Ji Tingli. She regretted not having hit him a few more times while she had the chance. Yet she showed no sign of her regret, furiously tearing off his jacket and coldly saying, "I don't need your false kindness." With that, she turned and walked away. She was wearing a light green dress that Chun Yinling had found for her, a refreshing color that complemented her complexion. Now that the back of her dress was torn by Ji Tingli, while it covered the essentials, walking out like this was still quite embarrassing. She should have brought a jacket. Jiang Wan fumed. She had initially thought that Ji Tingli would use some underhanded methods to inspect her injury, perhaps spilling coffee or some drink to stain her dress and take a peek while she changed. After all, he has not been a stranger to such shameless acts. Wasn't it just by the hot spring pool? Yet, he had not expected that this individual would defy all norms and directly tear her clothing. How brazen! Jiang Wan hurriedly descended the dozen floors, almost dizzy before she finally made her way down. However, just before exiting, she hesitated for a moment. There were many people outside. Jiang Wan cursed under her breath, gritted her teeth, and prepared to charge out when Ji Tingli caught her, unceremoniously draping his suit jacket over her shoulders. "Don't be angry. I'll take you home." Jiang Wan retaliated with a slap. But this time, Ji Tingli was prepared. Just as she was about to strike his face, he easily captured her wrist. In truth, she could have freed herself, but doing so would reveal her skills. Thus, Jiang Wan feigned inability to escape. Kicking and flailing without direction, Ji Tingli rubbed his temples, and as more and more eyes turned their way, he stepped forward and lifted Jiang Wan into the car. The door locked with a click, rendering it impossible to open. The luxury vehicle slowly began to move. Ji Tingli glanced at Jiang Wan, noticing her lingering anger. Yet she finally calmed down, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. "I'll take you back." Before Ji Tingli could finish his sentence, a blinding beam of light suddenly pierced through the air, forcing one to squint. In the next moment, a black Bentley sped in, its engine roaring, blocking his path head-on. Through the two windshields, the gazes of two men clashed. The Bentley's door swung open, and a tall figure emerged, exuding an air of superiority and commanding presence. Each movement radiating pressure. It was Pei Jin. Without uttering a word, he approached Ji Tingli's car and landed a fist squarely on the hood. Bang! A large dent appeared. The vehicle shook violently, and white smoke erupted from the engine compartment as the imprint of a fist was left on the metal. Ji Tingli's million-dollar luxury car was rendered useless. Only then did Pei Jin leisurely speak, let her out. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. This road, at some point, had become utterly deserted. Even if there were onlookers, they likely refrained from intervening, for Pei Jin's aura was terrifying, the oppressive brutality, overwhelming murderous intent, and the chilling coldness emanating from him were enough to instill fear. Ji Tingli met Pei Jin's gaze for several seconds before finally unlocking the door. Jiang Wan stepped out. Pei Jin scrutinized her briefly, then raised his hand, signaling her to come closer. As Jiang Wan took 2 steps forward, a chill and warmth enveloped her simultaneously. Pei Jin yanked off Ji Tingli's suit jacket and draped his own jacket over her, even stepping on it twice. Jiang Wan looked down at the footprints on the suit, and for some reason, she felt an urge to laugh. How petty! But in the next moment, Pei Jin lifted her chin and kissed her without hesitation. Chapter 93. An intense affection. The kiss was fierce and dominating, infused with an overwhelming possessiveness, leaving no space for breath, as if he intended to consume her entirely, leaving no trace behind. Yet, Jiang Wan did not retreat. Aside from the initial moment of instability when he first kissed her, she found herself enveloped in Pei Jin's embrace. Even as her breath was stolen, even as he playfully bit her lip, Jiang Wan did not pull away, nor did she struggle. In fact, feeling the surge of Pei Jin's intensity, she instinctively rose on her toes, responding to his kiss. Pei Jin paused momentarily before tossing her into his car, revving the engine, and speeding away. Neither of them glanced back at Ji Tingli, completely disregarding him. Ji Tingli's hand, resting on the steering wheel, was tense, veins bulging, and his gaze, reflected through the lenses, was dark and profound. After a long pause, he squinted, watching the Bentley until its taillights vanished, his expression dark enough to drip water. Beyond the jealousy instigated by Pei Jin's intervention, what truly drove him wild was Jiang Wan rising on her toes, unhesitatingly responding to Pei Jin. It was evident that she had never behaved this way with him, nor with Ji Yao or anyone else. The veins in Ji Tingli's temples began to throb violently, a twisted and dark emotion surging within him, indistinguishable between jealousy and rage, or perhaps a combination of both. It was a possessiveness he himself had yet to recognize. Jiang Wan, Jiang Wan, Ji Tingli murmured softly, and when he lifted his gaze again, the calmness in his eyes was engulfed by a storm, even a hint of crimson creeping into the corners. The gentle facade shattered, revealing a sinister and cunning interior. You cannot escape, little fox. When Jiang Wan was tossed on a bed, she let out a soft groan. Pei Jin's fervent kisses fell upon her, accompanied by his hoarse inquiry, "Does it hurt?" Jiang Wan certainly felt pain. She had no idea what her back looked like. It was merely covered by a layer of lifelike skin, rendering the injury invisible. Gritting her teeth, she shot a glare at Pei Jin, urging him to hurry. But the glare held little power, her eyes glistening with moisture, brows slightly furrowed, and lips already swollen. Pei Jin chuckled softly, lifting Jiang Wan's chin, kissing her again. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, reciprocating. She thought to herself that perhaps she had gone mad. Encouraged by her response, Pei Jin's fervor intensified, their entanglement becoming relentless and unending. It was indulgent. A handprint marked the mirror above the sink, the room in disarray. Jiang Wan turned her head, eyes closed, unwilling to move or look. Eventually, Pei Jin personally changed the sheets and blankets, cradling her as he washed up before bringing her back to bed. When Jiang Wan opened her eyes a sliver, she caught sight of Pei Jin's back, a sight too gruesome to behold. Bite marks on his shoulders, claw marks on his back, and even on his well-defined abs were traces she had left. Jiang Wan fell into contemplation. The sound of the hairdryer buzzed beside her as Pei Jin tested the temperature of the air before drying her hair. He seemed incredibly patient, his long, clean fingers weaving through her hair until it was completely dry. Exhausted, Jiang Wan gradually drifted off to sleep amidst the hum of noise. When she next opened her eyes, it was due to pain. The bedroom was pitch dark, Pei Jin's solid arm resting possessively around her waist. Jiang Wan shifted slightly, and Pei Jin's low voice reached her ear. "Uncomfortable?" Jiang Wan gritted her teeth and replied, "No. Just need to hold on until morning." She estimated that in another hour or two, dawn would break. Jiang Wan steadied her breath, but the wound on her back burned fiercely, a consequence of her indulgence. Combining vigorous activity with water exposure in the bathroom, it was no surprise that it hurt. Keeping her eyes closed, she remained still. In the next moment, a click sounded as the light switch was turned on. The instant the light illuminated the room, Pei Jin instinctively covered Jiang Wan's eyes, but his hand found her cold sweat. "Where does it hurt? Let me see." Pei Jin rose and naturally attempted to lift Jiang Wan's nightgown. "Wait, no, don't," Jiang Wan exclaimed, both flustered and annoyed. In a moment of frustration, she turned her back to him, stating directly, "The wound is under my left shoulder blade." Pei Jin clicked his tongue. In the light, Jiang Wan's skin appeared as delicate as jade, smooth and fair. Not only was there no visible wound, but even the handprints he had left on her waist were absent. Wait a moment. He distinctly remembered Jiang Wan's skin turning red upon contact. Pei Jin's gaze sharpened as he traced down along her shoulder blade to her waist, his fingers pausing. Then, he lifted a thin layer of lifelike skin. Tearing away this layer revealed the marks he had left on her waist, bruises scattered across her skin. But further up, beneath her left shoulder blade, an alarming wound came into view, vivid, terrifying, and shocking. Such an injury on his own body would feel like a mere mosquito bite, but on Jiang Wan, it was utterly glaring. A chill ran through Pei Jin, the uncontrolled rage emanating from him. "How did you get hurt?" Jiang Wan blinked. It was an accidental injury. "Accidentally? Huh. Not a single word of truth escapes your lips." Pei Jin's face was cold as he retrieved the medicine box. He treated Jiang Wan's wounds, applying the hemostatic and analgesic powder, which significantly alleviated her pain. Once the bandaging was complete, Pei Jin stood at the edge of the bed, his face illuminated by the light, rendering his emotions indecipherable. From this angle, Jiang Wan could not discern his gaze. She could only sense the oppressive coldness and self-mockery emanating from him. "Be cautious of others, Jiang Wan. You truly have potential." After speaking, Pei Jin turned and exited the bedroom. This villa, known as Yujing, was Pei Jin's private residence. When Jiang Wan arrived yesterday, she had not given it much thought. But now, with a clearer mind, she realized she had been brought into his domain, a realm that was distinctly his. As the bedroom door clicked shut, Jiang Wan paused, stunned for a moment. After a while, she buried her face into the soft pillow, enveloped by Pei Jin's lingering scent, a crisp, clean aroma that brought her solace. With a self-deprecating smile, she murmured to the air, "You are mistaken. I did not guard only against you." In truth, she was equally wary of every individual. Yet, within that equality, there existed exceptions. Jiang Wan sighed softly, rolling over to gaze out the window, wondering why dawn had yet to break. Chapter 94. His mark after tossing and turning for 2 hours. Finally, the first light of day emerged. Jiang Wan headed to the bathroom to freshen up, and upon her return, she noticed a set of clean clothes beside the pillow, fresh and fragrant, perfectly tailored to her size. She slowly removed the nightgown, though it was merely Pei Jin's shirt she had thrown on after washing it yesterday. Initially, she had been troubled about what to wear today, but Pei Jin had resolved that dilemma for her. Dressed, Jiang Wan left the bedroom for the first time in Pei Jin's abode. The expansive villa was situated in the prime center of Yundu, a place where every inch was valuable. It featured a modern minimalist design, dominated by shades of black, white, and gray, exuding understated luxury, meticulous details, and tasteful decor. Jiang Wan opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, descending to the ground floor. As she surveyed the space, the villa felt eerily empty and cold, echoing only her footsteps. Had Pei Jin already left? Not wishing to linger, she turned to leave. However, just as she did, she noticed a tall figure in the open kitchen, clad in an apron, dusted with flour, busily preparing something. The kitchen was clean and spacious, and gentle morning light poured in through the windows, casting flecks of gold upon him. The contours of the man's profile were smooth and defined, his features flawless, with sharp brows and a cool demeanor that rendered even his pronounced Adam's apple strikingly handsome. Jiang Wan admired him for a fleeting moment, but that was all. Recalling their unpleasant parting the night before, she decided against greeting him, diverting her gaze and making her way out. She walked lightly, her footsteps nearly inaudible. Yet Pei Jin, without turning his head, called out in a deep, magnetic voice that resonated strongly in the silent villa. "Where are you going? Come help." Jiang Wan, feigning ignorance, continued her escape. Just as she reached for the door handle at the entrance, she felt a firm grip on her neck. "What do you think you're running off to?" Pei Jin's hold was gentle, but Jiang Wan's fair skin bore 2 faint imprints from his fingers, like a vivid stroke upon a pristine canvas, an art piece one hesitates to mar, yet cannot resist marking. Pei Jin's gaze darkened as his fingertips brushed against Jiang Wan's delicate neck, suppressing the urge to bite her. Suddenly, Jiang Wan noticed something and her expression shifted. "You have flour on your hands. It's all over me." The sticky, fermenting flour had smeared across her freshly changed clothes, a transgression she could scarcely tolerate. "You owe me for this. I'm out of clothes." Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, finally noticing the flour on his hands, and chuckled softly. "All right, I'll compensate. Can we have breakfast now, my dear?" This was hardly a matter of choice. Without any room for refusal, Jiang Wan found herself lifted to the kitchen counter. The spread included pan-fried buns, vegetable pancakes, all freshly made, presenting a culinary display worthy of a chef. Turning her head to confirm the absence of a third party, she believed these dishes to be Pei Jin's handiwork. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Wan teased. "I fancy some thin-skinned meat dumplings, the kind with scallions." Pei Jin glanced at her, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she detected a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Moments latte. The very dumpling she craved appeared on the table, one bowl with scallions, the other without. Was this a stroke of luck? Jiang Wan had no words left as she tasted the dish delicious. Typically, she had settled for instant meals when dining alone, so the satisfaction of enjoying a desired meal was indeed fulfilling. After finishing, Jiang Wan instinctively took on the task of cleaning the kitchen, but as she grasped the cloth, Pei Jin swiftly snatched it away. "No need to bother. They'll be here shortly." "Who?" she inquired, just as the door creaked open, revealing a dozen neatly dressed servants entering, their eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Jiang Wan. Pei Jin leaned close, whispering, "The household staff comes at set times and leaves at set times. I can cook, or I can call a private chef." Jiang Wan nodded instinctively, then realized something was amiss. "Why are you telling me this?" Pei Jin calmly stated, "From today onward, you will reside here." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback by his declaration. Before she could voice her objections, Pei Jin, observing her expression, leisurely added, "Whatever you wish to eat, I will prepare. After the dumplings this morning, how about trying some beef short ribs and ham for lunch? The fresh ingredients will arrive shortly, and we can make braised shark fin and longjing shrimp. Are you interested?" Jiang Wan felt thoroughly ensnared. Nothing could be lost in indulging her palate. Moreover, the spies sent by Ji Tingli to monitor her had not yet retreated. She needed to recuperate well to handle Ji Tingli's next probing. It was a prudent decision, and she continued weighing her options. At that moment, the main door swung open again, and Assistant Lin entered, followed by several others, each carrying numerous shopping bags of various brands. "Good morning, Mr. Pei, Miss Jiang." Assistant Lin greeted brightly, particularly illuminating his gaze when it fell upon Jiang Wan. He swiftly directed the staff to place the items down before bowing slightly and departing. The servants efficiently collected the clothes, some placing them in the master bedroom's wardrobe, while others took them to be washed and dried. Jiang Wan understood the implications. Pei Jin had evidently planned this all along, leaving her no alternative, just as she contemplated using this opportunity to explore the connections between the Pei and Ji families beyond their mere kinship. She felt something cool and metallic in her palm. A key. "The door lock code is 6 1s. If you forget, it's of no consequence," Pei Jin said, forcing the key into her hand. "This is the key to the house." The phrase "the key to the house" had not graced her ears for what felt like an eternity. That small key, heavy in her grasp, bore an unfamiliar weight. Whether it was the material or the significance, it felt almost scalding. She glanced up at Pei Jin, only to find his gaze fixed intently on her. His dark eyes, unfathomable, exuding an intense, searing heat, leaving no escape. The same possessive, fierce yearning lingered within him, laced with an endless madness. Jiang Wan felt a rumble deep within her heart, akin to a glacier collapsing beneath the weight of time. He remarked that she guarded against everyone but him. Jiang Wan heard her own voice ask, "Can I trust you, Pei Jin?" Chapter 95, "I will never deceive you, except in bed." Pei Jin chuckled darkly, suggesting action over mere words, allowing her to form her own judgment. This phrase struck a familiar chord within Jiang Wan. It took her several moments to recall that she had uttered something similar to Ji Yao. "You can form your own judgment." To her, this was tantamount to a denial. Jiang Wan wished to retract her earlier statement, but Pei Jin bent closer, resting his forehead against hers, reiterating, "Of course, you can also choose to trust me." Jiang Wan declared, "I will never deceive you at any time." Pei Jin's words bore significant weight. He was a man of his word, a promise keeper. Reflecting on their past, he had never deceived her or acted against her interests. Jiang Wan was taken aback. "At any time? Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Noticing her silence, Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Don't believe me?" Jiang Wan raised a few fingers, gesturing, "I trust you 8 parts. What about the remaining 2? Those 2 parts remain reserved." In a moment of candor, Jiang Wan blurted out, "Because you've deceived me before, such as..." "What, for instance?" Pei Jin queried, locking eyes with her, the words caught in her throat. Yet, to her surprise, Pei Jin understood. Nodding, he smoothly continued, "Then let me rephrase. I will never deceive you. Except..." He leaned close to Jiang Wan's ear, his voice low and husky in bed. Jiang Wan was momentarily speechless. With the conversation reaching such a provocative point, she opted to pull out a chair and sit down again. The servants busied themselves elsewhere, whether intentionally or not, allowing them a bubble of privacy. Jiang Wan lifted her chin and inquired, "Do you have business or other dealings with the Ji family?" "No." Pei Jin scoffed, his gaze sharp with disdain. "That old man Ji Yang sought to broker a connection through Su Ruoxian, but I declined." Jiang Wan paused, realizing that Su Ruoxian was his mother. It seemed their relationship was strained. Contemplating this, her fingers inadvertently tugged at the hem of her own clothing, only to find she had grasped Pei Jin's sleeve. Noticing her gesture, Pei Jin chuckled. "What are you thinking? Feeling sorry for me?" Jiang Wan replied dryly, "If I were to feel sorry for anyone, it would be myself." She looked up, eager to probe further. "So, do you know what lies behind the Ji family?" But her inquiry was abruptly interrupted. "Mr. Pei." A servant rushed in, panic evident, pointing towards the door. "It's bad. The madam has arrived." It was no wonder the servants were alarmed. Su Ruoxian's appearances were always explosive. This was Yujing, Pei Jin's most pristine private domain. He would not permit anyone to intrude. "Ask her to leave," he stated coldly. Jiang Wan instinctively glanced at Pei Jin. who maintained a nonchalant smile, then covered her ears, saying, "Don't listen. It's just negative remarks." Was he still in the mood for jest? Just as Jiang Wan opened her mouth to speak, they were met with a cacophony of curses from outside. "Pei Jean, do you even acknowledge me as your mother? Ignoring my calls and messages? You forced me to come here personally? You heartless beast." The vitriol continued, chilling to the bone. With her ears covered by Pei Jean, the excellent soundproofing of the villa rendered the remaining words inaudible. Outside, Su Ruoxian, trapped beyond the imposing iron gates, raged and pounded against them. In a fit of madness, she turned and shouted at the terrified drivers, "Drive, crash through." "Madam, no, that would be dangerous. Crash now." Su Ruoxian's demeanor was frenzied. Her face twisted in anger. "Does he want me dead? Fine, I shall perish before his door." The drivers were nearly in tears. Amidst this turmoil, a group of agile figures emerged silently from behind the towering walls, landing deftly before Su Ruoxian's car. Each face was cold and resolute, exuding an aura of unyielding strength that deterred any attempt at eye contact. Su Ruoxian froze, instantly recognizing them as Pei Jin's men. Her fury escalated. Good. What a wonderful son I have." She yelled, "Where's that beast Pei Jin? Let him come out and face me." Screams erupted. Su Ruoxian, along with her vehicle, was hoisted into the air and unceremoniously tossed onto a waiting flatbed truck, which whisked away her damaged Rolls-Royce, along with the quaking Su Ruoxian in the back seat. The sensation of weightlessness lingered as her face paled, still in disbelief. The driver, trembling, dared to glance back, only to see the group of figures vanish as swiftly as they had appeared. They lifted 8 tons with such ease. Incredible. Thus, Su Ruoxian was invited to leave. Jiang Wan did not witness the commotion outside, but the sudden silence suggested resolution. Observing Pei Jin's unperturbed demeanor, she yearned to inquire about the events that had transpired and why Su Ruoxian harbored such animosity towards him. However, she reconsidered. Some wounds were best left unspoken. As she endeavored to lighten the mood, Pei Jin took her hand and led her out. "Wait, where are we going?" "To the company. I have a meeting this morning." Pei Jin cast her a sidelong glance, his dark eyes profound, a smile that could captivate hearts. "You will accompany me." Jiang Wan adjusted her collar, covered in flour. "You want me to go out like this?" "Ah, I forgot." Pei Jin turned back toward the bedroom. "Let us change. I believe I'm also dusted with flour." Jiang Wan. An hour passed before they finally departed. Had he not been mindful of Jiang Wan's injured back, he likely would have canceled the meeting altogether. At the Pei Group building within the presidential office on the top floor, Assistant Lin brought in a hot drink. Addressing Jiang Wan, "Miss Jiang, I will be just outside. Call for me at any time." "Go ahead and attend to your duties." "I am fine," Jiang Wan replied, casually picking up a book from the desk to shield her face. The meeting was over half an hour late, but no one dared to speak up. Pei Jin's arrival with Jiang Wan had already stirred significant attention. Attending a meeting with visible scratches on his neck would surely create a greater stir. Seated in Pei Jin's office, in his chair, flipping through his books, Jiang Wan contemplated the potential secrets hidden within the computer, files, and drawers. Was Pei Jin truly so unguarded with her? She extended her hand towards the mouse, and, as she attempted to crack the password, Pei Jin's words reverberated in her mind. "You can choose to trust me." Trust, how precious it was. Yet, I still place greater faith in myself. Jiang Wan's expression hardened, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she feverishly entered lines of decryption code. Chapter 96. Expressing affection. The code generated rapidly, a dizzying array of letters and symbols. Ding. The decryption was successful. Jiang Wan's heart raced as she glanced toward the door, then swiftly opened each encrypted document, reading them with remarkable speed and clarity. It was evident that Pei Jin's subordinates were meticulous. All documents were clearly categorized and labeled. Jiang Wan delved deeply, extracting whatever information she could. However, there was hardly any interaction with the Ji family. Jiang Wan let out a quiet sigh of relief. "President Pei," came the voice of Assistant Lin from outside, indicating that Pei Jin had just exited the conference room. Jiang Wan swiftly exited the page and erased any traces of system intrusion, quickly restoring everything to its original state. Pei Jin pushed open the door and instantly spotted Jiang Wan reclining in his chair, engrossed in a book, exuding an air of tranquility. She wore a white dress today, casually selected by Pei Jin from a pile of newly delivered clothes. After all, Jiang Wan looked splendid in anything, or perhaps even more so without. Pei Jin halted, his gaze fixed intently on her. The low-cut long dress, cinched at the waist, embodied a relaxed yet sophisticated design, crafted from a light, soft fabric that seemed ethereal. However, when Jiang Wan lowered her book to look at him, her provocative and enchanting gaze was utterly beguiling. "Did you not think to knock before entering? Please step out and re-enter." Jiang Wan lifted her chin defiantly. Pei Jin, Assistant Lin, who had followed him in, was taken aback. "Huh?" Pei Jin chuckled softly, stepping back to the doorway, gently knocking twice as he played along. "May I come in now, General Manager Jiang?" Jiang Wan discreetly pushed the mouse back to its original position and nodded, "Come in." Pei Jin, tall and long-legged, swiftly reached the expansive desk and took a seat opposite Jiang Wan. He addressed Assistant Lin. "Aren't we supposed to sign something? Bring it over." "Oh, right." Assistant Lin, still in shock, hurriedly approached with the documents, casting a glance at Jiang Wan that was laden with unmistakable reverence. If he couldn't distinguish between the two Wangs, it would be a complete waste of his efforts. "Miss Jiang," Assistant Lin unconsciously adopted a more respectful tone. "Shall I fetch you a cup of coffee?" Jiang Wan. Pei Jin tossed the signed documents over to her and gestured toward the door. Assistant Lin, not daring to linger, swiftly exited and closed the door behind him. Jiang Wan glanced at the time. It was already past 11. "President Pei, where's the beef, short ribs, the thin sliced ham, the yellow braised shark fin, and the longjing shrimp?" Pei Jin casually tossed aside his pen and naturally took Jiang Wan's hand. "I'll cook for you when we get home." The warmth of their palms pressed together, and they could even feel each other's heartbeat. Jiang Wan instinctively flinched but found her hand gripped more firmly by him. Some things seemed unspoken, yet felt utterly conveyed. The elevator descended slowly, its numbers ticking down. After Jiang Wan and Pei Jin exited the Pei Group building, the employee group chat erupted with excitement. President Pei clarified the rumors last time, mentioning he was pursuing someone. "I thought it was just gossip, Turns out it's true. I heard President Pei had scratches on his neck during the meeting today. Did you see it?" "What? How thrilling. Please elaborate. Who is this young lady?" "Meme, curious scratching head." JPG. Gossiping is human nature. The private gossip group among the girls was particularly lively, until a clumsy planner accidentally sent the news to the company-wide group. "Didn't you say you weren't interested in women, President Pei? Yet you're enjoying such fine dining." Assistant Lin, question mark. The sender has retracted a message. "Sorry, wrong group." The longjing tea with air-freighted fresh shrimp, paired with a unique cooking method, filled the air with a refreshing and tantalizing aroma as it was served. Jiang Wan initially thought Pei Jin was merely jesting, yet he truly prepared those dishes. The flavors surpassed those found in restaurants, even more astonishing. After the meal, Jiang Wan felt drowsy. As she lay down to take a nap, Pei Jin gently turned her over. A bitter medicinal scent filled the air as he re-disinfected and bandaged her back injury. Jiang Wan slowly closed her eyes. After 5 days of rest, delightful food, and adequate sleep, coupled with meticulous care for her wound, her recovery was remarkable. Standing before the mirror, she moved her arms and felt no pain. Excellent. She was ready to resume her endeavors. She pondered how Ji Tingley would next test her, hoping for something useful. Jiang Wan concocted a few rough scenarios, sensing an underlying anticipation, though she couldn't be certain if her guesses were accurate. That evening, Jiang Wan turned to gather her belongings. Although there was little to collect beyond her phone and wallet, and even the clothes she had worn these days were purchased by Pei Jin. As she picked up her small bag to leave, something fell from the edge, a substantial villa key that Pei Jin had given her. Jiang Wan bent to retrieve it, contemplating for a moment before deciding to temporarily place the key in her bag. Pei Jin was not home tonight. An hour earlier, he had been summoned by his family patriarch to the old residence. Initially, Pei Jin had wanted to take Jiang Wan along, but she firmly declined. What nonsense! Why would she go to someone else's home? With her bag slung over her shoulder, Jiang Wan exited the luxurious building. In this valuable central district, she could easily catch a taxi not far from the entrance. After spending 5 days here, she had become quite familiar with the area. Once inside the taxi, she provided her destination. Soon enough, the taxi halted at the entrance of an alley. Jiang Wan paid the fare and strolled leisurely inside. This alley had previously been devoid of streetlights, given its remote and neglected nature, filled only with the riffraff of society. Suddenly, streetlights had been installed overnight, and the thugs who once roamed the streets vanished. Jiang Wan was well aware that this was Pei Jin's doing. However, she chose not to inquire. and he remained silent about it. As she walked halfway, still some distance from her small building, she heard deliberately concealed footsteps behind her. 1, 2, 3. Among them, 2 pairs of footsteps were familiar. They belonged to those who had stalked and monitored her before and after the dock incident, under Ji Tingley's command. It seemed they had been waiting for her all along. Jiang Wan pretended not to notice and continued walking calmly. The footsteps drew closer in the darkness. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Ah, I see what you intend to do, Ji Tingley." Chapter 97. Turning the Tables. Jiang Wan silently counted to a few beats, then held her breath. The next moment, a handkerchief was indeed pressed against her mouth and nose. Without even a struggle, Jiang Wan simply closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. The henchmen exchanged glances. One of them remarked, "See? I told you. Just grab the girl. No need for knives. All right, let us hurry. The car's waiting outside." Another added, "Have they destroyed the surveillance cameras nearby? Ensure the job is clean. Leave no traces." "Don't worry. We've checked. Let us go." They tossed Jiang Wan into a van. The last 2 rows of seats had been removed, leaving ample space. Besides Jiang Wan, who was thrown inside, a trembling girl huddled in the corner of the vehicle. Had Su Winching been present, she would have recognized her at a glance. This girl was Lin Weiwei, who had previously offered her shelter. Lin Weiwei was bound hand and foot, her hair disheveled, her eyes filled with panic and despair, her frail body shaking incessantly. Before being thrown into the van, she had overheard the 3 men sizing her up like cargo. One of them even made an ambiguous remark. "Perfect. We can take her along. This month's quota will be fulfilled." What quota? Where were they taking her? Lin Weiwei dared not ponder deeply. She was on the brink of collapse, her voice nearly gone as she pleaded, "Big brother, please let me go. I can give you money. I've saved 35,000. I'll give it all to you. Just let me out of the car. I promise I won't say a word. Please, I beg you." "Shut up." The driver coldly scolded, clearly annoyed. "Please, leave me alone. I barely know that girl named Su Winching. I just took her in for a couple of days because she was homeless." Lin Weiwei's voice cracked completely, reduced to a breathy whisper. "Did you not hear me telling you to be quiet? Damn it, you're so annoying." Seated on the side bench, a subordinate cursed vehemently, yanking Lin Weiwei's hair and slamming her head against the ground. "Hud, hud, hud." The sound of her forehead striking the floor resonated with a dull, yet piercing echo. Jiang Wan, sprawled nearby, twitched her fingertips but restrained herself. Initially, Lin Weiwei emitted hoarse cries of pain, but soon fell into silence. Enough already, the tension was escalating. They must not truly kill her. Another henchman cautioned, prompting the assailant to relent. Lin Weiwei collapsed to the side, blood trickling down her forehead, dampening her eyelashes and blurring her vision. Yet, she still clung to life, albeit barely. Faced with the uncertainty of her fate, she resolved to fight back, to resist them. With great effort, Lin Weiwei managed to sit up. At that moment, someone gently squeezed her fingers. Surprised, she instinctively glanced at the girl who had been thrown into the vehicle alongside her. The girl inscribed 4 words in her palm: "Not now." To fight desperately, but not now. Await a chance to escape just a little longer. Lin Weiwei surprisingly comprehended this. She froze for a few seconds, then, trembling like a drowning person grasping a last straw, she seized Jiang Wan's hand in the darkness. The van drove further from the city, eventually turning onto a dark, desolate path. Jiang Wan listened intently to her own pulse and breath, committing the route to memory. After nearly an hour of winding turns, the van finally came to a halt. They had arrived at a clandestine logging factory hidden in the wilderness. A large light illuminated the factory entrance, and someone emerged to greet them. The 3 henchmen jumped out and engaged in conversation with the individual who had appeared. Jiang Wan could faintly discern snippets of their dialogue, likely discussing a delivery. Inside the van, Lin Weiwei opened her mouth, but only a breathy sound emerged. What should they do? They were going to sell us. Jiang Wan loosened the ropes binding Lin Weiwei's hands and feet, inquiring if she often ran. Lin Weiwei instinctively shook her head, nearly on the verge of tears. How could they chat at such a critical moment? It was irrelevant. Jiang Wan chuckled lightly, still possessing the spirit for jest. Then run fast when time comes. If you can't run quickly, that's fine. I'll cover for you. With that, Jiang Wan retrieved a small piece of glitter from the back of her bag and handed it to Lin Weiwei. "Take this. It contains a locator. Just run ahead, and someone will come to rescue you." The henchmen from the Ji family had believed that the amount of drug on the cloth was sufficient to ensure their success, neglecting to search Jiang Wan's bag or confiscate her phone. Therefore, when Jiang Wan's locator signal deviated, Chen Yinling would undoubtedly come to their aid. Jiang Wan gently pushed open the van's door, signaling Lin Weiwei to run now. Lin Weiwei grasped Jiang Wan's arm, gesturing and asking, "What about you?" "I won't run," Jiang Wan replied, raising an eyebrow with a light laugh. "I'm going to deal with them." As the three henchmen exited the vehicle, they failed to remove the keys. Lin Weiwei took flight. The moment she leaped from the van, the individuals conversing at the factory entrance heard the commotion and immediately shouted, "One's running away. Grab her back. Chase, hurry." The three henchmen, along with those inside the factory, reacted swiftly. However, at that instant, the van's headlights illuminated and the engine roared to life. In the next heartbeat, the vehicle charged forward with crushing force towards them. The two closest henchmen were the first to suffer, flung several meters away upon impact. Before they could rise, Jiang Wan, expressionless at the wheel, executed a sharp turn, knocking another one down, the tires mercilessly rolling over the legs of the two. The screams pierced the air. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. They immediately shouted for help. Someone, quickly. It seemed the factory had triggered an alarm. In the blink of an eye, two large gates swung open, and dozens of masked thugs surged out. The spotlight shifted, and amidst the dazzling yet blinding light, Jiang Wan glimpsed inside the gates, where a dozen individuals were bound. They were disheveled, both men and women, in a state akin to that of the earlier Lin Weiwei. Clearly, they were also cargo. Jiang Wan's pupils constricted, her grip on the steering wheel tightening instinctively. Too many, far too many. Whether it was the thugs rushing out or those being held captive, the battered van was no tank. It could not crush them all beneath its wheels. The only option available to Jiang Wan was to escape. While the thugs had yet to block her exit, she could drive the vehicle out and flee this place. In that fleeting moment, the van's radio crackled to life, automatically tuning into a communication signal. The voice of Ji Tingley, laced with mockery and amusement, slithered through like a venomous snake, cold to the core. "Little fox, are you not going to save them?" Jiang Wan pressed down on the accelerator without a hint of hesitation, retorting, "I'll save your father." Chapter 98. "Are you sure you will stand by and do nothing?" Jiang Wan sped away in the van, without a shred of doubt. Ji Tingley. The radio frequency crackled with static, and Ji Tingley momentarily choked on his words. He had presumed that, given his understanding of Jiang Wan, she would not remain a bystander upon witnessing such a scene. If she were to shed her disguise, considering the strength she had displayed at the Jing'an dock, rescuing these individuals was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, she fled. Ji Tingley steadied his breath and spoke again. "They will soon be taken away. After tonight, all traces of this factory will be erased." "Jiang Wan, do you truly intend to stand by and do nothing?" Jiang Wan glanced back through the rear-view mirror. Ji's henchmen were already in pursuit, several off-road vehicles closing in within minutes. "You misunderstand. I am not anyone's savior. I am merely a victim being hunted by you, struggling to survive," Jiang Wan asserted firmly. "Ji Tingley, I never imagined you were engaged in such sordid activities, kidnapping so many people. Are you not afraid of retribution?" "Retribution? Yi Tingley chekel loli. Yet, Jiang Wan, you and I are clearly cut from the same cloth. I am not as twisted as you." Jiang Wan attempted to turn off the radio, but it remained stubbornly on. Ji Tingley continued to speak, but she could not catch a single word. With great effort, she reached for the phone that had fallen to the side and dialed the inspection department's number. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, inspection department? There are people being kidnapped. The address is..." Before Jiang Wan could finish her sentence, the signal was abruptly severed. Simultaneously, the pursuing vehicles had already caught up. Jiang Wan yanked the steering wheel violently. The tires skidded on the bumpy road, but quickly adjusted direction towards the main road. Just then, headlights from behind flashed, and an off-road vehicle crashed into them head-on. Bang! The van crumpled upon impact, propelled down the slope, and the fuel tank exploded instantly. Mr. Ji, she fell. The driver was understandably terrified. No one knew Ji Tingley's true feelings towards Jiang Wan. He clearly wanted her dead, yet hesitated to act. Upon hearing this, Ji Tingley fell silent for a moment, then inquired, "Is she still alive?" "It's impossible she survived, Mr. Ji. The vehicle is already ablaze, and the people inside likely." "Then let's withdraw." Ji Tingley exhibited no noticeable emotion, not even a frown. However, his expression betrayed a hint of regret and disappointment. If Jiang Wan perished like this, then who was the person that appeared that night at the Jing'an dock and rescued Su Wenqing? Had he truly mistaken her for someone else? Otherwise, how could the non-existent wounds on Jiang Wan's back be explained? An inexplicable agitation stirred within Ji Tingli. His eyes icy and sharp as he turned to his subordinates behind him. Clean up the traces. Yes. The subordinates responded in unison. Ji Tingli led his men away, the four ruthless figures following closely. The van continued to burn, soon reduced to a mere shell. Let us depart and conclude our tasks. The few subordinates who had finished their reports turned and entered the off-road vehicle, reversing their direction towards the way they had come. Unbeknownst to them, a slender figure silently concealed herself beneath the last vehicle. Just before the recent collision, Jiang Wan had leaped from the car. However, the darkness enveloped her, and in the moment of her leap, she rolled into the underbrush, thus evading detection by those subordinates. When the off-road vehicle returned to the factory, the cleanup operations were nearly complete. This location would no longer be utilized, and therefore, every trace must be obliterated. Inside, a dozen packages were blindfolded and loaded onto the vehicle, prepared for transport to the next destination. All personnel had evacuated the factory, and two subordinates each carried a bucket of gasoline, pouring it around the exterior. One subordinate discarded his empty bucket and was about to retrieve a lighter when Jiang Wan struck him with a brick, rendering him unconscious, and dragged him into the shadows. Jiang Wan stripped off his clothing and donned it herself. These thugs were markedly different from those of the Ji family. They were fully armed and wore hats and masks. This was precisely why Jiang Wan felt emboldened to act. She had selected this unfortunate soul, whose physique resembled her own. A change of clothes and a concealed face, along with a simple disguise, would suffice in this darkness to evade suspicion. "Old Nine, why are you still not ready? Hurry up, we are all waiting for you." A voice called from a distance, clearly laced with impatience. Jiang Wan adjusted her hat and mask, straightened her slightly loose black attire, and strode confidently from the shadows, exuding a casual demeanor. Just before the convoy of off-road vehicles departed, one subordinate tossed a lighter, igniting the gasoline in an instant, and the factory was engulfed in flames. Jiang Wan observed the unfolding scene. Ji Tingli was indeed willing to sacrifice. A stronghold could be destroyed at a whim. Glancing back at the bound individuals, it seemed this batch of thugs was transporting them to a more central stronghold, or perhaps their lair. Jiang Wan clenched her fists and, taking advantage of her companion's inattention, discreetly checked her phone. The signal was entirely cut off. It appeared there was a jammer on board, disabling all devices. Phones, locators, and communications were rendered useless. Jiang Wan gazed out the window. Despite the darkness, she endeavored to imprint the mountains and trees illuminated by the headlights deeply into her memory. The convoy navigated through the mountains for over 3 hours, the winding path alternating between serpentine roads and unnamed trails, jostling the passengers uncomfortably. "Old Nine, why have you been silent this entire time? Do you still have cigarettes?" The thug in the passenger seat, who had likely just awakened from a nap, extended his hand in search of cigarettes. Jiang Wan feigned indifference, her voice muffled by the mask. "Still smoking? That LL be the death of you." "Hey, you brat," the thug retorted, about to retaliate. The driver interjected, "All right, we are almost there. Didn't you hear the rules before we set out? No removing masks inside the home, and smoking is strictly forbidden. Just bear with it." The thug seeking cigarettes pouted and finally fell silent. Jiang Wan's eyes flickered. This home must be a crucial stronghold behind the Ji family's operations, perhaps even their lair. If that were the case, these individuals should be quite familiar with it. Yet they sounded as if it were their first visit. Jiang Wan suppressed her doubts. The truth would reveal itself once she ventured inside. Soon, the convoy slowed its pace, revealing a fortified bunker constructed deep within the mountains. As the heavy entrance door creaked open, the convoy proceeded inside. This was not merely a factory. It was indeed an expansive underground laboratory. While Jiang Wan took in her surroundings, someone tapped her shoulder. "Stop looking. Let's get these goods inside. The doctors are waiting." After the thug spoke, he opened the compartments of the vehicles behind. Inside, 12 individuals, bound hand and foot, trembled like leaves in a storm, their eyes filled with desperation and pleading. It was unclear who broke first, but suddenly a chorus of cries erupted as they fell to their knees. "Big brother, please let us go. We will bow to you, we beg you." Chapter 99. Are you instructing me on my duties? Emotions are contagious, and chaos ensued. The echo of weeping reverberated through the cold, cavernous laboratory. However, these thugs remained unfazed, their hearts as hard as iron. One thug, known as Shark, resorted to violence, mercilessly striking the first woman who had spoken out. You wanted to shout and cry, didn't you? You dare to lead the uproar? Let me tell you, once you enter here, no one leaves. The woman was knocked down, receiving a barrage of fists and kicks, her cries piercing the air as she curled up, desperately protecting her head and abdomen. Enough! Jiang Wan interposed herself in front of the woman, blocking the thug's blows. Shark, what the hell are you doing? Don't you see I'm disciplining these people? Hearing this, the other thugs turned their attention toward her. Jiang Wan lowered her voice and replied, If you continue this way, it'll cause issues. How will you deliver the goods? Are you instructing me on my duties? Shark began to retort, but Jiang Wan's icy glare sent shivers down his spine. Beneath their masks, no one could see each other's faces, yet the palpable aura of menace emanating from her was unmistakable. Forget it. Delivering the goods is paramount. I won't stoop to your level. Shark stepped back, and only then did Jiang Wan release his clenched fist. The other thugs began to roughly hoist the individuals from the ground, herding them forward as if they were sheep. Some cried and refused to move, only to be met with brutal beatings or drag along the floor. Here, resistance was not permitted. Jiang Wan slowed her pace, deliberately falling to the back of the line. This underground laboratory was vast and extraordinarily advanced, yet as they traversed, it seemed there was a lack of security, possibly due to not being in the core area. Just as she contemplated this, a fork in the path appeared. At the other end of the passage, a well-lit office was visible. Shark was leading the others forward, and Jiang Wan silently slipped away from the group, entering an alternate corridor. Inside the illuminated office, someone was moving about. Jiang Wan softly knocked on the door. Who is it? The individual inside approached, and, as soon as the door opened, Jiang Wan seized it by the throat. You. The individual struggled desperately, attempting to call for help, but no sound escaped his lips. Jiang Wan stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Contrary to her expectations, the office contained only a few desks and chairs, along with a coffee machine. It appeared to be merely a break room. Jiang Wan slightly loosened her grip and inquired, You work here. You must know what this laboratory is for. Why should I tell you? The young man was extremely uncooperative, twisting his head to shout for help outside. However, upon seeing the object in Jiang Wan's hand, his voice abruptly ceased. A small black sphere dangled from a brass key, spinning and emitting an ethereal, resonant hum, akin to a dragonfly fluttering its wings beside his ear. The young man's gaze began to lose focus. If an expert were present, they would likely be astounded. This was a long-lost form of hypnosis. With a command and emotion, one could induce a state of hypnosis instantaneously. The weaker the will of the controlled individual, the longer the hypnosis would last. Just like the young man before her. Conversely, for those with strong intentions and formidable mental defenses, the hypnosis would be fleeting. Jiang Wan released her grip. Now tell me, what is this laboratory used for? The young man's eyes glazed over, and he obediently replied, It is for conducting pharmaceutical research. Pharmaceutical research? Jiang Wan's eyes narrowed. What kind of drugs? I do not know. I am merely the assistant to Dr. Chio's assistant. All matters concerning the drugs are known solely by Dr. Chio. What is the full name of this Dr. Chio? Where can he be found? Unbeknownst to many, his identity remained a closely guarded secret, with everyone referring to him as Dr. Chio. He resided in the heart of the laboratory, a place fortified with armed guards. Jiang Wan inquired further, asking if there were others who frequented the lab, perhaps partners in need of medication or participants. The young man nodded before shaking his head. Those who came here always wore masks. He had encountered several, yet their identities eluded him. In essence, they were all prominent figures, and the atmosphere was quite grand. After a moment's pause, he added, during a conversation between Dr. Chio and one of these figures, he overheard a surname mentioned. What surname? Pei. The name reverberated in Jiang Wan's mind like a hammer striking an anvil. Igniting a rush of heat from the brass key she clutched tightly in her palm. That very morning in the restaurant, their eyes had met, mere inches apart, as Pei Jin's deep voice echoed in her ears, whispering, Jiang Wan, you can try to trust me. I will never deceive you, no matter the circumstance. The old rogue, Ji Yang, had previously sought to connect her with Su Ruoxian, but she had declined. The door lock's code was 6 ones, but it didn't matter if she couldn't remember. This was the key to her home. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating and oppressive, rendering her breathless. Jiang Wan shook her head, forcefully dispelling her tumultuous thoughts. What else do you know? The young man recounted everything he could think of, but it was evident that his position as doctor, Chio's assistant, was of little significance, and his knowledge was limited. Jiang Wan snapped her fingers near his ear, urging him to forget their previous conversation, to remember that nothing had transpired. The young man repeated softly, "I said nothing." Nothing happened as Jiang Wan departed the lounge. She retraced her steps. At the end of the corridor, Shark turned to find a missing member from their ranks and bellowed, "Who lost someone?" Though they were all masked, they could identify one another by voice and stature, soon realizing that old 9 was the one absent. Just as Shark was about to unleash his wrath, old 9 returned. Wearing old 9's mask, Jiang Wan took the initiative, merely lagging a bit behind. "Is it really that serious?" Shark exclaimed. "Damn it, this kid must have taken the wrong medicine tonight. He has gone against me once too often." Shark shot Jiang Wan a fierce glare, vowing to teach her a lesson once the transaction was complete. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination, a dungeon dominated by a massive iron cage in the center. The captives would be confined within, to be retrieved as needed. Upon sighting the cage, those brought in once again succumbed to despair. Several individuals desperately recoiled, screaming, "I won't go, I won't go. Let me go. Help, help." Attempting to flee? Where could they escape? Shark grinned maliciously, seizing the 2 fastest and tossing them into the cage. Jiang Wan lingered at the back of the group when someone gently tugged at her clothing. Turning, she recognized the young woman previously battered by Shark's fists and feet. Chapter 100. "I believe you are a good person." The woman, her lips bruised, regarded Jiang Wan with cautious eyes, filled with fear and a hint of supplication, before suddenly kneeling. "I believe you're a good person." Her gaze met Jiang Wan's. Even though Jiang Wan wore the same attire and a chilling mask that obscured her face, she had stood before the woman, shielding her from Shark's brutal blows. Suddenly, the woman summoned a flicker of courage, her eyes red and pleading, "Please let us go. I want to return home. I beg you." "Why plead with these beasts?" Another captive shouted defiantly, "I'd rather die with dignity. Come on, kill me. Go ahead." Before he could finish, Shark struck him with a powerful blow, sending him into the iron cage. Shark spat derisively before violently dragging the kneeling young woman, sneering, "Damn it. I didn't kill you earlier, and now you're feeling brave?" He yanked her by the hair, pain tearing through her scalp, yet she remained silent, clutching Jiang Wan's garment tightly. Shark dragged her and unceremoniously tossed her into the cage. Once everyone was locked inside, the iron door clanged shut. The dungeon's entrance slowly closed, gradually enveloping them in darkness, leaving only the chilling void of despair. Shark clapped his hands, announcing, "All right, the goods are delivered, and we can leave now." As he turned, Jiang Wan heard the young woman's anguish cries. "My daughter is waiting at home for me. She is only 6. If I die, what will happen to her? She only has me. She only has me. My child cannot be without her mother. I want to see her grow up." Her heart-wrenching sobs echoed in the dungeon, lingering long after. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Wan imagined her mother's voice. 5 years ago, what thoughts plagued Meng Wenjin, who was cruelly choked to death by Ji Hao? Did she feel pain? Did she cry for breath as the rope constricted around her neck? In her final moments, did she too harbor regrets and fears, pondering, "What will happen to my daughter, Wan Wan?" Jiang Wan closed her eyes, retracting the step she had taken. In the final moment before the dungeon sealed shut, the young woman in the cage collapsed to the ground, tears flowing silently. Just then a slender, pale hand reached in, halting the iron door's closure. The door groaned under the pressure, swinging open with a forceful creak, allowing light to seep back in. Jiang Wan discarded the cumbersome mask and swiftly tore off the foul-smelling male attire, tossing it aside. Against the light, she smiled at the young woman, whose shock and disbelief were palpable. "Let's go home. I will take you back." Her words rendered everyone breathless. At that moment, the young woman pointed behind Jiang Wan, her expression shifting drastically as she shouted, "Watch out." A fierce wind surged from behind. Jiang Wan tilted her head just in time, evading the surprise punch, and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Shark flying 2 meters away. The impact was unyielding. Shark crashed to the ground, spitting blood. The other thugs finally reacted, Realizing there was an intruder, that she had infiltrated their ranks. Capture her! They shouted in unison, drawing small knives from their waists and lunging at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan struck back with ferocity, executing a lethal leg sweep that snapped one thug's neck. She seized the knife from his hand and hurled it at another assailant. The blade sinking deep in his neck, blood gushing forth. In mere moments, 3 or 4 of their own had fallen. Shark staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, his fury fully ignited. Damn it, Die! Shark brandished his knife, lunging at Jiang Wan as several others closed in on her. Be careful, shouted the young woman from within the cage, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety. The others finally grasped the situation. Regardless of who Jiang Wan was or why she had infiltrated their domain, she was not one of them, and she had promised to take them home. Hope surged within them. Yet the battle unfolded violently, and they feared for Jiang Wan against so many opponents. Watch out! He's about to strike, another bowman yelled. Jiang Wan had already seen it. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As Shark lunged forward with his knife, Jiang Wan was ready for him. Crack! The sound of a wrist breaking echoed painfully in the air. Jiang Wan swiftly twisted her hand, breaking the shark's arm as he lunged at her with a knife, then delivered a powerful punch. The shark let out a wretched scream, losing 2 of his front teeth. Jiang Wan fished the key to the iron cage from his pocket and tossed it inside to the captive souls, then proceeded to unlock it herself. The key fell at her feet, and the 12 prisoners eagerly assisted one another in untying their bonds before retrieving the key to unlock their prison. Jiang Wan then incapacitated the remaining thugs. The shark, now with a broken arm and missing teeth, staggered to his feet once again, with a furious roar. His robust frame charged at Jiang Wan like a bull. Jiang Wan adeptly kicked off the dungeon door, using the momentum to propel herself into the air, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. In the same motion, she pivoted her waist. Shark, eat dirt! With a final lethal twist, she snapped the shark's neck, and his hefty body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The iron cage swung open, and 12 individuals rushed out, gathering around Jiang Wan, their faces etched with fear, yet their eyes ablaze with the fierce will to survive. Let's go. Jiang Wan had already surveyed the layout of the underground laboratory. There was but one exit. To escape, they would have to retrace their steps. Just then, an abrupt alarm blared. Warning, warning, intruder detected. They could only be thankful that this dungeon was situated some distance from the core of the laboratory. Most of the bodyguards would remain by Dr. Chio's side to ensure his safety, and would not leave, no matter the circumstances. This was the information Jiang Wan had gleaned from the young man. However, even if the reinforcements were few, they posed a significant threat, as all were armed. Jiang Wan led the 12 individuals towards the exit, where the off-road vehicles were still parked. As she ran, she shouted, "Those who could drive, get in. Everyone else, hurry." Driven by their instinct for survival, none lagged behind. In no time, the 3 vehicles were filled to capacity. Jiang Wan had yet to board. She dashed to the gate, inputting the control panel's code that the shark had entered earlier, which she had memorized. The numbers flew across the keypad, and with a mechanical click, the gate swung open. Go! Just as Jiang Wan was about to leap into one of the vehicles, a cacophony of footsteps thundered closer, followed by gunfire. She narrowly avoided a bullet, rolling to the ground behind the iron door. The occupants of the vehicle screamed in terror. Bullets rained indiscriminately, shattering the rearview mirror. The lead vehicle slammed on the gas and sped away. The second followed suit, and then the last. A young woman extended her hand toward Jiang Wan, urging her to hurry. Chapter 101. Love devoured her. Mandatory ticket for extra chapter. Jiang Wan couldn't climb aboard. The gunfire was too intense. Stepping out would leave her riddled with bullets. The young woman strained to reach her, but the man behind the wheel, clutching his head, shouted no. If we keep this up, no one will get out. Just then, a brief lull in the shooting presented an opportunity. Jiang Wan seized it, grasping the woman's hand. Just as she prepared to jump into the vehicle, it surged forward. Jiang Wan was thrown off balance, tumbling twice on the ground before regaining her footing. They had escaped. They had left her behind. When Jiang Wan looked up, all she could see were the taillights fading into the distance. At that moment, the armed bodyguards were hot on her trail. Jiang Wan diverted her gaze and sprinted ahead. Inside the off-road vehicle, the young woman who had missed her chance was left dumbfounded. She lunged forward and shouted at the driver, "What are you doing? We could have left together. Why did you abandon her? She saved us all." The man's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "I just want to survive." If we don't leave, we'll be captured again. Turn back. Go back. The young woman cried out repeatedly, but the man remained unresponsive. Is this your sense of honor? The woman seethed, her voice laced with sarcasm. Before being captured by the shark and locked in a cage, she had begged him on her knees, and he had proclaimed the need for honor, declaring he would rather die. She had even thought highly of him then. Yet now, it was he who was abandoning their savior for his own escape. I'll say it again, turn back. Don't be foolish. Are you trying to turn back and find death? The man, in a fit of rage, tugged at his hair, his eyes betraying a struggle and guilt. The woman nodded, then suddenly flung open the car door and jumped out. Jiang Wan dashed through the forest, pursued relentlessly by a group of bodyguards. They had ceased firing, but had formed a tightening noose around her. At this rate, they would catch her soon. Jiang Wan continued to run, contemplating how to break free. If all else failed, she would take down 2 bodyguards and seize their weapons. Just then, a blinding beam of headlights pierced the darkness. Jiang Wan initially thought it was more pursuers, but as she focused, astonishment flickered in her eyes. The off-road vehicle that had departed earlier had returned. The young woman, battered and bruised, her arms scraped and her face marked with blood, drove recklessly, colliding with a bodyguard who was about to shoot her. She slammed the brakes, skidding to a halt before Jiang Wan. This time, she reached out her hand once more. Jiang Wan felt a mix of emotions, surprise, gratitude, and complexity. Without hesitation, she leaped into the vehicle. The bodyguards, sensing the shift in momentum, immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Hurry! As Jiang Wan ducked, she instinctively shoved the woman's head down as a bullet whizzed overhead. It was a close call. The woman swung the vehicle around, flooring the accelerator. The pursuing bodyguards were unlikely to catch up now. The woman sighed with relief and flashed Jiang Wan a smile. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. The woman before her was markedly different from the one trapped in the cage. She had shed her vulnerability, revealing an unassuming strength. The woman introduced herself. I am Chang Xiaoqing. Jiang Wan was about to respond with her own name when a sudden realization struck her. What did you say, Chang Xiaoqing? Following the incident with the Jiang family 5 years ago, rumors had circulated that Jiang Weiman had eloped with a mistress named Chang Xiaoqing, absconding with their fortune. Just half a month prior, Jiang Wan had sought information about Chang Xiaoqing from Chengzheng, but had found nothing. No one knew her whereabouts, or whether she was alive or dead. Jiang Wan had even contemplated using her own identity to draw Chang Xiaoqing out. Yet she never expected that the person she had saved today was, in fact, Chang Xiaoqing. What a coincidence! Just as Jiang Wan was about to speak, Chang Xiaoqing interrupted her. I know who you are. The moment you removed your mask, I recognized you, Miss Jiang Wan. Chang Xiaoqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I feel immense guilt. If it weren't for me, journalist Jiang would not have encountered such misfortune 5 years ago. Jiang Wan took a moment to steady her emotions, regaining her composure. Can you tell me what happened back then? Jiang Wan had a general understanding of the events from that time. However, since she had found the person involved, she wished to hear it from her own lips. Chang Xiaoqing nodded, but first let me clarify. The rumors that I was journalist Jiang's mistress are false. Journalist Jiang was a truly wonderful person. I never believed it, Jiang Wan replied. My parents had a strong relationship. I know my father's character well. Outsiders might be oblivious, but Jiang Wan, having witnessed her parents' love from a young age, certainly knew. Jiang Weiman adored Meng Wenjin. 20 years ago, Jiang Weiman was a spirited young man, possessing a strikingly handsome and noble visage. After completing a military mission, he boarded a helicopter to leave the war zone. However, midway, the helicopter malfunctioned and crashed into the sea, where he was swept ashore to a nearby fishing village. He was rescued. This was a tale Jiang Weiman recounted to young Jiang Wan numerous times. He would say that the moment he opened his eyes, it felt as if he had seen a fairy. The story began so romantically. They fell in love at first sight. After recovering from his injuries, Jiang Weiman was set to leave, but lingered for an additional month. In the end, this young man took Meng Wenjin away. Meng Wenjin was not from that fishing village. She too had been swept away by the waves. It is said that she fell overboard from a ship and was rescued by the villagers. However, she lost her memory and could no longer recall her origins. Inevitably, the two married and lived in love for 20 years. Jiang Weiman had never lost his temper with Meng Wenjin, not even once. From youth to middle age, from handsome to having fine lines at the corners of his eyes, he remained utterly devoted to her, to the point that it was sometimes embarrassing for Jiang Wan to witness. It was precisely because of their deep affection that, upon hearing the news of Jiang Wan eloping with a mistress and absconding with money, Meng Wenjin was convinced that he had perished. If not for the earth covering him, turning him into a mere skeleton, how could he bear to see her shed tears? Jiang Wan took a deep breath, yet her throat remained choked with pain. The car continued to move, but its speed gradually diminished. Chang Xiaoqing said, "I'm not lying to you. I do have a daughter, but she went missing 5 years ago. I searched tirelessly for a long time, and eventually I traced it back to the Ji family. With the scan evidence I had, I reported it to the police and sought media coverage, but it was futile. No one could assist me. Eventually, I approached reporter Jiang." Chang Xiaoqing covered her face, realizing that this was perhaps the most regrettable decision she had ever made, one that indirectly harmed the Jiang family. At that time, I recounted my ordeal to reporter Jiang. He assured me that he would investigate thoroughly, and if everything proved true, he would seek justice for my daughter and for others victimized by the Ji family. I asked him why he was willing to help me, considering the Ji family's immense power. If he failed, it could jeopardize him as well. He responded, "I also have a daughter. If someone would harm her, I would fight to the death against them." Chang Xiaoqing could no longer continue. The subsequent events unfolded tragically. Jiang Wan disappeared during the investigation, met his demise, was slandered and vilified, and his reputation lay in ruins. Chang Xiaoqing was pursued by the Ji family, accused of being Jiang Wan's mistress, and ultimately had to go into hiding, living under an assumed identity. She halted the car, bowed her head, and said to Jiang Wan, I'm so sorry. Shop descendu, danger. I also have a daughter. If my daughter is harmed, I too would fight to the death." This was indeed something Jiang Wan would say. Jiang Wan lowered her head, tears blurring her vision. She blinked and wiped away her tears. "What happened afterward? Weren't you hiding quite well? How did the Ji family manage to capture you?" Jiang Wan gazed at Chang Xiaoqing. "If I hadn't rescued you today, what were you planning to do?" Chang Xiaoqing forced a bitter smile, and then pulled out 2 small items resembling chewing gum. Jiang Wan's pupils narrowed. This was C4 plastic explosive. The Ji family subordinates rarely search for weapons when abducting someone. It was deemed unnecessary. The car was equipped with a signal jammer, rendering phones and other devices ineffective. Moreover, such plastic explosives could be shaped into any form, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Jiang Wan remarked, "So, you intend to die with them?" Chang Xiaoqing nodded slowly. It was a foolish plan. Yet, after 5 years of hiding, she felt utterly drained, unable to find her daughter, unable to take revenge, and having brought ruin upon the Jiang family. Her spirit and resolve had been entirely depleted. She only wished to end her life alongside them. But once captured, she regretted her decision. Killing a few lackeys would serve no purpose. She should have gone directly after the Ji family. At the very least, she should have sought an opportunity to blow up the entire laboratory when taken there for experimentation. Chang Xiaoqing wiped her tears and looked at Jiang Wan, saying, "I saw you slip away from the group, which made me suspicious that you had sneaked in. I want to test you." Later, when Jiang Wan removed her mask, Chang Xiaoqing recognized her immediately. In that moment, she was filled with regret, fearful of Jiang Wan getting hurt or encountering an accident. 5 years ago, she had harmed reporter Jiang. 5 years later, would she harm his only daughter again? Chang Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming guilt. "I am truly sorry, Miss Jiang. Let's not dwell on this. We should leave here first." Jiang Wan glanced at the rearview mirror. The mountain road behind was dark, with no pursuers in sight. Yet, for some reason, an ominous premonition lingered in Jiang Wan's heart. With so many escaping, could the Ji family really be inactive? Would they abandon this operational laboratory, just as they had given up the logging factory? The cost of such a loss was too great. Chang Xiaoqing wiped her face and restarted the vehicle. "All right, let us leave here first." No sooner had she spoken than the area ahead was suddenly illuminated. Blinding beams of light shone from all directions, glaring like searchlights, causing pain to their eyes. Jiang Wan instinctively turned her head, but it was too late. Her vision darkened, and she experienced temporary blindness. Chang Xiaoqing let out a cry, her eyes watering from the bright light. In the back seat, the man who had earlier abandoned Jiang Wan to escape, only to be knocked unconscious by Chang Xiaoqing, finally regained consciousness. Rubbing his head, he sat up and, upon seeing the situation, screamed in terror. "There are so many cars. We're surrounded." Chang Xiaoqing strained to open a slit in her eyes to look outside. On the hillside ahead, The narrow path was densely populated with the Ji family subordinates. In front of them, 20 or 30 vehicles were lined up, blocking all escape routes. Chang Xiaoqing's heart raced. No wonder there were no pursuers behind. They didn't need to chase at all. The entire mountain was swarming with Ji family members. Not even a fly could escape. Chang Xiaoqing instinctively glanced at Jiang Wan, but the dazzling lights were too blinding for her to see Jiang Wan's current state. Her only thought was that she could not allow Jiang Wan to come to harm. "You drive from the back," Chang Xiaoqing shouted to the man in the back seat. Immediately, she intended to exit the vehicle with the explosives. Jiang Wan saw nothing but a blinding white light. She could not see anything but heard the commotion. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wan grabbed Chang Xiaoqing's sleeve tightly, frowning. "Don't be foolish." Chang Xiaoqing shook her head in despair. "I can't let you get hurt. I can't let you get hurt." Jiang Wan, surprisingly calm, even found the energy to jest. Who will harm whom is still uncertain. Don't take all the responsibility upon yourself. In just a few moments, the encirclement visibly shrank. The Ji family subordinates had already closed in. Yet that intense light remained unchanged. Even with her eyes closed, the brightness was painfully blinding. Jiang Wan groped for Chang Xiaoqing's hand. Retrieving the C4 explosives, she had molded into a pliable shape. "Where's the detonator?" Jiang Wan inquired. "Here." Chang Xiaoqing immediately pulled the detonator from her pocket. It was no larger than a cigarette, designed to ignite the C4 explosives. As Jiang Wan shaped the explosives, she declared, "We're breaking through." Chang Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, but offered no rebuttal, flooring the gas pedal and charging directly toward the encirclement. "Oh!" The man in the back seat turned pale, screaming in terror. "Are you insane?" The SUV barreled forward. The encroaching subordinates instinctively scattered. With a loud bang, as the SUV broke through a gap, Jiang Wan ignited the detonator's fuse and tossed the C4 explosives onto an adjacent vehicle. "Hurry!" Jiang Wan shouted, knowing the power of the explosives. Chang Xiaoqing immediately accelerated to escape. The Ji family subordinates jumped into their vehicles to pursue. Then, a deafening explosion erupted. Those caught in close proximity were not spared. Not only them, but even Jiang Wan and Chang Xiaoqing, who had just broken free, felt the tremors of the earth beneath them. Had they escaped? The man in the back seat had yet to celebrate when he heard gunfire from behind. The tires of the speeding vehicle were shot out, and the SUV spun out of control. As the vehicle veered, Chang Xiaoqing gripped the steering wheel tightly, preventing it from tumbling down the mountainside. Even so, the car could no longer move. Jiang Wan immediately ordered, "Get out, run into the woods." The man in the back seat scrambled away without a moment's hesitation, fleeing immediately. Chang Xiaoqing grasped Jiang Wan's hand, urging, "Let's go together." The two of them had a daunting objective, so splitting up was necessary. Just as Jiang Wan finished speaking, the sound of gunfire pierced the air. She instinctively shoved Chang Xiaoqing aside, and a bullet whizzed between them, striking a nearby tree. "Run!" Jiang Wan shouted. "Be careful!" Chang Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and leaped down the slope, racing into the depths of the forest. Jiang Wan chose a different path to flee. Yet, her vision was impaired. Her eyes, sensitive to the bright light, streamed tears, rendering her sight unclear. Relying solely on instinct, she managed to run a short distance before tripping over an unseen object. In that fleeting moment of losing her balance, Jiang Wan felt herself plummeting towards the ground. In the next instant, a long, firm arm reached out, pulling her up with force. The heat of the breath brushed against the nape of her neck, and a voice, both dangerous and alluring, laughed. "How careless you are. Little fox." Who else could it be but Ji Tingley? A chill raced down Jiang Wan's spine, her blood seemingly frozen in her veins.